Welcome back to the APL studio. We're here for APAC North. The first time we're going to see them in the playoffs format. Best of threes, double elimination. It's all fun and games. If you saw us live earlier this morning or last night or wherever you may be in the world, you are not seeing double. We are indeed back and ready to go, but a mere 10 hours after the last broadcast. I'm welcoming into the studio with myself, the wonderful James Devmarter
Hello?
Do you
want to try that one again?
James Devmarter Stewart, and then I went to go back into Nicholas Pengu Mortifiedison. How did I go there?
Moritzen. It's like a wrist thing. Morrison. You can also say that's also a second acceptable level.
I know that you struggle a bit with my surname as well. I'm not going to be taking Pengu as my last name until we get formally married.
Ah, yes, of course. And we will have that here in the APL studio. It'll be live in about a month's time. But we got APAC North today, gents, and a region that is well and truly tied for probably the most competitive region in the world here, Pengu. It's been a very interesting start to the group stages. And, I mean, if there's one thing we know about APAC North, it's that it's always fiery. It's always competitive.
It is, but I feel like, I mean, you said it's like been the most competitive region across the board and probably the most competitive version of APAC North, so to speak, with this new system that we've ever seen. Combining Japan and Korea has actually been a pretty good thing for this region. Theorex, they're like the undisputed GOATs. They're like quote-unquote undefeated, right? They're doing amazingly on 18 points in first place, locked in. Everyone else is essentially one regulation win or less from making top two. It's incredible. One round differential between D+ in second and PSG in third. It's been so close.
It's kind of crazy to consider how close it's been, but I think that just goes to show the new format, or should I say the old format that we've got here in APAC North, merging the two regions.
Yeah, and it's something that I was always keen to happen again. Obviously, the reason why APAC as a whole doesn't just play in one league like Europe or SAL or NAL is it's so bloody big, right? Especially down here in Australia. Like, if you play our closest Asian neighbors, your ping is at least 120.
Yep.
And so it's just not feasible to have APL be one league, so we have to split it up. But Japan and Korea, if you've looked on the map, they're very close to each other.
Very close.
They play on the same servers. There aren't actually servers in Korea. I believe the only servers in APAC North are actually in Japan. So it just makes sense for the two countries to play in the same region. And the best part of that is it just makes for a more competitive league.
Yes.
Obviously, Korea has the best teams in APAC North right now, judging by how the stage went, arguably in APAC right now. But they also don't have a lot of variety of teams. This is something that you'd be familiar with, Pengu. There's not a large amount of talent in the region because Koreans don't play a lot of Rainbow Six, but the ones that do play it pretty well. So it's so much better to have Japan, which has a very big player base, and Korea, which has a very strong but small player base, to be combined. It just makes the entire region far more competitive.
Now, I'd love to get Nick's thoughts on that, but instead we're going to go to the bracket and he can have a little bit of a yap about how things are going to transpire today. Because obviously, again, if you are unfamiliar with the playoffs bracket, first and second seed push through to the second round of the upper bracket. They don't have to play their first best of three, which is very neat and a pretty good reward for finishing first and second respectively. But as we've said, it's been so close, so tight-knit as a whole, Pengu. Looking at the way things will pan out today, I mean, that, for me, PSG Scars, that's a very dangerous matchup. Not to say that CAG Kinotrope isn't, but PSG Scars, that feels like you're going to knock someone who's an absolute giant into the lower bracket at the start of the day.
Yeah, the only real surprising factor in the entire group stage for APAC North has actually been that Scars is dead last for playoff in 6th place. But then again, they have 10 points and top 2 is 13 points. So again, one regulation victory difference, they can be there. But Scars have made roster changes, right? They swapped out Nina and Taeyu. People are going, okay, how are they going to do? How are they going to go now? Well, not all that great. Kinotrope, also from Japan, has overtaken them by a singular point. And that's why we have that first match, CAG-KN. That's going to be a domestic banger from the Japan days, of course. Whereas PSG Talent and Scars will be an quote-unquote international regional matchup, so to speak, as is Japan against Korea.
Yeah, and for me, Kinotrope have been an absolute dominant force in the entire region of Japan for the last 2 years. And
they've
probably,
been good.
Look, longer than 2 years, but what I will say is when it gets to playoffs time, when it gets to these like nitty-gritty moments, they turn on. They figure out a different gear And it's kind of a little bit scary because looking at one of the last playoffs runs we had, they had to play 3 best-of-3s back to back to back. I think it was actually for the Montreal Major. And they made it all the way, 9 maps until the very last map and lost 7-5. Like, those are the kind of stories that you take with you into this kind of a format because, Dev, this is a marathon. It's not a sprint.
That it is, and of course Kinotrope have a very tough first opponent, so they may well indeed be running the lower bracket again. The big name here in this whole bracket, despite FearX and D+ being the top 2 teams at the moment out of the regular stage, let's not forget that CAG are the first team ever from APAC to make an international grand final.
Shout out!
In Rio. Of course, they took on Furia. They unfortunately didn't get a map in that final, but it was a huge victory for them. They took down FearX in the quarterfinals. They took down Wildcard in the semifinals, and they are the first team ever from APAC to play in a grand final international stage, which is huge. So they've done what no one else has done before in this region, and the question remains, are they able to take that experience and that confidence and that big breakthrough that they've achieved for the whole of APAC into APAC North, which, as we've seen, is a very competitive region, and CAG only got 4th place so far through the regular stage. It's time to see if they can hack it a little bit better than that in the BO3s.
It feels fitting that it was CAG that did it as well. Like, I don't think it would have been better for any other team in the entire region to have done it. Just the history of them.
CAG are the only team in this that has been around since 2019, and they've been fighting so hard. They deserve a chance like that, and I'm sure they're going to be gunning for their next appearance at international events.
Yeah, well, this is where they kickstart it. Let's have a look at the schedule to lay out the day for you. Give you the lay of the land, as some would say. Not me, but some would. We start off with CAG and Kinotrope, a game that we will deep dive into a moment. But, of course, PSG Talon and Scars, as Pengu alluded to. At the moment, currently, it is our only cross-regional for APAC North, as in Japan versus Korea. 2 very good teams, respectively, to their region. However, I feel like internationally, both teams have really struggled to get wins on the boards in the last couple of years. So I'd really like to see one of those teams eventually go back to an international event and turn that gear up to 11. And if you're wondering how, of course, BNK and D+'s teams are sorted, it is just winners. It's not as complicated as anything else. Dev, looking at this one, that PSG Talon Scars matchup, do you put much weight into the winner knowing that they've got to go on to play D+ Kia?
Yeah, look, I do think it's possible. Of course, D+ are a new team. They were crafted from Brazilian roster, brought into the region, so there's a lot of expectation on their shoulders being from such a strong background, just like the narratives we saw yesterday with Elevate from in the Asia League. But yeah, I do think it is possible. Obviously, like you said, Pengu, Scars have struggled ever since making those roster changes, and PSG have been trying to find their footing for a while now. Obviously, they missed out on picking up Woogieman and Coded back when they became free agents, when they left the old D+ roster. That would have been perhaps a turning point for the roster had they been able to secure those players, but they went over to FearX. FearX has seen a lot of success because of it. That said, I know PSG does have a solid foundation. I could see either them or Scars taking a fight to D+ in our last match today.
They've just got terrible content creators, unfortunately. That's the downfall of PSG talent. Let's go ahead and start talking about our first matchup of the day, Pengu, because, again, this one, I think I have a lot of love for this game in particular, just given how many times we've seen Kinotrope in situations where they've been making a playoffs run, and it's generally CAG that stopped them. So this one has a bit of history to it.
Yeah, it kind of sucks that this is going to be like the first match in a lot of ways because you don't want to see either team in lower bracket already, right? And I think you can make the argument for any team that you support, but CAG, supposed to make it very far, had a decent stage, in the group stage, but then Kinotrope, they're like kind of like the dark horse. I remember James and I were casting them all of last year, being like, these guys are exciting to watch. They're so good when they're good, but they're also so cold when they're not. And now already they got to go in with a barn burner against CAG and either knock them down to the lower bracket or go there themselves. I do actually, in a world here, I kind of expect a 3-mapper. I'm not going to lie.
I would love to see 3 maps, and I think given the closeness of the entire region at the moment, I think that if yesterday was long, today is going to be longer.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at COG Osaka, a roster that for the very first time ever stepped foot onto an international grand final stage little less than a month and a half ago. And now they find themselves in the playoffs and prepared to have to run a pretty lengthy gauntlet, Dev.
Yeah, that they do, but of course they are capable. What a incredible team this is.
Yeah.
Of course, Anaton and Black Ray are the OGs of this roster. They've been playing on it for a hell of a long time.
2018, if
I'm
I'm
going to
not
double
mistaken.
check that for you because I actually have the exact day that they
I
joined.
think so. yeah.
23rd of
Shut up, you don't know this.
December 2018.
So I got Anaton and Black Ray have been on the
December.
team since June 9th and 19th, which is, what is that, 7 years?
Of
on the
18 or
same-
19?
In 2018.
Holy smokes.
So
Yeah.
it's 7
Yeah.
years on the same roster. They've had their CAG anniversary just recently. And of course, this
That's
team,
great.
for a very long time, kept that original core five.
5, yeah.
For about 2.5 years, which is the longest of any international team keeping the same
It was
five-core
crazy,
roster.
dude.
But they were always destined for greatness in Japan and mediocrity in international events. They've made some big changes. Of course, Arkuli and Shureep, the recent additions, Chibisu as well. My God, this team is on another level. And the energy that we saw from them at Reload in Rio, players like Anaton and Shureep getting so energized on the stage. Anaton literally flexing as the Brazilian crowd was booing him and taking it all the way to a grand final. They've done what no other APAC team has done before, and I don't doubt that everyone has more expectations on their shoulders after that.
What I will say is watching them in person was actually kind of emotional to see how they were interacting with the crowd. One player that stood out for me was Shureep. The second he walked out, Anaton's flexing, right? The second Shureep walked out of those, just a little walkway that they had set up, he's instantly on the ears. He's instantly like, I can't hear you. You need to get louder. And today, he is their best representative for CAG, at least when it comes to EPS. Now, again, how much that ties into the overall team performance, that you can always make the argument that sometimes individuals can lead a team, but I will say CAG are looking like a group, like a team. Shureep finishes 4th in the overall standings for the top 5 players, so he's been phenomenal throughout the entirety of the APAC North League. However, Yuki's on the other side. Pengu, I think that for many people that might be tuning in for the first time, they might not be aware of Kinotrope, but you got to respect their game and their players.
Yeah, that is the thing. You gotta respect them because they are a real team. Kind of like what I alluded to earlier, the only issue I see from Kinotrope that CAG have kind of sorted themselves is consistency. When Kinotrope, they play the highest level of game that they can do, they are one of the best teams in their region, without a doubt.
Yeah.
They can go up against people like CAG, like Scars last year and put up good numbers, but they can also do that the same week and then also fall completely apart and lack that confidence in the server. You see the exact head-to-head here in the team standings, incredibly close in both the EPS, KDS, entry, and the cost. But that's what the thing. Cost is known as kills, objective, survival, and trade. I cannot translate to cost equals consistency because it's all this like different data points you gotta keep track of. CAG, they are the more consistent team, but other than that, they are very tied up.
Yeah. And we do see that as well in the results. Both teams have 4 wins and 3 losses, pardon me. But the difference is that CAG, all of their wins and all their losses are in regulation, whereas Kinotrope, 3 of those games were in overtime. So Kinotrope are a solid team. They're getting the wins across the line, but it is a really tough slog to get there.
Certainly is. We will have a look at the VODs very quickly. Set the tone for our first best of 3 of the evening, and I really, in my eyes, I would love to see something a little more simple for Kinotrope, something where they're allowed to get aggressive like a border. That's gone from CAG's perspective. But we start with Clubhouse and Chalet.
Yeah, so the two teams played against each other on Cafe in the regular stage. That will be our decider as well. The last time we saw these guys in a BO3, it was the qualification for APAC, for the SI back in January, or it was actually December last year. That was a 2-0 in favor of CAG, and they did play Clubhouse and won it in that. So, you know, I'm not surprised to see that CAG are going to go for that pick. It's Kinotrope to go to Chalet, which is not a map that CAG have played as much, especially not against Kinotrope. They did actually play it in the SI quals before that other 2-0 game when they 2-0'd them. So in terms of the stats here, I mean, on all 3 of these maps in the last 6 months, we have seen CAG beat Kinotrope on it. It's actually been a hell of a long time since Kinotrope has beaten CAG all the way back in October last year. It's the only time Kinotrope have ever beaten CAG in the 9 times that they have played each other. So they really need to dial back the clock and see that form that we saw from them over or almost a year ago. Otherwise, I think CAG are going to run away with it.
Pengu, overall thoughts on this one? Do you feel a favor?
I actually do feel a favor here, and it's going to be CAG due to the maps that we're seeing right now. CAG historically, since, you know, from 2018 till about last year or so, has been a very chaotic, aggressive, in-your-face, out-of-nowhere team, and they can play that crazy playstyle maps like Chalet and Border when they have to get offensive. But in the last full calendar year or so, they've gotten a lot more in the fundamentals, the basics, the strat, and it's what got them to that reload kickoff event in the grand finals. They can play a strategical clubhouse, a crazy chalet, and if they need to, they can do that hybrid playstyle on Cafe. So I'm gonna say CAG victory, but whether it's gonna be a 2-0 or a 2-1, that's up to Kinotrope.
Unfortunately for me, it's nearly impossible not to lean into CAG, just given their history. And I mean, that head-to-head is insane from you, Deb, that you brought up. The fact that they've only won once, that's a pretty damning stat. But I think as well, there is something about Japan domestically, and this is really important. This is more of like a vibes check than it is an actual statistic. But domestically, I would have to say that Japan is by far the most competitive region when it comes to their domestic league. It always has been. It's always been an opportunity for underdogs to make a name, to make a statement, and Kinotrope will have to do so in this matchup against CAG if they want to find themselves pushing in the upper bracket. It's time to go to our incredibly wonderful, do we call them casters nowadays? Yeah. It's the podcast duo, Jake and Guz.
So as we enter into APAC North, it's day 3 of the APL playoffs, and we head into a match, guys, which I think has maybe the largest discrepancy in all of the games that we've probably had throughout this weekend. CAG certainly heavy favourites against Kinotrope Gaming, which for CAG, they really should have been in that second seed spot, but they did lose out on the very last game of the very last play day, 2 scars, 7-5. That was on Border. They don't have to worry about that opponent or that map in this series, and certainly as pointed out on the desk, very good record for CAG against Kinotrope. So it's going to be certainly a matchup that the expectation probably is a 2-0 to CAG, but we were kind of talking a little bit off air before we got the throw, and it was CAG that they like to cag things up sometimes.
Yeah, they've certainly garnered a reputation to be a team that can produce intriguing results. They have a history of
both good and bad.
Good and bad moments, yes, certainly. It can be mixed. And despite these teams only being split by a singular point throughout the group stage, a ton of historical data very much suggests that CAG are very firm favourites in this series. Will it be a 2-0 or a 2-1? I mean, it's kind of marginal. Certainly agree, though, with the sentiment from Nick on the desk that the map pool as well is pretty favourable for them as well. So I go in with probably the hope, at least, that they 2-0 this to kickstart their campaign.
And well, if they do, that would be them playing Ferox later tonight, which is going to be a far more of a difficult matchup. So you want to go into that one as ready as you possibly can be off the back of a potential win here against Kinotrope. The other match that we've got after this, of course, PSG Talon versus Scars, with that in itself promises to be exciting, but Scars have been really average so far throughout the group stage, and PSG Talon, well, they improved their form towards the back end of the group stage. And we saw a team like Elevate in the Asia League who started slow, got going, or they're peaking at the right time. That might be the case for Talon. D+ awaiting the winner of that one. The games that we've got today here for APL, or the APAC North sub-region. Kinotrope do begin on defense for Clubhouse. That's going to be a bit of a safe haven for them, certainly in the first half. An opportunity to get rounds on the board to begin.
10 seconds
I was looking at some of the numbers, actually, for both of these two teams throughout the APAC North region during the group stages, and neither of them really do stand out. We're not talking about either of them really leading a lot of the categories. Probably not too much of a surprise, considering either of them in the top 2. Makes sense. But CAG, they've just got that historic nature about them. Of course, as recent as the grand final at the Reload in Rio. Attacking first up in this half. They're the 4th best attacking team in APAC North, so middle of the pack. Not really an ultra strength of theirs, especially considering they're 5+% behind the likes of Scars, D+, and FearX.
Swapping mags.
Scars probably the outlier in that one, but their defense is, well, very much bottom 3. CAG's in the top 3 for defense, but behind PSG and FearX. FearX lead all comers in this region, and they will be ones to look out for later on, playing the winner of this matchup. So far, checklist to go through. Stock hatch gets opened up. Not quite the full bunker on site though for Kinotrope. They're going to go with the castle stage setup.
Yeah, it seems like KAG are largely ignoring that extension though currently. Akayu's in a very intriguing position. You rarely see stage played on a site like this. Certainly not in this kind of fashion. Looking to hold as opposed to heal. Pressure dirt from the Monty.
And as you said, just completely ignoring it.
Yeah.
As if it's not even a factor. And it's on the Montang with the kit, pushing through dirt. With these Vulcan canisters first and foremost.
Oh, good flames. Potential for a pick, but Acerola are able to escape, and Anderton now pushing through.
Griswold Mine activated, but it doesn't really do a whole lot to deter the push from CAG. Was a trade back onto Sharif. Anderton trying to stick the plant, but unable to do so immediately. Still 60 seconds. It's a fast push here for CAG. Gives them time to just navigate the site. Now Kali up close, right side angle. Delivers the killing blow to Koal. Now Kayu thought for a second there was an opportunity to take out that Montang, but the Nitrocell was able to do so. 2v2 now. And no more site control for CAG. Kitchen stock hatch holds will need to drop now for Black Ray and Chibisu.
Strangely, they still have 2 players up above when the Monty was under pressure on side itself. Anderton, though, able to be revived, so that's a big win for KAG. Plant to likely follow.
No more Nitrocell, and Anderton is aware of that. Black Ray will hold then for the cross, and in the end, it looks like it's all salvaged for CAG. Their fast hit will pay dividends. Take the opening round here, an attacking round. Church Arsenal, Clubhouse. It's a really good way to start this series.
Got a little concerning there. After the 1-2 was down, Dakayu found 2, brought it back to a 2 versus 2. But fortunately, KAG were able to reset. The res was pretty important, and lack of plant denial there for Kinotrope made it very tough to fight a win con defensively there. At the conclusion of the opening round, Gym Bedroom to follow.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
A good start for KAG.
Yeah, I mean, I like the fact that they essentially hit the site with about a minute 10 remaining on the clock, and it allows you then in that moment, it's a really, really good example, with Anderton getting knocked by the Nitrocell, it gives you enough time to then deal with that situation, close the round out. If they hadn't gone for that initial hit, let's say 30 seconds are on the clock, I don't know if you have then the time and the space in that 2v2 to drop, get him back up, get plant down, do all of that. You would have just been so low on time, then it all becomes rushed. It's a good clock management. Kinotrope will not go for the repeat of basement and head up towards Gym Bedroom for the second round.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
The silk is ethically sourced, Yaga. Are you sure?
Kali in play for this second round. Those lances can be used at range to deal with, namely the castle barricades bulk, but potentially the likes of the mirror windows or mute jammers as well. So we'll see what kind of play they actually shape for. Ying is well available, that can be used for clearance. If they are to go cash across or for the execute late. It seems like Kinotrope are not committing too hard to that extension on the opposing side of the map. Mirror window popped in response, and so opening up Jacuzzi will be potentially a challenge. No impact grenades for Kinotrope, but double nitro.
Chiba strikes true. Barrier deployed. Chiba deployed.
Intriguing setup though from Kinotrope. They opt against any kind of horizontal hold. They are very much stacked on site. A double stack in June with the castle barricade puts a lot of presence from the defense in that one particular location. And it's bathroom, logistics, and bedroom. So again, no real comm pressure, no cash pressure, top red. 20 seconds into the round now for CAG. There's the drone from Chibitsu to spot the Izami. Has to deal with some of these Kiba barriers. Kayu is going to find the opening pick. The Nitro, that Jacuzzi wall ended up being very much a difficult situation for CAG, and they lose Aniton. Black Ray also to fall. So far, so good for Kinotrope on the defense. CAG just unable to find a pick until just that moment then. Maui goes down over towards Jim. A good drone as well to spot those in logistic. There's a double stack in there. Kawao and Ace Roller. And Kawao, Yukiz are the ones that fall. They get a clear on both angles. And full well knowing off that drone, there was still one more inside logistics. Chibisu was ready and armed. And Kayu now in the 1v2.
Good flash. Akayu White is able to survive, but not for much longer. Confirmed by Chibisu, and a good recovery from KAG.
And again, just their drone work is what saved for that round for them.
Yeah.
Really good drone work, got the information, understood. Double stack Jim, double stack logistic. And that's off the back of an opening kill that went the way of Kinotrope as well. So they were down a player. And they didn't rush, they didn't panic. They just knew, okay, let's get info, find the kills off of that. We got the Kali. Unfortunately, this is a small tech pause here as we have a mic issue. But so far, the comms look pretty good.
Yeah, I was going to say, the comms seem to be translating pretty well inside of the server in that prior round. As you mentioned, they got some really good information on the read. A couple of clean shots, good flush out Jim. The Kali providing good value, obviously. Shots landing there from Chibisu playing that, I believe. Yep. Hit at least 2, so a round that really should have been going the way of Kinotrope. That concentrated defense not quite working out in the end.
It was a 3K as well for Jibitsu on the Kali. Really solid round from him. 4 kills so far from Black Ray in the opening 2 rounds. This is, of course, the highlights from the opening round back on Church Arsenal. And yeah, there was that moment. There's still 36 seconds on the clock when they got that revive onto Aniton. So a solid 25 seconds after they hit the site. So you imagine you hit site with 30 seconds and you take 25 off of that. You only have 5 seconds to then go for that revive. Second round, all about the intel game from CAG. And yet nothing that Akayu is going to be able to do from that position. So 2 attacking rounds to begin for CAG. Sets them up very nicely here. It is their map pick of Clubhouse. Chalet to follow after this, chosen by Kinotrope. Kinotrope, of course, beating Mur in the very last play day. Before that, it was Scars, and before that, they were at threat of relegation. Of course, losing to CAG 7-3. That one was on Cafe, which is the deciding map, as James on the desk did point out. They did also beat FearX. Kinotrope Gaming back on play day 2, the only team.
Yeah, that's what's so interesting about this roster to me, is that one result.
That was on Bank as well, of all maps.
They certainly have the potential. Again, I think it really just then is a case, can you translate that to BO3 form?
Yeah, and what do you put that kind of day and that kind of result down to? Is it a one-off for FearX and maybe, you know, were FearX 20% off their game, but Kinotrope had a life game, and then it kind of translates into a result like that. It's a best of 1. You probably don't put too much stock into it. But it is kind of incredible that for Kinotrope throughout the regular group stage, they had 2 regulation wins, and one of them was against FearX.
Yeah, I don't think it should be discounted too much. It's still, obviously,
and the other one
good
was against
performance.
Scars.
No one else was able to do it.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, Kinotrope's not a bad team at all. I think they've got a very good roster. I think that for CAG, though, they have to be above and beyond a team like Kinotrope, looking to contend for international events. To do that, you got to get through this team relatively comfortable. You got FearX after this, and that's going to be a far more difficult ask. Back into things, round 3, final round before we get the midway bans.
The quarter time break. I've coined that term.
The quarter time break.
So Kinotrope reattempting below. Of course, yet to win around, so had free site choice and a reattempt on this, what would be technically first rotation. Last time out, did a pretty good job in dealing with the Monty. Had a bit of an obscure hold, though, with this stage presence from Akayu, and it looks like they'll opt for something similar here. It's a 3-2 split. Just the duo below of Kawhi and Ice Roller. Your more anchor-centric roles. Last time out, Keg very much were eager to completely avoid any contact with that roam and went rather direct on towards the objective, and at least their initial shape here may suggest something similar. Akali fortunate to survive. That being said, auto breacher from Black Ray suggesting that perhaps Kag will look to flush out, maybe pressure this roam a little bit more. Anderton rotating over towards pool window too.
Yeah, I wonder if their thought process is that last time out they actually committed to this pretty extensively. So if we do go to fight this, we might actually find a couple of kills. That then takes any kind of pressure hitting side off. Caillou now, well, he's anticipating that he's getting cleared out. He'll hold the angle, hope that he can find the right angle to get the opening pick, but now the pressure on multiple fronts. Spotted out by Anaton. Sorry, spotted out by the fuse of Sharif. Long distance shot back though from Mawu. Anaton is inside a strip. So right behind Mawu, and he'll start to try and pressure him back in a different direction, and shield on shield action, trying to hit the shoulder of the fuse. But Anaton pulls the pistol out in a timely fashion to help out Sharif. And the Shield brothers are able to get the clear. A two-player advantage now for CAG Osaka. Kawau and Ace Roller, all that remains defensively for Kinotrope on the bottom side of Clubhouse. 60 seconds as well. With Shield pushing down, this becomes an insurmountable task now for Kinotrope.
Yeah, that double shield duo is deadly. Kinotrope leaving the Monty up on Operator, almost always banned against Cyclops.
Yeah, against Anaton to be
more specific.
More specific. Well, the best case scenario now for Ace Roller and Kawau is that CAG make a pretty hefty mistake. The mistake may come from the form of an over-aggression from, say, the Montang. Anaton is quite low. Sharif, though, ends up beating out Ace Roller, and Anaton ends up beating out Kawau. The Shields and their little 1v1 battles, a scrap in the corner, and the pistols prevailed. 3-0 start for CAG Osaka.
This is good from Cyclops. Again, they're a team that have garnered a reputation for, in circumstances like this, to sometimes go in and, in basic terms, troll. They're not doing that in this particular instance. They're actually showing really good adaptation. We saw first attempt on that attack, they ignore the roam. Second time, they're like, all right, maybe Kinotrope are going to expect something similar, so let's just try and gang up on that roam with double shield. Works out really well. They pinched it well, good timing, good execution. Not trying to do anything too fancy. And they're doing so prompting attack timeout from Kinotrope.
So the Montang ban, it does give a wry smile to Anaton. The Blitz still available, the Ying's still available, both playable. Not exactly looking like some happy chaps there on the side of Kinotrope as they discuss in this tactical timeout how they can get back into this game. Arguably need really the next 3 rounds if they are to remain competitive. But in all of the 3 rounds that we've seen thus far, they haven't really had opportunities to take those rounds themselves. They've been largely in control by CAG on the attack.
Yeah, I wonder if there's going to be a big shift in terms of strategy from Kinotrope here. They're dabbling in some of these offside ideas. They're not working. But I guess equally over on that bedroom defense, we saw a very concentrated on-site hold, and that too also failed. So let's see what kind of contrast they bring here into the 4th round in their second attempt on this site. The clash in play, probably suggesting that we'll see that utilized a little bit more on the cash side of the map in not forfeiting that control as early. You can play at top red. Can also be picked up and peeled late for maybe Logi or even on-site to offer some protection and information. So I like that selection. Catch as well from the Jaeger, that too, again, can aid in the hold across depending on where those devices actually end up being placed. So we'll certainly track that. And then it'll be on Cyclops to respond accordingly. They do bring a primary hard breach once again, it is the Thermite. And unlike last time, no mirror in play. We saw over on Jacuzzi, that enabled the Nitro. And that won't be the case this time around.
Throwing an F-Nut.
think the big thing for Kinotrope is they need to probably get a little bit more aggressive. A lot of their holds have been, well, holds. Not really seeing push outs, first contact, trying to find the opening kill, try and catch someone from CAG off guard, stop them in their oncoming threat positions where they're starting to get closer to site.
It's been quite reserved.
Really, the only thing that you could argue is a sign of aggression is probably that castle hold towards stage, but even that in itself, the way it was played out, rather defensive more than anything. And it's like, well, I don't see anything.
Yeah, probably looking for Fenrir mines. BPCs as well can be hacked. That's one of 2. Default as well. All valuable.
This is just too free though. No pressure at all in the hallway. Sharif.
Well, this Clash is aggroed.
That's a Nitrocell early on. That's the only Nitrocell that was available for Kinotrope in the round, so that's now expended.
That's
but
a bit better
APL
though,
does
right?
actually push out, get the kill, and as he said, better indeed. Bit more aggression shown by Kinotrope, putting themselves in a bit more of a vulnerable position. Means Akali has to be careful when he turns his back around, and in the end, then, yeah, that's much better from Kinotrope. A little bit of teamwork there to find that pick onto Akali. Shimizu, though, has also got himself in the bathroom.
It does open up this opportunity for Cyclops to get some control, so Kinotrope will now need to retake.
Well, they're fully offside, indeed. They need to retake this, and there's every chance Anderson gets this plant down behind the reinforcement. Yukis is trying to rotate over, but that is going to be kicked down. It's almost like the pendulum has swung too much to the other way, where the over-aggression now may cost them, and the peak from Kawau is poorly timed. Straight into the head goes that bullet. Anderson with the double. Flexes next to the toilet. Yuki's on the Clash, can only be so aggressive. He can put that shield down and trust in the SMG. Needs help from Ace Roller and is provided with the SMG 11, 2-on-1. Blackray to play the post plant.
The shield's available, surely can be used for protection, but Blackray able to find the pick.
He got him off, and Yukiz now has to think about sticking this one fully behind the reinforced wall. Blackray, red ping, he's got the information. Yukiz is off, and it seems like he's aware of it. Yukiz has to get back on this. 3 seconds left. Blackray goes down. There's no time to get this kit, though, and CAG will find a 4th round straight.
Look, Plaudit's massively going to CAG in that round. Kinotrope played the extension far better this time around and doubled down on their aggression. But CAG, off the back of the information that they garnered, especially I think that Kludge drone, they're like, oh, shit, they're all on the other side of the map. Let's just hit direct, and got full site control.
Caillou was the only one that was early on somewhat playing site in terms of stash, logistic. And I'm trying to see when he roughly...
Well, they caught the gym run out, right?
Yeah.
Which we did see from the perspective of the player outside. And once they caught that, they flood.
Yep.
I thought the Clash maybe could have been better utilized here a little bit at the end, try to protect the diffuser and force Blackray into something a little bit more awkward, but he did a good job in isolating the second player and then ultimately able to win it on time.
It's better from Kinotrope, and certainly elements that you can take away from that round.
But it's even better from Cyclops.
Yeah,
the moment that Kinotrope step it up, Cyclops are like, we can match that.
7 kills for Blackray has been exquisite so far on Clubhouse. Didn't really get much of an opportunity to talk about some of the numbers in terms of player performances throughout the group stage, but it's been Sharif and Akali that are both in the top 5 of the EPS rankings for APAC North, 4th and 5th respectively. Blackray having a standout performance though in this game after what's been... I'm trying to find him here on my... I, for whatever reason, cannot find him.
Go scroll down a little further, perhaps?
Well, I mean, I'm thinking he can't be that low,
30th.
but he is. Blackray's 30th. I was like looking towards the top, and I was like, I can't see Blackray. Blackray's 30th in EPS. But he's 7-2 here and saving some of his best work for the playoffs, apparently.
Yeah, and a good clutch in that prior round as well. So round 5.
4 attacking rounds on club is quite simply enough to probably suggest this map has gotten away from Kinotrope.
Yeah. They had to get value from the attack. And whilst it reaped reward early round, clearly a conscious effort to be more aggressive, it was ultimately costly.
And statistically, CAG is a far better defensive team than they are actually an attacking team, at least throughout the group stage. I think I'll be quite comfortable on the defensive club.
So Maestro in play, Brava as well, so expect an interaction here.
And the Clutch Drone so far, usage has been really, really good from CAG. In fact, a lot of the operator usage that they brought has been really well utilized.
Yeah.
Special charge, stay clear.
Trying to I'll open up the con single wall towards Cash. Does do so. Sharif will go for the reposition. Just over a minute left, and this is around the time that COG like to start really hitting that site, getting the pressure. Caillou in towards Con, trying to maybe stop that pressure from Con. It's Roller lurking around and straight into Bar and catches the Blackbeard. That's at least a bit better. It was a drone as well.
Yeah, that's just really bad timing. Just prior to that, Keg were flicking cams.
Nitrosol from Kowal takes out Anaton, and this might be Kinotrope's opportunity to get a round on the board here for Clubhouse. 2 opening picks, 5v3. You must convert from here. You must. But it's never that easy against CAG.
Kowal's one shot as well, so.
Oh no, Maui goes down on the Maestro. Kowal, as you mentioned, one shot towards Rafters. Less pressure now for CAG defensively to stop the con-side push, and Kowal does lose his life, and that opens up a potential pinch on site. Not ready for the swing. Caillou, though, stays alive. Flashes to come, and finally Kinotrope get around on the board. Truly a deserved round. They almost started to throw things a little bit at the end. CAG fought tooth and nail in that round to bring back a 5v3 deficit, but Kinotrope, well and truly deserved, do find themselves their first round now on the board.
A good response from Kinotrope, but it may certainly be a case of too little too late. Round 6 to follow, final of the half when it's basement back in play. CAG winning this side, of course, on both occasions. Kinotrope trying really hard to jam the castle setup and make it work. They finally concede and it's dropped for this third attempt. Instead, they'll bring the clash, which was successful in the prior round, and then they've dabbled in it a little bit more as this match has progressed. How much offside presence is there going to be? Hard to say at this point in time. But they have the Echo in play this time, its first appearance. Perhaps maybe prompting the Brava once more from CAG, but they elect not to. They're going to bring a lineup akin to something very similar that we've seen here on this site in the past. In fact, it is almost identical to their second attempt, minus the Monty, which was banned out, and so we'll see a slight shift around in terms of roles. Or pardon me, at least the particular operator for Anaton, he jumps off that Monty onto the...
I mean, even a 4-2 half here for CAG, 4 attacking rounds is a significant lead going into the second half of defense. For Kinotrope, winning this round is just all about limiting the damage as much as possible and giving yourself even a micro opportunity in the second half. Drone work from CAG has been really fantastic. One thing that Kinotrope have got better at towards the end of this first half, though, is moving around the map, finding picks, trying to be a little bit more aggressive.
They've certainly tuned that down, though, for this round.
I think you can give the benefit of the doubt, though, when it does come to Church Arsenal. 5 stacking is more than fine.
But clearly, the roam was not working. So.
Yeah. At that point, though, if the roam's not working and we are going to 5 stack, then you want to double down and you bring something like the Echo. Bring the Clash, bring the Smoke. You very much look to fortify that bunker as much as possible. But this also does provide a lot of control now for CAG in terms of the vert pressure, opening the hatches quickly. Fuse shield once again for Sharif and goes for the drop into Moto. This is at around the time that they hit this site last time out, around that 1 minute mark. And Sharif's got himself into a good little position to open up triple.
Yeah, so that opens the route for the box plant. Cully's still Kitch Hatch. He could send Util down. Sharif caught short here. Yokai Drone will stun his position, but able to escape towards bottom main. 40 seconds then on the clock, and the Clash a good operator in locking down short. Cully able to find the first, though. Maybe opens the route for the drop. Ying here critical as well. If Anaton can gain space, has info red ping, He might well just send it through the smoke here.
ADS
Cully
caught
does
that.
fall.
ADS caught that first, and I think the ADS caught the second. I don't think those Candelas went off. 20 seconds, that means he's going to go for a dry drop.
No flashes.
Anderton does go for the dry drop, and it looks like it's still working, and we should get this kill over towards the oil pit side. There was a down onto Black Ray. They could go for the quick revive. 10 seconds, though. Need to be quick on that one. In towards Arsenal. Chibisu getting the plant down, but it does get denied. Long angle found by Ace Roller and Church. They've got the numbers to swarm his position. Pulls the pistol out. That's not going to help, and down to just Maui. And Maui actually able to creep up onto Cully. Can't deny the plant. Does hit the headshot onto Black Ray. 1v2 low, and shot in the back by Anderton. A 5th round acquired for CAG, and overall, incredible first half from them.
Yeah, just another really sharp round from CAG. They had multiple points of pressure. The concentrated defense there from Kinotrope once again exploited. Some elements went right for the defense, namely the ADS devices over towards Gen, but still they just flood the position, able to trade it out. Some awkward timing there. Not enabling the trade game to be particularly clean there from Kinotrope. So they trail by 4 rounds, heading on to attack into their opposition's pick. It's probably not quite the time yet to wave the white flag, but in a series like this, you may as well consider conserving energy for Chalet up next, their selection. I'm sure they'll continue to fight here, but probably cognizant of the fact that their chances of winning out club very low from this point onwards. Ban phase concludes. Slight shift from what we saw in the first half, which was focused on hard breach. This time around, it's the Monty and the Blitz. CAG looking to take no risk. Kinotrope responding with the Kaid Bandit combination. Very common here on club.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Honestly, just some really clinical siege from CAG this first half. I've been really, really impressed, and I think Kinotrope's the kind of team. They're not a bad team. I mean, we saw the results from them in the group stage, and
I totally agree.
They're not the best team in APAC North by any stretch of the imagination, but like you can't be beating VRX for no reason.
I'm trying to think really hard, and I know my brain's kind of fried already, but how many major mistakes can you think about CAG making in this match? Like, almost zero.
Barely, not
especially
that many.
for
Unless
a team.
you wanted to nitpick, you could certainly nitpick, but
I'm talking
glaring,
like major glaring
exactly.
mistakes, almost zero.
Yeah, almost zero, which is probably a little bit unheard of when it comes to CAG.
Which is good to see.
And it was split in terms of opening kill engagements in the first half as well, 3-3. But for 2 of those rounds, Kinotrope were unable to obviously follow up and a potential round win. Yeah, they had a really good operator lineup. Thought they were quite versatile. They didn't just necessarily lean on the Montang all that much. They only had the 2 rounds with it. Of course, they did get banned out, but 1 round where it was available, they didn't choose to bring it. They brought a Carly, they brought the Fuse, and I thought they played the Fuse really, really well.
Yeah.
The Brava was influential. Brought in the Sens for a round.
Hold on.
A big pick Maui, though, catches Arkali. Talk about a quick entry for Kinotrope.
Okay.
Talk about a really good way to start this second half. After a little bit of a glaze session of CAG, it's Kinotrope that are just reminding us, hey, we could still potentially do quite as well on the attack.
So 3 versus 5 then, and this extension over towards Strip unsuccessful. Black Ray's on a heater though, and Chibisu pushes forward as well. Finds the pick. Black Ray still stage.
Drop the bomb diffuser.
Oh, no, that's not going to help. Caillou gets shot by his teammate, and Kawau then dies to Sharif. Kinotrope have a little CAG moment themselves. Black Ray headshot Maui running back. He got a little bit desperate after he lost some teammates unexpectedly, and Ace Roller finds himself on an island. And going back to the conversation we just had coming into this half about glaring mistakes from CAG, well, there immediately on your first attack is a glaring mistake from Kinotrope, and CAG quickly punish, and it looks like 6-1's coming up.
Diffuser stranded over towards Logi, and a Shell watching that position, so... a less than 1% chance that Kinotrope and Ace Roller specifically will be able to clutch up this round. Poor start from CAG here in round number 7, but able to recover nicely. Good aggression off site, winning key fights, catching Kinotrope with their heels, or back on their heels, I should Say 3 players posted up watching this position. Nice roller down.
Sharif. So 6-1. This map's done. And that was probably around that CAG got caught off guard a little bit by that actually early attacking entry from Kinotrope, where they found the opening 2 picks and it was like, oh, okay, hang on, they can do something themselves, and then they just bungle it. Absolutely throw around the mid portion of that map. And
probably only the second round in this match where Kinotrope have been in a pretty commanding position and lost it. You think back to the first bedroom defense where the Carly got the 3K for CAG. That was probably the only other round where realistically we're in a position where, like, damn.
Outside of the round they won, absolutely.
Yes, of course. So I credit to CAG, even when their backs are against the wall in this particular series so far, they're showing some good grit. And 5 opportunities now to close it out in reg.
Pretty good spread of performance as well for CAG. 7 from Aniton, 9 from Blackray, 7 from Sharif. Chipitsu and Kali have been performing, and of course for Chipitsu, just even that one round we just touched on, Jim Bedroom, he essentially won them a round that they didn't have as much of a right in winning. It's been an overall dominant performance from CAG Osaka. Kinotrope Gaming will have to hope that on Chalet they can turn things around, but I'm not feeling like that's going to be all that likely. Just because you pick the map doesn't mean you're going to win it.
Yeah, for sure.
You can stop worrying about grenades now.
And this is what CHG need to be doing, though. Like, they play again later today, so you need the form today. It carries through into that series against VRX, provided they do finish off Kinotrope in this series.
Chalet is also the second preference map for CAG. No record this group stage, but they only banned it once and had it banned against them 6 times.
Yeah.
So I'm really not particularly confident for Kinotrope going forward, but again, it's CAG, so it's not over until it's over.
So far, they've been playing more like CAG and less like CAG.
Yeah. No, for sure. Been very clinical from them, which is nice to see.
Pretty typical hold for CAG here, Jim Bedroom with the top red extension. Sharif will play that. He goes for a little bit of a swing. He's got some pressure.
Aniton supporting with Yokai.
Yokai is very much active towards top red, courtesy of Aniton, like you mentioned. Yellow ping intel here. Kayu and Kawau is pushing up, but Chipitsu finds the kill onto Kawau. Helps out Sharif. He was watching from that cache side rotate hold position. We just saw it there briefly. Really good teamwork. The fact that Sharif did not even move a muscle as he trusted his team to hold that angle. And he got the down onto Yuki's as well. Still got this Yokai providing information. You can see it with the
still wins it.
But he still does get the kill anyway. And Maui then gets the kill onto Blackray. But look at all the damage that's been done here to Kinotrope. They've been in an absolute war front. Kayu, 1 HP. Yuki's down, getting brought back up, but he will remain low health, and Maui himself is not exactly fully healthy against what's left to come. Nitrocell still available for Arkali. That'll kill any of them. Minute left as well to navigate the final portion of this round. It's still very much in the hands of CAG.
Chibisi with DMR can 1-tap 2 of these guys and 2-tap Maui. So this is going to be really tough final portion of the round.
Oh, never mind though. Arkali just a little bit lackadaisical there on that breach. I mean, you could play time, you could try and get him off the rappel, force him to push in, but he gives him an angle.
Good info here.
And that was the Nitrocell available. That's now being eliminated, because DMR is still going to be quite deadly. On that side here on the balcony. In fact, they're all outside at the moment with 30 seconds remaining. A little rotate here from Aniton. And I think he wants to go for this CC window. No. And if he does do so, he's going to find quite a few. Oh, Mawu! Headshot!
Got it down.
Does get the down onto Akayu. Chipitsu still with this DMR will be so deadly. But he has to hold 2 different angles.
Surely you got to time the vault with the swing, and that's exactly what they do. Clean from Yuki's and Kinotrope hold on.
Now we extend a little bit longer here on Clubhouse as Kinotrope really able to just punish the ever so slight mistakes there from CAG. CAG could have played that probably a bit better and better to the degree that they've been so far on this map. But that was the moment where it felt like they just got a little ahead of themselves thinking it's 6-1. We can finish this map right here, right now. Just tiny little errors, tiny little micro errors, and Kinotrope punish. We stay alive here on Clubhouse.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Yeah,
bomb.
I think they thought they'd won it before they actually did in that particular round. You think about the lackadaisical nature of the Jacuzzi contest. Anderton maybe, I mean, I didn't hate that play, Bug. He did get at least one.
You could tell he
Credit
just
though to
wanted the quick spray and then unpeak, but he just got domed.
Yeah, I mean, he shoulder peeked and knew there was a player watching him, and then it still ego peeked it. When in that situation, low on time, maybe he could have been better off repositioning elsewhere. It also could have played the yokai more active, which was still in con as well. But yeah, the map extension was pretty good. They made Kinotrope bloody fight for that map control.
And Kinotrope certainly did fight for it. You got to give them credit. They played that round really well.
Moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Never say die attitude is certainly one that they have.
Barrier deployed.
But 4 more rounds now in a row required. Kinotrope. Job only gets more difficult. Doesn't get easier. But it was good to see them win that round
Bomb
because
located by attackers.
they didn't start the round in the best note. Kibisu with that opening pick onto Kowal. They had to play it down to really fight and scrap for that. Now, do they have a pinch here onto Sharif? Keep him tucked in on this left side corner. Yuki's though struggling. Oh, and almost had the chance to hit the headshot.
I mean, that's good pressure from Yuki. He's trying to deny the impact trick by holding that line.
Try to get
And
through
I
that.
think was largely successful. Some of those secondary hard breaches able to pop.
This is an extension here from CAG all the way over towards Jin. Oh. Well, shield, hello.
Well, we have seen the Fuse shield several times in this match.
Oh no. Oh, you just saw him.
Good trade at least.
Let's get the quick trade from Ace Roller with the other shield, the bigger shield, the better shield. Oh, but Jibitsu through the soft wall gets rid of the Capitao.
And that was despite being death marked as well.
And that's going to make the hold for Sharif towards Rafters even easier. Doesn't have to fear the incendiary bolt. He can stay locked in this position. No garage controller presence from Kinotrope. Sharif is going to be really difficult to dislodge now. Of course, you've got the Quan Hive launcher and the death marks, but without really the bolts to follow it up, you've only got frag grenades. It's going to be probably a con side hit.
Sharif pinned. B's on his position. 2 death marks available for Kinotrope though. Sharif getting a little bit antsy. I wouldn't be peeking that.
Kawan Hive ready. What's in pursuit?
50 seconds and K continue to posture on defense. They also have a hold down below. Our Cully Lounge, Nitro Cell still available. Although that's to be contested. Ace Roller with a frag grenade for the castle barrier deals with that. In fact, now 2 players below, 2-2 split, 30 seconds on the clock. Kinotrope kind of just sitting and waiting for Kag to make a mistake, but they haven't made many in this match.
Yeah, they're just kind of sitting back and saying, you're going to have to clear us. And there's going to be very little time to do it. This is much better from CAG. Probably the opposite of the conclusion of the previous round. At this point now, like, what do? Yukis can't even make the entry to garage. Kowal stuck outside breach. He can't even really get in.
Round over.
And the round is done. And that is going to be the map. CAG will take this 7-2 on Clubhouse. Chalet to follow afterwards. Really, really, really good stuff from CAG. The overall body of work here on Clubhouse was top-notch. Solid siege from one of the top teams in APAC North. And just a little warning to the rest of the competition here. These guys can play to a relatively high level that not everyone else in this region can reach. Maybe their potential future opponent in FearX. Certainly one that's at that level right now, but for Kinotrope, they're certainly not. 7-2 is a very, very dominant performance from CAG Osaka. Short break, Chalet on the other side.
can do it better. I can do it faster. 느리게 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐야. I can go much longer. I am so much stronger. 느리게 스며들게.
As I was saying, we have to look at what's ahead of us now and not worry too much about the past.
Did you see that?
What?
Wait, what is this doing here?
Whoa, what the hell is going on?
Guys, we need to go.
Jess, what are you doing here?
We need to go now.
Jess, Doc is gone. We have to go back.
There's no time. There's really no time.
Can't take this anymore.
He's our head coach. I have to go save him.
You're already dead. There's no escaping now.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's about to kick some serious ass? Remember, I'll be watching. Now you see me, now you don't.
Get ready. I'm taking them out.
Changing mags. I got this. Got my eyes on you. Located enemy.
As I was saying, we have to look at what's ahead of us now and not worry too much about
Wait,
the
did you
past.
see that?
What?
Wait, what is this doing here?
Whoa! What the hell is going on?
Guys, we need to go.
Jess, what are you doing here?
We need to go now.
Jess, Doc is gone. We have to go back.
There's no time. There's really no time.
Can't take this anymore. I'm tired.
He's our head coach. I have to go save him.
You're already dead. There's no escaping now.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's about to kick some serious ass? Remember, I'll be watching. Now you see me, now you don't.
Get ready. I'm taking them out.
Changing mags. I got this. Got my eyes on you. Located enemy.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
As I was saying, we have to look at what's ahead of us now and not worry too much about
Wait,
the
did you
past.
see that?
What?
Wait, what is this doing here?
Whoa! What the hell is going on?
Guys, we need to go.
Jess, what are you doing here?
We need to go now.
Jess, Doc is gone. We have to go back.
There's no time. There's really no time.
Can't take this anymore. I'm tired.
He's our head coach. I have to go save him.
You're already dead. There's no escaping now.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's about to kick some serious ass? Remember, I'll be watching. Now you see me, now you don't.
Get ready. I'm taking them out.
Changing mags. I got this. Got my eyes on you. Located enemy.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
as I was saying, we have to look at what's ahead of us now and not worry too much about
Wait,
the
did you
past.
see that?
What?
Wait, what is this doing here?
Whoa, what the hell is going on?
Guys, we need to go.
Jess, what are you doing here?
We need to go now.
Jess, Doc is gone. We have to go back.
There's no time. There's really no time.
Can't take this anymore. I'm tired.
He's our head coach. I have to go save him.
You're already dead.
There's no escaping now.
Welcome back in. No escaping the APL tech issues. It'll always be there and it always will remain, but it's something we kind of love to hate. CAG, 1-0 up in the series. And it was
You love to hate CAG?
No, tech pause.
Ah.
CAG 1-0 up in the series. Of course, they won quite convincingly on Clubhouse 7-2. Feels like a decent little break since then, that map. So maybe an opportunity for Kinotrope to kind of reset, come into their map, pick of Chalet. They get to start on the attack and see if they can get off to a good start. CAG will be on, of course, defense to begin. The bands, Blackbeard and Blitz, Azami, Fenrir.
As mentioned prior, back on Club. It's an intriguing little map for CAG, given some of their stats during the group stage. Based on the map preference formula, it's actually, well, technically number 1, because the API above that has Oregon, and that's no longer in the pool. So, theoretically, it's CAG's first preference map, and that being calculated by the fact that they only banned it once in the group stage, had it banned against them 6 times. So Keg seemingly pretty comfortable to play it, it just never got directed that way in vetoes. On the flip side, for Kinotrope, it actually sits at number 5, a 3-3 record, but they did beat Scars. 3-3 record in terms of bans for and against. 4-4. As we kick things off, a quick trade.
Ooh, good shot from Chibitsu. Front grenade was being thrown in his direction. Force him out of that position. Kinotrope wanted to go early with that top library clear. Oh, Chibitsu again, feeling it. Got a very lovely 3K back on Clubhouse on the Carly. Now a 3K to begin on Chalet. On the mirror, playing rather aggressive towards the hatch and big window. Found 2 kills in those positions. And it was Kinotrope that wanted to set this pace. They wanted to go quick, and it has backfired.
So this round then, essentially all but over. Diffuser stranded in a 1v4. Sharif Sharp steals any potential away for an opening ace from Chibisu. But I don't think KAG are too concerned. They're not here to mess around this afternoon.
No, they're certainly not. I mean, I was about to say, but the action really kicked off was on Clubhouse CAG. Little to no errors, mistakes. They didn't look like they were going to CAG things up. And you look at the opening round here on Chalet, and just clean, concise, really switched on straight away. Quick reaction to the rather fast-paced hit by Kinotrope. They did not allow them to get any kind of control towards the site. Won all of their trades. Good aggression from Chibitsu on the defense as well to be proactive. Really, really solid start to begin here on the second map of this series. Quick reminder, the winner of the series will move forward, play VRX later today.
If KAG play like this against VRX, it's going to be a banger.
Yeah, I very much look forward to that game. I think VRX and CAG, both at their best. There's not too much separating them. And if CAG can bring the kind of firepower that we've seen in this series, that might just match the firepower of VRX.
Which they have a lot of. That's one of VRX's biggest strengths. Of course, their tactical depth as well, I think, has been quite good. And we saw a bit of that at Reload. We've certainly seen glimpses throughout the group stage. But their firepower is just insane. They quite literally have the Korean super team at the moment.
5 seconds remaining.
But CAG at their best, and we've seen, I think, glimpses of that so far in this particular series, can certainly get very close to that level as well. Still, though, we're speaking in hypotheticals, right? They still need to win this series, but
yeah, but we've played 10 rounds of Siege, and 8 of those rounds have been won by CAG, and it's the way they're winning these rounds, so it's a little bit more comfortable to go with that potential speak talk.
And they can try and build up a lead here defensively as well.
So it's really on Kinotrope now to change that direction of the narrative. So they did try to go fast in the previous round. This time they're going to be a little bit more concise. Find a bit more structure, get some map control. Good map control, speaking of that, for CAG right now. He's kitchen and dining here for the second site. Top floor hold. Anderton holding towards trophy stairs. So they've got solar locked. Akali's actually roaming down in basement. Could come up fireplace stairs.
Scanning for electronics.
Kinotrope just look a little bit nervous as they're moving around this map. Quite unsure as to where the potential threats may come from. Gridlock Stingers, though, not blocking this push for Akali. Israel did take some damage, and I think Israel is very much ready for the fact that Akali is just lingering around fireplace stairs. But that also means they're wasting quite a bit of time. 90 seconds, guys. You've got to start clearing above as well before you can even think about hitting the site down below. Four people outside the building right now. And Koal just stationed on Mez. I mean, this is not looking good.
Footholds exposed. Sharif and Akayu senses an opportunity to make a play and executes it well. So some aggression from Kinotrope. 55 seconds on the clock, and they need to be clean from here. Shoulder pick unsuccessful. Black Ray Akali connect. 6 alive in the server.
Was traded pretty quickly. So they do clear it above. That's full top floor control. But now you got 40 seconds to essentially do the same thing, but now down below.
Yep.
And you're going to have to probably keep one above. So it's going to be essentially a 2v3. That's to try to pressure Anderton out of trophy, and does do so successfully. He'll have to reposition. At some point, though, someone needs to get this kid onto the ground. Ukir's the one holding it at the moment, so that means it'll only be 2 guns up for Kinotrope versus 3. And you've got the Echo to deal with as well, the Yokai from Anderton. Something to consider. And we're heading into red time. I mean, this is still going to be very difficult for Kinotrope. The way they win this round is they essentially just kill everyone.
Yeah. There's no plan opportunity.
Mallow taking his time. He does almost get that down, but no, not quite. And with Ukis on the floor, Gow has to pick the kid. No time, no opportunity. And while it was a decent little aggression top floor to push in towards Office, get that kill, clear out, 3v3, they had to probably keep that pace going. They just stalled out a little bit. Once they got top floor control, it was almost like this little breather moment where they then started to get the cogwheels turning again. They had to kind of just keep going at that pace for the rest of that round. Left themselves little to no time at the end. And CAG will collect a second defensive round here on Chalet.
Yeah, they had just the one drone up late round. I didn't spot where it actually was positioned, but clearly left them in a position where a stall out was quite inevitable. We saw that pacing slow. Kagro positioned. They're in decently tradable positions, even if they were to win maybe 1 or 2 of those fights, and it just made life very difficult late round there for Kinotrope. So again, another clean round from Kag Osaka, playing well this afternoon. And they'll have to play even better if they are to win this match to be competitive against Fearax. Again, shaping to be quite the match. Third round, though, and typically the best opportunity for Attack to get their first round if they are yet to find success.
Nicely done from Chibatu, who is having a wonderful game on Chalet. 6-0. And it's not just, you know, stat padded numbers. We're talking about early kills. We're talking about site defense kills. Really impactful game so far from Chibatu. You only lose the gridlock. I say only, not ideal. It certainly hurts in terms of flank watch and flank protection. More importantly, you're just down a player now, and you have to play from behind against the CAG team that is just roaring today. The question really is going to be, can they keep this kind of level of play going into the next series against Fearax? We'll find out later today. funnily enough, the first opening kill for CAG that they've had here on Chalet. First 2 go in the way of Kinotrope. A run out from Mud for Arkali. And Arkali goes for it again. And he will spot one outside on the balcony of Bathroom. Which was Kawau on the buck, and Kawau is very much feeling the pressure. Logic bomb, there's the swing. And that should be an easy kill. Arkali catches him on the timing. Nothing that Kawau can do there while he's swinging in towards the balcony. And this is an absolute run over. CAG are steamrolling the defense of Chalet in this second map of the series. Caillou forced to keep his pistol out permanently on the Montaigne, but defeats the purpose of the operator when the shield is just not effective. Maui stuck on the roof. And the only thing that he could do here that will probably salvage the round is make some snow angels on the roof and give them something to laugh at. They're not winning it. It's over.
Thought for a second there.
I was just gonna I honestly thought for a second as well. I was just like, you know what, I'm going to just step off the roof. It's been really, really dominant from CAG. And this is what you want to see from the good teams once you reach playoffs.
Yeah.
An elevation in playing ability.
It does feel like more often than not, CAG have only a limited supply of seriousness in one day. So I don't know how much of this is going to translate to FearX. I really hope they remain locked in, provided they win this series. Of course, they do have that break to contend with.
Now we're just saving for the next round.
Can you get the kill? I'm not quite sure why Black Red's looking up there when you know he's in garage. Anyway, third round secured and a clean rotation for CAG.
So quarter time, we head into the ban phase, and I'm not too sure what's going to help out Kinotrope at this point.
No.
CAG, if they want, could dribble down on the shields, remove the Montaigne from action.
You can't unfortunately ban a player like a Chibisu. It has to be an operator. So
Montaigne does get banned, and the Caillou to follow, courtesy of Kinotrope Gaming, who are very much just getting taught a lesson here in the playoffs, that the playoffs are mean-spirited. Teams will amp themselves up and bring out their best. It does mean for Kinotrope, if they do lose this series, which is looking likely, they drop to the lower bracket quarterfinals, and they will have to run an absolute gauntlet to finish first in the playoffs. They would have to win 4 best-of-3s consecutively, which is unlikely.
yeah,
For a team of their caliber and where they're at.
I could see them making, at their best, I could see them actually making maybe potentially like a lower bracket final, but anything beyond that seems unreasonable. Right, we haven't seen them play at their best today.
I agree with that. I think you could certainly say Kinotrope probably haven't been at their best, but a lot of it for me comes down to the fact that CAG at their best are making it difficult for Kinotrope to play their best, and that's...
Kinotrope equally doesn't typically feel like they're throwing a lot either. It really just comes down to a couple of structural elements and losing out in these key fights as well.
A lot of the times when you have losing teams, you can kind of grimace and you can go, oh, you know, they've done this wrong or they've done that wrong. And that certainly hasn't been applicable in this series. It's just CAG are just outplaying them. They're just the better team. Which is probably what we expected coming into a series like this, and a matchup like this. I think I labeled prior to the first map, as we got kind of thrown into, was when you kind of look at the APL playoffs, this to me was the match that seemed the most one-sided on paper. Certainly, if you look at the results yesterday in Asia, none of them were as one-sided as this. We could have used a match like this yesterday in the old Asia League.
Yeah.
Can Chipitsu keep the streak going? I wonder what the over-under is on him actually staying deathless, at least to the conclusion of this half.
14-16 in the series as a whole, 140 EPS.
Does help he's playing a bar stock position. There's a mirror. Quite survivable location. Sharif able to avoid that frag grenade. It doesn't quite make
was that a miss drone or was that a fake?
A fake, yeah.
The
logic bomb now knows that he's there.
Were they still on the drone when the logic bomb went off to hear it? Okay, Sharif repositions regardless.
Oh, gets caught. A little tag. Could vault back over if he wants to, but
Oh,
he goes for
sprints
the
forward.
aggression. Sprints into bathroom. Wants to play the closer contact. The frag grenade, though.
Okay, good nade.
Oh, bounced off the wall by Yukiz. Definitely caused a bit of hesitation for Sharif.
Sharif
And
pushing
Yukiz
forward there is crazy.
was able to capitalize. Here comes Jibitsu out of Barstock through the front entrance and gets the kill onto Ace Roller. And back he goes to Barstock.
Preserve that record.
7-0 now.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're feeling it, you're feeling it. And the game senses are tingling. Gets rid of the twitch as well. No shock drones. Can't deal with the mirror windows inside of Barstock if they haven't already been dealt with.
So he's actually helped himself out massively because it will fortify his own hold.
Yep. 50 seconds as well left on the clock, by the way. And if we look at this overview for a second, wonderful overview.
They still got to clear the 2 above who are in really good trade positions. Anderton does drop. Kali may follow.
I would imagine that's Sky on the obsticks there.
Oh, he repositions and goes prone. That's yuck. Kawhi wouldn't have heard that.
Cully, aggressive position, but you can hold it at this point. There's only 30 seconds left. They have to start rushing.
The
in.
logic
The logic
bomb,
bomb is helpful, and that should allow the spray through the desk, and it is successful. Cully will fall. Slight advantage to Kinotrope, but the time advantage still with CAG and Jibitsu alive with a Nitro Cell.
No mirror window.
No mirror window, but he does still have that Nitro, and if this drop has to come through the hatch, they need this kill, and Jibitsu is switched on. Avoids the frag grenade, preemptively throws out the Nitro Cell, gets dealt with. No kit, by the way, for Maui and Kawau. First death of the game for Jibitsu. Time, though, is the biggest friend for the solo of CAG. Jibitsu's hold towards Barstock does enough to win that round. But he did lose his life for it, and therefore that streak does come to an end. He's 8-1. CAG, though, are 4-0.
Timeout, Kinotrope.
Nothing's working for them here on the attack of Chalet. And you can see it really on the faces. They speak a lot of words with how they're feeling right now.
They've run into a bit of a brick wall and they don't know how to push through it.
It's certainly a class difference right now between these two teams. You know, I think if you're Kinotrope, you woke up this morning thinking, oh, the CAG are a little off their game. We could get them.
Yeah, 100%.
And I think that's a factual view that I have as well, but CAG are on their game, and you can't get them when they're on their game. That's the difference between these two teams. If CAG played their best of their ability, which they have so far in this series, there is a gulf in class.
So the tactical timeout then concludes. 2 more opportunities in this half for Kinotrope to make this game competitive. 2 rounds likely minimum to be any chance at being a realistic shot in this match. And keeping that series alive. It is Cafe to follow if required. But as we know, we're in for round 5. It's basement in play.
Well, I mean, at this point, if Kinotrope were able to bring this map back, I would be incredibly surprised and kind of bewildered. And there's 2 ways it happens. Either CAG kind of just start throwing and they bring their level down and Kinotrope then can edge them out, or Kinotrope, which is probably the one that's least likely, suddenly just raise their gameplay level so high that it just overwhelms CAG, even if CAG is still playing well. That's a level I don't know if Kinotrope can get to. So they're more reliant on CAG to kind of start messing things up a little bit. That's really their path forward in a match like this.
Have Kinotrope checked out at this point, or are they still determined to...
Well, I think you're more likely to check out if you're quote-unquote playing as well as you think you can.
You're getting dominated
and
by
you're still
cycles.
losing. Yeah, it's
and
like...
and you have the double bracket, or the double limb. Let's see there. They have the lineup for a direct play here. The utility is there.
I've seen this before. Usually a Glaz does also get employed in a location such as if you bring the Rayora up, you can close off storage, you can close off the blue hallway as well.
Mirror window makes
Mirror window,
sense.
yeah, it does kind of alleviate some of the pressure. Nitro's going to be really good here. No, it's not.
Oh!
And Kayu's going to be able to get to the other side of the bin. The EMP does stop it, and it's going to just go...
How has he done that? How has he done that? You've got 3 players outside, and he has run up and denied the plan.
Well, the mirror window is still up, and so I think they were a little bit fearful to play the swing angles. It's still, though, an advantage for Kinotrope. 3v2. Don't need to lose our call just yet, Michael.
I'm chilling.
Okay, he's chilling.
I did almost spill half a drink over the desk, but we're chill.
The beverage is fine. Gate opened up in towards storage, and down to just Chibitsu and Black Ray. 9-1, 3-1. Both haven't really been dying in this half. Both don't plan on it just yet. Still all three players for Kinotrope on the exterior. Gates available still on the Rayora as well.
Shock drone up as well. If they can maybe pop the window, that could be big. And they have a smoke. Black Ray, though, with Nitro. They did pop the mirror window. Okay. Keep in mind, though, they need to make that dash across to reclaim the diffuser. That's their win con. They have to plant bins now, essentially.
Chibitsu is expecting a bit more of a backside push, but right now it's still all just front side from Kinotrope. They have one smoke available.
Where's Chibitsu going?
One smoke available. So I imagine that the plan will be throw that out, make the push, get to bins, get the plant out. There is a nitro cell in the hands of Black Ray. Black Ray can get a nitro thrown over. Chibitsu makes his way to fireplace. There's talk about a close angle peek. I'm not too sure if Black Ray was expecting that. He was more so watching the kit side towards the bin. And it just runs out, leaves Chibitsu in a really bad position now. Kit going down, and also now playing the other side of that opened up mirror is actually going to be Maowu. And Maowu then gets the kill into Chibitsu. Kinotrope, nicely done.
Better in the end.
Better in the end. They had the player advantage. They didn't panic. They played the clock. And they pushed in together as a team, and they get themselves on the board here for Chalet.
How they ever let that plant get denied, though, is insane. So much of a focus, I agree, probably over towards that mirror window, but my God.
We'll watch it back a little bit here, but yeah, again, with that mirror window, it's... You can kind of see...
Like, where the hell is Kawhi looking at? Yeah,
Kawhi's
looking at the sky. No one's right side breach watching for the main swing. But they composed at the end, right? The shock drone was good on the mirror window. They isolated Chibitsu, who went for a flank, which was probably the right play as well. There was a very small window there where the plant still could have been denied with a good swing. I think, was it Black Ray alive? But
yeah. Black Ray also had a nitro cell, but it was because of the close angle swing storage door.
Yeah.
That kind of put him off a little bit. And also got him very low and then put him in a bad position. But good round from Kinotrope overall. I know that you could certainly hold the critique on the
they recovered
swing,
though.
But they recovered.
Yeah.
5 seconds to go.
So final round of the half.
More of a Clodge drone. Will be good counter onto several pieces of utility plus the defaults. If I'm Ace Roller, I'm really keen in trying to find these yokais, which there's one in dining, one in piano. Arcali forced to take down the default. Look, an intriguing pick here as well. Chalet, a map where you can work up the likes of Fireplace or West Main Library as well if you so elect. Top drone's also available to deal with utility. See if Yuki is able to achieve something in this round and maybe being able to find an opening pick untraded.
Yeah, I like this. So you bring the Bravo, the Twitch, you deal with a lot of the util, you then get the Nook to kind of push in, a little bit of map control, play lurk roam angles.
Attackers recovered.
Then everyone groups up towards the end. Also good pressure in towards Office early on with the Salmas from Akayu. So far so good from Kinotrope.
Setting up a sequential breach.
Good pressure in towards Dining now established as well. So much so that Yuki's, if he wants to, could walk through. See if he could catch someone in Kitchen or potentially West Main. Holding the close angle. CAG have offered a lot of map control now for Kinotrope by playing a little bit more back on the solar side. Kali, though, retakes a position towards Mezzanine. But little does he know, Yukiz has already pushed up Dining Hallway, Sharif as well in Bar. A couple of these players are actually quite close to each other in vicinity, but not maybe necessarily aware of those locations.
It's an awkward standoff.
If Sharif was to just swing this hallway, it would be a free kill onto Yukiz, who's more Well, never mind. Now he's actually watching for that back push, but the timing, it's everything and all and everything.
Oh, that hurts.
Timing, timing, timing. The name of the game. Watching, watching, watching. I look away. I'm dead. It happens to all of us. Blackray caught not watching the doorway, more so looking down through the floorboards, and does lose his life. Go outside, down. Hatch now is rolling, will be able to acquire the kit. Now he does get the revive, so it's a 3v3, but there's 12 seconds on the clock, guys. They just got no time at all. You just have to vault in, double kill. It's all that easy, and the last player is upstairs and has to drop the hatch. GG. It's a 5-1 half for CAG.
Not quite GG just yet, but unofficially, I think at this point, it's pretty easy to call.
GR.
Yeah, GR, GH. Second set of bans. Kinotrope with a tall task ahead. They are on defense, but a big mountain to climb. KAG is so sharp at the moment. Not really giving an inch. Whoa. Why are you grimacing?
No, I'm not grimacing at all. I'd be very impressed by CAG, very impressed by the observing team.
Who do you reckon cooked that one up?
That one in particular would have been Alex McCullum, also known as Sky, previously known as Skycasts, now known as Skydays Esports. And I would say somewhere in the future it'll be CEO Sky.
CEO of what?
Depends where he wants to take his life forward. That's the future.
So it's Mira, Kaid, Ying, and Monty.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Flash is available. Even the solace to see some playtime here from Kinotrope for the 7th round. It's dining in play. So slightly off meta pick, maybe trying to just throw something at KAG here, and probably the right attitude to have in this particular circumstance. I think Kinotrope will be somewhat disappointed by their performance this afternoon, but probably take solace in the fact that they've encountered a good KAG.
Yeah, I think they'll be more disappointed, not necessarily in their performance, but disappointed that it hasn't really been close. They haven't really been able to win rounds that they've had good opportunities to do so. Clubhouse being probably more likely than that, even on comparison to Chalet. Like, you can lose, and if this had been 7-5, 7-5 to CAG, you could. We were competitive. They were just better on the day, but these have been quite one-sided. And that's even more disappointing, is like, okay, well, we've clearly been trying. We've clearly done some good things, and yet we're this still far away from a competitive team in the region. What have CAG got on the attack from Chalet? Single shield. Of course, the Montang and the Ying. It's the target Anaton Ben, which we have been seeing in APAC North for, well, basically Anaton's whole career at this point. Shoot with the opening kill onto Mao, deals with the Frost. You have to be wary of these Frost mats that have been pre-placed. In comes Anaton in towards Games. So far, so good on the entries from CAG. Not only finding the opening kill, but starting to get some map control. Yuki is defending towards Library Stairs. One below, one close. And it's a very close now. And with the red ping intel, it's an easy swing. Yuki is completely overwhelmed. And a clear man advantage now for CAG in the 7th round.
Feels like only a moments away from earning that series point. KAG have been clinical today, and I expect nothing less here for the conclusion of this first attack.
Low on drones now, just over a minute and a half.
Time to ring some ears.
Down 2 players, and Akayu is also very low.
And Blackbeard's been scouted, so you're chilling. Hard breach to be opened up, no denial. Full hold above from defense. Chibusu with this shock drone will identify that, and they should probably start thinking about the plant, provided vertical presence is somewhat there to pressure plant denial.
He's going to be very careful on that long-range battle trophy stairs, because it's not going to take much to get him downed. Wow, wants to get active, wants to try and deny a push in, holding ego. He's got his shield towards the breach. He's roll up, no more Nitrocell now. Kind of gives up this piano position. mean, I like this hold with the Clash.
Anaton's deep as well.
He does eventually lose his life. Trade from Kawau.
Trophy 1 and dead.
And dead. Yeah, this is just an absolute onslaught. Really good opening attacking round for the half from CAG. Kawau knows there's one here on the bridge of Office. I do like that hold. Another timing example though, where you're watching, and then you, there he comes. Just turned around. There's my back, but you know, you kind of use the Clash shield to.
It's a good hold because in a regular circumstance where you actually have teammates still alive down below, you can have the Clash there to play for vert.
You can play essentially two angles because you're somewhat protecting the main breach to half wall, and then you can also hold close SMG ego. So
yeah,
it's not a bad strategy. Unfortunately, CAG just far too good so far today. 7-2 on club and looking like potentially a 7-1 here on Chalet. They don't look like slowing down. 12-3 for Chibitsu. Put on an absolute masterclass here on Chalet. Nothing working for Kinotrope. And really as a team, you know, sometimes in these kind of matches, you might have one or two players that are really performing, but then one or two that are really underperforming. But it's been a real team-orientated match for both teams. But Chibitsu is the one who is really standing out.
Yeah, in the series, he's now 20-9. Plus 3 entry, 81% cost.
What's the EPS? Like 140 something?
147.
There you go.
And yeah, that cost at 81, equal highest with not just Black Ray, but even Arcully as well. So.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Are they going to get Chibitsu to play like that later today against VRX?
Yeah, what CAG do we get later?
Yeah.
I'm still a skeptic, but
if you get this level of CAG,
oh, it's going to be a really good game.
Yeah.
100%.
Just purely dominant though, no messing around.
I wonder what VRX are thinking whilst watching this, presuming they are.
I mean, I would say that
it is. We're keeping a casual eye on it.
To be fair, CAG themselves, you know what you're going to get from the likes of Anaton, the aggressiveness of a player like Sharif, the gadget utility usage of someone like an Arcully on the support roles. Like they're a pretty known quantity. Probably you look at the maps and you think, well, Chalet Club, we probably don't want to go there today. Force them to play somewhere different. I would be incredibly surprised if we see Chalet, and I don't think we'll see Club. That Cafe might come into question against VRX. I would be thinking of maps like Bank and Consulate. Like Bank, Consulate, Cafe could be 3 maps that will be in the pool.
Yeah, Club is very much a low preference map for VRX. Chalet number 4 though.
Ooh, Anaton lost the battle on the Blackbeard. A little bit of a slow ADS, and Maui is going to be able to win that battle.
VRX haven't played Chalet or Club, by the way. So that's...
I don't think that's going to continue.
Something to know.
Oh! Well, I thought for a split second that the peak from Yuki's maybe wasn't quite going to work out, but it certainly did. Sharp from him. Maui with a second kill in the round. Used the advantage with Kinotrope. And a little bit similar to Clubhouse, they don't seem like they want to finish off today just yet. It was 6-1 Club, and then they got one, but eventually lost 7-2. Looking to do something similar here on Chalet. But Chibitsu, Sharif, the 2 best frackers for CAG Osaka are still alive. Shockstone to clear out, make sure this kit is retrievable. It is not being watched, which it is not. It's a triple stack library side here from Kinotrope. 1 minute left, and then Sharif into Bar has actually got good side control.
Yeah, his position's known, but Kinotrope aren't converging. They'll retain their control above.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Chibis is not really in a position to be able to contest that. He'll have to go direct through Dining Hall.
Well, he will be able to get here. I mean, they can stick a bar plant.
There's a smoke as well. That could be utilized. Kinotrope have to be a little bit careful.
Like they're being a little bit, you know, now Karyu's made his way to Mez.
Kinotrope are playing to not lose this round, not to win it.
I wonder if this is going to be the plant spot here on the long side of the bar. Never mind, peeks in a little bit. Now they've got to be careful of this hatch. Carlisle's going to drop, needs to pull out this SMG-11 if he's going to stop it. Puts the shield down first. And it does have info on both of these 2 players. Lovely shot onto Chibitsu. Well, the power of the Clash fully much on display. Pistol from Sharif confirms the Azami.
Oh, he can go above.
Sharif wants to now play from above.
Even as a drone as well.
Now, will he find an angle here? Red Ping Intel is actually going to vault on over and try and catch them here left side through the doorway. He's just trying to play ring around the rosy. He can play behind the shield as well. That shield is still up, although it has been faced the other way. Huge headshot from Sharif onto Kawau. Caillou is on 1 HP and honestly has to stick it the whole way here. Needs to shoot him. He doesn't. Oh no. A little overcooked moment, just slightly from Sharif.
Oh, you gotta laugh. If you're both teams, you have to laugh. It's even amplified.
He's overcooked it.
The old chat is.
He's put it in the oven. It's been beautifully prepared, and then he's just left it to burn. That's a CAG moment. First one of the day. You do so much right.
It was an APL moment. APN moment.
There's just so much brilliance, then followed by just an absolute bungle at the end. Yeah. I think pushing all the way back to Library Stairs, it was maybe the thought process originally was like, will he chase me? But at that point, he has to just go kit. It was so low as well. You get to watch it back here. I mean, it's some wonderful work in a 1v3 for Sharif to even be in this position. Great shot there, but just overcooked it.
Yeah, the angle was covered by the Clash shield, to be fair, but he created such a large gap with only 11 seconds left.
Yep, as I said, he overcooked it.
Yeah. Good attempt,
5 seconds left.
A 6-2 scoreline.
Attackers are
Wasn't reinforced off either. Could he not have just pushed into games and just shot him through the softball?
I mean, the irony was he was one shot, so any kind of spray was all like almost a certainty to be able to net.
He went there, and that's the thing. He went the super. Not only did he go all the way to Library Stairs, but then he went all the way back into Barb, and then went really far left because of that Clash shield. So he just ran out of time completely. But if he had just gone Library Stairs, but then into into games, he could have shot into Bar from there. Either way, 6-2. Stays alive a little bit longer and gives Kinotrope a slight reprieve.
I'm reloading.
If they got a 6-1 comeback in them, we'll have to see. But I'd say CAG Osaka is still firmly the favourites to close this out right here, right now. Office bedroom for this next site.
So it's Anderson again to get rather quick map presence. We've seen this several times now.
Reloading.
That Blackbeard is a powerful tool in being able to achieve that goal. We've seen it in all 3 rounds. Chibisu, opening pick. That's his 3rd on this map. The man's on fire, going 13 and 4, and over the course of the series, he just continues to post up strong numbers. It's now 20 kills total at a +10. Sharif elsewhere aggressing dining hall. Now that's a Caillou down below in kitchen. Site above. And a frag grenade to clear utility. Black around the primary hard breach. He'll now make his way across with those Selmas. Caillou pinned here a little bit. Has to be really careful when he elects to reposition if he wants to move out of this position. Sharif does fall back, and so Caillou able to peel? No. Goes for a jump out through the bees, and he nets a pick. That's pretty clean work from him. 4 versus 4, and another frag grenade to follow. Wall being opened up, and half-wall to be pressured. Anderton with that diffuser in hand, stalking with the shield. So many explosives available, not only for attack but defense. That Nitro doesn't do too much, and Anderton should be able to progress forward. And it's a 3 versus 3 with 30 seconds on the clock.
Anderton get this plant down. It looks as if he may be able to. Watch it closely, Yukiz, if he does try to get out of this half-ball position quickly, but shield up does do safely. And now pushing is the Blackbeard of Anderton, being aggressive, but maybe overly so. Yukiz does get the kill. Blackbeard, the 1 versus 2, goes for the preemptive pre-fire. Trying to hold this long angle, but the cross has been made to the half-wall for Ace Roller. And not ready maybe for that doorway position. And Ace Roller actually got off the plant. It doesn't matter. And he did so to help out and then got team killed by Yukiz. Fortunately, Yukiz stays alive. A couple of smiles and laughs, and it's going to be a 3rd round foul for Kinotrope.
Yeah, a little bit messy again there for both teams. CAG living up to their name a little bit more so here at the tail end, but still several opportunities to close this one out. 3rd quarter break. 1 more ban for each side. Blackbeard's been rather impactful. I probably am anticipating Kinotrope to take that off the board. The defensive ban may shape up to be the Clash, potentially the Fenrir as well. And it is the Clash Blackbeard combo. I've been pretty good with my ban predictions. They've been okay.
Yeah,
my overall predictions have actually been very good. I've only had one incorrect match. So
yeah, I saw that before. I think me and Pengu are 2 incorrect. I think Rob's throwing a little
Defenders,
bit.
protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
That's why he's the host.
So 6-3, we continue a little bit longer here. And this is where CAG just need to lock in and try not to almost finish this as soon as possible and say, let's just treat this as if it's, 4-4. Back to the kind of level of siege that we'd seen from them throughout the majority of this series. You don't want to get this too close. This goes to overtime, and then suddenly Kinotrope win the map, and then there's the jitters, and there's the classic old CAG rearing its ugly head. These are the positions where previously we see CAG throw these kind of advantages and
10 seconds remaining.
certainly let teams back in. They need to stay locked in.
5 seconds to insertion.
Credit to Kinotrope, though, that sort of never say die attitude clearly on display for Chalet.
Defuse a bomb.
Setting the welcome mat.
It seems like they're being a little bit more aggressive as well. Nukiz with the big window peek from Mez, unable to find the kill, but it did land a tiny bit of damage onto Black Ray, and it's at least just enough of a perceived warning shot.
The Nomad, an intriguing pick here from CAG. Could be used for clearance solo. Most typically used for flank watch, and those air jabs currently being projected from outside. Didn't quite get to catch exactly where to. Maybe the run out below for that main window position. Solar being pressured. X-Kairos on the solar wall, facing in towards bedroom popped. Drone as well, feeding information, and the Bees too will be able to confirm this position. And I mean, in a moment's time, Cyclops may be able to actually enter solo, pending pressure elsewhere. And that pressure has arrived. Kovar falls, Frost dead, flashes follow, and a belt of utility from the Grim. Oh, they have control. Ace roll up. He's running for his life, but he's able to escape momentarily.
Another death for Chibitsu. Nice roller. Is he expecting that swing from Bathroom? That's Black Gray. Long range shot here for Yukiz. CG clearly trying to value their life a little bit more here in this round rather than just run around and gun. Trying to force Kinotrope to come to them a little bit. Battle over towards Garage. Oh, good flash. That's a wonderful flash from Sharif.
Damn.
Nothing that you kids can do about that one. Down to Maui, an ace roller. Now he's spotted, not prepared, more so focused, looking down that hatch. And the GG, an early one from Chimpitsu, rightfully so, because this is done. As CAG Osaka book their date later tonight with the Foxes in Fearex.
Very, very excited for that upcoming game. CAG doing a phenomenal job here, playing some very high quality Siege and consistent throughout the day. Not faltering on too many occasions, and those mistakes that were made were minimal. Sets the stage for an intriguing bracket for sure.
Yeah, it certainly does. 7-2, 7-3 on the series. It was a wonderful effort from CAG. Kinotrope certainly tried their best, but they fall well and truly short, and they also fall into the lower bracket. Back over to Rob and the boys on the couch and the Denmark.
And the Denmark. That's as creative as you can get, Jake. It's almost like you worked a 14-hour day yesterday and went back at it. And phenomenal start for CAG. Yeah, sure, we see the moments that we always scratch our heads at, Dev, but ultimately this was incredibly clean from them. It could have been a 7-1, 7-1.
Yeah.
What a reason.
There are a lot of good moments in that game, that's for sure. Yeah. we expected a closer matchup in a way. Of course, as we said coming into it today, CAG and Kinotrope have faced each other 9 times. They are constantly playing, and yeah, CAG win almost every single matchup. Kino's only won once. It was October last year. So we kind of knew that CAG would be favored. Certainly didn't expect this kind of a scoreline. Utter domination on both maps, and a big disappointment for Kinotrope. We've seen more from them in this stage than they showed us today, but this seems to be the pattern. We have a lot of matches that happen in the APAC North sub-region where 2 very solid teams go up against each other and one of them just falls flat, doesn't play to their full potential.
What's your overall thoughts on this one, Pengu? I mean, it's very disappointing for Kinotrope. I don't think we can slice that any which way.
It's very similar to what James said, where I feel like this is CAG playing better than they did during the group stage, and then Kinotrope also playing worse at the same time. I wasn't surprised by CAG winning. It's the matter of how dominantly that they did it in. Yeah. I thought Kinotrope would have at least one good map performance where they were like, oh, we're going to go toe-to-toe, steal a couple of rounds. Kinotrope only won the rounds that CAG were almost giving them, so to speak, because there were a couple of cagging moments in those final 2 rounds or so. But then CAG said, okay, we've had our fun, let's close this out, and it was a done deal.
Yeah, if you look back at the scope of the actual game itself, not a single player on Kinotrope has managed an average EPS rating of 100, and every single player went negative in their KD. Like,
not good.
It's kind of terrifying when that's your start to playoffs, because this is a brutal, brutal format. Not the format itself, but like the names that are in this bracket, it's so unforgiving at this point. You know, like you're either going to see FearX or CAG later on, or D+, or whoever wins their game after this. You literally are in one of the most competitive brackets of Siege at the moment. Like, this is just a mess.
Yeah, we know that this region has been the tightest region globally. APAC North has been very well contested, as you said, Pengu. Of course, it was only 1 regulation win separating top 2 from 6th place, barely scraping into the playoffs. Yeah, it's a rough game for Kino. We know that they're capable of so much more than this. It didn't happen. No. I'm just happy because we got an entertaining match. Even though it was a bit of a stomp, there were a lot of funny moments. Kinotrope executing on Snowmobile on the basement and then like letting the guy run straight past. I mean, obviously, they ended up winning that round anyway, but moments like that do point to some issues that Kinotrope need to figure out. Just miscomms, just not realizing, you know, the win condition of the round is someone covering this planter and the guy's reloading or he's not focusing as little things like that. Even CAG throwing that post plant with the Flores where it looked like, I couldn't remember, it was Shuri. It was looking insane. He was everywhere all at once and then suddenly just like forgets that he kind of still has to win the 1v1 and he doesn't even contest the last player.
Yeah, it's funny. I always know when something ridiculous is happening because I hear that tone in Jake's voice. There's this tone he gets where it's almost like a disappointed father, but he's trying not to laugh too hard at his son doing something he shouldn't be doing. Pengu, looking ahead for CAG now, they've got FearX next. I mean, this is probably the best way to move forward. In fact, you know what? Instead of going down that line, I'll talk to you about that in a second. I've got someone more important that I want to talk to on the line. Cully is joining us from Japan. My friends, welcome. It's wonderful to see you again. Can you hear us?
Hello. Yes, I can.
Fantastic. Kickstarting this one, I'm going to ask a very simple question. Did you expect this game to be as easy as it was? That looked like a breeze for you.
Yeah, to be honest, in my mind it was an easy 2-0.
Yeah.
Like, to be frankly honest. Yeah.
I love it.
Well, you definitely demonstrated that in the match. Now, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about what happened over in Brazil. Of course, your team made history. You guys were the first ever APAC team to make it to a grand final at an international event. That was a few months ago now. Now you're settling back into the Japanese region. What were your expectations coming into APAC North with the new format, with Japan playing against Korea and, of course, vying for that one spot over to go internationally once again?
Yeah, I mean, the experience we had in Reload, like, yeah, we definitely learned a lot. And coming to this stage, to be honest, we thought we could have won more, like in group days, like maybe even a 7-0 maybe, but you know, we kind of lost. But you know, playoffs is the one that matters. So yeah.
Okay. I kind of want to piggyback off Brazil because it's such an interesting time that happened for you guys. Playing on stage in front of the crowd, playing with the crowd, flexing, posing, obviously from Aniton and such. You guys were having a great time. Do you feel like going from that high of LAN with the crowd and going back home to online play domestically in Korea and Japan, has that had a negative impact? Like, is the motivation harder to find? Has it been more difficult to find that thrill to really play at your 110%? Because now you've played in the grand final, that can change things.
I definitely miss the environment. Like the people shouting, booing us or anything. And I definitely miss my teammates. Playing just beside them, just I don't know, just boosts confidence, But it's all good. Yeah, there's no negative impact. Yeah.
I've still got a video of you running and throwing your shirt into the crowd. Maybe I'll share that with the stream one day, my friend. Obviously, we could sit here and have quite a lengthy conversation with you because there is a lot to talk to you about, especially coming into playoffs. But I've no doubt we will talk to you again. My very last question is about FearX, who you are versing next. How do you feel going in a best of 3 against what is one of the more dominant teams in the region at the moment?
I mean, we lost to them on our BO1, but BO3 is where we shine, so FearX, watch out.
Oh.
Damn, I love it, mate. Anything you'd like to say before we let you go to the fans? Anyone watching at home?
Thank you for the support. Don't miss out on the next, what time is it? I think it was 7 p.m.
Yeah, it's in another 2-3 hours.
Yeah. Thank you guys for the support. Keep supporting us, and yeah.
You're such a gentleman. Thank you, R. Kelly. We'll speak to you soon, mate.
Thank you.
And I guess at the end of the day, best of luck in your next match because that one is probably, that's Clash of the Titans for me. That Pengu, that's got to be. It was literally, it's what I was going to you with, and I'm going to return to you just before we had that interview.
Yeah.
That's a Clash of the Titans for me. That's Japan, Korea at their best, going head to head in the upper bracket in a best of 3. It doesn't get much better than that.
It very much is, and I think a lot of people, and myself included, were thinking if a team from APAC was going to go to a grand final, it could be either PSG, maybe sometime last year, if that was going to happen, or maybe FearX at Reload, for example.
Sorry,
no,
who said PSG
was still good.
I don't think anyone has ever said that PSG would make it to a grand
team
final.
from APAC, if any team from APAC, I'm going to be very specific here, okay? I didn't have CAG making it. I have to say it, man. Fabian's literally in my DMs right now being like, you either glaze me up or you're going down. Like, there's no in between there.
Sorry, where's M80's grand final if Fabian is God's gift?
They're actually starting the NAL playoffs from not top 2 as well.
Yeah,
so he's got to fight his way, in the first seed.
I heard Shopify went flawless. Where's Fabian?
Yeah, it's the storyline. It's all the storyline. Sorry, before you were rudely interrupted, Pink.
What the hell, man? It was going to be FearX. FearX was the team that I think a lot of people's minds in Rio that could have made it, if anything, and they had a bit of a lackluster performance as the end goal. But I do think that FearX, they have and I hate this term, right? The super team in the region.
They do.
Picking up. No, they do. They got the full caliber of players. They got the right people for the shield meta, and they have what looks like longevity. It's not like a 1 season or 6 months team. This could be a team that goes for some of last year and then all the way throughout this year, and they can get results once they find their real groove. And playing CAG today, that's going to be a big step towards going towards that future.
I'm excited for FearX because I think, obviously, I was very fortunate. I got to watch both CAG and FearX in the last chance qualifiers in Australia. Then I got to watch them. Then I got to watch them again when we went to Reload. And I didn't get to watch FearX obviously at Reload. But what I will say is both team dynamics are so dramatically different. The internal comms, the way that they operate as a team, CAG, they are having a great time every minute of the day. FearX are preparing every minute up until they go live.
Yeah, I remember way back in, I think it was 2019, it would have been the qualifiers for one of those good old majors back in the day.
Yep.
And FearX at the time, way back in the day, were called Mantis FPS. I remember talking after they had won the event, right? We all went back to the hotel. We were doing, drinks in one of the player hotel rooms with all of the players from all the 4 teams that went to the event. And I was sitting there with one of the coaches of the Aussie team, and he was like, we're just not as good as these guys. What is it that's different? And then we realized we're in the Mantis FPS hotel room, turns over, and there's 6 F6 A4 sheets of paper stapled together, and one of them says the name of the Japanese team that was competing, one of them says the name of the Thai team that was competing, one of them says the name of the Australian team that was competing, and this guy starts looking through it, and it's like literally every strat they have ever done picked apart by the Koreans. That's how dedicated these guys are to the game and to the strat. And what's more than that, FearX are 3/5 of that old Damwon Kia roster.
So scary.
That before CAG made it to the final in Rio, that Damwon Kia roster was the closest an APAC team has ever gotten to seeing a grand final back in 2021 in Gävle, Sweden. These guys are championship material. It's just a matter of time. And so, yeah, CAG versus FearX, it's the battle of the Titans at APAC North.
It certainly is. And we're going to go to a short break because I need to get these boys some rest before they cast the next upcoming match. This one is a big one. Korea versus Japan. I actually think it's a tone setter for the CAG and FearX match later on.
Yeah.
We've got the two big boys in PSG, Talon and Scars, which I'm incredibly excited to see back in a best-of-3 format. We'll be back after this.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's about to kick some serious ass? Remember, I'll be watching. Now you see me, now you don't.
Get ready! I'm taking them out!
Changing mags. I got this. Got my eyes on you. Located enemy.
How they say it's not the destination, it's the journey.
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Welcome back to your average podcast experience. I'm joined by none other than professional yappers Jake Xenox and Diddy, Michael Guzgurry. Present.
I don't yap that much.
Say present.
Present.
Lovely to have you here, gentlemen. It's an absolute pleasure. The desk just always, I feel like the intellect gets turned down and the volume gets turned up at this point. But it's lovely to have you both. It's just a pleasure, you know?
Thanks for having me, Rob.
Look, it's my pleasure as part of the Rob and Co show. I'm very happy to have the Jake and Guz podcast guest star in this appearance today. So let's just start talking about the second matchup, shall we? Let's not waste any time. PSG Talon, which we were just talking to Pengu about behind the scenes, and obviously he backs them in every day of the week, whether that's smart or not. We'll wait and see. They take on Scars, who have notoriously over the last 2 years really struggled in international events, but bloody well dominated the Japanese scene. We come into what has been a very interesting turn of events where they've actually finished 6th in APAC North overall. Neither team, I would say, outperforming, but neither team also playing terrible, Jake.
Yeah, it's a strange one because like 3 regulation wins for Scars is the same amount of regulation wins as D+.
Crazy, isn't it?
Who are in second place. So, you know, they're not that far off the ball. You know, you say, well, they're in 6th position, which is obviously the lowest rated position you can be coming into playoffs, but also only 3 points behind second. So it's been that logjam when it comes to APAC North. So I don't think Scars are as bad as maybe their position suggests. But
I mean, the biggest factor to back that up is they had 3 losses in the group stage that were 5-7. And you look at things like their attack and their defense win rate, it really doesn't stand out as being that poor. Like,
it's crazy.
Scars were kind of just on the receiving end of some unfortunate close best of ones.
Yep.
But they make it through the best of 3s and it kind of just resets.
Yeah, I mean, they got the job done against the teams they probably should have been beating in the Gamings and the Interforces, and they also got the win against CAG, final game of the group stage.
That's
which,
a big one.
Then the day before that, though, they did lose to Kinotrope, so still quite unsure as to where Scars are really at in terms of their form coming into the playoffs. But we know if they can play to the best of their ability, they are certainly still a threat in this region.
Well, I think it's interesting to point out for Scars, if you look at all the other teams, the pickups that everyone's had have been quite dramatic pickups. Like Cully slotting into CAG very nicely. Obviously, we've merged what was D+ and FearX at this point. Like, D+ now have a full Brazilian roster. It's not the same competition as it has been for the last 2 years, so it really starts to open that discussion up a little bit more. PSG Talon, though, I think that this is a roster that just continues to hit the mark, guys. I really, outside of, like, maybe let's not talk about the international events, but domestically, they're always seeming to put up numbers every time they need to.
Yeah, it certainly felt like PSG hit a bit of a brick wall, probably even with Fabian on the team.
Yep.
And then with Fabian's departure, it was kind of like, are they going to implode? Are they going to be able to return to their best? Are they going to improve, decline? Like, what's the trajectory for this particular roster? And I think I would probably describe them as a team that's been able to stabilize. I don't think they've quite reached the full potential that they had or close to where they probably were. They're probably still tapering off a little bit from that, but they've got the runway to continue their improvement. I think that, you know, the support stuff they've got on, Joker has been impactful. And whilst, yes, Reload was a bit of a disaster for them, they'll still have takeaways from that. And again, domestically, they've actually been quite good.
I think similar to Scars, though, in the form line department. So they, you know, lost to FearX, which is expected, and then they go and beat D+ on the last play day. So, you know, kind of, again, like, we're not looking at PSG Talent and saying, well, they've had this amazing run home.
Yep.
You know, they did drop some games all the way back at the very beginning. They did also lose to Kinotrope. So, I mean, they're
Kinotrope are the upsetters at the moment.
They were in the group stage.
They were.
But, you know, 4 regulation wins, you know, which is tied with CAG. So, overall, a good stage. And only missed out on second based on round differential by 1 round.
Literally by 1 round. It's not even like a win, a loss, or
Yeah.
a draw. It's just 1 round that they
So I
missed
think,
out on.
you know, for PSG at their best, they're certainly still a really good team. But I think you could also say the same for Scars. This has got all of the hallmarks of a series that could easily go to 3 maps. And what's fascinating about these 2 teams, as we kind of dive a little bit deeper, PSG Talon, of the 6 teams that we've got in the playoffs, are the worst attacking team. But on the flip side,
that's really surprising to me.
The team that's the worst defensive team is Scars. So you've
God.
got a team that can't defend and a team that can't attack. It's going to be one of those series.
It's the justice scale, just constantly doing this in this matchup. Let's go ahead and have a look at the VODs, and hopefully we might be able to give you a bit of an insight as to what to expect. As we said, this could be a very very close series, or it could well potentially be a blowout if things are not too careful. And honestly, I wouldn't even say I would lean into a blowout either way. I actually think that either team could end up 2-0.
Well, going back to that same thing to add on to it further, so I mentioned one side of the coin, obviously PSG lacking in attack. Well, Scars are third for attack, and then I mentioned, of course, for Scars lacking in defense, PSG Talon are second for defense. So they're quite literally the opposites in terms of their strengths and their weaknesses as we go to Clubhouse and Bank. Guaranteed in terms of the maps picked by the respective teams, and Nighthaven Labs as a decider if potentially there. When you get into some of the more intricate stats, Scars are a little bit better at getting plants down, but largely similar. And in terms of entries, Scars are actually the best team in APAC North when it comes to their entry success rate at 55%. That's above the likes of D+, CAG, FearX. Who's the worst team? It's PSG Talon, and that's including all 8 teams.
Okay, so you've opened that up a little further. Guys, looking at this one.
Yeah, PSG only played club once throughout the group stage. That one and only performance was against Scars. Scars in comparison have played it twice and lost on both occasions, so keep that in mind, and one of those against PSG as noted. Bank to follow. Bit of an intriguing pick from Scars, considering that it has a 2-5 ban for them. It's kind of a middle of the road style of map, so I'm a little bit surprised that maybe they didn't lean into something like the Chalet, but obviously that was no longer an option for them. I think they probably would have followed up with that. So I don't think they were positioned that comfortably in this veto, to be completely honest. Labs is an okay map though for Scars. They did get 2 results, although I think against some weaker competition potentially. One of those was against Mer, so take from that what you will. And on the flip side for PSG, just the one performance, and they did lose actually to CAG on that occasion. So it's kind of mixed in some results. I think PSG probably just edge out a little bit, probably with a little bit more depth. But if it does get to the third, I think Labs would be a very intriguing playing ground for both of them.
What are your thoughts, Jake? We going to 3?
I think so. I think we could easily see this going to 3. How we get there, I'm a little bit undecided, but I would definitely say it's on the cards. If anything, maybe PSG to take out Club, and then obviously for Scars to take out Bank. And especially on a map like Bank with the entry prowess game, I think they'll be fairly comfortable there, and Labs would be certainly a really good deciding map. Looking at some of the individual numbers, Misa top 6 rated EPS player, but then 7, 8, 9 is Rack, Choppy, and Washoy.
Yeah, it's wild, isn't it?
It's
just straight on the
insane.
tail.
So it puts a lot of pressure, though, on someone like Misa to perform. I know God is pretty high up there in the top 12 as well. So if I had to, I'm trying to think back. I'm pretty certain I went Scars as my prediction for this.
Yeah, look, I'll be honest.
Talent, I can't remember.
No, I think
that says a lot about this series.
Yeah,
I think I went Scars.
Well, you know what? How about I just pull it up and have a look?
Are you going to pull it up, Rob?
Look, I'm very good. I'm not going to go down that line. We're not on the Oast League anymore. We're not on the Oast League anymore. No, it doesn't show there. In fact, you know what? I'm not going to worry about it because the game is ready and we are just about ready to get underway with our first clash between the two teams. It is, in my opinion, this is the opener. This is the curtain raiser for Japan and Korea, the rivalry that has been built over years and years of competition in Rainbow Six Siege. No, you know what? I'm turning this into a podcast now. Thank you very much for that, Jake. I'm having a wonderful time. Yeah, I don't really have anything else to say. That's why I am the host. So now I'm ready to throw about 30 seconds after you asked me to. So on that note, let's go across to our duo, shall we? Is it Pengmada or Devgu? Devgu
Just
sounds
throw
good.
it.
Devgu sounds phenomenal. Let's go with Devgu. See you later, boys.
Manic, you cannot throw. You clearly need to watch a little bit more of CAG, honestly. Pick up some skills from what we've been watching on the broadcast today. Pengu, absolutely abysmal from Robert Monday. I'm totally on Team Jake here. Just bloody throw it. Let's just start the game already. Casters, get a roll on. It's time to kick it off. PSG Talon versus Scars. It's our first inter-country, which I guess you could say international, matchup here in APAC North Playoffs. That's right. It's the Koreans in PSG Talon taking on Scars from Japan. And Pengu, I know you've got a favourite horse in this race. Obviously, PSG Talon, your homies. But it's not going to be a cut and dried game for them. Scars, despite not being quite at the level that they were in the past, they have actually had a surprisingly solid campaign so far through APAC North in the regular stage. And as you pointed out, had they just got one more regulation win, they would have actually made it into the top 2.
Yeah, I think it was the beautiful Aussie podcast duo kind of speaking in favor of Scars, saying, yeah, they aren't like, they're in the bottom of the playoff standings, but they had some 5-7 losses, very small things didn't go their way. It could have been a very different scenario. If you're PSG going into this, you cannot underestimate Scars just because they're at the bottom of the leaderboard. You have to take every single match serious because both of these teams have something to prove. But if you are seeded better, you cannot just look down and go, these guys are worse than me, we're gonna beat them easily. And I also think for Scars, they got a really good second map coming up in Bank, which will get played regardless of the first map result. So PSG ideally really gotta win Clubhouse. We see what happens in Bank, and worst case, we go to Laps as that third map. Yep. Scars will start on defense. It goes a double shield ban, James. That's kind of like out there. That's happening a lot these days. Shields are very strong. But Blackbeard is staying in the mix, and when you're playing Clubhouse, having that extra set of free grenades on the Blackbeard, not having to go for a sledge or a finger or something like that, does give you a little bit more self-destruction on the attacking side.
Yeah, and of all the shields, obviously Blackbeard is the one with the most firepower. He can turn into a quote-unquote normal operator with the rifle, unlike your Blitz and your Monty, which are a little bit more passive. I mean, Blitz obviously very melee-focused, Monty very position and information-focused. Soldier's got a real gun in his hands, and Wreck at the moment has an impact grenade. Primed and ready for a cheeky run out. I assume one of his teammates is checking. No one's on cams for him, so he must be doing this purely on audio.
They're watching it.
Yeah, wow. That is quite a read from PSG. I don't know if they had info that he had crossed, or if that was just purely doing the due diligence and being careful about every possible run out, but that is a freebie very early on.
It's a very big one as well because, mind you, what Scars wanted to do in this round is play a player on the main stair that's fish-like. Then you have Reg inside a strip that's playing that Scopus operator that can teleport back towards the bomb site if the pressure is too much. They have now taken away that first step, and you only have the main stairs players remaining. And they can't be as aggressive now because there's no sense of crossfire, there's no flank potential from the Scopos, so this first part of the strat for Scars has not worked out. PSG, they are ahead of the curve. But whenever we're looking at these roam clearing rounds, we're always looking at the clock, right? 1 minute, 45 seconds left. They're in bar. They got top floor. They got open and kill. And in a moment's notice, they will start opening up those hatches with a Kaid ban on the board as well. That means there's no real hatch deny here. There's not even any impact grenades left for Scars either. Wow. So PSG now have a lot of time to work with to figure out what the correct execute will be. Yeah. Right now it's Soldier, Blackbeard inside a dirt tunnel. I believe he's completely alone, so he is going to have to be forced into a 1v1 gunfight.
That said, what's short on the other side is the smoke, so he can continue to throw gases, try and whittle away at the HP here as Soldier, who just falls on back. He's dispatched with the barbed wire. Now there's some support with Gotti as well, going dirt. PSG have made excellent timing. Look at all those hatches open. So many avenues towards the side. But we need to see them actually putting pressure on these players on the objective. Speaking of pressure, Choppy actually walks all the way up the main stairs. There's so much vert, so many opportunities to punish him, and yet PSG have slowed down a little bit.
That and Fishlike is beneath the kitchen hatch on the soft floor as well, and they haven't found out these player positions. They might be caught off guard, but look at the attention changed elsewhere. With Dirt and a big focus on Blue, this might be a backstab instead. Look, Call goes out. They gotta push soon.
Well, at least they do find the kills needed. Gator now getting aggressive. Wants to try and retake into Blue, worried about the Blackbeard, but Gotti is there to support from behind. All up to Choppy now, and he's taken out. Wow. It was a bit of a slow mid-round for PSG, but an early advantage and a quick execute at the end of the round. That's them a flawless start to this map.
And you can tell Scars they had a very clear game plan in mind right now, which was to disrupt the execute from PSG. Choppy pushing up the main staircase, still staying aggressive inside of Dirt Tunnel, playing in strip, going for a quote-unquote run-out or a spawn peek. They didn't want PSG to reach the bomb site with enough attackers alive where they will feel comfortable going for a proper execute. And that's kind of what I love about Clubhouse. There's kind of two ways to play it out, both in terms of playstyle on the map, but also in the operator ban phase selection. For example, if you end up banning the Bandit and the Khalid, is to simplify the hard breaching on the wall for the attackers. That's because hard breaching is the first step on every single bomb site. On basement, gotta get those hatches, and on gym and CCTV, it's about getting those exterior walls. Then, for the defenders, you can either ban hard breaching operators, because then you make that more difficult for the attackers. You can ban utility, which I mean like the Ying, the Grim, the Capital, things that simplify going for an execute or clearing those strong player positions. Or, in the more modern era of the game, you also have the shields, the Blitz and the Monty. The thing is, when Scars go for a double shield ban, you are leaving up so many other operators and other categories, whereas you're doubling down instead of spreading it across the board. You could ban, for example, Monty and a Capital, or Blitz and a Grim, or Blackbeard and a Ying, and you kind of target in two separate areas. Scars don't want to deal with the shields, that's very evident, but it is leaving now everything else open. And PSG in the second round, they're playing the Grim, they're playing the Capital, they're playing the Deimos and double hard breaching, and there is no wall deny. There's a mirror window. There is a 2 broad canister that can slow things down, but these walls will pop open at some point.
There's just not a lot of teeth to this defense, is there? The Clash is nice in theory, but look how passively we've seen this hold of Rafters. It's already a retreat. Even on CCTV, they're retreating. They're looking to try and get all the way back to gym and bedroom and play off site. It will be a very much bunker-centric setup from Scars, which is okay if you whittle down the clock enough. If you force PSG into late-round problem-solving of things like the mirror window, like that Clash, potentially the Warden in a power position. But PSG are once again making very early timing in the early parts of this round.
It's a nice C4 tossed out there from Rek, but doesn't find anybody. And I will say PSG sometimes have this bad habit of dying early in the round, but staying very far back until everybody is ready to go. 2 people on Rafters, 1 by CCTV breach. Jumpy and Rek are holding on for now. Fish like another fire.
Oh, what's that?
A flank denied again. PSG playing so slow with the flank drones, getting 3 kills. Rek trades it back, Jumpy with a second.
Yeah, a little bit of re-aggression down through Lounge doesn't hurt here for Scars. However, as the fire comes out, 2 of these players for the Japanese are trapped on the wrong side of the map. A big jump out for Washoy as he looks to support his teammate, but it's all up to Fishlike. Now, the key here is he needs to make sure that they don't know where he is, but it looks like the jig is up, and PSG are fully aware that Clash was on the other side of the map, so they flood the site. That's a very quick flip of the switch. Fishlike peeking now at the SMG, but he's been spotted. Didn't have the shield out, didn't have the foresight for it, and a very nice pivot in the late round for PSG steals the site from Scars.
It's a huge 4K for Ryder, and I think Scars actually might have mistimed the flank just a little bit, but I'm not sure who's to be blamed here. So you had a player in basement climbing that garage ladder, going for the flank, died immediately, and what I'm expecting is for the remaining defenders, by the bomb site, by Cash, to lash out aggressively at the same time, but I believe there's about a 2-second gap. The guy flanking garage died very, very early, 2 seconds go by, and then the action happens elsewhere. And it gave PSG enough time for Ryder to get the flank person, turn his body all the way around, and then trade his teammates. And because the attackers got the very first kill, they always had numbers advantage. That's why they ended up in a 2 versus 1. Whereas if Scars had got the opening kill and then the trading had happened, it would have been the flip side. Scars would be in a 2 versus 1 situation. So when you're going for these all-in plays, what Scars did, and I think it was a good play, just a little bit mistimed, it's very, very important to see who gets that opening pick. PSG good for 2, Scars, as you said, playing very passive until they don't. They definitely have teeth, but maybe not so much in the setup, more so in when they want to lash out and when they want to go on the offense.
Yeah, and Pengu speak about opening picks. As Jake said on the desk, Scars is the best team at getting opening kills in APAC North at 55%. PSG the worst, down at 41. Not the trend that we've seen so far, with PSG finding the opening kill in the first 2 rounds, both times untraded by Scars. And yes, while we did see a temptation of a spawn pick there from the defense, nothing netted as of yet, and PSG again, looking very confident and slow in the start of this round. Likely to make quick work of this wall. Start pushing towards a little bit of map control. That impact actually doesn't even find anything, so quite a disappointment. The second impact does land, but Ryder has plenty more Selmas to go, and there are no more impact grenades in the defense for Scars.
And you see the respect that PSG are paying towards Scars. They are droning garage, they're holding the door, run out, they're playing this very slow, very methodical. They're expecting them to lash out and keep up the aggression. And we're seeing Scars as well. They are trying to, but because they've gotten punished in the first 2 rounds, they can't get too overzealous here. And they're going out, not towards a player, but where they think one might be by that window in garage. But he's by Catwalk Rafters number 2 instead. And that's going to be the first step maybe for the clear here. On mine magnets... Is there enough utility now for PSG to go for this? They have 2 flashbangs and Capital Fire and Capital Smoke.
No, I don't.
This might need to be a pivot and going elsewhere. Yeah, I think you're right.
I mean, they've burned
Unless
2 nades.
they get a free pick.
They don't have a shield aside from the Blackbeard as well. I mean, I think it's going to be quite challenging for them to get this Blackbeard up the stairs. You know, Monty is much better for a shield counter to this Raptors position. Rek has found Misa. Thankfully, Misa already used his grenade, so not as much of a loss, but still pretty valuable. Rek can retreat back as well. If PSG are to take control of Rafters here, the key is to lock down the bottom of Garage and then take out as many magnets as they can and then burn the ADSs, 2 of which are now burnt, and the fire needs to come in now. This is where Ayagator starts to feel the pressure, but he gets the angle over Soldier's head, traded by Yas, but it's not enough. PSG have lost the exchange, even if they have taken control of Garage.
Trading one from there is so worth it for the defending team. And I mean, the 2 Toxic Babes, C4, yeah, time is going to be a problem. PSG got to speed up right now.
Look at how aggressive
They're still
Fish
going to
is.
make progress. He's on the chassis. They don't know this. He's going to be good for at least 1 surely here, right?
Yeah, he does swing out.
Good swing.
Perfect timing, and there was no one on the breach as well. The Thermite decided to be the planter, and he abandoned his position on the breach, which allowed Fishlike to relocate into this position. It's a done deal. There's nothing for PSG to be done. Disappointing round for them. It's kind of started quite poorly and they never redeemed themselves. Fishlike finds another one. Last one's out on the breach. It's a 3K for the Slippery Fish on the side. And Scars finally get themselves on the board.
I can very much see this being about the opening engagements. PSG want to execute, Scars want to stop them. If Scars are successful, like Rek getting the opening in that round, it really slows things down for PSG, and they don't have all the right tools that they might need to achieve their goal in the round. That's the 3rd round played. Of course, that means we get that new set of operator bans. We're going to see PSG on the attack taking away the mirror. That's been kind of annoying because it keeps slapping it on the exterior breach and it keeps slowing things down. And it might force you into playing an Ash or Verticality to deal with those set mirror windows. And kind of to no surprise, Scars will triple down on the shield ban and go for the Blackbeard. And that has been the most pivotal operator, I would say, for PSG. Again, it gives you that free set of grenades, free information, you walk around like you own the place, and thankfully, Ayagator managed to kill Soldier on the Blackbeard in that round. Had he not traded, that could have gone very differently. So I like this approach from Scars. No shields. Now PSG need a second playstyle. Utility, rushes, or just playing, again, without the invincibility of the shield.
Yeah, it's always a gamble, like you said before, when it comes to banning shields, because in order to completely get rid of shields, well, you can't completely, because Fuse and Osa are still open here.
Shield.
Yeah, but you know.
You can't Osa?
I mean, 0.5.
Do we count?
She has the capability to be a shield, but she can't ADS, obviously, like these other ones. She can't knife like these other ones, or knock down, I guess you could say. But yeah, obviously the 3 best shields in the game right now are Montaigne, Blitz, and Blackbeard. So you get rid of those 3. But like you said, no Capitao ban, no Grim ban, no Hard Breach bans. You've sacrificed so many other operators. You've given so many tools to PSG. And now it comes down to PSG happy to play without shields. Or if they really want, are they going to play that Fuse? The answer is clearly yes.
Yes. I'm curious if this changes anything for Scar stylistically in the server. Because of course you can ban whatever operator that you want for the strategical aspect of saying, hey, we don't like to play against shields, let's get it gone. But will this prompt Scars to play more aggressive, because now you can headshot any of your opponents? Will it prompt to play more passive, because you don't think PSG can actually get to the bomb site fast enough now to go for their execute? And with Goyo by the main door looking to get offensive, I think it's the first one. I think they're more than happy to take gunfights now because they know every single opponent that they will go up against, because Fuse Shield is very unlikely, will be a quote-unquote fair gunfight. Or Shaw inside a bar, gated by the main door. There is out of cash as well. This is a full 4-man roam with a single player on the bomb site who's playing inside the dirt. That's fish-like. So PSG got a lot of map to cover.
And they are looking to address it head on. They're not focusing up on the site. They're playing right into Scars' hands. But all it will take is, as we've said, an opening engagement to go the way of PSG. It doesn't. It's Choppy to start things off. Washoy to join the fray. And PSG might have lost a second round here just on the back of those first 2 kills. They need to start trading them back or pivot for something completely different. Oh, what is that from Yas? Absolutely pitiful attempt at a roam clear here from PSG. It's going to be flawless more often than not. Gotti against 5 on the ground floor. What's going on here? Choppy's just poking and prodding, looking for something. He does lose his life. But yeah, I mean, this is surely a done deal. That's a lot of damage. And the finish off. Well, I will say, if this is won by Gotti, it would be one of the most unbelievable clutches I've seen in a while. A 1v5, 30 seconds now, and the entirety of Scars is retreating back onto the basement. So even if Gotti can get that diffuser, it's done.
Yeah, the golden rule of pro play is in a 5v1, you're allowed to troll with 2 players, okay? And that's happened. We've had the 2 trolls, now it's serious time. Lock this one in. 12 seconds, in garage, another, oh my god. So Reg basically goo-mined up the entire area around the diffuser, then fell back towards the bottom side, and Gotti can't even reach it in time because there's 1 seconds left. Scars, within my book, a flawless round. Yes, 2 players died, but that was in the 5 versus 1. They locked down the map, they locked down the side. PSG spread too thin, trying to roam clear so many different areas all at once instead of going for 1 position and pushing on over. And this might just be that triple shield ban coming into play, because guess what? PSG can't just walk in anymore unless they opt to go for the fuse shield, which is not typically the case.
The thing is, you can't really roam clear just by getting the general idea of where a player is and then entering and trying to kill them. You have to play a little bit smarter than that. You have to get the defenders to move, and you're the one playing cutoff, right? You want to ideally talk up the pressure, force them back into a player playing cutoff, but that's not what we saw from PSG. We saw them drone out the mute and cash twice and be like, all right, I guess I'm going to take the fight. Oh, I died. Elsewhere, another player died. By that point, round is essentially over.
That's a good way to put it. We used to say the hammer and the anvil as a philosophy way back in like 2016, 17. And it's the same concept, right? You have an anvil standing flat, and then you have the hammer. The hammer's gonna push towards the anvil. Eventually, clap, point of contact. You're shoving the defenders into that anvil, and you make contact, and that's when you get the pressure point broken, and you get those couple of kills. If you don't have the anvil, you're just shoving away the attack or the defenders, and they'll never die. They'll reach the bomb site and they'll be safe.
Yeah.
And if you don't have a hammer, like you said, they're not gonna be moving. How are you gonna catch them? How are you gonna get the kills unless you walk into them? So it's one of those concepts that goes, you know, all the way back in time. But Scars had a great read, understanding we don't need to be the ones to do anything right now. All the cards in the hands of PSG, and if they misplay their cards, they will not find us. They will not get those kills. And that's exactly what happened. PSG misplayed their hand in that previous one.
Now, the hammer can't just simply push in and take a 1v1 fight, because then you've abandoned your advantage. Wow, this is a lot of value from Misa. The classic Maestro Brava interaction, the best possible counter to that Maestro. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to destroy it. Maybe Washoy with his impacts could rotate over once they realize that they've lost that evil eye. But for now, that's a hell of a lot of information for PSG on the objective.
Selma going out on that garage catwalk wall. C4 once more from Rek above the CC wall itself, or the cash wall, in towards that main breach.
I'd love to know, when Misa gets back on that evil eye, I want to know exactly what he can see with it. I'd love to know.
I assume we can see master bedroom, bed, and connected door, because it was hard left of the gym window, and then they rotate to the right. So you see like a bit of the jacuzzi hall, you see like half of master bedroom towards the connected door. And you see gym itself, of course. I think, yeah, it's been broken now. It's gone.
Okay.
I think at least.
Well, there are 2 impacts gone now by Washoe, so I assume he's used them for that and potentially other things. But as we did see, a nice hold of Scars has been picked apart on the cache CCTV side. As you said, a lot of Selmas. The Grim was used as well to really good effect to just scare off these Japanese players, force them back down to the site. So PSG, well played, but of course, Scars are also in a decent position because they didn't lose any players on that retreat.
Yeah, I think the goal here right now is to get that drone downstairs, and then I think it's a matter of either going for a straight bomb plant attempt inside of gym or by the master bedroom mattress. Oh. That's the first plan you can do. Oh, you get a freebie? Yeah. There it is. Great drone for Visa. Gets the free one. And a great timing as well. The second choice is you take office control, and with office you get the centerpiece of the bomb site. But there's 3 people or so outside the windows. They're gonna go straight for a bomb site plant here with 25 seconds to go and control downstairs.
Yeah, problem is, Choppy has found the first kill. He's also playing the Warden, so no smokes to worry about. Ayagator with a massive flank from bottom garage. He can spot players on the balcony, take 2 of them down. It's now a 2v4. A round that looked to be in the bag for PSG has gone down the toilet. And Scars lap up another round of defense.
And out of nowhere, I mean, that was perfect timing to go for that backstab. PSG were so ready. They were quite literally a second or 2 away from pressing spacebar and flying in the bomb site windows. And then the flank strikes, gets those 2 kills. Chubby also on the Warden pushed in towards Jim, perfectly understanding what PSG were trying to do and going for the counterplay. Things are looking much better for Scars now. They got what seems like the right operator bands down to counter PSG's playstyle, and they have now figured out the pacing, the timings in the server, understanding, hey, on that basement, let's do a crazy aggressive roam, shut them down. On the next gym defense, however, we're gonna just simply give up map space, start cache, fall back, play connector, fall back from connector, play master bedroom, play by the bomb site, and then late round, we will backstab and just lash out somewhere else. I love this playstyle from Scars because it's simple and it's so effective. And I also love this, the bar bomb site defense. I think it's underrated. I spoke to Doki about this the other day. He also thinks it's underrated. And it's Scars in APL to whip it out and finally show this side some love.
It's a bit of a flex, by the way, because Scars have just won 3 defenses on 3 different bomb sites. CCTV Church and then Gym Bedroom. They go to a 4th different bomb site. And things are starting to get a little bit rough for PSG. Of course, we saw these teams play Clubhouse in the regular season, and PSG won it. It was a pretty close game, but PSG won it before going to overtime, and now it's looking like quite a different story. Scars have really cleaned up these defenses, and they've got a lot of depth to them as well. They got a deep strategy book. They're going to bar. It's one question to pick it. It's another one to actually demonstrate that they can play it well. And it starts here with an extension into Strip. This player is about to feel a lot of pressure on the other side. I believe that's Choppy. As the exothermic charge likely to go off. His escape route also isolated with the destruction of that castle barricade.
Bonk. When you got this bomb site, it's a lot of map to cover. Kind of like basement. You want to try and play top floor as a defender, extend, horizontally to like strip and lounge. And for the attackers, you gotta pick which half of the map are you going to attack. Are you gonna go cache over? Are you gonna go, master bedroom strip over? Or you try and push on both sides, have 2 groups working together and meet in the middle. Scars are contesting this so aggressively and so confidently that they're gonna burn down the timer of PSG. They're gonna kill as many drones as possible and try and make the clock one of their win conditions. There's not a ton of plant that I hear for Scars. They don't have like the Echo, the Maestro, the Smoker, the Shanka, so they need to try and just play the map as long as they physically can or get an opening kill because that will buy them space in the server. PSG are spread out. Misa inside a kitchen. You have 2 people outside on the cache balcony right now, just on rappel holding passive angles. They are fishing for a kill. They don't have a clear approach right now.
Angator's got an inkling of where these players are. He's also still got 1 keeper barrier in pocket. Ooh, it's a soft wall and a hard wall here, but no more hard breach remains for PSG. Oh no, and the spray through the wall! That's a big kill for Washoe. Gotti goes down. No more soft breach means that they are not going to be opening this stage wall, which is the default position. Oh no, Osa feeling a lot of pressure! Washoe with the hipfire headshot! He's gone massive in this round. PSG just rely on 2 people. The Warden, immune to flashes, deploys his gadget, doesn't need to swing as of yet. Ryder taking a hell of a lot of damage, will get traded back. SMG 12, nets Washoy a 3K, as Soldier is the last one standing for PSG. It's going to be 4 in a row here for Scars. A world tour of 4 different bomb sites and a absolutely class showing of Clubhouse defense. Nice shot through the wall from Soldier. Another one as well. Surely not. 2 more to find. He's caught on camera and now caught in the dread mine, forcing the plant down. It does come down to Choppy to deny it, and he does. Scars complete the world tour.
I love that for them, and I gotta say here, it is a worrisome sign when you're watching a team on the attack from the top-down perspective with all the silhouettes enabled like we are on the broadcast, and you can't make sense of the attack. What's the win condition there? What's the end goal? Where are they trying to plant down that diffuser? It didn't really look like there was a fully fledged plan going into that round. And again, they start top floor, they do a bit of soft destruction, hard destruction, then they go thermite inside of kitchen, 3 guys lounge, they got the OSA, but there's nobody playing main door. And then again, Scars just walk on in, they take control, they win the gunfights, and with that they take the round. Scars have really figured out how to play that side on defense. Now we stop things around. Scars are going to attack, PSG on defense, and operator bans are similar in one way and very different in the other. We have matched the Kaid Bandit bans, but there's also been a Thermite Ace ban in action. So both teams playing around the hard destruction of the walls and the hatches. PSG are trying to make Scars work for the basic things of this map, right? That first step of opening things up. For this particular round though, going basement first, they do have Hibana up and available. I feel like in my mind, if I'm banning Thermite Ace, I'm probably gonna go upstairs first to gym or CCTV, because that's where those hard breaches tend to have the most amount of impact. But regardless, you're down to 4. You gotta play every single side and more than that.
Yeah, and as we talked a lot about in the first half, shield bans were very prevalent from Scars, not at all present from PSG, which does mean they are available. For now, it's just the Blackbeard picked here. In the absence of a lot of hard breach, obviously you're really going to rely on the Hibana and potentially the Maverick. In this case, it's just Hibana and tin can openers on Grim and Ying. But of course, that does give you some flexibility to complement that with a shield. And I think, especially when we get to CCTV, we'll see Fishlike jump on that Monty probably. It's one of his favorite operators, actually his most played operator. Scars have played a lot of Montaigne in this stage so far. And obviously PSG not having banned any shields just gives the slew of choice over to Scars.
So all is about the first step here. Scars, a little bit of a slow first approach. They got, of course, Blackbeard inside a dirt tunnel, stopped by the Guya fire. But right now, he is alone. It's always a bit risky. Second Guya pop. I mean, this is actually very good value. Only 1 nade spent as well, so 1 left in pocket. While that's ongoing, Scars is still problem solving the breaching elsewhere. Misa on the room top floor finds 1 kill, takes a lot of damage, though might have to fall back.
At least Washoe goes down. It's your soft breach, your vertical operator. Don't have any other revert to replace it. Here comes a Nitro Selfish, like, gets out of dodge in time, but then re-peaks and dies. This is your hard breacher gone. You still got some tin can openers, but PSG are everywhere all at once, and even jumping out windows. Misa and Gotti together confirm yet another kill. Scars get desperate. They turn their attention to the site. It's up to Rek now as he executes. He goes in through Dummers and he finds one.
Diffuser.
He's going to Grim off the backside as well. The problem is there's no diffuser, as you said. Thing is, I'm not sure if PSG know that. Where is this diffuser? Aegator's now got it. With Dummy's control, Rek can set up a flank watch drone. His last of his Grim Bees also sent out. Aegator needs to come in to support, but it's important that Rek doesn't lose his life. Instead, he claims another kill. Now, there is a player on the main stairs. I'm not sure if they're able to get in kitchen, play for Vert, but regardless, Aegator goes and gets that diffuser down. At the bottom of main stairs, Ryder sits with his Azami's Keeper barriers, and we've had quite a flip. The attackers are now the defenders, and the defenders are marching back towards the bomb site. All they need to do is take down Rek, and Yas does just that. Ryder to confirm that counter defuse, and a big retake. PSG find their first defense.
both teams probably having one of their best rounds so far in this matchup. I mean, that was beautifully played from both. You're in a 2v4, 2v5, looking very dire. One player dirt, one player blue stairs, no diffuser. Get a couple of kills, use the Grim Beast, get the flank drone, pick up the diffuser, walk back in. Then you plant, pretty much by the default position of back B bombs out there by the Blackbeard, and there was an impact grenade in the pocket of the Asami. One left in the round. They opened up the wall right here, and they're gonna storm down Blackbeard here, get that free kill, with 3 people watching the same angle. Had there not been that impact grenade, that should probably be a done deal for Scars in that round, and a huge clutch with that. But it goes to so, even if Scars will lose the early stage of the attack, not finding the roam clear, you can never really count them out, because they can just hit that switch and go, okay, we just gotta go crazy now. If you think back to Scars the entirety of the last 2-3 years, however long it's been at this point, they've always been known to be that kind of team. Similar to CAG. When they need to get absolutely crazy in the server, they will get absolutely crazy in the server. So PSG, again, they've been paying a lot of respect when they're on the attacking side, but they have to keep paying that respect when they're on defense.
Yeah. It's going to be a very different case on these other bomb sites though, Pengu, obviously, because that basement bomb site where you play like a full map roam, it's the only bomb site where you can really do that, because all of these other bomb sites you can ignore a decent amount of roam pressure. So we'll see what happens here on Gym. It's like I saw it written in the stars, but Fishlike has brought out the Montaigne.
Yep.
Very good operator for him.
You might know a thing or two about these guys.
Oh, I looked at the stats. I always take full credit. Looked at the stats coming into this game. Saw how good Fishlike was on that Montaigne, and I just, especially the conversation.
Hibana trick?
Yeah, this is a bit of a strange way to do it. The conversation we had in the first half really just made me think about shield usage. Yeah, he's gonna have to get the top as well. No, he's not gonna Hibana trick.
No, he's not gonna Hibana trick it. So if you do top and bottom here, like a Maverick, you make it soft.
And they got the
They're
buff.
using 8 Excalibur pellets just to make it like a crouch roll.
Very strange.
It's not bad, but it is like a low value play because you really can't crouch walk through that hole. I mean, especially up against the mirror window. But now, perhaps they're gonna try and breach the mirror window. We see Misa jump through, shoot the Excalibur pellets.
Yeah.
And now also with Yas retake in gym position, they can keep protecting that mirror window.
So I can only
Where's
assume...
the Ashen all this? Where's the Bar Verd? Sorry?
Yeah, good question. I can only imagine here that maybe PSG are aware that Scars don't do the Hibana trick. I personally can't recall if I have seen them do it. Oh, this is going to be a duel. Washo's going to die. That's the problem with only having lateral pressure. That's the problem with the A-span as well.
There is no mirror window.
Oh, wait. Oh, well. Still, that solidified... The solidified wall is still very valuable. The mirror window is here in Logi, and that's a very, very powerful one as well.
Okay, I thought they doubled down bathroom and jacuzzi wall, but there literally isn't one on the bathroom wall. So Misa jumped through and just killed the Excalibur pellets on the wall itself, not the mirror window. Opening kill though will make things a lot harder for the attacker, especially given that you got the Monty. Monty's great for information, for map control, but when push comes to shove, it's one less gun actively in the fighting, and the fighting will happen very soon. Nate goes out, wrap one in, here they go.
Yeah, big shoddy play. Never mind, he's dead. Gotti is watching. And obviously at that range, the shotgun's not going to cut it. Time to get in there. No, Choppy can't find anything. Everybody's running in and dying for Scars. It is a very confusing and pitiful attempt of an attack. And 2 for 2 that Scars have really, really struggled. We're going to go to a very quick break while we get things back into it after this rehost. But don't go anywhere because the scoreline is tied. PSG and Scars at 4 apiece.
レックです。スカーズに入ってます。埼玉県済みです。そうですね。自分が PS4 の頃に初めてレインボーシックスシージと出会って、それがきっかけですね。自分がシージを始めたきっかけは、お兄ちゃんがすごいゲームが大好きで、それが影響されてゲームが大好きになりましたね。お兄ちゃんと一緒にやってたゲームは COD の BO2 というゲームがきっかけで、そこから FPS にハマって、本当に一日中一緒にやったりとか。それがきっかけです。そうですね、すごいなんか今と違って純粋にゲームを楽しんでるっていうのがあって、すごい楽しかったなっていう思い出はありますね。そうですね、シージと出会った頃は自分がまだめちゃめちゃ若い頃ですね。そうですね、自分が e スポーツ選手になったきっかけは、自分は昔から人と競い合うのがすごい好きで、それで言うと中学高校も部活でずっと一本でやってて、それで結構 諦めちゃったっていうのが大きくて、諦めた先にあったのがゲームで、それでずっとゲームをしていたら、やっぱなんか楽しいなっていうよりかは、なんかやっぱ勝ちたいっていう気持ちがすごい強くなって、でそれでだんだんやってったら、気づいたらプロになってたっていうか、気づいたら選手になってましたね。そうですね、やっていた部活っていうのは卓球で、中学から始めて、でそのまま結果を少し残せて推薦みたいな感じで高校に行った感じです。そうですね、反射神経だけは多分そこであって、それが多分すごい活かせてるんだなと思います。昔から始めた人っていうか、小さい頃から始めた人がすごい得意な有利なスポーツで、その状況で自分は中学スタートっていう状態で、団体戦っていうのがあったんですけど、それで県3位になって関東大会に出れたのが一番思い出かなと思います。始めたきっかけはそうですね、自分の行った中学がたまたますごい卓球が強いチーム、学校で、しかもみんな中学校から始めて、その幼い頃から始めた人に勝つっていう目標を持ってるチームで、すごい面白そうだなっていうので始めてみましたね。
They say it's not the destination, it's the journey.
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Welcome back in, guys. We're all tied up here on map number 1 of this best of 3 in the playoffs of APL, APAC North. It's Korea versus Japan in PSG versus Scars. I'm Dev, and it's Peng Mata bringing you the broadcast today. What's good in Denmark today, Pengu?
It's a great day, you know. It's a cool, nice temperature, perfect for being indoors. Not gonna be sweating too much. We got some good games going on. Had some great games yesterday. Got to take a bit of team fire damage there in the preface and the pipe on the wall. It's unlucky. What's the weather like in Aussie, by the way? I actually have no idea. You said it was cold yesterday. You said there was 14 degrees. That's not cold.
Expect rain in the next hour. It is currently 6:10 p.m. here. Feels like 8 degrees, 13 degrees. We got some rain coming in from, actually from all of every direction. There seems to be rain. I believe we have a southerly breeze alert in effect. Severe weather from the Australian Government Bureau of Meteorology. Wind is making it feel a little bit cooler. It seems to be a westerly to northwesterly, gusts up to 49 kilometers per hour, wind at a measly 23 kilometers. Sunrise tomorrow morning at 7:30. Hopefully we'll be all done by then. But as for now, it seems to be a sunny day on Clubhouse.
I was gonna say, I checked for both Japan and Korea. They got 30 and 31 degrees respectively in their countries, so it's a warm one over there. Just like I said, Clubhouse looking mighty fine right now. The first minute has kind of flown by and nothing has happened. We've seen some hard breaching, some soft breaching, some team fire damage, Soldier almost getting wall banged to the grave. 1 HP left now his bar. This is CCTV bomb site defense with a very aggressive lonesome roam from Soldier, who's now maybe stuck inside a bathroom. We'll see if they'll sort of go for him or not. He's gonna run on back to connector. Fears the window, fears the breach, but he'll make it out alive. So Scars get map control, Soldier survives, but there has been a lot of damage done to the defense already.
Well, and as we are going to CCTV, we're seeing that Monty come out again, though this time it's actually to clear gym bedroom. Soldier finally finished off. Washoy is still all the way over here, and he's got a little bit of Swiss cheese to deal with. Spotting the clash. Obviously, shot from the Kali onto that clash, the high caliber will knock the shield back a little bit. He's going to open up more holes to peek into cash. Now this is...
Oh my god.
This is what people expected that Rainbow Six Siege would be in 2015. They're like, yeah, we're going to have snipers outside the building on Overwatch, locking down the site. Problem is, if some of Scar's players start to fall on the side, Washo's going to be so far from helping out.
This is why CCTV can be so hard to play when you're up against a Kaid Bandit ban, by the way. Every single wall opened up, the soft ones, the reinforced ones, you have no real playable positions on the side itself. And there's no mirror and play for PSG. They only have the clash, which almost goes down. Good cover from Gotchi though, gets a kill onto Wreck. But the clash, Misa has to make so much work happen in this round because it's the only person who can actually play in the game. Yellow ping, sound cue, Fishlike on Monty on flank watch.
Yeah, they'll see him for a brief second. 30 seconds though, and the problem is now Washoy is still outside the building. He needs to come and support. This is an interesting reposition here for Misa as well. Just to the left of the bridge. Oh no, but the fire is the perfect counter. He's going to have to jump straight through the shield and gets taken on down. Well played by Airgator. It's exactly what we needed to see from Scars.
10 seconds.
And now PSG, they have to hold and withstand the weight of this attack from Scars, but two of them fall. It's just down to Washoy and Fishlike. Fishlike finds one, can't get the plant down. And still Washoy was outside the breach with no way onto site. It's a big clutch up for PSG. And another defense win on the board.
The benefit and the downside shown right there from Kali still being on that Overwatch position. Yes, you get a kill. Yes, you're applying pressure. But in the end, when you're going for that bomb site push, ideally, I want to see every attacker in the building working together. Misa thought perhaps there was no fires left from Capital. There was one left, got stuck in that corner. That's not very good. But right here, it's Monty on site alone. Tried to go for a plant, but you have to recognize in that 2v1, he has to get a kill first, then he can go for the plant, then there was no time left. As you said, Kali stuck outside the building. It's been a tricky one with the Hibana trick. We've seen it now in various regions. And as we said, the Hibana tricks when you put the pellets in the bottom of a wall and the top of a wall, kind of like a Maverick, and you'll make the wall soft and open up that full half wall. The issue is now, a lot of people mess it up. And I'm not saying they're doing it because they're bad at the game. It is just a very finicky trick. It kind of works, it kind of doesn't work. It's one pixel off and you're just kind of screwed. And I do believe that messing up the trick for Scars and not getting those walls fully open, it's just kind of making things even more complicated.
If I'm anyone on Scars right now, I'm saying, look guys, they banned Thermite and Ace. and we can't Hibana trick. After this match is over, we're going straight into a custom game, and we are teaching everyone to Hibana trick to perfection until you can get it 10 out of 10 times in a row.
Oh, not even 9 out of 10. It's a 10 out of 10 angle here.
Yeah,
You're on a hard bargain here, Dev.
Well, I've been
strive for perfection.
I've always loved Hibana, like my OG main back in the day. But I've never been able to.
OG Hibana mains.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you were, of course.
But she was so good back then, and then she kind of, you know.
Oh, well, especially Peak Bearing 9 was just unreal. That gun was so good. But yeah, I personally have to out myself. I can't Hibana track. I've tried a couple times. I've got it sometimes, not consistently. Oh, this is dangerous.
Oh, the fire.
Straight into the fire, but the flash might save it here for Fish
Oh,
Life. No, it's a bit awkward.
What?
Eventually, he finds his kill. And amidst the chaos, look at how many players have fallen for PSG. Plant not going down as of yet. It's just up to Gotzi now in a 1 versus 4. Oh my god, his position's now revealed. Blitz knows exactly where he is. Oh my god! What a flick wall bang from Gotzi! 1v3, the Blitz is somewhat low. And after the luck he's had just now, I would be shooting through every single wall I could find. He's got to wait and move forward, got to take these fights one by one, but he is found out. And finally, Scars have themselves an attack round win.
A round that finishes by time running out in the previous one to a round being decided for the attackers, what, 20 seconds into action phase or so? The Blitz jumping in the blue window. When that happened, I think Blackbeard got a double kill. That was a side done right there. 1, 2, it was a Sledge kill, a Blackbeard kill, and a Blitz kill. It's a 5v3, and they were planting less than 50 seconds into the round. Yes, the planter then died, Gotzi tried to clutch, but Scars, like I said earlier, when they need to get crazy with it, they will absolutely do so. This does, of course, give PSG the option to go to a different bomb site, as Jim will unlock. But it can be hard to find success when you're up against the shields. We just saw that. They played 2 of them, the Blitz and the Blackbeard, to great effect. Now the question is for Scars, because all 3 shields are up and available, which one do you like the most? And I'll go back to my first point. Blackbeard always gives you that extra set of grenades, which can be oh so valuable, especially in this round, right? The Asami Keeper Barriers, the Maestro Evil Eyes, and the Clash walking around. This is definitely a Blackbeard round.
Can you imagine if Blitz had nades?
I would rather not imagine Blitz having nades,
right,
because what a world that would be.
I've got a better one for you. Can you imagine if Blitz had flashes?
Oh, so you can like long range flash somebody, sprint towards them,
and then keep
nearby flash them with the primary gadget. That would be a sight to behold, I'm not gonna lie to you.
Sometimes I just have these sadistic imaginations about different ridiculous operator combinations, you know? It's a normal thing.
You know, once upon a time, Blitz's flash range was about double or triple the current radius, about 3 to 4 meters currently. I think a happy medium here is to buff the flash range just a little bit, because it feels like Blitz has to be in literal melee distance for it to properly work consistently, and that doesn't feel very good. But I also know playing against the Blitz is extremely frustrating. But I too like having these nasty thoughts, and I like playing the Blitz.
I just think they should give Blitz the super shorty and let him hip fire.
I mean, we kind of had an iteration of that in the world. So back when Skyscraper first came out in the early years of the game, people played Monty with the revolver, with the laser attached. Back then, lasers gave you less of a hipfire spread. You were a literal Kali sniper rifle across the map hipfire shooting with the Monty. It was disgusting.
Felt like a sawed-off shotgun. Like, you just spam left click with that revolver hipfire, and anybody within 10 meters is dead.
Exactly. Unplayable, almost no counterplay. It was a tough time to play Siege back then, but that's the beauty of it. There's always going to be some quirky little thing that you can play, and of course, all the new operators, all the new mechanics, there's a lot more counters in action nowadays. Kali lands, hits the window frame, unlucky, but Kali has 4 of those total. The second one goes through, and I think they're aiming for... I'm not exactly sure if there's an Evil Eye that was on that, but the Keeper goes down, Misa in a stable position. Again, when you play the Clash in the center of the bombs... Oh no.
Oh, this
Animation notched him 1 inch backwards.
Japanese sniper right here. Rek is farming from these windows. He's locked down a lot of these positions. PSG feeling a little bit awkward. 45 seconds left, and Ayagata is forcing that diffuser down. Plan is denied, and Rek is also taken out as well. At the drop of a hat, PSG have regained control, and Scars are all but shut down. It's just Washoi left with Rex still bleeding out on the balcony. Gotti and Ryder sit comfortably on site, waiting, but they're not going to have to wait much longer. Just 20 seconds remain, and Washoi has quite a hike before him. He's not going to have time to go outside and pick up his teammate. He's going to have to go for broke. The diffuser is down, and guess what? Gotti is lying in wait, quite literally around the corner from it. Washoi walks right on past him. Gotti stands up, hoses him down while Ryder springs into action as well. And it's a solid round there from PSG after what looked to be a good execute from Scars. PSG stealing that point.
I very much think that was actually going to be a Scars round victory because they had a really good setup. They took down the Clash effortlessly and they still had soft destruction in their pockets. I think they went too early. They had so much time to go with. They get the Clash killed and they're thinking, guys, what is actually stopping us from just planting right now? And then comes the problem. There's a C4 downstairs inside a bar the entire time. They had no drone and no player presence in that moment. There's a Maestro Evil Eye inside a gym seeing the entirety of Master Bedroom, so they know exactly when and where that plant is going down. And that's where, when the first defender dies, Misa on the Clash, you become a cam watcher. You're not going to watch the player point of views because you know what they're going to be doing. It's a very small bomb site. You watch the camps, you say, guys, there's one guy Condor, they're planting mattress, mute C4 downstairs, or Valkyrie C4 downstairs, and that's it. Deny the entire plant. If Scars waits 10 seconds, 15 seconds, sends a drone or player downstairs to take care of the verticality, and deals with the Maestro Evil Eye camera first, which they easily could with the Kali or the Blackbeard, they're chilling. They're actually going to be looking so solid. They went too fast this time, and it goes punished. PSG Talon are now looking at match point in their favor, and Scars, they want to try and tie things up and take us into overtime.
Scars have had some good moments here. I like that we've seen a lot more pace from them, Pengu. A lot of aggression in these attacks. Because it was 3 rounds of defense, one in a row, by the way. Yeah, the Kali was really nice. Shame we're not going to get to see it this round. Of course, different bomb site. This basement is much more close quarters. But the new ingredient here is the Ying, which I quite like. In tandem with that, we've also got this IQ pick, which I think is really good to deal with the Valkyrie, to deal with the Fenrir as well. As you said, though, yeah, this Warden pick does make that Ying a little bit less effective.
Yeah, and they're playing main stairs. Some people call this Ambi spot because Ambi over in North America would play here with like Jaeger ADSs as well. And so just kind of mute Jammer. The mute Jammer will counter the Grim Beast red pinging him. The Warden himself will of course stop the flashbangs from the Ying from blinding him. And they have a pre-placed C4 inside the middle staircase on one of the steps that's being covered. Wow. You can't really shoot it, and it's even hard to grenade it. And there are no secondary EMPs here. This could honestly choose who wins the round. This main stairs position. If Soldier is successful, well, either he gets a bunch of kills or he wastes a ton of time. And you see this, you can't shoot it. I tried. The nade, if it rolls too far down, it won't get it either. There's a world where it's still alive. I'm not entirely sure what happened here, if it's up or not.
No, there's still info here.
It's still there.
Oh, there's no way!
Second C4.
Oh my god! Gotti goes for the double with that Nitro Cell. I can't believe that. Absolutely genius. I think that was actually a separate Nitro thrown through the floor.
Yeah, it was.
It wasn't Soldier's one that we saw already. It was a bait from PSG. And Scars get absolutely decimated from it. And finally, that Nitro Cell goes down. It wasn't even destroyed, though, from that grenade. Yep. Now it's desperation for Choppy, sending the Candelas forward into the site. But Scars, 2 players in deficit with no clear way to execute and get their boots onto that bomb site. Things are not looking pretty.
Time to get desperate. Gotta go for a crazy play right now. A great shot to stop things off.
Bit of flash. Somehow, Rex still finds the down. Onto Misa, finishes him off. A spray back his direction. Eventually, Soldier secures it. It's up to just Fishlike now. He's caught on camera. 20 seconds to play in this 1v3. A lot of time to work with, but he's got that trusty Type 89 in hand. He doesn't seemingly know where these players are. The shotgun around the corner. No, it's the SMG-11. It's Gotti, the savior of the round, to secure the first map for PSG. It was a long and arduous one, but a 7-5 is a victory nonetheless. History will repeat itself on Clubhouse. 1-0 up for the Koreans.
But now comes the exciting part for me. Next map will be Bank, a map where I have seen Scars play at such a high level many times before, back when Japan was just their own region. We saw them actually against Kinotrope last year in the second stage, United James. We casted that match, and Scars were in full control from start to finish. So things might very quickly change up. There is a very good chance here, given how close Clubhouse was, that we are going to have to see all three maps.
Oh, if there's one thing we've learned from the APL playoffs so far, it's that this is a place where we come to find a very close game. Scars looking to bounce back on map 2 in just a few.
As I was saying, we have to look at what's ahead of us now and not worry too much about
Wait,
the
did you
past.
see that?
What?
Wait, what is this doing here?
Whoa, what the hell is going on?
Guys, we need to go.
Jess, what are you doing here?
We need to go now.
Jess, Doc is gone. We have to go back.
There's no time. There's really no time.
Can't take this anymore. I'm tired.
He's our head coach. I have to go save him.
You're already dead.
There's no escaping now.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's about to kick some serious ass? Remember, I'll be watching. Now you see me, now you don't.
Get ready. I'm taking them out.
Changing mags. I got this. Got my eyes on you. Located enemy.
know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Back into it here in APL. It's PSG Talon versus Scars on the second map. Pengu, it was a bit back and forth, but PSG ran away with their defenses a little bit. They ended up getting 5 of their 6, and obviously won it before it went to overtime. But you were particularly excited to see what Scars have to offer for us on Bank.
Yeah, they are just a team where I think they're going to be a lot more comfortable about how Bank is navigated, especially when they are on the attacking side. Scars, at least, okay, to be fair, this is with the old roster. They have made 2 roster changes, so I haven't seen this iteration play the map. But last year in Stage 2, they're very quick in the building. They're very comfortable fighting for open area control, main stage control on that basement bomb side. Things that a lot of teams struggle with. So Scars, they're playing a map now where it's a lot easier for attackers to initially get in. And when you make something easier that you're already very, very good at, it's gonna look flawless. That's my expectation. Whether it's going to be met, we're going to have to wait and see. But it is going to be Scars, of course, starting on the more favorable side, in my mind, of attacking. But given how PSG were doing on Clubhouse, maybe they want to be defense in this one, you know?
Well, that's the thing. You point out that PSG, or rather Scars, start on the favored side of attack here. Bank is one of the more, if not the most attacker-sided maps in the pool right now. And yeah, it's Scars' map pick, which means PSG got to pick starting side. So it's actually a little bit strange to me to see that they've decided to go with defense, who conventional wisdom would have said to be the tougher side to start on. So yeah, despite having a real struggle, only winning 1 attack on Clubhouse after 6 tries, I think Scars will have a little bit more luck here. But of course, we need to see it. We need them to prove it. We need them to get a little bit of confidence back. Play with the fire that we saw in those last couple of rounds.
Another Meg!
We're seeing a similar theme from PSG though. Banning double heart breach. Of course, the biggest thing to take away is that the top floor bombs out of CEO will be a lot more defendable once we get there, because you can't breach open that elevator wall on the top floor, and that's one of the main breaches that you want to do on that. For basement, it is also going to have an impact. Not having Hibana for those hatches when you got to find that elsewhere. We're seeing double can openers, so that secondary heart breach gadget in the pocket of the Grim and the Ying. That's just to ensure that you get all those hatches. There's also the walls inside of server, where there's at least 1 reinforced wall, sometimes 2. This is gonna mean Scars have to choose what will be breached open and what will stay closed, because they don't technically have enough to get every single piece of hard construction done this round. Not that you need it, but it certainly helps. It has been a... I don't want to say slow. It's been like a relatively fast one. Scars.
This is fast.
They realize now they're on a roamer. Yeah, 60 seconds.
It took them a while to figure out there were no roamers, but now, you know, 1 minute and 15 into the round, they've got control of open area. It's really about how quickly they can open up these hatches.
Corner hatch, of course, already being popped. If you want to count, there is 1 hatch in lobby, 1 in elevator, 2 in open area. That's 4. A 5th hatch is the server hatch. Then you have 2 walls inside of server. That makes for a good 6 to 7 things you gotta breach depending on what's already been opened up. And again, there's only 4 can openers in play for all of those things. Yeah. The sense is great though with the Grim and the Ying. It's obviously a very execute-oriented attacker from Scars that has a decent amount of firepower behind it in soft destruction like the Buck, a great gun in the likes of Twitch. Right now they're setting up droning, mapping out the landscape right now. Grim Beast going down, Twitch drone follows through. These Goyo canisters, a timer ticking down, they could be quite dangerous.
Choppy is now tip of the spear for this attack. He will likely be the backstab player though. That said, actually, Scars are going for a rear take. No. It surprises me because it's been over a minute now since we saw Gotti retreat out of server and blue stairs, giving that up. It's clearly that PSG want everyone to push in from that side. However, Garage is going to be a real problem for them unless if Yas just goes down like that, which he seemingly has done so. Fishlike finds the opening kill. Gotti holds on. Wait a second. How on earth did Aya get it? What is going on? Misa snuck back upstairs. He's flanked. He's found one down through the hatch as well. Oh, what a good start from Scars that has been embarrassingly ripped apart by PSG. Thanks to that big flank from Misa. Choppy goes down all up to Fishlike. Nice, easy lockout for Gotti. And it's all on the back of Misa appearing out of thin air on the ground floor with that flank.
Yeah, the Gap Finder on attack going for opening kills, the Flanger on defense as well. I was checking there was only 2 drones left alive for Scars when the round finished, and we didn't see any real sort of pressure on the server side early in the round. So I think this is the good old test. Okay, I hear nobody, I see nobody, and you just go for the flank. You know there's a lone drone count, players keep track of that, they see it in the server. And right enough, there was nobody watching the flank actively with a gun, and there was nobody watching a drone either because there were none. As a matter of fact, when 3 people from Scars died, nobody even was watching drones, they were all watching players. So odds are, those 2 drones that were alive were either in really, really bad spots, or, I mean, that's probably, they were in bad spots or they were mute chat. That's the only 2 options that you have, really. So, yeah, that's just not gonna work.
Yeah,
it looked like a really good round though. Scars got opening to kill too.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised at how that was going down because I was keeping my eye on where Gotti was playing and he was in blue stairs for a long time. And then, like you said, no one from Scars pressured blue stairs or server and Gotti peeled away regardless. And I thought, oh wow, so he's going to give it all up. Scars didn't see that. They didn't go and take the free map control. Meanwhile, Misa must have gone back up those blue stairs for a big flank. Yeah. And obviously that spelled the death of Scars, focused so much on that rear side take. And now they are already down in the series. Now they're down on map number 2. It's their map pick, and they're on the favored side. It's not a great way to kick things off here for the Japanese.
Nomad being brought out for the jump outs, perhaps, it looks like, as they're on the exterior of the building. We saw some Clash tech in games 2 days ago, where you jump out the windows of the Clash, put down the shield, and fight these people on the rappel. It's insane. And Nuke is also quite nice here, because you're up against the Valkyrie and those interior default cameras.
There's that camera,
You
by
want
the
to
way.
time it here. Yeah, they're watching it. If he vaults the desk, he's gonna make sound. So Nuke right now is invisible to the camera, but if you move or vault the desk, you will hear that operator on the cam. Now they stop watching it. Now will be the time to... Oh, they're back on it again, actually. But you see the point of view here difference. It's crazy.
But I think
And Nuke
Misa is aware. I think Misa has a feeling that there's a nerf. Oh, meanwhile, there's a push elsewhere. Misa is still trying to sneak on in. He might have timed this well. Actually, there's a good read. But no, Rex still finds the kill regardless. He was looking in the right direction, was Misa, but he still fell. Meanwhile, Gotti has continued his reign of terror. He's looking for one more. Fishlike on the ground, needs a revive, but Gotti does finish off Rek. The Nook stopped dead in its tracks. And now it's just Ayagator against 3. I gotta say, Gotti is unbelievable. 5-0 at the moment, as Ayagator desperately tries to make something work here in a 1v3. No teammates to speak of. One flashbang, one air jab remaining. No diffuser. I'll go and pick it up in just a moment, but again, Gotti just locking down the site for PSG.
Yeah, it's so vital having a good anchor player, because Scars, I mean, they're going for the bomb sites. They're going for those direct attacks right now. And when you're the anchor, that's the first person of contact. And Gotti has won his battles. He's used the Toxic Babes to high efficiency. 40 seconds, flashbang going out. Final Toxic Babe going through. Bolt in the rotate. There's a player right behind you. Soldier the Bailiff confirms that final kill in the round. Again, Scars, they start well, James. They get the opening, it looks good. They had the mini play with the Nuke, and that sneak flank, it worked. The Blitz entry also worked, but then PSG to turn it up one more level and somehow get back into the round.
Yeah. Oh, well, rough look for Scars. It's 2 rounds in a row where something seems to start well for them, and then it all falls flat. PSG, if they keep this up, might be able to make this a swift 2-0. That's what we saw this morning. Well, this morning was a lot more dominant. I can't even say morning, to be honest. For me, it was already afternoon by the time we started our first match today with Kinotrope and KAG. And obviously that was quite a one-sided affair. I think Kinotrope got 5 rounds across the 2 maps. Scars have already got 5 rounds on map 1. They're looking worse on Bank than we expected. They have not weathered this storm. This was a map, like you said, that we expected a lot from them on. They're starting here on the attack. PSG are not giving anything. Taking their prisoners.
To be honest, I think Scars have actually played just fine. If not, they've played kind of good. But I think PSG have just been one step ahead, if anything. Like, if Gotti isn't 5-0, this genuinely could be a 2-0 Scars. Gotti has stopped both pushes now successfully, and Scars, again, opening kill, looking good, got the right take on things, and then Misa flanks the first round, Gotti anchors it successfully, they win that round. Last round, Gotti gets a 2 or 3 piece, that, again, stops them dead in their tracks. I still think Scars are looking great. They got good ideas, and we see them keep picking these pocket strats, right? The first round, the back tail with the Ying, the Sense, the Grim. The second round, the Nuke, the Blitz. Now they got the Raora Capital Sense as well on a top floor attack on CEO, while having Deimos downstairs, and there is no mute to speak of. When you get those def marks out tracking the players and janitors, for example, you can destroy that position vertically, use Capital and Sense Raora on the window repels to lock down all the angles, and that should give you a safe rappel on in to go for plan attempt. Scars are right now setting up. When they are ready, that's likely what they're going to be aiming for. If PSG die early in this round, or don't have the right answer, that should be the Scars plan going down.
Here come ROU projector walls. Not activated as of yet, though.
4.
Yeah, that's a lot of line of sight denial. Hasn't activated them as of yet. Waiting for the Capital to come through. Here comes the activation. The gas is going to choke him out a little bit. Yeah, Rek is not the one with the diffuser. It was Fishlike who does get caught by that Nitro cell. Now he has to go and retry that. The Logic Bomb will force Soldier off his cams, off the Yokais. Not able to deny anymore. Meanwhile, Misa can actually put down this pocket mirror window for a little bit more information as he opened the other one to enable an extra line of sight to deny that plant. which still has not gone down, by the way, nor has the diffuser really been put into an appropriate position. Rek grabbed it and then jumped straight back out again.
We're missing the Deimos downstairs. Alligator, 3 trackers in pocket, 1 grenade, hasn't destroyed the mirror windows or janitors, any self-destruction. We got air drones inside of lobby. They haven't problem solved. They're going straight for sight. Rek finally finds a kill, but that mirror window, it's still there.
Yeah, but it doesn't really matter too much about the mirror window if PSG get a little bit too antsy and start walking into these DMRs. It's been big kills from Rek and Washoy. Soldier still has some of those yokais available. One in CEO, one in lobby. His teammates will watch them for him as he needs to get active. He starts marching on forward, right at 2 support. It's so critical here that PSG don't overexpose to the windows, but instead it's the other way round. Scars fall into the lines of sight of PSG. Ryder eventually goes down. It's a clutch opportunity in the 1v2 for Soldier. Still with his yokai in CEO available, and that means there's plenty of information. It means he can deny the plant. He's watching for it, but his drone gets taken out. He has to go get the other one. It's up to Soldier now to clutch it as Ayagator goes down. Washoy in position with that DMR, just waiting, biding his time. And Soldier, he has to make his way forward. His yokai further back and he won't use it. No, he'll take the fight directly, but Scars will get the better of him. A 1v1 for Washoy and a round on the board for the Japanese.
Incredibly tense final moments after 2 versus 1. Deimos tracker going out, Echo going on drones, and I saw the timer. They started planting with about 7 or 8 seconds left, so that could have been a round 1 by the Echo gadget. But then Deimos 180-degree flicks, looks behind him, shoots down the yokai, and then progresses forward to advance with a kill. Great attempt by Soldier, good pre-fire, juggling in that final 1v1 for the information, but Scars, they hold their ground, they play out the post-plant, and they come out on top with the DMR covering the angle. Bit of a back and forth. Scars, they go direct, they don't deal with the mirror windows vertically, and it looks like they're going to be locked out of the bomb site. Right here, Rek low on HP, C4 takes down the ground diffuser, it actually falls outside the building, that's why Rek had to jump out again, it wasn't inside the bomb site. And then PSG starts over-rotating, 2 people die from the rappels from outside, and the numbers all of a sudden favor Scars. So a very close one at that. Operator bans coming out, Sense being target banned. That's an incredible one.
Yeah,
it has been played. And it's a pocket. Yeah. And did it really have that big of an impact last round? It's hard to say because it didn't really work. And impact grenades destroyed the roly-polies in the ground so that, you know, the walls don't work at all. But with that being said, is there anything else that they should have banned over the Sense? Has there been a bigger problem so far? I don't know.
I was considering the Dokkaebi here because it would allow the lean in for the camera-based operators. Obviously, we've seen Valkyrie, we've seen Echo, and we did see the Echo forced off their cams a few times. And the Dokkaebi is being picked here by Choppy as well. Not to mention just such a good fragger as well with that SMG-12 in close quarters. But this is something cooking here for Scars, the Glaz, and the Monty together. This is going to be quite an execute.
It's all about the pocket strats for Scars. And they got so much flexibility. Ban the Sense, get the Glass, ban the Monty, get the Blitz or the Blackbeard. There's always going to be a plan B and a plan C whenever plan A is no longer available. And this time, an even quicker roam clear. Lobby hatch popped first. Of course, Monty spending the first, actually the only heart destruction. So it's a limited attack right now. What they breach, what they're going to have to go for, because they only have 1 more can opener in pocket. That's all they have to work with. Wait, he dropped?
Yeah, very quick and aggressive from Ayagator, but Gotti once again seems to be the king of the bomb site. He does reply, he finds one. Meanwhile, Rek has already dropped down. This is a very unusual attack from Scars. It's a little bit back and forth. Both teams finding kills. Washoy does catch. What is he doing? God. You would be so tilted if you die to someone flank watching from a rappel when the rest of the team is in sight. PSG are going to be fuming at that.
It changed the pace, go fast inside, force the flanker. It happened last time, right? Kill that flanker. Now you advance in a numbers advantage with the Monty as well. The only thing here for Scars, they don't have any smokes left available. 1 Lion charge, 2 frag grenades, and the Monty. Monty can walk in, find information, try and go for a plant, and these last 2 teammates, all they have to do is cover. There's 1 C4, 1 Toxic Babe on the defensive side for counterplay. That's it. It's gonna come down to guns.
Where's the Monty gonna push? No way to enter without vaulting here. And there's a player on the main stairs, which allows for a bit of a crossfire. That's Misa. The dangerous player I'm worried about here, if I'm Scars, is Gotti. Oh, yeah. What is that from Misa?
What?
A big flank. Rek exposed to the hatch. Should have been aware that there was a player upstairs. And now Scars feel the need to go for a push. And it's just a shot through the smoke. It makes it a 1v1
35.
for Fishlike. Misa now, he has that C4. It gets tossed on out. Tanked it. And Fishlike, he's going for the kill with the pistol, but he backs on away again. Oh, the wall bang! ADS and wall bang. Scars. That's 2 rounds on the trot on the attacking side, and the scoreline is once again even.
Oh, you just know Misa's gonna look at that one back and go, oh my god, how did I lose that? But you're probably gonna be in the worst case scenario possible. Close quarter, DMR in hand with the zoom scope. It's a hard gunfight to take, and really good recognition here from Fishlike, understanding my win condition as the Monty in the 1v2. I gotta go for the first kill very aggressively, gets the smoke back onto Gotti. That's the first step, but he doesn't stop there. He cannot go for a 7-second plant against the defender that is right next to him. He has to go on the offense, he has to go for the kill, and he does so absolutely successfully. I told you Scars can show up on bank. And yes, they finally found the 2 rounds, but in all 4, this is the pace they've been trying to set. But they've been unsuccessful because Gotti was finding pick after pick, Misa flank after flank. The only thing that made that round kind of scary was Misa somehow being able to walk up the main staircase and flank the glass or drop the elevator hatch. And there were 2 flank drones from Scars, one inside of lobby itself and one in tellers. Odds are both of them were either too far away to have the sound cue of Misa flanking and maybe not turned the correct way to actually visually see that area of the map. Regardless though, we are now tied. The series has officially started on the second map. And Scars, they're not gonna slow down. Monty being brought out once more. This time Sophia being brought out in case of, I don't know. I was gonna say a clash, but it's banned, so I don't really know what the Sophia's for, but we'll see, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I don't think
could just be self-destruction.
Yeah. I mean, Zoth is a pretty good, well-rounded operator. If it wasn't for her being a 1-speed, I think we would see her a lot more often. But I think that's why people often see her as a little bit more of a
speed shaming. Okay.
Well, nobody wants to play a slow operator. You know, you make a lot of noise. It takes ages to get around the map. Thankfully, rappelling is obviously a lot faster than it used to be.
Okay, you're talking to the person whose favorite operator is Monty. Doesn't like slow operator. I love slow operators.
A lot of people don't.
Shields don't count, though, to be fair.
No, shields are very different. Very different category.
I guess the case here is that Sophia was changed not that long ago. She lost her soft breaching charges and then got the can opener, the hard breaching charges instead. So she can now bring the hard destruction needed. I personally would love a Grim here, but I'll also say Grim doesn't bring soft destruction, which Sophia does bring, in case you want that for the shield or an Asami or something like that. So, fair game. Scar. Wrong melee button.
Wrong melee button. That was so pitiful. He thought he was going to smash the wall and he just makes this tiny little hole.
He gets in the second try, and while that happened, opening kill as well for Aegator on the Twitch DMR. PSG, I worry for them here. They are sitting in their corners waiting. They're being reactive right now. They are waiting for Scours to make the first play, and then they want to lash out. But they got the full map control, they got a strong set of operators, and they have enough time to work with because there isn't a GUI on the board for this one. I feel like we're missing a flank, we're missing a C4 play, we're missing something. They're all 4 shoulder to shoulder almost in a line on the bomb site. Scars don't know that if everything is clear just yet, but Monty will figure it out just in a second.
Yeah, and these doors in the basement barricade, oh, this is a big player to find out. Otherwise, Choppy would likely die, overexposing himself to Soldier in electrical. Ooh. Now, in square, does get back to site. Meanwhile, Misa's actually dropped down below. It's good to have a player in blue stairs late in the round here, and with 20 seconds to go, it is very late. Scars need to make this execute happen.
15 seconds
One more gas babe available for Gotti. It gets tossed on out. That's a long shot from Ryder. PSG maybe on the ball here. They've brought it back, even though Scars are executing. And Gotti, once again, such a machine on this anchor. The diffuser is going down, but I don't think it's going to matter because PSG Talon simply overwhelm Scars and get another defense. They're up 3-2. One more round in the half.
Bit of a puzzling situation there. So Monty actually drops diffuser for the Sophia, and Monty walks in ADS to take a gunfight with somebody else, the Twitch maybe or something like that. I feel like there's a world there where you can just take the Monty with diffuser, walk in safely as you're covered by the shield, and try and hold F on your keyboard, and everybody else is covering the position. They try and go for a bit of a surprise play, I guess, in this case, and PSG, they're playing reactively, but they do seem to find the answers every single time. Ryder got what looked like a wallbang kill with the SMG 12 to start things off. Misa was downstairs going for a flank up the servers to lock down any potential threat on square. It's good for PSG because they're doing what they need to do, but I feel like these rounds, it's Scars that could be doing more to stop PSG from winning those moments. Still got a chance to tie things up to 3-3. And I feel like they are very capable of it. They're going through a lot of different attack and operators right now. Everybody re-picking onto something else as they keep getting more information from what the defenders are doing right now. And the being for PSG, they're doing the same old, right? It's going to be a plant deny, turtle downstairs, mirror window, Goyo canisters, toxic babes. Not too many changes because, again, what you're doing is working, so why change it up?
Well, one last chance. Do you think Scar's going to have more success on the defense, Pengu?
That's my worry. Like, I'm sitting here thinking the exact same thing. I do feel like in my mind, Scars, a lot of their highlights are on the attacking side from my memory, my memory bias. Right now, I think individually, there's no outstanding player. Choppy's 0-5, Rek is 4-5. There's nobody who's actually positive. Well, actually, Washoy is 4-3, but he also hasn't. He's only died 3 times in 5 rounds. This is one of those. Yeah. But there's no outstanding performer. There's no crazy fragger. There's no explosiveness, really.
And there's no player that like comes to mind when you're like, who's had a big impact? You know, on the defense, it's absolutely got to for PSG. Is like every single round. Even though he is 7-2, so he's got a good scoreline anyway, but he's just always on the site, making things way harder for Scars to execute. And if it wasn't for him, I really think that Scars would probably be up 3-2 or even better at the moment.
Yeah.
In a way, PSG can afford to have Yas going on the donut right now. I don't think Scars can afford Choppy being on the donut.
Yeah,
and
that's exactly it.
It's not even like you can be like, oh yeah, well, Rek has been so good on this shield. Like, nothing is specifically that memorable except for Scars as a team going for some interestingly ballsy plays.
Yeah, I guess the flexibility of how many different operators they've shown us, that's the highlight. But just playing a bunch of different operators in itself isn't good enough. It's how you use them and, of course, the success in the rounds. It was a slow one right now for Scars. There's a Goyo canister on the A hatch, so now they gotta pop that first, wait 20 seconds, then go for the heart destruction upstairs. So Scars, and the 2-brow still has 3 in pocket.
It's gonna burn time.
So you can stop. Yeah, about 30 seconds plus minus, plus there's Goyos on the side still, I believe, the mirror window and Sura to deny more heart destruction. This is PSG banning the Hibana and the Ace and now playing around that full fact on the final round, choking out Scars' options. They're gonna have to go for like a, 10-second execute? 5v5, Choppy low on health. It's gonna be very intense. And PSG, they gotta really pray that Gotti is alive in this one as well to smoke the correct areas and hold the right ones because they're gonna be dropping hatches, holding angles, and trying to go for a plant in the very tail end of this one.
Yeah, and the way that Scars can win this is by leveraging the Ying of Washoy as another gas from Gotti goes out. He's got one more left. He's got it in hand, ready to toss it out. In goes Rek. He's the one with the diffuser. Misa goes down. Scars are erupting onto the bomb site and they're finding the frags with it. Rek forcing down that diffuser behind the chassis, protected by the Grim, getting that information. Ryder up against the world now. And it looks like Scars may indeed tie up the half as we close it. It is the final kill from Ayagata. And finally, the Japanese show us the fire that we have seen teased from them all series.
And this is the hard thing about playing defense against that particular attack. Holding your nerve. Scar started popping the Grim Candelas, the Grim Bees and the Flashbangs on the Candelas, and then the second that happens, PSG, they're tossing out smoke after smoke and the C4, stacking them together on the same point, not denying anybody. And Scars, they were smart. They waited a solid 3-4 seconds before pushing in. And during that 3-4 seconds is when they tossed out the C4. So now Blackbeard gets a free entry behind the chassis, goes for a plant, and they're still just spamming those Candelas. So it's a tough one because, of course, what are you going to do if you are fully blinded as a defensive team? Well, they had a BP camera for a good while. They had the Toxic Babes stalling for time. The Goyo Fire had just expired. If you hold your nerve just a little bit longer, of course, you're just going to be fine enough with the C4. But Scars, kudos to them. They played it well. They played aggressive, and they're not afraid to go all the way through with very few seconds left in the round. Operator bans, again, double shield. This time the Blackbeard and the Monty. Clash on defense, I guess triple shield, and Kaid for those hatches and walls.
Yeah. Those guys really don't want them to have shields, huh? We see a lot of these Kaid
really
bans as
don't.
well. So, yeah.
Just sucks to deal with Kaid.
Yeah, I mean, it just makes things so much simpler, right? Without the Kaid on the board, just focus on the hard breach. Because you really need, in this meta, like, you need those extra spice operators, whether it's a shield or a Capitao or a Grim or a Ying. You just can't make executes work without them.
It comes down to stretching your operator lineup very thin, right? If you have Kaid open, you gotta play EMPs or Thatcher every single round, just in case there's a Kaid and you want to open up a wall or a hatch. And that's the problem. Whereas if there's a bandit on the board, well, on Bank, not the most impactful bandit map, first of all. Secondly is that there's usually like simply grenades, capital fire, verticality, cheeky lines of sight. You know, there are many more simple ways to deal with a bandit that most operators can accomplish. Whereas Kaid is a much more specific counter in EMPs, and fighting that character in the first place requires some drones or an IQ. So it's a lot of work, and it's a lot of effort. And the same thing goes with Clash. Is Clash the strongest defender in the game? Probably not. She's good. Sometimes she's great. Some players are better than others at playing the operator. But more than anything else, she's incredibly frustrating to play against. And the same can be said for something like a Monty or Blackbeard or Blitz. Yes, they are strong in their own ways, but it's just not fun to deal with as most operators. If you're a Jaeger against the Monty, what are you going to do about it, James? You're going to die or run away. Like, that's your two options.
Well, as things flip and we change sides, we see somewhat of a similar defense set up from Scars as we just saw last round from PSG, even down to the mirror on the wall into server, placed facing server, so it can be opened on up before the action phase starts. We've got the Goyo, even the Tubarao, so it's much of the same time delay type game. When it comes to the late round, you've got the smokes, you've got that Warden in case there's a Ying brought to the table. Instead, we see quite a rare choice of shield for PSG. The Osa, sometimes we see used on the top floor, but very rarely do we see this these days used on the basement.
There's two great use cases for Osa here. One is you go garage. You have the shield in your hands, you can walk in, place it down, take a fight, and just force the garage control. The second is that you can take server control, the more default take, if you will, and you can then, instead of planting on the default wall that has like the long line of sight towards garage and whatnot, you plant on the opposite wall to the left. And then you put down the Osa shield, plant behind it, Wreck gets caught, hiding upstairs. Or pushing upstairs, I guess.
I don't know.
Bit of a freebie for Misa.
I'm not sure what the plan was there. I'm not sure whether that was just right time, right place for Misa, or and Wreck just impacted that wall and tried to run through, or whether PSG were aware of it, and then Wreck was trying to escape. But regardless, yeah, not a good start. Can I just throw something your way, Pengu, by the way? In that first half,
throw it.
We saw 5 rounds Scars get the opening pick. It was only 1 round that PSG got it. And by the way, they lost that round as well. So it has been, funnily enough, the team that gets the opening kill, more often than not, is actually losing these rounds.
Yeah, and it's awkward because we saw Elevate have the same issue yesterday as well, where they get so many opening kills, yet they troll half the rounds. And that's the thing, getting opening kill as a statistic is not the big conversation. It's about conversion rate. How often can you make the 4v5 into a round victory? The C4, a little bit too much off to the side. PSG players sprinting away. Here we see the Osa in action, 2 Goyo canisters, 1 single grenade will do a lot of damage here. Or you can just pop them yourself. Mashoy, with the door barricaded beneath him, has to just play for stalling time. the longer he stays alive for, the better his job will be. So just simply, it's not about kills. Getting a kill is a cherry on top. It's about how much can you stall PSG's attack.
Yeah, the thing is that mirror window enables an extra line of sight for the rest of his team to support him. He can hold on for a long time. Ooh, this is nice though. Alligator is forced back. Now the door is opened. There are grenades on the Ossa of Soldier. It's going to make it very difficult for Washo to survive. Oh no, the timing is so poor for him. He activates his glasses at the exact moment Misa swings him, and it's a free kill for the Koreans. 5v3 as Scars set up. 30 seconds to burn, but I'm not sure if they can hack it.
Yeah. This is the Osa plant, by the way. That's what enables you can plant in the door on the wall to the left. The smoke missed. You can just start planting here, honestly, if you're a soldier. Nothing's stopping you. There's one C4, one babe. Last babe tossed out. Did it miss as well? It missed. It's a free C4.
The C4 is big here, and that destroys the shield as well. Gotti has to plant exposed in the 3v3 now. The rest of PSG have to get desperate, and they do. Very aggressive from Misa to make sure that that plant will go down. And now it's all up to Choppy. He missed one of his gas babes, and unfortunately for him, that allowed a little bit of a window of opportunity. The Nitro Cell might have killed one player, but PSG had such a numbers advantage they could simply fill it with another player and then send every other remaining attacker towards the defense to prevent them from pushing for that plant denial. Now the flashes are making this a real headache for poor Choppy. And it looks like it's going to be a kickoff on the second half for PSG, starting strong on the attacking side. Everything from opening kill to the execute. Choppy won't even be able to save the KD. He is hunted on down. And Scars on the back foot once again.
Choppy having a hard time right now, and I hate looking at numbers and going, oh, he's 0-6. He's not playing good enough, because frankly, I don't care how many kills he has. That round he's playing smoke. He has a sole purpose in that round to deny the planter. Every single toxic bait missed the mark. All three of them. It was a C4 that ended up saving Scars for a few seconds before PSG, beautifully by the way, very quickly went for plan B. Plan A, plan B on the Osa shield. The second that happens, Thermite takes the plant position, Misa gets the Capital smokes out and insta smokes the rotation, and they know all they can do is just pray that it works. However, had Choppy hit any of those three toxic babes, there will be no plant. And the Osa won't even need to be C4'd, and they will likely win on time alone, or be forced to run deep into the bomb site, which makes things even more risky, because all those long lines of sight from the soft angles that are opened up. So Choppy, again, I don't care about the scoreline, but the use of utility, the role of playing the smoke in that round, that might have cost you your first defensive round, and now you're gonna go to a different approach instead, right? You're gonna go open area, you're playing the bandit for a bit of wall denial, trying to get cheeky with it. But Scars, they gotta just be more accurate in utility usage on defense, because on bank, it's all about plant deny.
On this top floor, instead of that Osa, it's the Blitz. I like this gridlock. I've seen a bit of gridlock recently. I'm trying to remember, who was it playing gridlock yesterday? We had some big plays, or was it on the O day? Man, we've seen so many games.
It's been a lot of Siege.
In the last 48 hours. Everything just blurs in together. But it's nice when gridlock comes in. Oh, here we go. That's exactly what you need from
I thought you didn't like one-speed operators, James. Shaming Sophia being slow and says, nice that we see gridlock play. Oh, the spies with the Aussie operator. C4 downtown, good utility usage, takes down Soldier.
I can't commentate because you got me cracking up at the moment, but Blitz just tried to solo it and rush with 2 minutes left on the board, by the way, straight into Janitors. Not it for Soldier. Bit uninspired there. Well, I mean, it was quite inspired for PSG, just not a very inspiring result.
Just a great counterplay, and I hate to say it, but this is one of those moments where, this round is over. Like, of course, PSG can still win, but we're talking like 5% win chance. They have no map control. They're not in the building. They're completely and utterly locked out. And their, execute was gonna be that Blitz. Rex swings out, does no damage, gets injured from behind, I suppose. Now it looks a bit better because very quickly they make that mini play happen successfully. And I guess Choppy is 0-6, so just to slander him some more, they're playing 3-3. So it's still winnable, I guess.
Oh, that is rough.
Sorry,
hey,
Choppy.
Yas is 0-7, so get off Choppy's back and go have a go at one of your own players.
Oh, that's actually crazy. I haven't noticed that we have bot Yas in the server. Oh, Jumpy got a kill! Let's go! It's the C4 from downtown! The utility usage, redeeming himself from the terrible smoke last round.
He's also killed Gotti, which is the second top fragger in the server. Now it's just Misa, and I guess Yas, if you count him at the moment.
It's a nice skin there, James, no?
What skin is that? I actually am not quite familiar.
PSG Talon Demo skin that just came out the other week.
Oh,
it's in the
esports
shop right now.
I haven't received a code
Not again.
from that one,
Oh
so
my God.
I actually am not aware of it.
Calling manager, can we get Dev Mata a code, please, so he can start bias casting some more?
I will bias cast with you when you send me that code. Otherwise, I'm Scars all the way, all day long. This Zoda canister makes things a little bit awkward. Eventually gets shot down. It's all on Misa. Can he break 10 kills? Can he clutch up big? Nope, neither. And it's Scars. A much needed round after what happened on the basement. They fire up and defense finally on the board.
Yeah, and I mean, and again, that round was over the second the 2-piece comes out for Scars. It was a nice attempt for PSG getting the kill upstairs and advancing towards the bomb side. But when you put that much investment into executing on Janitors here with the Blitz, well, when it doesn't work out, you lose a lot with that. And then the C4 from Choppy confirms Gotti's death as well. Oh, the hot drop from Yas, I like it. It looks so funny.
Oh, well, top floor, is this going to be any better? The funny thing is, like, Scars kind of played, obviously, with that setup with the mirrors and Janitor's Closet when playing the bomb site downstairs. They kind of played this bomb site in a way already, just like pseudo with the extension. So with that mirror in tow again, Fish-like on the Echo, it could actually be kind of similar to the defense we saw from PSG in the first half.
I like the one my here a lot, actually. It's so obviously back in the day, we always had Jaeger played every single round. Then when Wamai came out, we started seeing Jaeger and Wamai combined in that utility meta. And then in recent history, like the last 2 years, give or take, maybe 3 years at this point, we've almost not seen a single Jaeger Wamai, unless we're talking like bar defense on Chalet with the double shield upstairs, or we're talking catwalk rafters on Clubhouse to defend the catwalk player. I do feel like there's a lot of space and opportunity for Wamai or Jaeger in a given round, just because we don't see players flashbang check for ADSs these days. You just toss in a high-value smoke grenade or a frag grenade thinking, they're not gonna stop this. And we've seen multiple times the last 48 hours, a player go for a frag grenade, be like, oh, there's an ADS. And then throw a second frag grenade, it's like, oh, there's another ADS. And you just don't have enough throwables to clear it. And of course, we also gotta mention the old school nerf flashbangs. You used to have 3 of them, now you only have 2. So Jaeger and Wamai technically gets a mini buff because of that, because there's less clearing in general. But yeah.
Back in the day, people brought flashbangs specifically just for burn. Like, you didn't actually want to flash anyone. They were just like, to get rid of these ADS, especially back in the day when an ADS didn't recharge, when it just could chew up 2 throwables and that was it. It was literally just bring 2 operators with flashbangs and they use all their gadgets and it burns the ADSs. Now you really need to place those flashes
I can do you one better. What about the time where Hibana's Skyros got caught by, one single katonk, and it's all gone.
Dude, I remember back in the old Clubhouse dirt hard hold with smoke meta, when it was always like the Blackbeard versus the smoke. I remember a team just had 1 set of Hibana pellets and then a perfectly cooked nade to follow, and smoke did not know what hit him.
This smoke though, grants vision for the glass and protection. Wallbang gets 1 bullet of damage. Not enough for a kill or an injure. Soldier needs to find something here because these smokes don't last forever.
No. And he's very exposed now. He decides to fall back again. Now just watching for any Valkyrie cameras or the yokai drones. Oh, this is a bit awkward. As we're in close range, it's better to have that bearing 9 out. He's low HP. That's a very aggressive jump out from Ayakator. Soldier not expecting that level of aggression. Misa not able to support. I don't know what Ryder was doing. Even Gotti here. All of these players should have been able to trade that kill at the very least. But PSG looking worse for wear. Ayagator's going to find a second one. Finally something for the Koreans, but it doesn't last long, as Ryder is taken out as well. I don't know what to do now for PSG. Gotti needs to get off rappel and get to site. There's 25 seconds left and not a single player is in the building. We've only had one player from PSG get their boots on the ground. The rest are just dangling off these windows like Spider-Man. Come on, it's time to get a wriggle on. 10 seconds to play.
Yeah.
Scars are sitting there looking at their watches saying, anytime soon, guys, whenever suits you. Rek will quickly take down Gotti. This has been an absolutely pitiful attack from PSG. 1 and 8, Yas isn't going to even try and make anything happen. And with that, Scars take the lead without really doing anything.
Very puzzling round. There was a plethora of utility in the pocket of alive players. So Glass goes in 2 smokes and dies to really jumping through the window. Nobody on any window repels exterior of the map gets the kill. And Soldier loses the gunfight himself. Raora had 2 smokes in pocket. Cavitao 2 smokes with the crossbow. I feel like there's a world where you just like smoke it for the glass. He can walk in comfortably, take the gunfight. I also feel like when you use those smokes early on with the glass and you check the entire room, it's clear. Surely you lock down the angle so that nobody can walk back into that room and retake the position. So very small mistake there from Soldier and the rest of his team not playing enough together. And Scars, again, they are just lashing out at the right time, punishing in the right ways. The weakness of the glass is you're playing with a DMR in close quarters. An automatic weapon or a DMR in counter response can quite easily take down that operator of the glass. They undercooked that one. Could have done a lot more in that round. PSG now playing from the back foot, but on the technically favorable side of attack, comes down to execution. If Scars can keep punishing PSG, that would be the way to gain momentum and win more of these rounds. And for PSG, they have to be like flawless. They have to be more perfect. They gotta play a more precise round of Siege where they're not leaving all these gaps to be exploited.
Yeah. Well, we're down to the basement now, and it looks like PSG are not done cooking. It's the Sens and Blitz combo. What is the idea here? Are they going to go for a rear take again? Are they going to... Oh, sorry, was Scars that went for the rear takes? I'm trying to remember. Again,
Scars went for the rear take and PSG went for the server take with the OSA.
That's right, and that one
on
worked
their first
out.
attempt.
Maybe this is going to be a rear take, though. We've got 2 tin can openers. I can see the Sens being really valuable for a rear take.
Yeah. I'm a little bit surprised about Rek's tendencies here. On both basement defenses, he's hiding. Last time it was top floor, and then the impact ran out into square. He died. He's going to get droned here. They see his feet. I think he needs to fake drone it, leave the drone partially. He thinks it's clear now for Rek.
Oh, he spotted the drone.
He sees the drone now, though. So in a perfect world, you fake drone him, and you don't give away the fact that you have the information, and then you can log, like maybe just run him down with the blitz, of course. The issue is for PSG, they don't know if every other rat's corner is clear. If there's one rat, often there's a second or a third somewhere else. Rek will now fall back to open area, play the fallback game instead, when PSG either apply enough pressure, like opening hatches, etc., or when the timer gets low enough for Scars to think, you know what, we have stalled for long enough, we'll fall back. Rek re-aggresses and dies to Misa. Rek sometimes playing passive is the way forward. Now when he dies, Fishlock is forced to drop shortly after because he cannot stick around alone.
I actually really like the shotgun pick here from Misa. Not only has he got, obviously, that pistol so good in mid to long range fights, but that shotgun is so good for things like blue stairs, even dropping down directly into sight. There's a lot of close quarters on this basement. And like I was saying, talk about the staircase, have a look at this. We've got Washoy running M870 shotgun with the Jaeger, looking to try and soak up as much util as possible. It's not the Warden, but the Jaeger this time.
I think they're using the Warden for bomb set instead. Has that C4 in pocket, can see through the smokes and the flashbangs, and then Jaeger can just kind of play in this passive position, or well, not passive position, but rather he has passive utility. The ADS's Blitz goes down, but again, the flashbang here should be good.
It should be it. He should have some support as well. The flashbang goes out. Good blind, and Washoy finished off. Choppy now, he's prepared his lineup, and the first smoke goes out, but that's only going to whittle away 30 seconds, and there's 45 to go. Oh, what are you doing, Yas? Stick your head in. Aiget is going to take it clean off. Poor Yas, 1 and 9. Absolutely devastating showing from him. Has not helped his team very much, and of course, that's also the Sens. His util was paramount to this attack, and now the defense are definitely favored here. One more gas remains for Choppy as Soldier goes in deep and looks to plant behind the chassis. You would have thought Goes for the turtle plant. Choppy, I don't think his gas is landing on it. The C4 might. No, it doesn't even. And it doesn't matter that Gotti gets taken down on the rear side because Soldier and Ryder have the post plant.
So hold on to this. The 2v2 retake. Thing is PSG playing one gun up above and the blitz shield inside a server full intel. They know exactly where scars are.
Oh, easy.
Oh, and he finds both. The collateral, the round confirmation, and again, a single C4 not hitting the correct mark will again lose scars around. The C4 looked good for me, but he angled it a little bit incorrectly. I think it went to the right a little bit too much. Doesn't hit the blitz, bomb goes down. We gotta praise PSG for being so quick at adapting when things go wrong. The second Yas died, we see Soldier being abandoned inside our server as the blitz with diffuser. We see Gotti going for a backstep lobby right here, the distraction game, and another player, I didn't see who, walked down the main stairs or dropped the corner hatch. It's a distraction game where you're investing almost every single player to guarantee the plant going down. However, had Scars played it correctly and the C4 landing, the plant would have been denied, and with that, the round should have been theirs.
Yeah, all it would have taken there from Scars. Well, we're down to breakpoint here. Next team to find a round has map point. If it's PSG, that means it's match point after winning Clubhouse. And we go down to staff room open area. Now this has been played just the once before by Scars. It was a solid defense win for them. It was also won both times by Talon on their defense. Last time around, Scars just completely obliterated PSG off-site with those two very quick early kills. PSG need to make sure they don't feed like that again. However, it actually is quite a different setup. Wait, is this staff room? It is. Okay, sorry. For
it's open area.
I was a bit confused for a sec. Yeah, the difference is we don't have the mirror this time around because of that ban coming on through. So we're going to have to see a bit of a pivot from Scars.
Curious how PSG can enable Yas more in the server. It feels like to me that Yas is just not, I don't want to say mentally in it, but like he's just making these kind of blunders, like sticking his face down the hatch with the sense, not even checking the angle first, not droning it, not having Blitz check it for him. Individually, not really getting in many gunfights, is often one of the last players alive in a really tough position. So it's about enabling Yas utility-wise, right? Right now, they're slapping Yas on the ace. He can breach open the wall, he can hold the flank, he can watch drones. This is a great way to utilize a player who's not having the best game individually, but look at this. A blitz hot drop on the shotgun. There's nobody really on the bomb site, by the way. This is almost exactly clear. There's one defender, that's it, and he's very far away.
And down they go, straight in. Misa to cover with the pistol. He spots out one player, that's a bit of damage done. Now he has to reload. Soldier tries to convert the kill, but no!
What?
He gets exposed. Misa to trade, but Scars, they've fallen back to site. And PSG, despite that explosive push, it might have cleared the roamers by forcing them back to site, but it has left them bloodied just as much.
I feel like they could have gone for a fast plant there instead, or at the very least, if other attackers acting with them. You're 2v1 the guy on the bomb site, but again, we saw they can fall back very quickly. The flashman soldier didn't connect. Now we're back to a 3-on-3. Diffuser, of course, in the middle of the site itself. Scars didn't know that's gonna take the fight to them. He wins both kills?
Yeah, and now it's all up to Ayagator. He's found the first. Diffuser isn't down as of yet. In fact, it's caught on the ground. It's up to Ryder and Gotti. Man, Gotti has had such a good game so far, but he doesn't seem to be aware of where Ayagator has snuck on through. Spots for 1 second. Gotti swings and confirms the kill. It is match point and series point for PSG Talon.
PSG are winning these rounds in the worst way possible. Individual heroics. So it's true. They did not strategically play that well. Gotti gets 3 kills. He was in a 1v2 at a 90-degree angle, fighting to the right, fighting to the left. And you're thinking, realistically, he's gonna get one of those kills, then get traded. He somehow kills both players. That's the only reason why they were in that 2 versus 1. And he swings the third as well. You can also tell Gotti's really feeling it right now. He challenged, or ego challenged that final player, wide swing in the window, instead of going for a safe plant and cover. That's what happens when somebody's 12-6 winning every single gunfight against Scars, which, you know, on the leaderboard of things, they come in dead last for playoffs in 6th place. Again, very close race. One game could have made the difference. You can make these kinds of plays and you can escape winning 2-0 in a best of 3 or 2-1 in a best of 3 when you go up against Damwon, or FearX or CAG, the other top dog teams in the region, you're not going to win those rounds. You shouldn't be winning those rounds. And that's why I'm saying they're winning in the worst way possible, because I know and they know this is not good enough for the level that they should be playing at and level that their competition will be playing at. Scars, they should have won this already on bank in my mind. If those 2 C4s, they hit their marks, they win this 7-4. Done and dusted, that's it. They go third map. PSG are relying on Scars making some mistakes and then themselves clutching up in these massive moments on individual levels.
It doesn't bode well for whichever team goes on forward to play D+ later on. Obviously D+, quite new to the region with their Brazilian roster, but they have looked pretty deadly. They managed to get top 2. It's going to be a tough battle for either of these teams deeper into the bracket. And let's not forget about CAG, who decimated Kinotrope before. Let's not forget about FearX, who are CAG's opponent in the game right after this. It's a very chockers full region. There's so much talent, so many teams that are contesting for the top spots.
Bonk. It's a nice little info game right now for PSG. They're trying to map out the layout. Where are things happening? Where is the utility? The drone is just above the bar. You could try and twitch drone it maybe if you wanted to. Yes, has a spare in pocket, but he's on the Garrett side of things, so very much far away from the spot. If you see a Yokai drone, Blitz going in that room is a bad idea. The Yokai stun, when you use the gadget, is gonna shield guard break Soldier completely. Wreck, good front opening, takes down a rider. That's Dokkaebi. Blitz is in. Where's the Echo stun? That's the real question.
He shot it. He went in and went to ADS the Echo drone before taking any other fights.
Oh, okay.
So
interesting.
Good target from Soldier.
Buys the map space, buys some time on the map. Bit of damage going out, no kill confirmed though.
I like
the Scars are just peeling back the layers.
Yeah, well, Choppy is also going for a flank. Meanwhile, as they've given up the advantage, they go in for a swing. That's a big opening here for Choppy. It's just Gotti left. Man, this guy has put the team on his back. 13-6. He needs 4 kills now to secure the map before going to overtime. He can't find the first one, and Scars have sent us the distance. Casa, tick another one off the list. We're going to overtime.
Yeah, there it is. Not surprised in the slightest that Bang will go the distance after the last couple of rounds, and I think this is good. Now we can see who can really go the distance, whip out the pocket strats, do the new thing, go for the counter plays, who has the right read on their opponent. It's funny because when you go into overtime, a lot of things often change in the server. Everyone's risk assessment changes. You go from making all these big plays and you have no pressure because you got rounds to play. Now it's 6-6. If you lose one of these upcoming rounds by making the wrong decision, you might lose your team the entire game at this point. So we tend to see teams go a little bit slow on the attack and not play as aggressive on defense. And that can change the dynamic up very quickly. We also see some teams starting to play stuff like the Monty more frequently because, again, it's a very safe operator that brings you a lot of comfort. So now we're going to see, can Scars do things here on the attack and break apart these defensive setups, because PSG, they're not really doing anything differently. They're just changing around who's playing what operators, like Yas now on the Fenrir again. The more like passive utility can put down the BP, put down the Fenrir mines, and if he dies, it's okay. Whereas Soldier has the active C4, Gotti has the active toxic babes, because they're the anchor players that are most likely going to be alive and in those important positions.
Yeah. What do you reckon? We going the distance, Penguin? You going not heavy?
I think we're going 7-7 first of all, genuinely.
Wow.
And then it's a complete coin flip if we're gonna go 97 laps or not.
Well, both of these halves
I wouldn't mind seeing that
so far. So
yeah,
you can't even say, oh well, XYZ got the favored start here because it's been an attacker or defensive favored.
It's about execution.
Dreadmine goes down. Wreck in the building. It's Scars to open the equation. Out comes the Blackbeard. Soldier finds it. He's still being hunted down. Could be a second gunfight here. He needs to find it. His teammate needs him, but he's not going to get the chance.
What?
Scars jumps in from the rear side. It's a very quick and explosive attack. They dominate the bomb site. They dominate their own game, and they find themselves their very first map point.
what just happened? I saw 2 defenders in open area and 3 attackers approaching them. And then it's a 3 versus 1 soldier. The guy whose first point of contact is the last guy alive. Quick round from Scars. And honestly, that's exactly the kind of round from them that I had in my mind when I'm thinking Scars attack. Quickly in, confidence, goes to gunfights, wins the gunfights, and look dominant and in full control. PSG had a very short defensive round to try and, take control of the momentum. They couldn't. And now they are in the back foot. They were looking in good control early on. They look comfortable. But these last couple of rounds, it feels like to me, Scars, they might just have figured things out. And of course, Gotti, we've been speaking a lot about him when they're playing defensive. Wherever Gotti is, that's difficult to attack. So wherever Gotti isn't, it's going to be a little bit easier, right? That's the logic you can go by at least. Open area, Scars will go to, and they bring Bandit and Tubra for wall deny. As I said, in overtime, teams try to tend to play a little bit more passive. This definitely is a very passive lineup for them. The only operator that can really take active gunfights is going to be Valkyrie, and then Bandit, if you put down all the Bandit batteries. You really want to keep the Tubra and the Smoke alive for as long as possible, and then Fenrir can play that centerpiece between the roam and between the anchors.
Yeah. No, Scars. Put yourself in this spot. Now, all you got to do is just win this one defense round. The start from open area has been pretty solid. PSG, last time around, we of course saw that crazy execute, the hot drop down the hatch with the shotgun and the blitz. It could have been a little bit better, but it still worked out in a PSG round win. This time, Scars have put a lot of pressure into holding onto that top floor. So wreck on that Valkyrie doing so. No reinforcements invested here onto the Kanto wall or the E1 wall, which allows Yas to open up these huge lines of sight here to cover off both floors and cut open the map. Cut a lot of these main pathways and main rotations away from PSG, or away from Scars rather.
Seen this before. A blitz and a C4 downstairs, and last time it ended in disaster for PSG, so Soldier has to be cautious now and conscious of the fact that history might repeat itself. The problem with PSG is that they're going for the same approach as previously, where they couldn't really get in the building. And right now, they are also mostly stuck. Oh, the same thing happens again!
Oh, not a good nitro shot for Soldier to be met, but yeah, you're right. There is a trade. It's Rek going down. Now he can just sit on his cameras. It's a lot more valuable for Scars than it is for PSG, that trade. Yeah. There's no doubt about it.
You lose the blitz, you lose the map control, the push.
Oh, no.
Yas is awake, maybe awake now, gets a kill in the flank watch upstairs.
No, I think that was from the rappel onto the elevator 1 hallway. That was Aegator just making his way into the hallway here, and that's the smoke as well. So late round has just become a lot easier for PSG.
Yeah, the only problem is Scars are opting for this passive setup, right? The quad wall, reinforced, Bandit batteries. They're playing by the bomb site. Bandit main stairs, Fish Slide below as well, and then Washoy inside of open area. If PSG can find the anchor player for Shoy, bomb site opens right up.
Choppy.
Otherwise, here's a flanger.
What's he doing?
Does he have information? I don't think so.
Well, Yas, meanwhile, has rotated off that main cut that he was playing for the majority of the round. He has to get into the fray himself.
Washoy is flanking again.
He's the one making all that attention. It's allowed Choppy to go for that big flank. And now he's back above. He's sprung on Misa. He's found the kill.
Red pings.
He's brought it closer again. And all these players from PSG are struggling as they file into the bomb site. Gotti needs to land his shots. He's got that diffuser. Yas has got a cover. Yas is worried about the player above. He gets the critical kill, but no! He couldn't stick the defuse. Scars have pushed us the distance. And it's time to go to Nighthaven Labs.
Down to 0 seconds. The flying out of nowhere up the main staircase finds nobody. It's empty up top. Sees the hatch open, gets the first kill. The red pinks and Valkyrie comes out, and Scars, they work together on the timings. I mean, I don't know. There are so many crazy moments on Bang from both teams, and it comes down to Scars, again, having the right read, the C4 taking down the blitz. That might have just been the biggest play in that round to start things off and deny them the most important attack and operator for them.
Oh, it was a long and arduous clubhouse and an even longer Bang But we need another map to settle it, so stick around. Night Haven is coming up next.
Home improvement time.
Wait, what is this doing here? Whoa, what the hell is going on?
Guys, we need to go.
Jess, what are you doing here?
We need to go now.
Jess, Doc is gone. We have to go back.
There's no time. There's really no time.
Can't take this anymore. I'm tired.
He's our head coach. I have to go save him.
You're already dead. There's no escaping now.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's about to kick some serious ass? Remember, I'll be watching. Now you see me, now you don't.
Get ready. I'm taking them out.
Changing mags. I got this. Got my eyes on you. Located enemy.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
As I was saying, we have to look at what's ahead of us now and not worry too much about
Wait,
the
did you
past.
see that?
What?
Wait, what is this doing here?
Whoa, what the hell is going on?
Guys, we need to go.
Jess, what are you doing here?
We need to go now.
Jess, Doc is gone. We have to go back.
There's no time. There's really no time.
Can't take this anymore. I'm tired.
He's our head coach. I have to go save him.
You're already dead. There's no escaping now.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's about to kick some serious ass? Remember, I'll be watching. Now you see me, now you don't.
Get ready. I'm taking them out.
Changing mags. I got this. Got my eyes on you. Located enemy.
Welcome back to the APL. Yeah, it's to the third map for PSG and Scars. We're on Nighthaven and Pengu. What to say about Bank? It was very back and forth. PSG was so close to pushing it to a 15th, but Scars did not let him.
You know, you scared me there for a second because I was watching the main broadcast timer. There's 4 minutes left. And I was like, why are we starting now? And it turns out I've been watching the wrong timer the entire time. I was like, oh, I got 10 minutes, fine. I look over, oh, there's still 5 minutes left, I'm good. I literally watched the wrong timer, James.
You were watching the delayed feed?
I was sitting here slouched. Yeah, I was. I was in the main broadcast feed, not the clean feed. So I was like, oh, I'm good on time. Okay, I'm here.
Wakey,
I'm so
bang.
present. I'm so awake now. A little bit sweaty because like, oh boy, what's happening? But you're right. We had a banger Bank, I gotta say. Clubhouse, a bit of a... I almost want to feel like, I want to say it's like the warm-up for the best of 3. Bank, where the teams really came to blows. For this third map. Of course, look at the basics, the breaching, the fundamentals, the crossfires, whatever. But individually, I am looking at a redemption game here, or map, for Yaz for PSG, who had an absolute stinker of a map on Bank, and Choppy, who had the same kind of poor performance. And I don't just mean in the fragging department, the decisions they're making, the C4s they're throwing. I expect to see more things from these two.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm hate watching.
Yeah, hate watching. I haven't heard that word for a while. That's a good one.
Tread right out.
Yeah, that's the classic dynamic, right? When you're a fan of a team, I think most of the time we get more stressed out watching teams we like than any others. The pressure really does mount. Well, it's Scar starting on the attacking side, and they've struggled to attack a lot of the time. They've had a lot of firepower on their attacks, but they've still struggled. Let's see if they've got the explosivity that we've seen from them. We saw it a bit on Clubhouse, a little bit on Bank too. It'd be nice to see on Nighthaven. I wonder if they're going to be all right with the Hibana trick as well, because the Thermite Ace ban has returned. We saw that from PSG Talon on the first map.
We're going to try it.
This is something
Come on, Choppy, come on.
He doesn't seem to be very good at.
No. Redemption time, okay? Or hate watching. We'll find out in a second here. So, bottom part, top part, you pop it.
Oh, no.
If this works,
it's
scuffed. It's scuffed. No, the one pellet scuffed, I think.
I think one pellet didn't detonate.
Can
we have a look?
Can we confirm the wall?
Alex and Ethan, our beautiful observing team. No, we're going to watch the other one instead. No, we're gonna know.
Okay.
That's all right.
Maybe
They're in the next room. I could just go
Scream is
yell at
over
them.
there.
See if we can have a look.
We'll find out later because Hibana is no longer there. A regular breach here for some flashbangs or a vault perhaps. We'll see what the goal is going to be. That's not going to be a vault breach. The thing is, you're spending all these Skyros and you got plenty of mirror windows. That's what the Ash just picked up as a secondary operator. Ash breach goes out, shatters. Now, ideally, you want to reinforce this wall off, but there's a Blackbeard right next to you, so I don't think you can afford to.
Especially
maybe
with the nade.
C4 and reinforce. Nope, the nade is good.
Zami tempted to go for a peek, but no. Oh, here's a good nitro. Lot of damage.
Maybe,
My God, that's an absolute nuke onto Rek. You're right. He probably could go for a reinforce straight after that nitro, but I think he's missed his opportunity. It does look like the wall has been opened, by the way, that external wall. So perhaps the Hibana trick did work.
Yes, I'm gonna say that it did. It looked like the top part was scuffed because all the 4 pillars didn't really go in correct order, but it's fine.
Yeah, well,
barbed wire damage there.
I've noticed that PSG have been mincing up, cheese gratering those walls to try and see if it disrupts. Oh, there we go. Oh, Ryder places down a Kiva barrier and goes to the reinforcement. This is going to force Scars into a much more narrow point of entry. However, the breach will come through thanks to Fishlife with those secondary hard breaches. Hello!
Oh, injured.
Soldier swinging into electrical, finds his kill, looks to peek for a second. Oh, he almost loses his life. Eventually, Fishlife takes him on down, and the script has flipped. Scars are inching closer. Ryder's on the ground. Gotti, though, he was a saving grace on Bank. He's found one and been traded. Yas now in his 1v3. Diffuser being forced down by Fishlife. And it's going to be a lock-in from Rek. Toss him down and finish him off. Scars, the team to take things in the first round here on Nighthaven.
If you give Scars enough space to work with, they will find a way to break you apart. I like the reinforcement very late round, but then Scars, they just adapt the play. They go 3 people Cat Raptor side instead and change the push entirely. Soldier, of course, caught in a bit of a bad timing, gets the injure, gets to confirm, and gets caught while swapping from the shotgun to the SMG-11, and will lose in that second gunfight. Now, that's the first round. You got all these different purposes to play on. You can swap it up. You see right here, walks in, SMG-11 swap. Oh, unfortunate. Dodgy gets the first kill here. Doesn't walk far enough left to use that middle pillar to block the line of sight from Connect 4, so then he gets shot as well from the side. Small things. Gotta go basement instead. Change it up. PSG have banned. Is it double Heartbreach every single map now? Is that confirmed? I'm gonna double check here.
Yeah, it is, because the second map they banned the Ace and the Hibana.
Yeah. Exactly. So it's been double Heartbreacher bans. Now, obviously, if you do it, it's because you're expecting your opponent to struggle against it. I feel like Scars have done a pretty good job at navigating these operator bans, and you're doing it for the 3rd map in a row. So you're also giving them a lot of different reps to actually get comfortable with it.
Yeah.
I feel like it hasn't been as impactful as PSG might have hoped it would have been.
Yeah.
Because Hibana trick is good in can openers.
I felt like Clubhouse, it was good. Just saw Scars a little bit lost, not Hibana tricking on Clubhouse. Didn't think they were getting as much breaching. Didn't feel that way necessarily on Bank. And yeah, the one round we've seen so far from Scars in the attack, hard breach was not a problem whatsoever. They've also banned the Kaid and the Bandit, so they really want hard breach to be easy for them. And it is going to be, like, it doesn't matter even if PSG bans another hard breacher. I think that Scars will find it pretty simple. Makes you wonder if PSG maybe should have banned something else. Perhaps the Dokkaebi, perhaps the Monty that we know Fishlike likes. Here comes the Rayora and that Montaigne. The Candela's going out from Ying. I think that the Azami keeper barriers might have slowed this down a little bit. Logic Bomb through as well. It's a rush. 1 minute into the round. In go the Japanese. Fishlike is forcing that diffuser down, but does he have the adequate cover? C4 takes him low, but doesn't finish him off. Misa is so close and will deny! The plan will not be confirmed! And Scars, they put all their eggs in one basket. PSG have flipped it. And all the eggs come crashing down. It's just 2 players left from Scars. Rek and Washoy. It's not been good enough. The flashes, they didn't prevent Misa from sneaking behind enemy lines. And the Rayora, I genuinely don't know what doorways that covered off and what help that had to that attack. And now PSG, they got 3 players up. They have vertical dominance. Scars, they have time to work with, but they need to fish for some picks.
Ridiculous play for Misa, saving the round. I think there was less than a second left as well for Fisher to get down that diffuser. And yeah, like you said, they're investing everything into one thing. When that plan doesn't go down, they don't really have a plan B. It's just to look for kills now and hope the PSG make a mistake somewhere. Sending in Washoy upstairs, looking for that vertical player. The Rider is actually falling back off the angle back towards the cargo stairs. A bit of a bait and switch here. PSG know that all they gotta do is sit back, establish the crossfires, and wait for somebody from Scars to make a mistake and get that freebie.
Patience is going to be a virtue for PSG, though, because Scars are just trying to wait them out. Gotti needs to make sure not to overextend. Same can be said for Soldier here. If he swings, he needs Gotti to swing on his contact. Ryder finds one upstairs. 1v2 now. Rek's got an idea of where these players are. He has to go get that diffuser. Gotti not swinging here is the right play. And while gas remains, he's going to close up this doorway. PSG still can play this smart. Gotti's just going to quick peek it. He's trying to bait out Rek. Doesn't matter if the plank goes down. What matters is winning the round. And that's the spray down, the injure, and the finish onto Rek. Gotti continues his form from bank. And PSG have a reply at the opening round from Scars.
Yeah, I mean, I like these pocket strats from Scars on the attacking side. And I mean, you might look at it and go, oh, it didn't work, it's bad, whatever. That absolutely coulda, woulda, shoulda worked. I mean, we're talking less than a second of difference, and I think you caught it really well. The Asami was slowing down the push. It looked like the Monty was trying to melee something on the window right before that push was coming, and that likely was going to be Misa spamming those cube barriers. And had he gone in a second earlier, the plank goes down, right? So Scars are trying to catch PSG off guard as much as they can, and they're trying to control the pacing of these rounds by going fast. When PSG has the right timing and has the right answer, of course they will counter it. But more often than not, I will say, these attacks are working from Scars, and it's showing that they're not just that aggressive, one-dimensional team that you might think that they've been in the past, or same thing can be said for CAG, who plays in the same region of Japan. They also used to be known as a very linear, crazy, aggressive team. They don't have that much strategical depth. Both of Scars and CAG have changed that up in the last 6 to 12 months, where they're getting a lot more depth in their gameplay, flexibility in operator lineups, and going for these very specific pocket strats. And I love to see it from them, because it adds another layer to them as a team, as a roster. Scars, they're looking mighty fine. They're back on the Monty, they can take map control, they can go for roam clears, they can go for plants. It's going to be a very flexible operator for them. And honestly, just to kind of pre-call it, I would not be surprised the Monty ban might come out here after the third round gets played.
Yeah. Hard breach already activated here from Scars. Getting an opening onto Garage. Now we're focusing up on the IT breach. Yas is staring at him through the wall with that cardiac sensor. Let's see, Masterclass Choppy, come on. All right.
Choppy.
Oh, he knows that the... Oh, what is that? That's such a good read. The pre-placed camera. Washoy does not hesitate. He jumps straight in to kill Yas. Jumps straight back out again. That's perfect. And now we see the breach actually has worked. The Hibana trick has been successful. And maybe we just didn't give Scars enough credit in that previous map about how good they are at Hibana tricking.
Definitely redeemed themselves. And Choppy himself, you know, he's actually doing supportive work. The drone, the breach. Reg finds another kill in the round. Apparently 2, actually. And they are picking apart PSG on the front lines and the back lines. A trade back from Soldier, but the damage is done. There are 2 players left on the defense, watching verticality, watching the flanks, the windows. They have no real information to work with except for on the bomb side. So this map is completely free for Scars, and they got the Monty on top that can give them even more accurate information. The C4 from Gotti can, of course, change this around if he finds a kill. Oh my god, he does. He walks back into it.
Yeah, I thought that was a dud, but no. Good timing from him. Lucky. Fishlight was a bit of a magnet to that C4. Gotti's been unreal. By the way, not a player that I ever really thought too much about, Pengu, but Gotti has been by far the best player for PSG in the last 2 maps.
Yeah, and when you look at the roles of PSG, it's actually slightly concerning that the support player is the one to step up, right? And get those couple of kills, or that many kills rather, because it means the front lines aren't doing their job correctly.
Come on, high set.
So Gotti is only getting all these kills because he has to, because no one else really is. That can be a bit of a concern, but if it works, it works. And in the 2v3, the Soldier and Gotti both steps up here. It is absolutely winnable. They got Evil Eyes inside, bulletproof camera. Planting will be difficult for Scars because Monty got C4'd by Gotti.
And Gotti's got the mobility of playing an operator that can move upstairs quickly. Ayagator, though, shuts him down. The plant will be confirmed. Soldier really needed that headshot, but he missed his chance. A flashbang right on him. He decides to peek into it. I think he's surely a dead man now. He goes back out again. He's walking into a crossfire here. If he ducks, he might have some cover from Washo while he takes the fight with the other player. 25 seconds, 26 bullets in the magazine. He's spotted as he jumps on inside, and a convincing round from Scars back in the lead.
And as I was saying, it might be hard to plant, and I was absolutely wrong. Despite the red pings, the yellow pings, the plethora of information, nothing really happens with it. There is a world where maybe Gotti goes downstairs, the shotgun stuff going upstairs instead, but that's a 50-50, right? There could be an attacker in either direction. Operator bans, oh wow, they're actually gonna go all the way on Hibana and really lock down those walls, leaving only Maverick and can openers for Scars remaining 3 rounds. Scars in return, they ban the mirror to easing up their attacking lineup, right? Now they don't gotta play the Ash, they don't gotta worry about the mirror windows throughout the round. And of course, it's also a passive C4 that you can remove from action because mirror will always bring a C4. This further enables using shields. It further enables bombs that execute as long as it can get past the first wall of IT and connector. And now Choppy, who was Hibana tricking, has to go on to Maverick tricking instead. It's more risky. It can be a bit harder to pull off consistently without dying to a C4, without taking a bunch of damage. But Choppy, he's locked in right now, okay? He is getting those walls opened up and he is not failing.
Yeah. Well, Scars are the ones who have started so strong on this map. It's really starting to put some pressure on PSG. In terms of the momentum of this series, Pengu, map 1 definitely felt all PSG. There are a few nice moments there for Scars, but it was the more decisive of the 2 first maps. I was definitely thinking, okay, I don't think Scars are quite on PSG's level. That has really flipped. I know that it was a very close bank that Scars ended up winning, but with how this map, the first 3 rounds of which have gone down, just knowing that it's attack, which I had not expected Scars to be so good at, I think that I'm starting to favor the Japanese here. The last 2 maps, obviously they've won the majority of rounds. And in these last 3, in the first opening to Nighthaven, their attacks have been really good.
They have. They're scaling, as one would say, in this best of 3, getting better as the rounds go on. And I think a lot of this comes down to being able to read your opponent, understanding what they're trying to accomplish and what you gotta do to answer back with the counterplay. Because Scars from Clubhouse and then all the Nighthaven Labs looks like 2 different teams that are fighting PSG specifically right now. Gone 6 goes out, Fire as well. Rek getting some space in the catwalk rafters. Main breach opened up by the cannon openers. No real Waltema, of course, because Bandit and Kaida both gone. You can only put down those mute jammers. Secondary and peak gets a job done, or a bit of verticality, or a grenade. Scars are making pretty quick pace. They got what they want. They got the primary breach, they got catwalk rafters. That's step 1 done.
Fire comes out as well to enable a more extensive take from Rek. I feel like this is pretty early to have this much control. My question is, where is Scars going to put the rest of their pressure? Because it's pretty challenging to only push from IT and Rafters. You either need top blue, which is going to be exactly where Fishlike is moving in now. And despite the near side effect of the Dreadmine, he still finds a kill onto Gotti. Not only is that one of the top fraggers here from PSG across the last 2 maps, but that's also your smoke operator, the main util we need. We need some aggression from PSG to try and get it back. And here is Rafters' control, ascertained by Yas. PSG have brought the guns to life. But guess what? The backstab, the rotate from Ayagator. He retakes that position. He's got the flashbangs to make this work. Ryder and Misa. Oh,
the flank.
Misa's spotted on this flank, and I think that Ayagator is going to win it. He does. It's all up to Ryder now. Plant going down from Fishlike. PSG are a shadow of their former selves. Scars are starting to run away with Nighthaven. 3 rounds on the attack.
It's such a good read from Scars again. I mean, you're explaining it. You gotta go catwalk rafters, but then you need either connector control and go from that portion side of the map, or you gotta go aqua. You gotta get 2 of those 3 positions, or all 3 if you're that good. There's no backup player supporting Gotti on aqua stairs. So he's smoking off the door, Blitz runs through it, goes to the flash, and just ADS kills the smoke operator. No trade, no help for Gotti, no help coming from his teammates at all. And when you don't have connector control, when you don't have catwalk control, where are you playing exactly on defense? You're sitting in a corner on the bomb site, waiting for Scars to make the first move. But you and I know that you need to attack from, again, either connector or aqua. PSG knows that too, yet they're not set up in the right positions to have any sorts of counterplay, and Fishlike makes it look way too easy, just sprinting in and getting the freebie onto Gotti. It's time to wake up, it's time to change things up. Scars, they have absolutely taken control in those 3 rounds that they've won.
Yeah.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
What's gone wrong for PSG here? Their defenses on the first 2 maps
Everything.
look so much better. Is the Clash going to be the solution to that problem? Was banning the Hibana?
I do like it.
Yeah. I mean, in theory, yeah. A lot of ways that you can use this new reworked Clash. But also, this is a map with tons of verticality, and she's not going to be as powerful. She's not a vertical operator, right? You need to be facing someone to really get the most out of that operator. I'm also kind of questioning this triple hard breach. Maybe it'll work here where there's a lot of hard breaches, a lot of hatches on this map, bomb site. There's also the external walls. Maybe this is where it'll come into play a little bit more, but PSG realistically needs to get both of these rounds, right? In order to look convincing moving into the second half.
Gotta give credit to Scar, spinning Kaid, Bandit, Mira. It effectively counteracts as much as possible the Thermite, Ace, and Hibana ban. Now Scars can get through the walls. If Mira was left open, you snap a mirror window on the walls. Marican then kind of sucks. Candle Drain kind of sucks. You can impact trick, C4 trick through that open mirror window. So strategically, I think Scars are just, they're prepared for this. They have the correct read on things. They got the pocket strats, of course, prepped for every single map that we've seen them execute on. Bank and Nighthaven Labs, of course, finding much more success than that of Clubhouse, as the score tells. But again, I feel like we're just not seeing the full picture from PSG either. Yas having a terrible best of 3 individual performance, and them going for these heart-breaching bans every single map, despite Scars not really showing much weakness to it. The Clash here, I said I liked it. I like it for this particular reason, but you are correct. There's a lot of verticality. Clash will be quite limited in where she can go on the map, especially when Mashoy is on Nomad that can lock off those potential flanks or doorways.
Well, credit to PSG. I'm pretty sure it was Misa who used an impact grenade to prevent that Ram Boogie drone from opening up any more of the floor. And if there was a little bit more visibility there for Rek, maybe he could get a better angle onto the Clash, but not to be the case. Speaking of Misa, this is quite a way to use the keeper barriers. Constantly creating new bits of cover inside to contest. Choppy outside. Meanwhile, Ryder's gone for a big flank. He finds one, traded on back, but that could well be worth it. It's the Monty who's gone down. Hang on a second. Ayagaita catches Misa with his pants down on the bomb site, leaving just Gotti and Soldier. And that is the critical kill, because it's flipped this. It's not a 4v3 anymore. It's a 4v2, and Scars, they've got so many options about how they want to play this. A whole minute to go.
Swing out comes through, gets the injured, down to a 2-on-3. But mind you, Clash is alive. One less gun on the board. You gotta get that shield planted somewhere. Help Gotti find these kills. Shot gets confirmed. 50 seconds left. 2 Candelas, 2 flashbangs. Not sure about a Dokkaebi call. A wallbang takes down Gotti. Soldier
no.
in a 1v3.
How does he play it with the Clash in hand? Diffuser going out for Ayagator. As is the flash, the Candela from the Ying. Cover from outside from Choppy is going to be difficult to contest. Soldier, gun up, flashbang goes out. Ayagator still in the room. This is a 3-layer of crossfire here, and it's nigh impossible for him to win this out. Another flashbang, he looks away, it doesn't seem to work. They know exactly where he's coming from. Every single player can swing him right now. He might be able to get a little bit of damage onto Ayagator, but every player will peek, and he will fall. It's a pretty devastating way for this series to end for PSG, who are down 4-1 on their defense of the deciding map. Scars have well and truly stormed ahead in this series.
This game has now turned into a mental game instead, because PSG Talent, if they count themselves out in mental boom, once they get the side swap, I mean, they're just not going to be able to push over the line. What they need right now is to compose themselves and stay calm and collected. If they get a second round on defense, then they buy themselves a parachute, right? They have enough wiggle room to make mistakes on the attack, but if they go 1-5 on the half, they gotta be, I mean, basically flawless.
They're just gonna check out if that happens, let's be honest.
Exactly, they're gonna mental boom, 100%. Like, it's bound to happen. Now, when they go on side swap, I will say that in labs, in my mind, quite attacker favored. I think there's a lot you can do in the map on the attacking side, and not all that much creative freedom on defense to like change things up. But if you're not confident, if you're not comfortable, if you're mentally, clocking out, that's not gonna matter a whole lot. So they gotta show us a final round of confidence here on defense.
We've seen Nighthaven played 3 times in APAC North. Do you want to hear the stats?
Oh yeah, let's hear the stats. Is it super defender favored?
No, you're actually absolutely on the money. It's 65% attacker win rate, which is the second highest, only beaten out by Chalet, which has been played less. But yeah, Nighthaven across 31 rounds, it's a 65% attacker win rate. Obviously, Scars here are really going to demonstrate that. It does mean that PSG, if they get their second round of defense here, technically they are actually hitting par for the course for defense, potentially even exceeding it, arguably. So this could very much change the narrative if PSG can win this specific round.
The thing is, I'm the kind of stats guy where I'm like, I'm not too worried about the 4-2 in terms of like keeping pace. It's how they're losing the rounds. It's how they're failing to win them. It's what they're not doing in the server that gets me upset and gets me a bit like, that's not good enough. Because sure, a 1-5 can be a 1-5, but you can have close 1-5 rounds, you can have dominantly one-sided 1-5 rounds, and the version of PSG in this 1-4 situation means they're not going to win on attack because they're not putting in enough of a performance to actually win on side swap. So I want to see this final defensive round in the first half with a bit of confidence, a bit of fight back left in them. Not really being checked out, a bit of a miss there from Rek. Very, very short range on the dash from the Blackbeard. He's going to be stuck in the corner, probably fearing a C4, but Soldier is holding on. Oh, there it goes, actually. Oh.
It's a hell of a lot of damage.
Open.
Yeah, well, thankfully for that. But, between the fire and that Nitro Cell, Rekka's very low HP, which is not a good position to be in for the Blackbeard. Vulnerable to shots to the toe, or the side, or the hand, or the legs. So this is probably PSG's best shot that they've had yet. Like you said, they need to make these rounds close. Ideally win a couple, but close is definitely a big improvement over what we've seen thus far.
They have a spare reinforcement, but they got 2 open angles. Connector right here, and also on Catwalk Rafters. Nearsightedness still gets the kill somehow. Facelike's too good.
I can't believe it. Despite everything looking in favor of PSG at the start, they capitulate, and it's just Gotti and Yas. 5v2 here for Scars. A lot of players are low on HP though. It wouldn't take much for Rek, Ayagator, and Fishlike to fall. It's Washoi, the first one in the building. Gotti finds one, traded on back by Washoi. Yas with it all to do. That's a big double kill. Both of the players are low on HP. He just needs to land a single bullet. Needs to start shooting the feet here of the Blackbeard before the Blackbeard gets too close. He's surely going to win it now. It's one, but not the second. Rak will clutch for Scars in the 1v1. It's a 5-1 first half for the Japanese, just 2 rounds away from knocking PSG to the lower bracket.
Yas had the perfect opportunity to tell all the haters that I am good enough in this best of 3. I will win the 1 versus 4 and get us that second round that we need. Blackbeard, despite being put on 20 health in the beginning of the round, gets the final kill, wins the 1v1, and walk past the Toxic Babe at the final perfect second. If that hipfire bullet goes stray enough and just hits the toes, hits the leg, that might have been enough. Yas even faked out the melee from the gadget that gets melee priority, played it perfectly until the final moment.
Yeah, wow. What a back and forth there. Yas really could have proved his spot in this series. It's been quite a disappointing performance from one of the most infamous Korean players back on his Damwon Kia roster. He had such a such a successful career, came out of nowhere to making majors and even contesting the best teams in the world. And then obviously was on D+ for a while as that team unfortunately started to go downhill. Joined PSG, well, he's been around the block a few times, but you know, joined PSG. There's still so many achievements that guy has had. But now, I don't know, like this series has been a pretty bad red stain on his record. That would have been a big 1 versus 4, but not to be. Instead, it's a 1 to 5 scoreline. And I don't know, what's your take? You said that it doesn't matter so much the score as it does how close PSG are keeping these rounds. That wasn't particularly close, not until Yas found a couple of exit frags. It was essentially a 4v1. Talon only really got 1 kill before the round was effectively over.
It was not the round that we needed to see to gain back some confidence. Washar has built a bit of a fortress here instead of IT, looking for a spawn peak of sorts. The angle on the rooftop, the staircase. PSG kind of avoiding this for now. And there's only 1 spare Ryu in the pocket of Scar, so they are very much intending for this to be the angle in play. Now they see, guys, the wall is soft. Now it's open confirmed all the way. I like the Scar spanning both the Monty and Deimos. Again, I think they've been really good at their operator bands. The reason why I say this, the Monty simplifies every attack and grants you, again, so much comfort in the server. That's a great removal here because you see a down 1-5. They want comfort, right? They want to get good in the server. Deimos, again, phenomenal target pick. The verticality, the tracking, the way you can get a lot of easy kills, especially on this top floor attacking round. Plus the grenades are now gone. It does leave open Blackbeard and Grim, which I would say are the 2 main characters right now, if anything. Neither of which, one of which is in play right now on the Grim. Now there's the Clash. And they don't have any self-destruction besides the Flores and the Ash charges, both of which can be tricked by Clash picking up that shield mid-animation and avoiding that self-destruction. This could just be a full-on chokeout by Scars.
No. Out the air jab comes. Misa finds 1. The Clash will survive for a brief moment, but no, the air jab!
Oh my days.
Oh, beautiful pick apart there by Soldier on the Nomad. It's exactly what the team needed. 2 picks for PSG. Surely that means it's a done deal. What's going on here from Washoy? He's playing so aggressively outside the breach, just waiting for Soldier to swing him.
Soldier's waiting for Washoy to swing him first. Scars, they gotta be the playmakers. They're desperate.
Oh no,
they find Yas though. Grim goes down.
Another one though, and Soldier finished off. Surely not the 2v4 for Rek and Washoy. Misa and Ryder, the last to remain for PSG. It's a re-aggression for Rek that doesn't work out. 3k on the round for Misa as Washoy goes hunting for more. He's got 2 impacts in pocket, a flashbang in his face. He dodges it. They know exactly where he is, and they are encircling him. A 4th kill for Misa, despite Washoy finding a frag as well. It's a 4k for the entry fragger of PSG Talent, and a round on the board for them, a much-needed one at that.
It's incredible how close it can get after such a convincing opening 2k for PSG. The air jab's doing all the heavy lifting, right? First air jab gets the first kill practically, second air jab confirms the second kill for sure onto the Clash, and that just strategically picked apart Scars. But then we see Scars' re-aggression, what they're really good at when they have to be. And they get the individual kills, they catch PSG off guard, and they find it back to that 2v2 scoreline and man count. Downstairs they're gonna go, not gonna bother for a re-attempt. They got the castle, they got the Goyo. Nothing too cheesy right now from Scars though. This is a good old stable lineup. Rek, is he gonna be hiding in the corner again like on Bank? I hope not, because it wasn't all that successful. Just play the map, fall back in layers. PSG were a bit slow in that previous round. If you just stay alive and go back one room at a time, kill drone, fall back, kill drone, fall back, there could be a little PSG are just again gonna suffocate dealing with the whole map clear.
I'm looking back at the first half, Pengy, and Scar's actually got the opening kill every single round. Every single round.
Everyone.
Every last one.
Man.
Misa got the opening kill that round. So it's been the attackers getting the opening kill almost every single round we've seen so far. Sorry, no, literally every single round we've seen so far. And of course, we've only seen one round of defense won in this game by PSG in that first half. Now that we go back down to the basement, of course, as we've talked a lot about the operator bans, right? It's a very different set of bans here from Scars, and it does leave all the hard breach available here. So Gotti jumps on that ace. It's a quick breach on the site, something that we didn't often see from Scars.
Located by attackers.
We have a direct approach on this one. The problem is, Scars have already shown this attack, right? The Aura, they then had the Ying and the Monty. Here we got the glass and the smokes. Since Scars have shown it, they also know how to counter it most likely. They got Toxic Babes, they got C4, they got Warden, they got the Goyo canisters. PSG might be baited into a plant here where Scars might just have the solution in their pocket. Let's see.
Oh, Gotti is forcing that plant
Halfway.
down, right next to the smoke.
75.
No C4,
No
the
response.
smoke is far too late. Yeah, Scars are asleep at the wheel on this defense. Washoe, though, does find the opening kill. The first time the defense finds the opening kill. Now that the hatch gets opened, there's a flank opportunity for that defensive side. But Ryder, coming in from the other angle, finds his second kill. A big backstab here for PSG. Soldier also finds one. And maybe it is winnable here for PSG. Yeah, Scars, they don't have enough on this retake. I don't know what Choppy's been doing, but he's been asleep 30 seconds since the diffuser got planted, and he's simply going to bait. PSG will go hunting. They're starting to build that confidence back up after an absolutely pitiful first half on the attack. They are firing on all cylinders, and now they are only trailing by 2 rounds behind Scars.
Very convincing victory. PSG recognizing only one defender close enough to do anything about the plan attempt, and that A, defenders didn't know exactly where the plan was going down, and 2, they weren't there quick enough to actually do a damn thing about it. By the time the Toxic Babe went out, the plan was already confirmed. Good post plant, it's safe. They're covering the hatch above and garage. They got the Rider getting the 2-piece on the cargo staircase. Nothing really went wrong there. Everything worked according to plan. But these are the kind of rounds that PSG need to keep on dishing out. 2 more times to tie us up, but they are building that comeback very slowly, round by round, and gaining also with that the momentum and the confidence. When you see the injuries popping off, that's going to be something like Misa and Ryder for PSG. That's when the team is functioning well. Again, if Gotti's top fragging, if he's getting the first kill in the round, either Scars are jumping out a window somewhere and he's holding the ankle, or the injuries are failing to get in successfully. Now, you cannot blame an injured player solely for not getting the job done. That's where we gotta look at the supportive players and their drone work. When we go back a couple of rounds to when Choppy was playing Hibana on the exterior breach, he was opening up the wall, hopping on the cameras, and telling his teammate, hey, the post is by the IT wall. If you jump in garage window and get a free kill, just go for it. So it's very much a dynamic between the support players helping the injuries get the job done. PSG now, they can't just cheese their ways through rounds, right? That was a pocket strat and it worked. But sometimes that's not going to be an option. You gotta go for those regular default attacks, and that's where we gotta see them shine and be more consistent.
Yeah, and you were talking about drone work that needs to be paramount here for PSG. Those 4 of their drones that got destroyed during the prep phase, by the way. That is a massive failure. I remember way back in the day, I think it was Fabian did an interview with Get Flanked. Do you remember Get Flanked? He used to do a lot of...
Yeah. The Pro and the Potato.
Yeah. Absolute legend. He used to do this series called The Pro and the Potato where he'd interview pro players and get some tips from them. Fabian was showing Get Flanked some drone spots, and he said at the time, with your team, he said, if my team loses 1 drone in the prep phase, that is a lost prep phase. We have failed it. In the current meta, you could argue that there are some situations where it's worth it, if you're spotting people for Deimos or you're playing into an attacker repick. But PSG have no excuses for losing almost all of their drones, 4 out of 5, in that prep phase.
Here's that risk versus reward, but look at this. 3 drones left in the round. Blackbeard on 1 HP from that C4 earlier on. Information gonna be hard to come by for PSG, but OC4 Damn! Takes away half of Yas's HP. PSG can of course assume where the players are. Prone in the catwalk door, gets a bunch of damage on Choppy, but he stays alive on catwalk rafters. Soldier goes down.
Yeah, good jump in there from Yas. Much needed. Doesn't matter if you don't have drones, if you can win these fights on the exchange, on the engagements. Gotti does find yet another big, impactful kill. Fishlike, he's managed to sneak back up again. I don't know how Ryder has fallen here. The 2v3 still control on the top floor from Scars. But I think Fishlike is going to fall on back. He spots one player. Misik goes down. That could be the turning point for the round. Gotti does find one through the floorboards, though. Waishoy finished off, making it a clutch situation for Fishlike. He's moving up, back again, through Aqua, through Blue. I think Yas seems to be aware of it. No, it must have just been a guess. He was playing their position. He doesn't know where this last player is. And this might open up the gates here for Fishlike. Especially if that Ramboogie drone is activated. There's no way that these attackers will hear him. He's right upstairs. They start hearing him. They look his direction. Fishlike, you got to win this fight. He does. What? The last player can be denied, but Gotti flicks him off the plan. Swipes his head clean off. PSG are mounting the comeback thanks to some unseen heroics from Gotti.
As I was saying, if Gotti, the support player, has to land those kinds of kills in the round, something is going wrong. You said it right. This kill right here on Tabisa on Garrett's door, that could be the turning point. As you finish that sentence, Gotti to the beams, gets a kill. Yas had what seemed like a really easy gunfight upstairs, loses out somehow, immediately. And what should have been a guaranteed round loss is Gotti flick, hip fire, mid-ADS, gets the one-tap headshot. Scars call a technical timeout. 1, for their sanity right now, take a breather, it's okay. And 2, to talk about the final operator band rotation to figure out how are they gonna close out this final map in a best of 3. It's been a Sami being banned with the Thermite, so hard breaching a little bit more difficult now. Notably because when you put down those mute jammer on the exterior walls, you can just repel on the Thermite and it circumvents the whole thing. With Thermite being banned and there's a mute jam on the wall, now you gotta do verticality or bring secondary EMPs. This is gonna force PSG into a more flexible operator lineup and just limit them a little bit more on the attacking rounds to come.
Of course, they can always bring an Ace or a Hibana instead to achieve, in theory, the same outcome, but like you said, they do need to deal with those mute jammers somehow. Oh, yeah.
If they bring them, actually.
True. Here's Hibana teased out. But the other big thing for me, I'm thinking about with that Thermite is, well, guess who just got a big 3K in a 1v1 clutch? It was Gotti. What opera was he playing? He's playing Thermite.
That's just like when you play Vayne. Who got a 3K the last round? Blackbeard, ban him. Who got the 3K next round? Gridlock, ban Gridlock.
Talk about 3Ks and talk about clutches. It's actually the second time that PSG have clutched around on this attacking side. Yeah. They've won 3 in a row, but they have been extremely close. And Scars, obviously, they only need one defensive round to find match point. And, of course, that is series point as well. We're on to the third map. This has been a hell of a long series. We've also seen a 1v1 from Rek on their attacking side as well. Very narrow margins separate these two teams.
Makes it all the more worth it that we are on the third map and we had an overtime on Bank. It just means that, again, like the series deserves it. We gotta see who is the better team, and it's gonna be a long day for the winner because you play again later on, right? It's gonna be one of those, if you go a long first series and the second series also goes the distance, gonna be a bit tired by the end of that one, that's for sure. PSG opting for, as I said, a more flexible lineup. They bring the Thatcher now to deal with the potential mutes and whatever other gadgets. They bring then a lot of execution tools, right? The Glass, the Ying, and the Blitz. Not the Aurora this time in the basement, but all the same, very fast and very lethal. They're gonna pop the fire, pop the smokes, and go right on in.
Oh yeah, it's rush time, baby. But Gotti is in hot water, or hot fire, I should say. Feeling that pressure, eventually will be taken on down. It's the Vert from above. Waishoy will finish him off. Everyone from PSG has fallen flat. This rush has not panned out. Soldier had no impact on the blitz, and Yas was not really given a chance. He saw one person run by him, and he didn't even land that kill, just did a bit of damage. Actually, I don't think he did anything because it was Fishlike who ran past, and he's still full HP. So quite a disappointing execute there from PSG, and it's kind of a one and done. You know, you lose that, you don't even get a kill, and the round is pretty much over.
they must not have seen enough operators in prep phase, because if you see a Warden and you go for a smoke plant like that with no real coverage, I mean, you're not going to survive.
You see Warden and you decide, okay, let's bring Ying, Glaz, Blitz, the 3 operators that Warden directly counters. That's a great idea.
And there's plant with no protection for the ace, who's just in a corner, not even in the smoke, by the way, at that point. It's... I'm going to assume that PSG didn't have the full picture and just kind of went for it anyway, because it's 50-50, right? It might work, it might not. They have a good read here, baits the corner, jump in or not, but there's 3 people waiting.
Oh my god.
Okay. Alright.
Well, Scar's got hands.
Well done, Scars.
They are the king of the rush. They know how to deal with one.
Yeah.
What a shame of a way for PSG to let it slip onto match point, by the way.
Yeah, the thing is, you gotta respect the fact that they had the confidence to go for that play, knowing the risk as well as the reward. Scars call a tactical timeout. Things are being slowed down. They're talking strategy. They're talking counters. They're gonna set up for the future, right? PSG go, okay, we're gonna break this whole pace. You're gonna slow it down. We're gonna speed it up, catch you by surprise. If it works, it is absolutely genius from a mental game perspective. And you tie up 5-5. If it doesn't work, you're down on match point. Scars, to big surprise, although they did do this on Clubhouse as well, them in Bar. Now they're playing Kitchen. Again, one of the worst defending bomb sites in the game, but there is one thing that kind of pulls this back together. Clash is open, and they're hiding the operator on the bomb site, proning inside a freezer, because that's the whole win condition. And if PSG, they either expect the clash or they see it with the drones, they're gonna pick the right counter operators like the Nomad, the Capital, the Kali in this case, for example, as well. And Clash is not gonna have a good time. Clash has been successfully hidden, and PSG has gone away from the Nomad instead onto Finka and Blackbeard, trying to force gunfights instead. But what kind of gunfight do you get against the Clash? Not a fun one.
Yeah. By the way, 3 drones taken down in prep phase, including that one that was shot by Washoy outside.
We're drone watching.
Yeah, just keeping an eye on PSG's drone economy. Especially when you're attacking an unusual bomb site, you need to have drones, because you need to be like, you can't make any assumptions, right? It's an unusual bomb site. You need to check everything. Where have they put their goo mines? Where have they put their Valkyrie cameras? What walls have they reinforced? What rotations have they made? Let alone actually droning out players. Speaking of, Ayagate is actually going to find an early kill roaming downstairs. I'm not sure whether Ryder was outside the building when he died just then, but it was right after a Finker charge, so it wouldn't be surprised if he was trying to make a play. Bit of a sad way to lose the opening engagement, though.
We see Scars, they have information up above, they got a Clash down below, they have different win conditions and possibilities of making a play, bit of damage onto Misa, a lot in fact actually. Here's the Ram, can do technically ranged soft destruction on the floor by tossing out those boogie drones, but if a C4 goes out, C4 goes out, takes him down. 3 players left, this attack has already fallen so flat. Challenging the vert once more. Scars, I mean, you can sit back in corners, or you can just keep on challenging because you are seemingly winning every gunfight right now.
Yeah, I think it might be over here for PSG. It was a great showing on Clubhouse and a valiant effort on Bank, but here on Nighthaven Labs, they were down 1-5. And despite a couple of nice clutches on their attack half, you need to have a little bit more substance. It was only a matter of time before Scars found themselves in a 5v3 on match point.
What's the saving grace here? I mean, Scars need to overheat. They gotta make a mistake somewhere. They gotta go for a bad gunfight, but they're being so disciplined. They're all safely playing in corners where there isn't any soft destruction. The hatch still reinforced, by the way, with Selma standing, or Ace rather, standing right next to it. Does he have 2 Selmas left? No,
he threw
been
one
spent elsewhere.
I think he did throw both of them. Oh, hello! Blackbeard just jumps straight on in. Direct crossfire. He falls. Gotti and Yas are surely doomed to die now. It's been a long and arduous series for PSG, but this is the end of the line. Yas, in particular, has struggled today, and Scars have risen above. It might have been a slow start to the stage for Scars, but here they are soaring again. A big 3-map arduous victory over the Koreans. Books a date with D+ later today.
So so impressive from the mentality from Scars and Clubhouse into Bang into not even laps. And again, I really want to praise them on the operator target bans. They had such a good read on what operators to ban on both the defense and the attack side. And I truly think it has to be one of the big reasons why they stayed so consistent in this series. They never had any massive problems in the server because they kept banning the right problems away from them. They kept the series in a surprising fashion because they had a slow start, but they really started ramping up.
From 1-0 down in the series to win it 2-1, Scars have not just weathered the storm yet. Of course, they still have another match coming up later against D+, but until then, we'll break it all down on the couch.
Thank you very much for that, gentlemen. Definitely an entertaining match, I will say. Scars really bringing that back from the clutches of despair on map 2 as well to make this a little more enticing, have a little bit more of a leg in this game in the playoffs. And PSG Talon, unfortunately, no matter how hard they try in that second half, they can't bring back a 5-1 deficit. What an attacking labs that was, Michael.
Yeah, I mean, bringing back that kind of deficit is always a rough challenge. I mean, not completely unprecedented, but very, very difficult. And Scars, as kind of alluded to by Nick, not just labs in isolation, but over the course of the entire series, did a really good job. I think their prep work translated in towards the server, things like the bans, etc. were obviously really well played. And yeah, look, some concerning signs for PSG. Scars obviously walk away with the win. I'm not ruling out either team from being competitive towards the tail end of this bracket, but certainly Scars finding themselves in quite a positive position off the back of this result.
Jake, thoughts on Scars as a whole moving forward now? They've got a lot of comfort knowing that they're still in the upper bracket. Obviously, they go up against D+, which is not going to be an easy matchup. That is going to be an incredibly arduous task, but it can still be done.
Yeah, because they get to play them.
They do. It's very true.
So by getting to play them, it can still be done.
You know what?
Honestly, the difference in this game really came down to, in the pre-show, we were kind of mentioning some of the player numbers, and Misa probably went missing in this series when you look at some of the statistics. 25-32, so that's a -7, -2 on entry. You know, a 90 EPS isn't necessarily awful, and certainly when you look at the numbers, yeah, it's obviously struggled, but has struggled pretty much most of the group stage.
Crazy.
Soldier, not an amazing game. Gotti really lifted, though. Gotti actually played really well this series, especially to get a 123 EPS, which topped everyone in the server. He was 12th coming into this game, and that's just not enough help, though. You can't just be the only one that's performing. On the flip side, it was actually, you know, Rek, Choppy, and Washoy, the 3 highest rated players for Scars. Washoy obviously ended up topping for them, but it was Aegator and Fishlike that really stepped up their game and elevated. So you kind of had on one side PSG Talent where multiple members probably dropped on their performances from group stage.
Yep.
And on the flip side for Scars, players who maybe weren't performing as well in group stage actually elevated to the occasion for the playoffs. That's probably the difference when you look at a 7-5, 6-8, 7-4 kind of game.
Yep.
It's going to come down to the little micro moments, who's performing well. Obviously a really good attacking first half there on labs that really kind of set them up, and they were able to get the job done.
Yeah, once again, Michael, I feel like we're kind of a broken record in APL a little bit, but just like one stat that is really abundantly clear and is a very big danger sign for PSG Talent is the entries. Once again, another team in the APL is falling dramatically behind. I mean, you know, 0 and 8 for Yas. Like,
yeah,
that's
not a single player was positive, right?
That's crazy.
Over the duration of an entire best of 3, that compounds, that makes the mid to late round so challenging.
Yep.
Often fighting from the back foot. Yeah, not ideal.
Well, Yas was the worst player in the entire league for APAC North at entries in the group stage.
Oh, entries. God, I thought you were just going to say outright, and I thought,
no,
my
not
God.
outright, but 4-11.
Well, he was -8 today. Like,
yeah,
that's just
4-11 in the group stage and -8 today puts him now, if you include playoffs, at 4-19.
Oh, my God. That took a second to register as you said that.
When it
that's
registers.
Not ideal.
When it registers. It just means you're basically playing as proverbially as 4. Did it register?
It just continues to register as this night goes on. That's for damn sure. Look, PSG Talent. How deep do we want to go into that conversation? I mean, at the moment,
Yas specifically?
No. Let's move Yas to the side. Takeaways from this series, because we have to find the positives. I think Pengu was obviously quite positive about them in the first map, and then you could see that Scars adjusted quite rapidly toward the second, and obviously the third looked very comfortable for Scars. But what are your takeaways for PSG as a whole?
I mean, I think it just links back to entry, right? We've seen it throughout the majority of matches, with some strange exceptions, entry has been such a massive determining factor in.
Well, who's that
in
down
round
to
wins.
then?
For PSG specifically. Well, I don't know how much of it is linked to Yas and how much of it is for the rest of the team. There's some instances where your entry players are being a bot and doing dumb stuff, and the team's trying to direct them to a certain goal, and they're simply not doing that properly. But there can be instances where the team's either not droning properly, not communicating properly, not timing other things properly to enable the entry. So that's something that they're going to have to VOD review over the course of the next week, right? Is work out what the hell's going wrong in entry, how can we adjust that, and then moving forward, is this like a map-specific problem, is it a team synergy problem, etc.? That may determine then map pool going forward. I'm not too sure, but Scar's clearly had just more depth over the course of this best of 3, and that exposed PSG.
So, Nox, I won't get your deep thoughts on this, but I just want your overarching, because you're about to go and cast them. CAG, FearX, might be game of the stage so far.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this match that we just had, being a 3-mapper, quite a grueling one at that as well, certainly takes it for APAC North, considering the CAG Kinotrope game was, rather one-sided. Yeah, FearX played to their best, and CAG played to their best. It certainly looks like
it's a 4-hour match.
An absolute barn burner, as they say in the business. There's always the element that FearX play to their best and CAG then maybe drop a little bit. It will be their second best of 3 of the day. You have to take that element into account. So, I mean, for me, FearX definitely go in as the favourites, and I'm pretty certain I predicted them for the matchup ahead of time, but full well probably knowing they were going to play CAG. If CAG play to the level that they played against Kinotrope, they're a solid chance. But, I mean, yeah, that's going to be a fantastic match. To kind of close, I guess, on PSG, Talon and Scars, they've got to get some work done behind the scenes. And it's probably to the coaches and the analysts to do that.
Pengu specifically.
Especially the analysts. I don't know what kind of analysing they're doing, but they need to improve the analyst position. I think coaching's fine, but analyst,
I think Joker's one of the GOATs. But
analyst position needs a bit of work.
Yeah, it needs a lot of working on, that's for damn sure. Well, we're going to go to a short break. On the other side, this is the quite literal clash of the Titans in APAC North. CAG take on FearX.
As I was saying, we have to look at what's ahead of us now and not worry too much about the past.
Did you see that?
What?
Wait, what is this doing here?
Whoa, what the hell is going on?
Guys, we need to go.
Jess, what are you doing here?
We need to go now.
fucking skull. We have to go back.
There's no time. There's really no time.
Can't take this anymore. I'm tired.
He's our head coach. I have to go save him.
You're already dead. There's no escaping now.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's about to kick some serious ass? Remember, I'll be watching. Now you see me, now you don't.
Get ready. I'm taking them out.
Changing mags. I got this. Got my eyes on you. Located enemy.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
대한민국에서 온 BKPX 소속 우기맨 박진욱입니다. 팀 내에서는 주로 서포트 역할을 주로 합니다. 처음에는 배틀그라운드로 게임을 시작했고 근데 배틀그라운드 핵이 너무 많아가지고 친구들이랑 게임 좀 찾다가 레식 찾아가지고 그냥 넘어갔어요. 배틀그라운드가 마냥 총만 쏘는 게임은 아니었던 것 같아서 전략적으로 움직이는 걸 좋아했는데 그러다 보니까 레식도 좀 똑같은 부분으로 재밌었던 것 같아요. 확실히 재미는 둘 다 있는데 아무래도 좀 직업으로 하다 보니까 프로는 재미는 있는데 좀 압박감도 같이 있었어요. 저 4살 차이 형만 있어요. 형이랑은 형 별로 못해가지고 PC방을 제일 많이 갔던 것 같아요. 집보다는 거의 중학교 때부터 제일 많이 간 것 같고 네, 제일 많이 간 것 같아요. 노마드 나온 시즌이 한 횟수로는 한 4년 전인 것 같아요. 그냥 랭크 하다가 언제지? 그냥 스피어 테스트 때 일반 랭크랑 너무 달라가지고 긴장도 했고 처음 보는 사람들이랑 막 뭐 하려고 하니까 긴장 많이 하고 좀 많이 어려웠어요. 잘 몰랐는데 그 경쟁 씬에 긴장하는 게 아니고 살짝 그냥 좀 낯을 가려서 사람들이랑 좀 근데 긴장은 많이 안 됐고 압박감만 조금 있었던 것 같아요. 프로로서 첫 대회다 보니까 잘해야 된다 그런 느낌이 좀 있었어요. 7, 8등인가? 잘 기억이 안 나요.
It's always great to get some insight from the professional players themselves. Obviously a start from a very long time ago back on Spear Gaming and now is spearheading one of the greatest rosters maybe that we've seen from APAC North. I mean, we'll have to wait and see what FearX can do, but Reload in Rio, looked phenomenal for them. So fingers crossed, they've backed it up into groups, now they're going to back it up into playoffs.
Yeah, this team did phenomenally. They only dropped one map throughout the entire of the regular season. It was to Kinotrope, funnily enough. Not a team you would expect to be
Giant killers, mate, Kinotrope.
Yeah, the team that is either up here or down here. But yeah, FearX, what to say about them other than they found exactly what they needed. For a long time, these guys were sailing through. They were always near the top of Korea, but struggling to actually break through and make a difference internationally. Of course, huge opportunity happened when D+ imploded, Coded and Wookie Man became available. They went over to FearX, reuniting with their former teammate Rin from the Damwon Kia days, and that created essentially a Korean super team, which is what we've got right here. And, you know, the two players I didn't even mention there, Mephi, of course, he's been around the block a few times. He's a solid player. And Good Boy, who's actually the best player in the league at the moment. He's been unbelievable.
79 kills?
That's crazy. Considering it's only been best of ones and he's only played 7 of them, Bengu. That is a phenomenal performance from an individual.
Yeah, that's kind of ridiculous. Like I was like, oh, 48, 46, 53, 79? Where did that come from? Like, it is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, the cost on every single player as well, all the way up there. To be fair, I mean, they've stomped this stage, right? Like, as you said, that they're doing so well, 18 points, practically undefeated, with 1 loss to Kinotrope. So I'm expecting them to have really inflated stats because they've been doing so well.
Sure.
But I also think they'll excel in best of 3s. I think they'll, you know, do really well overall. This is the team in the region, and it's just it's that simple.
One thing that kind of speaks to me on this graphic is, once again, we're talking about entry kills. Like, the best team in the region, and I don't think they're even break-even. I actually think they're negative if you have a look at just the combined entries of every player. So that's just something, I guess, to look out for in this matchup. But something else to look out for is their opponents. CAG Osaka. The roster that have made waves, not just in APAC, but internationally. Reload's grand finalist, unfortunately, could not take the championship. If they would have, I think everyone might have been speechless for the rest of time. No one would ever have talked shit on APAC ever again. But Dev, the roster has so much talent, so much potential. Are they reaching it?
Look, right now, as Akali said in the interview earlier today after these guys absolutely walloped Kinotrope, it's been a bit of a strange return to APAC after Rio. Obviously, they had their best ever event over there. They also faced FearX and beat them on stage at that event, by the way. But then, yeah, coming in, they've lost 3 of their games so far and not even pushing overtime in those games. They've had some pretty big losses, even to FearX, who, like I said, they just beat a couple of months ago in a BO3. So, yeah, I think most people would would say CAG have not hit expectations that were placed on them after such a good international performance. But, we're back in BO3s. This is, as Akali said, this is their home. This is where they shine.
Yeah.
So I expect them to be in peak form here on out through the playoffs.
Yeah, from grand finals at international events to somewhat being washed. Pengo, you know a thing or two about that, wouldn't you?
Oh boy, okay. The jab out of nowhere. All right, I will let you know that I won the last tournament that I did partake in, the EUL Finals 2020, just to, save myself a little bit here.
You got carried by an Aussie anyway.
Yeah. 5 years ago as well. Come on, mate. Get off it. Get off it. Get off the copium.
Some things never change.
Yeah,
man.
very true.
Now you're getting carried by Aussies here.
Yeah, surrounded by them, circled in.
Oh, God. Now you know how Croxon feels. Look, at the end of the day here, Pengu, this matchup, this should be a very competitive one. This should be one that I think keeps people on the edge of their toes, or edge of their seats, on their toes even. But who do you think will take this? Because they're very evenly matched in and out of the server. Personality-wise, I guess they're kind of two sides of two completely different coins. You've got CAG who are, they're kind of larrikins. They're feel-gooders, but then there's FearX. I mean, you saw Woogieman's interview then. They're quite stoic. They're very serious. They're always looking to find the finer points in Siege. Which playstyle do you prefer?
I mean, personally, I do prefer FearX's playstyle. I'm more of a methodical guy and strategically speaking, etc. And I think just consistent Siege with CAG, it's always a bit of a mixed bag. They're extremely exciting, they're extremely fun, they're extremely good. And sometimes it's like, are they even trying? Like, what's happening? They have gotten better at playing more consistent in recent years, for CAG that is. But BNK FearX, I mean, how they approach the game, the counter-stratting, the prep work that they put in, like we spoke of earlier, having all those page upon pages of strats to work through. I love that style of gameplay.
I don't know why I asked a Danish man which one he would prefer, the methodical type or the larrikin type. I shouldn't have done that. That was a terrible idea.
I just can't believe that you said two sides of two very different coins.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, one is Korean won, the other's Japanese yen, dude. Like,
yeah, very true. They're not even the same currency. Let's go ahead and have a look at the VODs and determine where we're going for this one. Geez, this desk has been just phenomenal. It's gone so smoothly without a hitch. Skyscraper, Band, Labs, Bank, and Border to follow. Dev, we kickstart on Chalet and Clubhouse.
Seen this before.
Here comes another, just like the other, my friends.
Yeah, are we going to get cons? We will for the decider. So Consulate is where the two teams played during the regular stage.
Yes.
Obviously, that was a tight game. It was a 7-5 in favor of FearX. They've obviously could have picked it, but instead they went for Clubhouse. Now, the maps that we saw them play in the Reload tournament on stage were Lair Cafe and Bank, all of which have been banned here. They did play Chalet against each other, actually, at Reload in the group stage. FearX won at 7-4, and CAG are going to pick it here, so they're feeling a little bit confident. It's been a couple of months since Reload now. They're ready for a rematch.
Pengu, I mean, we go to a pretty structured Clubhouse and then obviously off to Chalet, or the other way around, I can't remember. Do we expect this to go to the third? Do we expect to see a rematch of the BO1 back in groups?
I'm a little bit worried for CAG here because they're playing the exact same maps as up against Kinotrope just a couple of hours ago, and FearX are good at counter-stratting and doing the prep work. However, Kinotrope didn't really push CAG all that far to dig deep into their strategical map, their strat pool and whatnot. So I feel like it might not be that big of a deal. I would be surprised if it's a 2-0 simply because of how good CAG looked earlier. But then again, we haven't seen FearX play yet in the playoffs. We don't know what kind of level they're going to be starting at. It could be a slow start, could be a fast start. Maybe they had a bad week of scrims, who knows? Regardless, super excited.
Yeah, well, it's time to get underway with this one. I know how much Jake and Guz love my throws, so it's time for Chalet. We're headed to another best of 3. It's CAG and FearX, and it's Jake and Guz to run you through all of the action. See you later, boys.
Cheers, Rob. Still waiting on my co-caster who was outside getting a tan at 9 p.m. No?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, excited to jump into this one. CAG, FearX, two teams at the top of their powers, dueling it out for potentially top spot here in APN. Chalet, the map of choice first up. Of course, we had the pleasure of covering CAG earlier today, and they played pretty well.
Yeah, they played really well, actually. I was really impressed by CAG. Not that they're incapable of playing to that level. It's sometimes the question of how often do they play at that level and can they sustain it? And they certainly did against Kinotrope at a best of 3. You know, sometimes you look at a team like Hag and they can do it for one map, and at times they can then drop off for the second. They're going to have to be at that level the whole way through against VRX, who have been sensational throughout this group stage. Obviously, the first time we're going to see them in the playoffs now. The only loss all the way back on the second play day, June 21st, was Kinotrope. A rare blemish into a team we probably didn't expect that blemish to happen against. That one was on Bank. And we head back to Chalet. Which, intriguingly enough, I probably didn't anticipate we would get Chalet in this particular series. You know, we spoke at length, obviously, about CAG and the numbers for them and being, I mean, arguably almost a #1 choice for CAG. Well, they won at 7-3 against Kinotrope and did so with a 5-round defensive first half. They start attack, though, in the first half of this. Clubhouse to follow. And if necessary, Consulate will be there. And we're thinking 3 maps for this series. Yeah, he's nodding his head.
For the sake of my sanity, do I want 3 maps?
Well, I mean, okay, who's more likely to win in 2, though?
Certainly Firax.
Even though we're on Chalet?
Correct.
Interesting.
We'll try to keep focused like you told us.
The bands of Clash, Azami, Monty and Ying for this opening portion.
Well, Good Boys one to watch in this series. 126 EPS, the only player 120 plus in the group stage in APAC North, leading all comers. Rin and Woogie Man in the top 15 as well. But certainly Good Boy will be one to watch. Plus 27 KD, 79.52. The most kills in the group stage. Plus 4 entry. A little bit of a wait for CAG from their earlier best of 3. Had to wait all 3 maps in that previous series between PSG, Talon, and Scars. I do wonder what these teams get up to in that kind of time frame. 3 hours is a long time. You want to stay locked in and ready, but you also probably want to take a break. Probably have to balance it quite well.
Should be suited to make contact then. Through West Main, looking to vert above towards that bathroom position. Achieved some pressure, but took quite a chunk of damage as a result. Woogie Man looking to progress forward over towards Solar, perhaps. Still 3 gas babes in hand. The first goes out. The Bees are zoning his position somewhat. Anderton with Diffuser in hand, but Solar stairs. Rin potentially in a position to flank later on, but Sharif contesting that position. Rin catches a poor timing as he tries to move his way forward. First kill goes the way of CAG.
Yeah, he got droned and just thought he'd get more on the offense than try and fall back. There really wasn't anywhere to fall back anyway. So I think he makes the right play. Just didn't hit the shots onto Sharif. And left into the round. So far, so good for CAG Osaka, getting that early entry kill. Anderton still struggling to get up trophy stairs into Solar. And one more gas pipe available for Woogie Man. Can look to delay him just that little bit longer. Library stands for Mephi. So they get the backside push all pretty much anchored up. Anderton finally got his way up into Solar, but he's sitting in that gas bay for quite some time, taking unnecessary damage. Akali can't walk through the doorway securely. And so far, this hold from FearX is just holding strong. So despite the opening kill, despite clearing out that roamer down below, when it came to the site, it was just far too easy for FearX. CAG essentially just walking into the firing line. And into attack pause.
So the pause is called and a rehost likely to follow. Hopefully that player actually may be able to restart and get back in. So we'll check that and update you as we find out ourselves. Prior round pretty clean from FearX, despite losing the first pick roamer as mentioned. That hold over towards Solar was pretty fierce. The Gas Babes able to stall out that attack KAG unable to hit much of a low potential of their own elsewhere and find much on the vert as well. And so it made that final push quite the challenge for them. Certainly not the poorest round by any stretch of the imagination from KAG, despite
No,
it
it was just
snowballing.
well played by FearX, just understanding that it's going to be that solid side hit because they had the library stairs flank position. They didn't have to worry about anything over towards Mez, no pressure, and that's probably more on CAG, though, to create that pressure elsewhere, to alleviate then the push in through Solar. Just too one-dimensional. So it's well played by FearX, but I do think CAG could have played that a little bit better. But we are going to go to a little bit of a break as this tech pause looks like it will be a little longer than we had hoped for. So short break, come back round 2.
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Attackers.
Back to the second round as CAG Osaka give up the opening round after a rather one-dimensional push through Solar. All too easy for FearX. And we head over to Bar Games for the second round. Good boy with a 2-0 start, highlighted before the break. Now, he has been statistically the best player in APAC North this stage.
over to Bar Games then for the second round. Fearex did a really good job in the prior round despite losing the opening pick and closing out the mid to late round portion of said round. We'll see how they go this time. Our round. Bring the Solace once more. Last time it was in the hands of Rin, who perished first, but we will take that role this time around, jumping off the smoke that I believe he played in the prior round. Anderton on the Blackbeard, so the shield's still up despite Fearex taking off his favourite Monty. Did actually get to see a bit of Anderton Monty action earlier today against Kinotrope. They took that risk to let it be played, and well, the results were kind of as we expected. Anderton being impactful. An extension up above here from Fearex. All the way from library to master bedroom. Kagel like to enter from down below. Trophy above is a potential play opportunity, or they actually could go horizontally as well. Doing dining corridor, pressure directly. Force the roam either back to the side or maybe to establish some countervert from above. That's pretty smooth sailing for both teams at the moment.
I was just having a look, by the way, at Oceania and Asia in terms of the teams that got the 1-2 seeds and how they performed in the playoffs at the upper bracket semi-finals. So Enterprise, the number 1 seed, they won theirs. GG, the number 2 seed, they won theirs. You look at Asia, and Weibo, of course, ended up winning their game 2-1 over Seoul's Heart. Team Orchid, the number 2 seed, so far the only team in the 1-2 seed spots that ended up losing that upper bracket semi-final after thusly having a break. So we'll be keen to kind of keep an eye on that as we now go through those upper bracket semi-final games, and the 1-2 seeds make their way in Fearex and D+. So far, so good for Fearex. The loser of this game takes on PSG Talon. Elimination, best of 3 next week. That's a doozy. Hoping Intel, Blackgray's able to play off of that. Woogieman's going to lose his life. Blackgray does get traded though. The third already for Good Boy. Anderton in towards Bar and gets the free kill on Dakota. Good Boy eventually falls as well, and CAG able to open up the site. They've got the numbers advantage as well. Mephi looking to try and retake. Cannot win that battle. Needed to, and with that, the round is essentially done. Unless Rinson can find a 4K. Got one, dealt with the Blackbeard, but Chibisu now gets the plant for free inside of games. Really successful. But at this point, you can clearly tell he hasn't quite got an idea as to where they all are. Double pinch, double kill. CAG are on the board.
Yeah, good utilization of the Blackbeard in that previous round. Was able to spearhead in towards site, absorb some pressure. Anderton's play there was pretty remarkable, considering he almost got backstabbed. He almost died to Vert. Backstore was a threat. I think games to an extent as well with the lines of sight. So he did a really good job at staying alive. This exact push forward here with the back end of it. Catch coded. Rest of the team converged. Defense couldn't quite hold on. Rin initially started up above and rotated on the peel. He had little impact in the round. And so the score lines now even, one apiece. Kitchen dining in play.
You know, in the first 2 rounds, sort of already highlighting that for both of these 2 teams, they played at the best of their ability. They're both capable of taking this series out. It's going to come down to the finer margins. Who makes less mistakes? Who can be better in the impact rounds, such as the 1v1s, the 2v2s? The general play between both of these 2 teams, you would imagine, should be high enough level that there's not a lot of separation. Not really anticipating there to be a gulf in quality like the way we saw between CAG and Kinotrope, where CAG were just far too good across the board, even with Kinotrope not really playing all that bad.
I'll make sure to breathe.
So the Nomad employed, I believe, if I cast my mind back to the last KEG matchup here earlier today, I think they brought the Nomad on an occasion as well. Helps to facilitate some of the rappel play here on this site. Pretty strong preventative measure against runouts and jump outs. Much like the last round, or perhaps the one prior, Rin again, pretty eager from double window to get some information. An aggressive look outside towards the Trophy window position. Ranged hard breach available for the attack. Kag looking to open up Solar. So the canister to stall. That line of sight is quite powerful in flushing back the defense if you are to try and attack this portion of the map. Coded identifying that and rotating Trophy. Not wanting free entry on that portion of the map. Kag with shock drones and still 7 regular ones available. Good Boy gets the first. Jump out follows from Woogie.
Yeah, no hard breach down for CAG. To get the kill onto Rin. Good Boy with another. He will get traded for that though, but 5 kills in the opening 3 rounds is a pretty good start. CAG able to just win the gunfights. Woogie now closer towards main entrance, coded on Trophy by himself, therefore can't get traded due to Woogie's current position. 1v2, plant can go down in kitchen. Frag grenade thrown in Woogie's direction, goes over the shoulder, has to avoid the flash, does do so, but all of that utility is more just a delay. Woogie's potential chance of denying the plant from going down, which it now has. Good headshot though on the clear of Sharif. And Woogie now in a position, and he certainly can win this. 30 seconds to think his way through this. Gets on the kit. Shots from above. So far, continues to stick it. Angle found, and will be able to confirm the kill. Woogie at that point is just entrusting he doesn't find the angle, or he thinks that those shots through the floorboard may scare him off of the kit. He just went from the go and said, I'm sticking it the whole way. Doesn't matter what happens.
I think that is the right call to stick, and it almost actually worked out in the end. I think that counter was about half a second away from being successful, but the kill was ultimately found, and so Kag ticked that box of winning the post. Would have been certainly a frustrating one to lose a 2v1 post in that kind of fashion, but
yeah,
not to be. They now garner the lead in this match.
We didn't obviously get to see too many attacking rounds from CAG against Kinotrope. They had built up such a significant lead from their defense. But so far, so good. And I was wrong, by the way, after that first series. I said, I don't think we see Clubhouse and Chalet again, with how good CAG played on those maps, and then also coupled with, well, they played on those maps not long ago. But there is always the adage that for FearX, they get to kind of view those games as they're happening, and then even post-game, VOD review, and say, we don't mind if we go there. We've kind of seen a little bit of what they did. We can then look to counter that. But I would always rather be the team that just a couple of hours ago played on Chalet, played on Clubhouse. A bit more warm. FearX backing it, I guess, more so their prep work than anything. 2 rounds to 1 in favor of CAG Osaka. It is their map pick of Chalet.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
And it was a 7-2 as well on Clubhouse, 5 attacking rounds. And maybe that's where FearX say, well, the way they won the Clubhouse against Kinotrope, they probably won't be able to do that against us. We're not going to give them 5 attacking rounds.
Still a possibility.
It always is.
Unlikely, but possible.
Rayora comes into play for this 4th round.
Yeah, the Rayora utilization here in APN. Again, mixed success, but I feel like that's often the talking point for this particular operator. This play could be interesting though. Anderson may be eager to aggressively repel in, or at least attract attention that is a possibility. Fuse is still in the hands of Black Ray on the roof, and Sharipo continues to lurk through basement.
I think he went to gate off closet, and he's like, oh, there's a Cusp barricade already there, job done.
Thanks.
Swapping mags!
Bar stockholder as well in play, okay.
You have a prepped castle barricade. That acts as a counter to Rayora. Because the Rayora can't actually gate it up because you've got that prepped castle barricade. Then you can actually
one-tap it.
One-tap it and then get control of the doorway position. Sharif makes his way up fireplace stairs. Whoop. There is in one bar stock position, and the flash was ill-timed. Mephi was already swinging out. Catches Sharif. Sharif has been busy so far early on in these rounds, but he's also losing his life. Chibitu dies at half wall. What's the trade? Akali there to try and help this situation out. Bailiff to open up, but more than just that, find the kill onto Mephi and get the revive onto Chibitsu.
This is a bedroom defense, by the way, and Kag have done a relatively poor job at clearing a single player bar stock, but that being said, it is at least a 3 versus 3. Chibitsu may be in a position to still have an impact. despite being so low on HP. 2 Bs, 2 smokes. They have some extra util, but into the Warden and also the gas babes of Woogie, which will be particularly deadly against Chibisu. It's going to be very rough.
40 seconds as well, so now you kind of have to pick up that pace. You don't have the time to scout out, to drone out, to get the information that you would certainly like when heading into this site. Nitro available for Rin. And yeah, you got a smoke, but in fact you got 2. But Rin's still alive on the Warden. Counteracts that completely with the glasses. Gas Babe to stop the push from the hallway. The Riera gate does block off an office peak. But Rin is already tucked in very nicely. Got shot in the back though. Bathroom on the balcony. He'll use his Nitro there and doesn't quite connect onto Kali. Anderton with the push in does kill a low HP Rin, but we are into red time. There's basically no time to get this plant down. You got to get the kills. There's only Woogie left. He is in closet. He got the knock, and with that, he relieved the pressure enough to fall back, stay alive. Fearx get the round.
A little bit close for comfort there at the very conclusion of that round, but Woogie able to step up, plays the correct win condition of escaping, played into the clock. A clock which waned because Cyclops struggled on a bar stock clear on a bedroom defense, which is not a sentence you say every day.
Well, I mean, to be fair here, like, you're probably not anticipating. It's just the timing of it. If he's 2 seconds earlier with that flash, he gets the kill ultimately. Like, they clear out bar stock pretty comfortably, but when you throw that flash and he's already swinging, you just don't have time to get gun up. Those things happen. And there was only 3 seconds at this point when Coda died.
Anderton there re-peeking with Diffuser. Bad play. He could have repositioned there. I didn't know he had Diffuser there in the
he certainly did.
At the end. He doesn't shoulder pick that again. He's in a position to potentially plant with some coverage. Sure, coverage can die. You still lose the round, but it would have been a far better win con, I think. He just got a little bit antsy there to go for the pick. Understandable given time, but...
Well, so far these 2 juggernauts of the APAC North region not really giving much away. 2-2. Both have had good moments.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
And the Kali comes back out now. We saw quite a bit of it. In fact, we've seen quite a bit of it in the APAC North region. The blitz employed by Anderton. No Blackbeard, no Ying, and no Montang available.
Good boy has to be so careful there.
He gets that kill because of the ACOG. He actually gets that kill because of the ACOG. Traded by Blackroy anyway, but because the ACOG blocked off that line of sight as he shoulder peeked, there wasn't enough time to then react.
Yeah, sharp shot there from Good Boy. He was never going to survive long in most instances, so it does well to collect 1 pick, try and escape, got caught, so be it.
Feels like Good Boy Sharif playing a pretty similar kind of style of Siege right now, where it's like, can we just get in, get a kill? If we get traded, you know, that's fine, but we want to try and open things up.
Yeah, okay. Sorry. Mephi defending. My bad. I saw Rin on the overhead just before that, and I was starting to panic a little bit for CAG in case I can clear that position properly. Well, that is a position cleared properly.
Yeah, that Chef Coded needs to be there at this point in the round. Super deep. Little wiggle there from the shield of the Blitz. Only a couple of drones remaining here for CIG, but at this point, you get the player advantage. There's no one, you don't necessarily need a whole heap of information. You know they're going to be playing side at this point. All 3 indeed are. Double stack wine, 1 in blue, which is Mephi. After available. Oh, the Bailey peak, though, from
No one's
Woogie.
trench. No one's trench watching that.
That is a super risky play, but it pays off. It only got the down on to Sharif. He can get brought back up. There is a minute left. Black Ray to bring in a Rotero or 2. And Sharif is certainly back up. Anderton shield up now on the Blitz. Has a smoke available. A couple are, in fact, with the Kali too. So certainly good utility. Flashes aplenty. But they got to make sure they don't let that clock be their enemy once again, as it has been so far in a couple of rounds.
They can still shape up for default, but with 1 more Zoto, it's going to be a small margin of error. There won't be much time left as that additional Zoto lands. And it's it again with the diffuser in hand.
Sharif is low. And it's in half health, and it's just all one-dimensional again from CAG. There's the west main push. Sharif was ready for it. Pre-fire spray. He's low on health. Can't afford him to be able to swing down those stairs. Not sure what's happening with Sharif. 1 versus 1. 8 seconds, so enough time here for Chibitsu. If he's quick enough and he does get the kit, he'll have to stick this the whole way. Can no longer get off of it whatsoever. And Woogieman is then, of course, aware of that. Easy swing to the right side here of Wine and confirms the kill and the round as well for FearX.
Yeah, messy attack there from KAG.
Not the first time.
No. Trying to shape up for the full west main. No player trench. They allowed for a west main flank. That's 2 massive fundamental mistakes in that round that proved costly. Sure, the first player got rezzed, but the west main flank pretty much confirmed the round. To an extent, FearX kind of gifted them the early lead, especially Coded playing up close like that. But the swing there, which led to the res, and then ultimately the flank late from Mephi.
So the last 3 rounds now, in terms of players left alive, 1, 1, 1. And of those 3, 2 of them have gone the way of FearX. So they're winning out those, 1vx's, 2vx's. These close rounds going the way of FearX. That's got to be the concern for CAG. They're not winning out that little micro battle, which is going to be the difference between 2 of these top teams. They've also now given up multitude of defensive rounds to FearX. Final round of the half. 4 defensive rounds here would really put FearX in a solid position. We know how good they are as well offensively. They're probably one of the best defensive powers in really the APL region. They certainly are #1 when it comes to APAC North. They are also #1 in terms of defense too. It goes without saying. They're the #1 team for a reason. Chibitsu has continued his solid work, though, from the previous series. 6-2 here on Chalet. I think FearX would be very happy with how this first half has played to this point. And Rin's only got the 1 kill.
Reloading ammo.
We know how Rin can be such a solid player. Statistically, in the group stage, the 2nd highest rated player for FearX. Anderton, you can hear him stomping around towards the mezzanine. Sharif able to turn around. Anderton tucked back into library.
Rin electing not to use a Zoto there on office wall. He'll allow that to be opened up. Chibitsu on the IQ for this round, so Woogie's cam's now likely vulnerable. Didn't quite capture where all those were posted, but Chibitsu will be hoping to find as many as he can.
Well, good mezzanine control, and that didn't even really need the blitz. Anderton poked out his head to Mez to make sure it was clear on the close angles. Sharif then pushes forward, gets shot in the back, turns around, kills Woogieman, and that's been the only action so far. As CAG then go back over towards the site and start to work on that. They opened above, they opened below. Still haven't seen these Zoto canisters have any impact so far from Rin. In fact, now playing the close angle at the office breach. Coded flashed away in Wine. Oh! Well, I don't think he was expecting Sharif to be there.
Damn.
But such a quick headshot. But while you're shooting body, it's CAG that is shooting teammates.
Shooting a body while you're in a 2v4. I don't know about that one, Chief.
When he started the process of it, it wasn't a 2v4, but by the end of it, it was. And that's the concern. 40 seconds. And around that, CAG must convert from here.
30 seconds on the clock, and Coded gets slammed. 3K for our Cully, and now it's Good Boy. Best player in the league. 1v4, and he's already found the first. Well, 3 more line up. Just the 2.
Yeah, I mean, really good positioning from Chibitsu at the end, because as soon as he knows he's got that teammate coming through that doorway, he knows he has to play with him. If he had held at the doorway, then it could have been another 1v1. But by just pushing through, creates a 2v1, and that means it's pretty much impossible for Good Boy to flick like 90 degrees that quickly. 3-3 half, well deserved. Again, not much separating these 2 teams, and I could very much envision this goes to overtime on Chalet. Like, literally everything is split even. Even the opening kill department, it's 3-3. And even in that fact, both teams have had one round that they got an opening kill but didn't convert. So there's nothing separating them at the moment. Look at some of the top-rated players, Chibitsu, Akali, both playing really well. And then on the flip side for FearX, it's Good Boy, it's Woogie Man. So it's just going to come down to who, again, can win these kind of clutch moments. I feel like you're going to get a 1v1 at some point, and that might be the difference between an OT and a 7-5.
And if it continues, the difference between upper bracket and lower bracket.
Yeah, that too on the grander scale. And, you know, PSG Talon as your potential opponent for either of these two teams is certainly, that's not an easy one. It's not a freebie. No. And coupled with the fact that you would have to, again, play 2 best-of-3s next weekend. Definitely want to be winning this.
Jammer ready to activate.
And the other factor in all of this too is if this goes to a third map, and we get to that third map, then you got to start thinking fatigue for CAG.
5 seconds left.
Laying out the welcome mat.
Said before, you kind of look at Asia and O's. We played 4 of the upper bracket semi-finals. 3 of them were won by the seeded team, the 1 or the 2 seed, or both. The only one that was lost was, of course, Team Orchid to Elevate yesterday.
So it's bar for the opening defense for Cyclops, round number 7. Capital employed here from Coda. That's likely to kill the power position corner inside of library. ADS catch is available. And we'll see maybe on this drone where they've been placed if they are in that power position. Shield as well over towards Mez. And it isn't the corner being held. So slight variation here from the defense. Aniton looking for early contact. Just the 2 kills for Aniton has been relatively quiet by his standard. Had impact on the Blackbeard at times in creating space, but not much in the way of the kill department. Flames to be deployed, at least 1. Della's elsewhere from outside, and Woogie potentially looking to enter. Good Boy falls. Woogie extends his shield. Chibis are doing a good job at the moment, but traded.
You can slip into bar stock here. It's not being held. You don't have to rush this. It's, you know, 4v4, 90 seconds. You got intel on a player. You got smokes. No nitros that you have to deal with either. So just allow the likes of Rin to just walk around the map, start clearing out. This is really good patience from Woogie Man. Not getting overwhelmed by the fact there's an Ella up close. You know, trusting your teammates to come in on the back and start clearing. And so far, that's what they've been able to do, especially from Rin. 2 kills that have now opened up this round extensively for FearX. And Sharif is, you know, a man that's possessed with this Montang, but he's lost all of his teammates elsewhere around the map. And then at that point, you can see as he turns around, he's thinking, all right, they're probably all surrounding me. Really, really well executed from FearX. Yeah, maybe had a little bit of a trouble in the big window run-in, but once that Monty's in, fully extended shield, deep position, no one playing bar stock, no nitrocell, far too easy for FearX. Really good way to kickstart the second half. They've now won 3 of the last 4 rounds, so they've got a little bit of that ascendancy brewing over CAG.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Good work from
bomb.
Chibisu in that prior round to help shut down Good Boy, but the rest of the team unable to put themselves in a position to aid.
3 kills for Rin in that as well. So if Rin starts, you know, fragging out, that might be the difference.
Setting the welcome mat.
Potentially. Could say the same about Aniton as well, though. I feel like he's certainly a player that can
Attackers have located a
pop off
bomb.
and called upon as well. That being said, he hasn't posted massive numbers throughout the stage, 95 APS, so maybe I'm overestimating him somewhat. And in fact, the key gunners of Sharif, Akali and Chibisu firing pretty well in this game, so...
Yeah, that's a concern.
Attackers objective is to defuse the bomb.
It is only a 1-round differential. But it just has that feeling that FearX is starting to get a handle of things here on Chalet. Need to see CAG find some early aggression in these rounds. As long as it's controlled and well-mannered, well, they certainly could do enough to offset these attacks from FearX before they can get into Execution positions. Bravo clutch drone going through the hole. Maybe towards Trophy to see if there's any utility that can be found. Nice little Banshee. So kitchen and dining for the 8th round. Is there any more value from the Bravo? Not that one, at least. You can find that Yokai, the ADSs. It's really the main targets. The Banshees, I think, are a bit, whatever. If you get it, you get it. Logic Bomb called out. And the Quan Hive launcher being utilized to keep CAG back. Coda doesn't make it through the window. I haven't seen that one before. Creeping through kitchen, Wookie, but he can't cook anything up. And it's a clean round from CAG, just on the brink of when it felt like FearX was starting to get a handle of things here on Chalet. CAG just pull out a flawless round.
We're not going to take attack, I don't think. Interesting. Thought maybe he'd sit outside for the remainder of the round.
Yeah, a bit of a nothing kind of attack though from FearX, really. It's just sort of util dump, try and repel into Solar. But just because you've shot some bees in a direction doesn't mean you can't get shot at.
Shit, quote that and put it on a t-shirt.
Well, it's like when you say smokes, they don't stop bullets.
No. Bees certainly do not either.
Neither do the bees. Wine and snow. Basement, we go for round 9. 4-4, all tied up. And certainly a needed round for CAG. And I think in that manner as well, the way in which they won the round so convincingly, it is our first flawless of this series. And obviously being the opening map. It's also the most players, of course, then that CAG have had alive at the end of a round win, the others being 2-1-2, or 2-1-3, sorry.
10 seconds left.
Take a repick for FearX. They'll bring the Deimos, they'll bring the Montaigne, the Dockerby, the Ramp, so they'll keep this rather conventional. Get some fireplace control, open up the floorboards with the Boogie Auto Breacher. Doesn't suggest to me, though, that this will be necessarily a main breach hit. I think they'd be more than content to obviously deal with roamers above, hence the Deimos and the Dockerby. And Rin's already in the kitchen. That is so quick. 2 minutes 39, and he's in kitchen. Black Ray, I don't think was ready for that kind of pacing.
Yeah, Rin finding some form here towards the tail end of the opening map. Quiet beginnings, but now finding impact.
Coda did take some damage on the exterior.
Akali looking to stick around here inside of Library. Quite high risk and has been death marked. Can Akali make it out alive? Pressured now by Boogeyman. Impacts out.
And the Logic Bomb as well from Rin. So it's a death mark and the Logic Bomb at the same time.
Able to get out though.
And able to get out. So that's a really small win there for CAG. Sharif as well still lurking Barstock. I gotta say, being a man down, not ideal, but I don't mind where CAG are at. But now the Montaigne looking to be a nuisance. Sharif knows that if he stays here too long, and this takes too long, he will lose his life, and that's exactly what ends up happening as FearX now starts to control the map, clearing out these roamers, taking control of Chalet, leaves poor old Akali by himself in basement. Anaton still holding Library stairs and hoping that someone somewhere makes their way down the hallway, but it's a man with the shield. You can't shoot him. There's nothing you can do. Anaton falls back down blue. And there's still over a minute left in a 5 versus 2. This should be a 5th round for FearX.
— 60 seconds on the clock. Anaton's position, blue known. Can Akali maybe hit an incredible flank, although it is being hard watched.
Well, this round's done. Surely. You cannot be throwing this one away. No, with the Montang as well, pushing out of bloom. Are you okay? I think you're a little bit...
I'm struggling to keep my eyes open.
It's been a long weekend. Yeah, this one was done about a minute ago. This is just the formalities. Oh, God.
Do you reckon it came through the stream?
No.
Okay. I swear I heard it in my headset. I could have sworn. We'll find out in about 4 minutes.
I love it when Woogieman's playing Shield and
He always does it.
And he does his little dance around.
Such a taunt.
A very drawn out round that was done quite a while ago. Oh, Anderton will pick up a freebie. Make the stats look a little bit better for Anderton, but it's not looking good for CHE. 5-4 lead for FearX. Just getting a little closer to taking out this opening map.
We have to subtract 1 kill from his total. So the additional bans now in preparation for the 10th round. It is Monty for attack to round out the BB and the Blitz. For defense, 2 Rail to round off Azami and Clash. Bar Gaming will seemingly set the stage for this particular round. As KAG look once more to even out this scoreline. A tug of war between these two teams. We expected closeness, and that's exactly what has been delivered here on Chalet. That being said, it is the map selection of KAG, and so if the veto is to be trusted, FearX as well should be very, very strong on the second map of Club. Critical for KAG then to put their absolute best foot forward here and not let too many more rounds slip.
Oh man, I don't think they can really let any more rounds slip. If this goes to 6-4, right now CAG have only been able to win 2 rounds once. It was round 2 and round 3. Sorry, 2 rounds consecutively once. So it's been a long time between drinks. And that was back on attack in the first half. So far unable to manage that here in the second, although only 3 rounds played. And at least that Boogeyman is dealt with though in the Montang. Now banned out for the rest of this half. Really even spread performance though now from FearX, like 6-6, 8, 5, and 6.
So chip stack top library for the clear. Presumably the Rotero is used to chip away at all of the standing utility above.
Oh, where are we going with this, Hobbs? Where are we going with this? Oh.
Not too bad. Caught the shield. Good stuff, Alex.
Very, very lucky. I don't know. Was that Alex?
Can't tell.
Seemed better.
Yeah, I think. What's his name? Easy?
Oh, Easy's the GOAT. Let's not put those two in the same sentence.
Very true. Fellow ping?
Yeah, not getting that angle.
Flames, EMP. Bees, kind of.
Well, the bees are there, but maybe not where he wanted them to be. Koda gets the opening pick onto Kali, straight up the mez now. As you said, really good lurk. Oh, don't shoot.
Yeah. Ultimately got flanked upon anyway, but intriguing. 3 versus 4, however, so FearX retained advantage.
There's still Sharip in offers, by the way. So he may offer a potential flank later in this round, and certainly will have to be impactful. Otherwise, you're kind of just reliant on Chibisu, who's the only one in sight. Black right down below. So you've still got 2 players in kind of flanking positions. Hence why Chibisu looks a little bit antsy right now. Slow crawl from Sharip. Marine is over towards the big window mezzanine. 30 seconds, and VRX have really just stalled their pace. So much so that Jibisu is pushed out of Barstock, wants to play big window. And this could really disrupt and hurt the attack, although somehow Mephi wins it.
Good smoke above, forces the drop, Sharif.
And wins that one.
Yeah, massive.
And here's your last player.
Diffuser.
And while Blackray does get 2 kills.
Why is Diffuser there? You just one double window.
He can make it 3. Blackray. 6 seconds. Mephi grabs Kit. He's in games. He is planting. Blackray will have to drop the hatch. Will do so. We'll get the freest of free kills. CAG Osaka steal that round courtesy of Blackray and subsequently take a timeout. And Guz is now 2 slam desks today. I'm going to have a snake. Is it good? You want one?
No, no.
Okay.
Oh, I'm catching my breath.
For those a little unfamiliar, I'm not eating an actual like snake. It's a lolly.
A lolly snake.
I know we're Australian and we
a candy snake.
Candy snake. Sorry.
A sweet.
Yeah. Gelatin.
How the did they lose that round?
You can see how pumped they were in the player cams.
I mean, well played by Blackray, obviously not taking anything away, but my god, what is the pathing there? What is the routing? What are we doing? If that happened to me in a ranked game, I would have left.
Can you do that again?
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused.
You're alright, second desk slam of the day. I get more frustrated than the players. Oh boy. Well, it does mean that we get an even closer finish here. 5-5 scoreline. Dining in play. CAG fired up. Blackray back on the scoreboard, now up to 7. VRX hopefully reset after the attack.
Apparently Frosty Snake 4 said the announcer's high. And Kiwi Master said they got these guys working too much overtime.
No, we're just casting CAG VRX.
Attackers are moving to defuse a
Welcome
bomb.
to APAC. First time? First time.
Must be.
I mean, this can go either way now.
Can you please mute your mic while you're eating?
Sorry.
Jesus, where's the etiquette?
Deploying shield.
God.
I got the munchies. Alrighty, round 11. Oh, Rin taking some early damage on the Grim, not ideal. Here's the barricade. Can you get the shots into the calf? No, not quite. In goes the clutch drone to follow up from those shots. This has been prepped now, though, by Anaton. Too much pressure. Oh, there was. He's on his drone.
I thought Anaton was about
very,
to
very
beeline
fortunate.
it.
Yeah. Oh, Rin, you don't need to be peeking that. Anaton, that's a lovely shot. Can he get one more for good measure? They want to try and cut him off before he can make his way up West Main. Logic Bomb not doing enough. And Anaton escapes into the night. And by night, I mean West Main.
They're still trying to cut him off, by the way. Player outside West Main. Blackray does fall elsewhere. But every cut-off attempt is falling short.
Yeah, they spotted him. They know he's still down there. Oh, this is cheeky from Sharif. With a warm fire at his back, he sits the couch, looking to see if anyone comes for an entrance. Oh, headshot angle. The way that Anaton's been playing. And he gets the kill onto Good Boy, who has gone now negative after an incredible start to this game. But even still, a 3 versus 3, the round's not done. All that work from Anaton now undone. He's dead. It's a 3-on-3. That could certainly, again, go to either of these two teams. And it comes down to these fine moments. Who can stand up late into the round? Flashes available for VRX. Arakali, though,
Goes to double-digit kills and makes it an advantage now for COG Osaka. They look dead and buried here on Chalet. But it seems like they've risen. Now, we saw a huge clutch from Blackray, and Boogeyman's going to have to emulate that. And a 1v3 with the kit, 20 seconds, gets a yellow ping intel. But this is going to have to be a drop into really what feels like a nest. And COG are swarming. They go 6-5 up for what really should have been a 6-4 lead to FearX a mere minutes ago. It feels like FearX have cagged it.
They have. They've taken inspiration. So they now take their own tactical timeout.
Hang on. Turn it up. Up.
It's the best one. FearX are certainly not chilling out like you are right now, though. They are stressed.
I'm vibing.
They're not. Back-to-back rounds going to CAG, and a couple of big mistakes made in both of those rounds. So, really important tactical timeout here for Dark to talk to the lads and reset them heading into this final round of Reg. Second floor will be the battleground. FearX need to find a way to minimize mistakes and punish some of these aggressive positions that continually are exploited by CAG. Anderton in the last round, we saw the Blackray clutch prior to that.
Being defused by attackers.
And it just risks snowballing a little bit here.
Yeah, it certainly does, especially on a map like Chalet where there's a lot of snow around. You can really build up that snowball. It gets quite large, out of control. Probably less likely on a map like Clubhouse where I think the snow density is probably 0. Can FearX force an overtime? We've only had the single overtime so far today for APAC North. That was map 2, PSG Talon Scars, 8-6 back on bank. Everything else has been sorted in regulation. CRG looking to confirm their map pick. They did play Clubhouse earlier today, so they will not be afraid to head back there. Despite it being the pick for FearX, certainly a good map for them.
Just the one death mark available at the moment in terms of target. That's the Mirror of Chibisu. Akali investigates the holes over towards Snowmobile, but that was just established to deal with the default camera. Kali in play, and so Sniper available. Ring can be sharp, Lances as well for the clear. Will there be a potential combat below, a duel between Kali and Mephi?
Logic Bomb would be in range now. Mephi's got the first shot and lands it with the DMR. Tareeb has to reposition. Good Boy will fall again on the Deimos, but fear not, FearX have got themselves still the player advantage, and it's also going to be now the Yokai making its way up towards Solar, courtesy of Anderton. Office getting opened up. 90 seconds player advantage. FearX need to capitalize here to force overtime in the opening map of this series.
Now, if that HUD element is to be believed, these cameras have been hacked by Murphy.
Yeah, but he's not worried about what they can see visually from it. Chips force back to Piano. It does have a Nitro, so he wants to stay as close as possible to offer help at any potential half-wall plant. Anderton finds the pick on the Echo, gets rid of Coded. Chibisu still trying to hope he can see someone outside as well, and there's another one from Anderton. It's just peek, and just like that, the round turns on its head. They still got a Nitro Cell, they've still got the Yokai. And there's only 30 seconds left for Woogie and Mephi. One final logic bomb.
The attack watching the Yokai, so they have info.
Yeah, oh, good swing. Yokai goes up. Final logic bomb goes out. 2 versus 2. I said before, it could come down to a 1v1 that separates either a 7-5 or an overtime. And it's Anaton that loses out to Woogie. Is quite low, still very winnable for Black Gray. But can no longer rely on that Yokai. And so therefore, Woogie gets the half wall for free. Playing at the bomb chassis is Mephi. Black Gray will allow this plant to go down. Can't deny it. But if he can find the kill onto Mephi, no, he cannot. Headshot found. And there is that difference. This map will go to overtime.
Yeah, massive round there from Mephi. Won the opening duel, hacked cams, and then covers in the post. Big couple of moments for him, and difference makers for FearX. The bands will auto-fill as we prepare for the 13th round. CAG with double defense.
Was that a missed opportunity, though? We'll see. As you mentioned, double defense certainly helps, but FearX were able to crack that defense here and now, and at a 3 versus 2. And those are the small margins that you'll be kicking yourself. Really well done by Woogie Man and Mephi to bring that round back.
Enjoy the view.
I tell you what, I mean, I kind of look at the scope of this series, and I think if CAG are to win, it's probably 2-1. But if FearX win this map, I think they can take this 2-0.
Yeah, I would largely agree.
I'm glad you would.
10 seconds.
I'm glad you're glad.
I'm glad that you're glad that I'm glad.
5 seconds left.
I'm glad that you're glad that I'm glad that you're glad.
I'm Jake. Nice to meet you, glad.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Swapping mags!
I'm going to need therapy after these playoffs.
What can FearX do here on the attack? Default shot out. Back onto the Riora, which I feel like is always that mixed bag. Sharif inside of library. Whoa. Droned out. And he did move a little bit too far forward for my liking, but he gets out fine. No issues.
Oh, Sharif's down.
Reloading!
Ended up going towards big window Mez. So early ego control.
Swapping megs.
CAG just look a little bit stuck on defense now, especially with Sharif's death. You lose a lot of that presence over on the library side of the map. Everyone else now is more office and bedroom, and obviously one player down below. That will allow FearX to get a decent amount of map control towards mezzanine, open up office, and then drop down and open up dining.
Well, Akali comfortably close to that
Balls of
breach.
steel from Akali.
And a position that may pay dividends. We'll wait and see. Good boy falls.
And gets the kill.
4.
Yeah. Well, it does pay dividends.
Yeah.
And repositions back out. Deathmark out from Mephi onto Akali. Here's one here on the rappel as well.
Reload.
Starting to get a little bit concerned here for the time, though, of FearX. Without those shields, they do seem to lack a lot of that sort of emphasis and speed of hitting the site or clearing above in this instance. Akali peeks below, expects maybe one could be creeping up half wall, hence the pre-fires. Now knows there's one outside the breach, so he can take that half wall position. And we'll look to contest that rather than down below. Although, going for a little bit of a walkabout, Black Gray beats out Woogie Man. It was actually a trade though. A C-Jack's moment, and shot in the back is Akali. Caught running. Jibitsu Into red time we go with a Nitro thrown down West Main, blown up, but buys some time, and time is certainly of the essence. And now has that death mark to deal with. 4 seconds. They don't have the kit, need to get the kill, but he ends up running straight into Rin. And with that, FearX go from potentially losing this map to now potentially taking it.
Yeah, the power of the Deimos there on full display. He's such a challenging operator to play against in the 1v2 when you have that live information against you. The Deimos able to play a little bit more reserved, and then Rune able to push forward off that information. Trade potential there as well if required, but ultimately not needed. A big round there for FearX, and despite the double defense, KAG now find themselves in trouble. It was a 4 versus 4 for the majority, or a large portion at least, of this particular round. For a significant amount of trades rather up above. Gypsy trying his very best at the end there to play time. As FearX relayed that information, find the pick, and they look quite animated on the cams this evening, sensing the importance of that round win. Can KAG snap back? They've had some big moments themselves on this map. But FearX, resilient as always. Let's see how this site plays out.
10 seconds left.
Looking like a library extension across. Quite expected.
5 seconds left.
Warden back in play in the hands of Rin, which we have seen, I want to say a little bit of. Just the one appearance from the Warden from FearX. That was Rin on this very site, round 4. And in fact, actually, there was a second appearance bar, but they lost out on that occasion.
I do fear for CAG, and I do wonder if we might be looking back in 40, 50 minutes from now and saying, well, if they had a 1 Chalet, we could be going to a 3rd map, but instead it could be them going to the lower bracket. They had their opportunity at 6-5 up. FearX on defense. If this doesn't work, they'll get still one more opportunity on attack, and they've been pretty good. The lowest kill count in the server is actually Sharif with 7, despite starting hot and heavy. I think it was like a 5-3 kind of start. So since then, he's been about 2-7, certainly been a bit more quiet. And to be fair, so is Good Boy.
Throwing frag. Changing mag.
But the pacing here quite slow from CAG. Only just now starting to open up the wall into bedroom.
Yeah, they have pretty good control here currently though, KAG, and they have flank potential, or flank protection rather. And we'll see that maybe tested as Mephi goes down below.
Enemy spotted. Second floor.
Some drone info in towards site. Mine spotted. B is deployed box. He's shown some skill in that particular position tonight.
I think this is where they're going to try and hit things with solar control established with Akali, Black Gray being able to step their feet in there. Westman comes, Good Boy. There's that flank watch, and Sharif is very good at that. And you're right, had that small opportunity. The window was there, not able to be taken. CAG just got to make sure they don't fumble the bag. Woogie up close, full white in piano. Plank going down in bedroom. Woogie's out of gas babes. Long angle here with the Vendetta from Chibitsu to cover. And Akali will stick that plan as Black Gray with a double kill onto Woogie and Mephi. Leaves coded in a 1v4, now 3 with that kill onto Akali. But let's be honest, this one's looking like it all 15 rounds will be required.
Going on drone, there was an interesting play, but Black Gray able to net the kill. Really cleans it up there from KAG. Good information gathering below and good flank watch. And despite, you know, there's still been a very small window for it to have fallen apart.
I might be reading too much into this, but is he going on drone there to make it seem like he's fallen further back than he actually has? Because he knows his gun barrel's sticking so far out. Or is he just fat-fingered?
It's either a fat finger or just a KAG troll funny moment. Clip farm.
Yeah, okay. Just got to do the due diligence.
Nah, well, I don't think it's that Not that deep. Not that deep, bro. Definitely not.
7-7. PRX back onto the attack. And CAG now get once again another opportunity to close out this map. It feels like they've had a couple now.
I'm on guard. Benji's ready.
Jammer ready.
Yeah, massive round, especially for CAG. Onto the map, FearX next. So things getting a little bit hairy for them. Do have comfort defense, and they'll head down to basement. Mirror in play as anticipated, and the Warden to counteract the potential Ying. Ying not to appear, but some interesting repicks will. Twitch up, so that will directly counter the Mirror. Kali directly will counter the Mirror. Double hard breach as well, including ranged, which will also directly counter the Mirror. So there could be a lot of which FearX are able to target a main breach hit. Lack of extra utilities, such as no flashbangs, may make that a little bit more of a challenge, so we'll kind of wait and see. A lot of it will depend on how effective other clearance is.
Breaching sequence activated.
I wonder how active CAG will get on the defense here, as we saw Black Grey just roaming around kitchen. Got a lot of players off site. In fact, it's only Anderton that's currently holding site.
Loading mag.
Ooh. And that's the Twitch down as well, so that will bolster the Mirror windows. Not ideal.
I'm reloading.
Yeah, I don't see FearX winning this round. Rin is probably one of their best avenues of being able to change my mind in that regard. But otherwise, it's just basically a triple stack out breach. You got no map control. The roamers will eventually come back down. They've still got a nitrocell. This seems like a very much non-FearX kind of attack. It's so stalled out and stagnant, not creating, not being creative. And yeah, so far I think it's playing into the hands of CAG perfectly. Don't forget, they've got that Warden as well, Anderton in blue hallway. So even those smokes that Coded's got largely will be irrelevant. Speaking of, Coded does actually find a kill onto Black Grey, and they get the kill onto Akali. So I guess we're just peeking. I guess we're just, yeah, Rin then ends up pushing in. It's 2 versus 2. A hint of irony, as I did mention before, it's going to come down to these kind of moments, and certainly in this final round for the map, it now does. Good boy in storage, and he is able to win out against Sharif and can get this plant down, and with cover from Mephi, FearX do end up taking it.
But you didn't see it, Jay.
That was about 90%.
Not good enough from you, mate. Leave the round predictions to me. 8-7, FearX, grinding out that map, getting it just across the line.
Hey, do you want to do the throw as well?
Well, the breaker's ready, Jake. Let's go to it. Map 2 on the other side.
Reloading. Lock it up.
分が初めて入ったプロが、戦国ゲーミングっていうすごいチームで、やっぱ昔から有名で、その時自分が入ったのはレイチルだったりとか、その昔の有名な選手、昔って言ったらですけど選手がいた中で、自分がデビューするってなった時、すごいプレッシャーもありましたし、自分が戦えるのかなとも思いましたけど、やっぱ頑張ろうって思う思いでやったんですけど、結果はちょっとひどい結果ではあったんですけど、すごい人間面でもいろいろ学させられるチームではありましたね。そうですね、やっぱゼプトの頃はアマチュアだったのもあって、お遊びって言ったらあれですけど、楽しんで普通に大会出るみたいな感じだったんですけど、RJC っていう大会をきっかけに、自分ってこんな戦えるんだっていうか、プロにもなれるんだなっていうのがすごい自分に感動したっていうか、こうやってプロになるんだなっていう刺激をもらいました。もともと自分 RJC の時は自分仕事してて、もともとそのプロになるつもりもなかったっていうか、普通に仕事して終わるのかなって思ってたんですけど、その RJC がきっかけで、当時強かったガッツゲーミングにも勝って、CAG 相手にも競ることができて、本当に自分って普通に人生終わるって言ったらあれですけど、このまま生きていくのかなって思ってたんですけど、本当にその結果がきっかけに本当にプロになれるのかなって思って、親にもその時当時話してたんですけど、反対っていうかバカにされるって言ったらあれですけど、何言ってんのみたいな感じのスタンスで言われてたんですけど、で本当そういう結果を残したのも親が見てくれてて、で本当になるんじゃないみたいな、笑われた感じで言ってたんですけど、本当それがきっかけに本当にプロになって、で気づいたら世界ベスト8になってっていう、本当多分RJC がなかったら自分プロになってなかったなっていう、本当それはめちゃくちゃ大きいオフラインの刺激ですね。そうですね、やっぱ1回目の世界大会と比べて、やっぱ2回目もうそれ以降はプレッシャーってわけじゃないですけど、勝たなきゃいけないなっていう気持ちがすごい強くて、本当にアトランタだったりブラジルメジャーだったり、イギリスメジャー、もうそこに対して全部勝つのが当たり前みたいな雰囲気になってた。1回目がベスト8のせいで、そのせいでもプレッシャーだったり、本当に楽しむシージっていうのを本当見失って、どうやって大会あんな笑いながらやってたっけなっていう気持ちがすごいありますね。
We return to the second map. VRX taking out Chalet. We move to Clubhouse as they have the 1-0 lead in this upper bracket semi-final. Winner of this, of course, moves on to the upper bracket final next weekend. They'll play the winner of D+ or Scars. That game to follow after this one. The question will be whether or not that's in an hour or two, largely dependent, of course, as to who wins on Clubhouse now. CAG start defense club for VRX. Well, it was a very close one on Chalet. CAG had the opportunity regulation, and then VRX had the opportunity to win out the first OT, but it took until round 15 to get it done. So no surprise, the opening map went 8-7. Wouldn't surprise me if the second map goes 8-7.
Thank you, Jake, for your insight. Let's prep for this one. Monty, Blitz, Kaid, Clash. Clash has been an intriguing operator to track over the course of stage 1 globally. I haven't seen it banned too frequently here on Club. We have seen things like the Kaid and the Bandit, for instance, on a couple of occasions, really doubling down in that department, but sure, Clash as well, powerful. A couple of strongholds where she is quite good.
Yeah, shields just need to be nerfed into the ground.
So you're a populist now?
No, I'm a realist.
Just saying what the people want to hear.
No, I'm saying what I want to hear. If the people agree, the people agree. If they don't, they don't. But yeah, I'm just getting sick of the shield bans every game, every round, every time.
That's fair. We do still have Blackbeard up. Thoughts?
Well, you can only ban 2 to start.
No, more so. do you think Blackbeard's an overpowered pain in the ass?
I would certainly say Blackbeard is one of the strongest operators that we have in Rainbow Six Siege X.
Okay. Thank you, Jake, for your insight.
No worries. Scopos, Capcan. What a CAG cooking up here in this round. Sharif is now in logistics.
So perhaps an emphasis over towards dirt here, and Fearx looking to shortcut other portions of the map. Maybe viable with the Blackbeard, and Woogie can play front line. He'll take the diffuser at least for now as Coded rotates for hatches. Quite the roam employed. Only one player in basement for defense. 1 minute into the round.
I mean, sure, it can transfer back straight away.
Yeah, good impact above to disrupt these X-Caros.
I actually like this little hold, so he's quite safe in logistics, which means there's only really one avenue that they can kind of, well, two if you include the hatch, but you can see how he's able to kind of just tuck in, look to be an absolute nuisance here on the hatch without as much of a worry about, say, a con hit. He's going to be more worried about that top main. Once he feels it's job done, he can then just transfer back down below. This was a well-cooked round from CAG. This is over. Fearx have lost.
No, you did say that about the final round in favour of CAG.
No, I didn't quite say the exact same wording, which is therefore a difference. Got you on a technicality.
If Fearx win this round, you shouldn't try it.
If Fearx win this round, I'm just going to walk off, go home.
4v2.
Yeah, it's fine by me.
Long walk home for you.
It's a win-win.
Very cold.
Well, I mean, by home, I mean to my car and then drive home.
Okay.
This would be the CAG of all CAGs. That's how I want it to be clipped if they lose this. The CAG of all CAGs.
Sure, we can get that done.
Yeah. You call your people, I'll call my people, we'll organize it. Don't pick this. Oh my god. Oh, I'm having heart palpitations.
20 seconds. It is pretty unlosable.
90%?
99.
Oh.
95.
Why do they have to always make it this difficult? It's a 5v2. Now a 3v1 and Coded very much cannot win this. The fact that it even came down to a 1v2 is just quite concerning. So much good work done in the early portion of the round, hence my praise, hence making some fantastical statements, but they always find a way, CAG, just to make sure the opposing team has a way back in.
Some more egregious than others, that one not too bad. Second floor gym bedroom. And we expect a tug of war between these two tonight.
Attackers need to locate and
We're back on Chalet, and we anticipate more of the same here on Club.
Activate jammer.
Yeah, 100%.
I like the hold in the prior round with the Scopos up above, really good switch.
I haven't seen that before.
No, I haven't seen it quite like that either, no. Fearx tried to shortcut, just go dirt, and, well, we all know how that ended up. Straight into the meat grinder.
I will say it's a tiny bit susceptible if it's droned out and you have someone play the Logi hatch and then one other push the hallway. You could catch the Scopos, but I think on Church Arsenal, you don't typically see the Logi hatch be that kind of entry position, so they'd have to drone, get info, then go for it. But the power of the Scopos is just the time denial.
The Deimos in play for round number 2, an operator that saw plenty of airtime back on Chalet. And good way will be eager to get those death marks deployed once those marks become available. Recharge breach and play for Coded, secondaries as well, using an exterior con. Just opening up several avenues. Now this extension from CAG over towards Cash is not particularly intensive, not a lot of utility invested from the defense, so I don't expect Fearx to have a ton of issues in clearing this and pressuring it, and presumably CAG will peel.
Well, I mean, they got the Oryx as well, who was over towards Strip, so you've got a little bit of flank potential later in the round. You don't have to overextend Cash Red. The hope actually would be that Fearx end up taking this kind of position, and then Sharif can actually come through bar stage into lounge and then up red. As he chooses. Otherwise, could just come back up main stairs later in the round. It is a slow hit right now from Fearx.
This ends up just being a util set from the cap, and they send it maybe with a Logi drop.
Oh,
that helps.
Shreeper's come back up through the hatch and then peeked in Jim. I thought he would make a little bit more use of the Oryx.
Ooh, there's nearly a window of opportunity for a second. It's Black Ray inside of Jim. And almost a window for a third, so he's being presented with chances. They're tough ones.
Yeah, I mean, he's just dry peeking. There's not a lot to this. He hasn't even really used the utility either, like you said, in terms of the set execution.
And the second he pulls it out, he dies.
Yeah. Was a trade, though. The Azami has been eliminated. Watching the Yokai, which is still employed by Anaton. Goda just trying to clear out logistics. Pistol out from Mephi.
Swapping mags!
Goda getting pressured, and now on an angle is Anaton. There goes the Echo. No more Yokai available in terms of the burst. There is a PPC inside a bedroom, but with Black Ray's death, it's all down to Arkali at top main stairs. Shotgun up close is strong. Didn't have enough time to then flick around to the right side of Mephi. Does get the trade. VRX with an early attacking round.
Shotgun pulled out, and kills secured with that round. Also secured. 1-1 scoreline better from CAG. A couple of opportunities presented there from VRX. Freebies given. Trade game then was not quite on point.
Well, the difference really was just that first pick from Woogie on to the Oryx of Sharib.
Yeah.
And then outside of that, you have that extra man advantage. You go into the trade game, you're just constantly one up. Defense then starts to lose too many numbers that they can't control all of the avenues into the site. This moment here, actually, I felt like...
It was a 3-3. That fight goes the other way.
I think Anaton should have won that, and I felt like he was going to win that, and I think that was, as you said, the moment. And it's just those tiny little fights that sometimes can change the entire round. If Anaton stays alive there, they get logic control. He can also play the Yokai. They got an extra number. There's a lot that really looks a lot better for CAG. So they lose Jim Bedroom. And we'll go to Cash and CCTV now for the third round, which will be the final round until we get the quarter-time bans.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
So the Maverick in play from round 3. Noting that there haven't been any primary hard breach fans. Again, it is the Monty and the Blitz, but instead electing to play the Mav to counter the Bandit. Often a bit of a slower process in opening up the wall, and you do run the risk of potentially dying as well to the footholes later on, depending on how the wall is to be opened up. So,
well, the question now for VRX with this lineup that they've got, will this be garage-centric? So you open up main breach, you keep the Sens posted out with the ROUs, you go and use the Capitao to clear out rafters, and then you kind of block off Cash and Red with the shield screens. If so, it's going to put a lot of emphasis here on Sharip as the Azami to withstand the pressure coming his way. Nice and quick work done on main breach as well. And honestly, between the Blackbeard and the Capitao, I think you've got more than enough to take rafters.
Decent frag grenade. Sharip only taking a little bit of damage. Keep the barrier restored. Able to cross. No one from the door catching. A little bit hesitant on the entry.
Yeah, the initial peek there with the Blackbeard shield up meant you can get that kill onto the drone. And you've got some nice leg damage onto Woogie Man. Frag grenade. Oh, lovely headshot. And the second as well from Sharip. Well, he ends up doing his job. He defends rafters. VRX needed to clear him. That's the aim of what they wanted to do in this round.
They're going in without using any of Rin's utility. That's the issue. Where are the flames?
Exactly. They felt they could do it just off the Blackbeard.
Or the frag grenades, but you've got to double down with frag grenades. You can't throw a singular nade.
Missed a step in the guide. Just went too early. Skipped over a couple of the crucial steps. Not sure how Chibis is dying. Bot red. Doesn't matter. Another one from Sharip. There goes the Capitao.
Yeah.
We know in these kind of rounds, especially if you're playing rafters, you are the make or break for your team defensively. If you give it up easily and they get full control, it's so difficult to then win out on Cash and CCTV. But if you can defend such as this, you essentially win the round for your team. There's a lot of pressure on these Azamis that play rafters. And Sharif has put on a masterclass. Didn't get overwhelmed by those frag grenades, which he had to deal with, but he also never had to deal with the Capital bolts. Yeah, clinical. CAG will take that one. They'll say thank you very much, Sharif. And a 2-1 lead for CAG going into the quarter-time bands.
So big issues in the round then from VRX, not deploying that utility correctly, not playing off any of the deployed utility correctly positionally either. So some glaring issues and some glaring mistakes. Dark doesn't believe that's enough though to prompt the tactical timeout, and so instead they'll hold it, round 4 to follow, and the additional bans. Thatcher and Bandit.
Yeah, I don't think you need to call a tactical timeout there, because the way you lost that round was based on you know, a set play on a set site, and certainly a subsection of that site being rafters. It's not like you have to worry about that in terms of the Church Arsenal. You typically want to take those tactical timeouts when your general play is failing you and there's a full breakdown across the board. And the other side of it as well is your attacking club. Like, if you want to save your timeout, maybe you save it for your defensive half, or if things get really bad towards the end of this half. And maybe you take it when you cycle back to cache and CCTV to sort of reiterate then maybe either what you want to change or what you want to fix.
Scopo's in play again. Last time we saw Sharif up above inside of Logi. Had some mute jammers in support. Con reinforced to use that position to impact and shoot out X-Kairos down below. VRX didn't overly invest in trying to clear it, and so he was able to switch out and go back down to basement. We'll see what he does this time.
I think it'll be more of a horizontal first floor roam with the castle barricades, rather than that full play up in Logi.
He'll play strip side, yeah, which he is currently. Bit of support from main stairs, chip away drone util. I like this defensive hold from CAG.
Don't forget, this is the map pick of FearX, selecting to go to Clubhouse, despite the fact that CAG played it well earlier today, but Sharif on the Scopos is caught. Maybe wasn't expecting Good Boy outside of parking to just kind of shoot straight into pool. Catches him through the soft barricade.
Five versus 4 then, FearX with the advantage. Blackray is not too eager to go back down below, sensing that someone needs to probably try and make a play here. And execute on side with the Bandit's advantage always rough. So he's top 4 currently, rest of the team basement. Blackray do something.
Bomb located by attackers.
Calling them up.
There we go.
Well, he can end up doing something. Top red gets rid of Rin. No Grim available now for the onside execution. Shoulder peek to begin with. Now up above, here comes Woogie. Oh, that's beautifully played from Blackray. And the turnaround shots as well onto Good Boy. And CAG's Blackray's feeling it. Can't see it in the camera. Of course, he's frozen, but maybe that's because of the ice in his veins.
Two versus 4. That was a shocker. He's been frozen since Chalet, so maybe it was just the cold temps. Coda 1v4, rounds over. CAG will go 3-1 up on Club.
The last 2 rounds that they've won, which was the Rafters mishap and then this one, again, it's not general play issues. It's kind of just, it's just little issues.
Blackray is him. But they're tilters. I think those last 2 rounds are quite tilting.
Tilters. Yeah. And there is that timeout.
Turn the tunes up. Turn them up. Bob APL. Nah, this song
I don't
sucks.
like this one. This one's
Can we skip this one?
Mid.
DJ, please. Ah, this is the good one.
Oh, yes, get it up.
Turn it up, Wooly. Dark marshalling the troops. Love to know what he's talking about. Has to refocus Furex here. Has to refocus them.
Yeah, 2 sloppy rounds, right? Like it's not the overall play, but it's just these little moments. You know, back on Rafters, it's like, what can you really do about that? It's just an absolutely stone cold killer in black.
And then he hits a 180.
Yeah, I mean that's just a little masterclass moment that just ends up winning the round. But it's twice now that we've seen that from CAG, where Sharif back on Rafters was able to do. Obviously not the same kind of play, but the same outcome where a single player for CAG does enough to solidify the round. So the last 2 rounds have essentially been won by Sharif and Blackrock. Like, Carly Anderson and Chibisu are just chilling. They're like, okay, these guys are just winning us rounds based on like individual heroic plays. And there hasn't been anything from a member of FearX that's replicated that in those moments to then offset it. 3-1 lead. FearX have got 2 opportunities essentially for 1 round.
5 seconds to go. Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
So it's over to Gym Bedroom then for the 5th round. Can FearX respond? Amaru in play, okay. Is that for a quick play up Gym Hatch? Some other kind of route, we'll see. Fuse as well available for util clearance. Noting it's shotgun in play for Mephi on that Amaru.
Just going to drone this.
What are FearX cooking here? Perhaps what they discussed during that attack.
Oh, main stairs.
Yeah, main stairs. Fuse for the sound coverage. Probably line scan, a call.
Yep.
Now's
there
the time
it is.
to go.
Cluster charge is out. The line scan into the Amaru straight up top main. Rin ends up dying up close. The F-Not Mine does come out a little bit, but the Amaru is super successful from Mephi. And then even got some tag damage onto Black Grey in Con. So he's interacted with 3 players of CAG, got 2.5 kills essentially, and now they're plant into Jim. Super fast play from FearX out of the tactical timeout. Would love to know whether this was a set play called by Dark for this particular round. I think on face value you could make that argument that it's likely the case, but we'll never really know. But it was incredibly orchestrated. Follow through was beautiful. Mephi on the Amaru was the difference maker, even with the F-Not Mine being a little bit of a nuisance. Still got that initial kill into Logi, expects the player in stash, gets that one, and then even has the whereabouts in mind to swing Con and got some really good damage and some intel. So, I mean, that is a really, really good round for FearX.
By far and away better than anything we've seen from them on this map by some margin.
Many bombs as they can.
And that's not even just results-based, that's really just approach-based as well. It was well executed, well timed, everyone in position, no messing around. F-Not Mine could have flipped it. Kag did have a late read, but unable to respond in time.
And I think Rin must have died on the Logi drop.
Didn't track that. Which was fine though, because it did probably attracted attention anyway.
But it does mean that technically CAG did get the opening kill. Despite that though, FearX get the round. A wonderful little set play.
Attackers are heading out to defuse the bomb.
Watch this!
Mephi is the highest rated player for FearX so far in this series.
Only a 55% cost though, so has big impact when he is having any level of impact. It's just not particularly consistent.
Yeah, I mean, akin to a Sharif who's at 50% cost as well, where the impact can be very noticeable, but does die quite often. A 3rd round for FearX sets them up perfectly into the 2nd half. And so it ends up being a big round. Cash, CCTV.
It does. It goes a long way in washing away those 2 big rounds where they
certainly
flopped.
does. Certainly does. They will go for a different approach altogether as well. This does not scream Rafters clear. I think this will be more of a con-side hit.
Reload.
Which is always the respect of the Azami and Rafters. Where for Sharif, it's like, well, I did such a good job. They're not coming back here. You guys on con bedroom side need to defend well.
Reloading. Cover me.
I think CAG look pretty clued on that this will be... Oh, Chibitsu.
I'm reloading.
Well, no Grim, and Woogie is having a rough time on Clubhouse. The drop is successful. Mephi with the Candela for Whites. Chibitsu gets the kill. It is a trade. Took a couple of seconds, but got it. 4 versus 4, and with that, you also get a decent amount of map control too.
Rin still with 4 Roteros here to clear util, namely the keeper barriers, maybe a castle if required, but unlikely. You don't want to get value from that. Only a minute to go in the round.
Reloading.
Line of sight may breach, but that can't be entered through. That probably ends up being a con to cash play. Roam still employed. Black Rage low on HP. 45 seconds in on the clock, 3 Candelas. 2 frag grenades for Good Boy as well, so they have the set to clear Anaton, especially behind green box. That's going to be important.
Well, Coded's posted up to kind of stop Sharif from being able to push out of Rafters and walk through rack. They got nothing though, sort of bot red pushing up. So that's going to be intriguing to see how they can deal, you know, with that top red position. But this is good. Coded actually, sorry, Good Boy goes in for the CCTV plan. Coded then, of course, watching for the potential cross. Plan is successful. Sharif is knocked as well inside of Garage. They will get the revive, though, very quickly through Anaton, but they will need to pick up this pace now in the post plan. Black Rat's all the way in Jim, not really helping the cause. And a good angle there for Rin on the roof. This should be far too difficult, you would imagine, for CAG. Even more so after losing Sharif. They lost Black Ray just then as well, and Anaton by himself, and it looks like that third attacking round will be found for FearX. Really good readjustment from this site last time out. The struggle in Rafters, in Garage, no longer there. A whole new take on it, and it works beautifully.
Yeah, not overcomplicating that particular attack. Saw the opportunity with, especially that Rafters holding the double reinforcement to get the plant down. They could cover from breach, they could cover from the window. Very difficult to deny. It would have taken some kind of heroic nitro, probably from like green box. And again, that could have been flushed out with utility if required anyway. So overall, good read, good shot calling. 3-3 scoreline. Who knows what it could have looked like had FearX minimized mistakes, but look, you still take 3 on a club attack. It's more than fine. Additional bans to roll through then for the second half.
I still feel like FearX, though, 3 attacking rounds. I mean, that's more what they've been able to now do for CAG. Yeah, you've got 3 rounds to kind of play with here, but you're going to probably have to need to start well. You need to get off to a good start. Steal an early attacking round, either in the 7th or the 8th. Otherwise, you find yourself 5-3 down on attack. It's going to look very difficult to mount the comeback. And Dream Ban, Habana, Monty. So it leaves a little bit of both up available in terms of hard breach and shield. And CAG say thank you very much. We'll take the Blackbeard combined with the fuse.
Attackers need to locate
Kai
and
and
defuse
Clash
as many
banned out
bombs as they
the
can.
defense.
Well, intriguingly enough, for CAG, not a single player is negative on entry battles so far in the entire series. Good boy Coded, Mephi all positive. It's Woogie and Rin that have the damning red statistics. 1-5 for Woogie, 1-4 for Rin. Really losing their opening battles. And Rin is now down to a 48% cost.
You replaced it with rage.
19% survivability alongside Coded. So basically in the rounds that CAG are winning, they keep more players alive. The rounds that FearX are winning, it's a bit more of that scramble. And they might only have 1 to 3. Very rarely do you see them win a round comfortably with 4 or 5 players up. 3 Nitrocells brought to the round for FearX as Kali gets to work towards the Kennel's breach.
Of course, electricity no longer doing damage, but still an annoyance to contend with. Left trick successful, wall opened up.
Reloading!
Ooh, Coded almost caught. He's run all the way across in an attempt to ban a juggle the ball, though to stall that out. Matthew. Pretty high risk, but seems to have been rewarded. Is a success. So well played.
Due with the Thatcher EMP though, that can be thrown over. And the Candelas as well, and that quick rush, but ready for it were FearX. CAG were hoping to maybe catch FearX off guard, who were maybe thinking they would be more preoccupied with the wall defense until those EMPs got thrown out. 3v3, so they deal with Matthew and Coded. And again, like I was saying before, FearX, when they win these rounds, they don't win them wholeheartedly in a convincing fashion. But I think that's more of a highlight as to how close these two teams are at the top level here in APAC North. An 8-7 on the first map, 3-3 here on the second map. 60 seconds remaining in the round. Full cash con control now established for CAG. And for FearX, all 3 remaining players on site, but 2 of which have been struggling in Rin and Woogie, especially Woogie. Here on Clubhouse in particular. Wasn't quite as bad back on Chalet. But you got to stand up when your moment calls.
Oh, Sharif had a chance.
Yeah. And he may not get that peak chance again. Probably won't. If not mine, stops Kali in his tracks for now, expecting maybe a close angle, but inside a stash is good boy, but Chibisu ready to clean headshot. Rin and Jim. Woogie over towards bedroom, over towards top main. Rin, if he's patient enough with the timing, he can't believe it. He even had a little desk slam. Woogie needs to deny, and he can deny, and he will wait until the very last second. Tap, headshot, just needs to stay alive or deny them from being able to stick it down. Shoot, and you will win, and he does, and Woogie's the boogie monster in Jim. How is no one clearing that? He sat there so freely, so calmly.
Yeah, that was really well played.
No one's like trying to figure out where he is. No one's like doing anything. No one's even covering the planter. Like they just kind of all just stood around and were like, yeah, this is done. I need a replay of that one.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
That's just really good game sense.
That's a good shot from Chibisu, by the way.
And then Ring
and
got
then look
slammed.
at this. Oh, that's so annoying. Oh my god. He's like, are you kidding me? So bedroom Logi. So Akali's in Logi. But like the player in bed.
Yeah, at no point had they properly cleared Jim there.
No.
So.
That's crazy.
But really well played by Woogie to wait, and he timed it so perfect. I thought he might have trolled and actually let the very first attempt go down, but it was like half a second,
Perfect.
Pops it perfectly. I'm surprised Kagan even had an opportunity.
I think for a brief second as well, when he kind of looked away, he was like, okay, there's 2 seconds left, I need to survive. But then it's like, well, they can quickly get on it and start sticking it again. So then he goes back. But even then with the last shot, the way he kind of just slowly peeked it and it was just like tap. It was just like, how do you, after the first death, not just get bodies straight over there? Like, one player stick to plant, one player start pushing Jim, fight him. If he peeks again, you're ready for it.
I would have just stood right in front of the planter and body blocked. Yeah, I think you had to at that point.
And watch that one angle. And if he comes from somewhere else, then not too bad. 4-3, really should have been 4-3 to CAG. Feels like those have probably been the moments, of course, across the series now between Chalet and Clubhouse that it just keeps going the way of FearX. Those little defining moments. And now they get to go Church Arsenal, looking for their 5th round here.
So it's the Maestro and Valkyrie combination from round 8. So there's a ton of info gathering potential for the defense and no Brava for CAG. And so late round, that can be a massive difference maker. Especially in identifying exactly where the push may be coming from.
And that was a 1-5 Woogie, by the way, at that point. That's why I say always be ready for your moment, even if you're having a bad game. Doesn't matter if you're 1 and 5 in that moment. You just won them the round.
Yeah. Back to the Valk point as well. Rin still with 2 in pocket, so he's going to play those for the late round and adjust the information accordingly. Some of that Maestro utility being chipped away at. Meanwhile, by the attack, vertical has been established by the Ram. Full util belt available for both the Cap and the Grim.
Get these secondary hard breaches towards triple. Cluster charge still available as well. This is a really good round right now from CAG in terms of their pacing. They've got so much time.
How are you screwing up a nade with nade lineups?
Probably just feeling a bit rushed. Anyway, Chibisu taking a battle with Rin, wins it against the Valkyrie. It has no Nitrocell. In fact, there are no Nitrocell available for FearX. Oh. Oh, no! Oh, my God! What am I watching? Oh, no, Coded. That was a freebie. Calls the reinforcements. And Anakin is so lucky, and that was with Kit. He just switches his gun at the wrong time.
4 versus 4. 30 seconds.
Well, I guess the time will be the benefit for the defense of FearX here. Anakin looks a little shaken up from that moment. Blackgrave fighting through the hatch, drops off the back of that flash. Full white, though, onto his teammate. Oh, Anakin, that's just filthy. Looking to clear out. Good boy towards blue, now in a 2v2. Good boy, though, finds his third for the round.
Has to stick.
And he has to stick it. And we know at this point he's dead to rights. He does stand up, turn around, kills Good Boy. Woogie Man, he's got too much experience to not fall for this one. He will hold back, and FearX will get themselves a 5th round.
Another good late round there from FearX. Only really made close by the hero play from Anaton, really. So many other pieces of the attack not falling into place for CAG as we look back at the highlight package. I mean, this was a hilariously awkward moment between the two. Can't really fault either player. Coda got slammed, Anaton could push. Forced to stick though, it was about 8 seconds on the clock. Immediately got off to find 1 kill, which is great, but then would have had to stick and would have died, and Woogie Man sensing that played into the clock perfectly. So another good late round from him, small little play. Goes unchecked on the scoreboard. Round 9 to follow. FearX looking for a clean rotation here. If they do so, it's 3 series points.
Looking for that position in the upper bracket final. FearX have certainly, across the series, looked like the team, I think, more deserving of being in that upper bracket final. They haven't been perfect. CAG have tested them. And again, my takeaway from this, considering 8-7, right now 3-5, even if this ended, say, 7-3, is if these two teams were to meet again on different maps later on in this playoffs run, guys, it still wouldn't be cut and dry. I think you would just say FearX favorites, but anything could happen.
Yeah, it's just a day-to-day form thing, really.
One of the elements that CAG have been really good at on Clubhouse has been their opening kills. 3 of the last 4. Overall, they've got 5 of the 8 rounds that have been played.
Oh, the shallow smoke.
Perfectly timed as
Yellow
well.
ping below too.
Make that 6 of the 9 rounds played.
Oh, he pushes this. Oh, Coda's screwed. And dead.
Oh! You were saying, Michael?
Well, I said dead. I didn't say who.
Ah, you didn't. No, technicality. 4v4. What a shot onto the glass, peering through the smoke. That is a round to find and kill. It should have been 5v3. But Coded with the little fadeaway headshot. And Sharif half health. And again, as I said a couple rounds prior, it just feels like these little moments all going against CAG tonight.
Sharif still with full bout of util, but Rafter's already clear, so he will be able to use that in the late round, and that will support a planned attempt and keep the defense at bay. Boogeyman has Nitro though, inside of Cash, perfectly positioned for the default denial. F-Not Mine's also available from Methy late, and he's rotating those, I believe. Fearax repositioning, getting ready. Good boy finds a pick. 60 seconds then on the clock. The attack at the disadvantage.
There's a really good, fun moment so far in this series. Is there any more left here on Clubhouse? Oh, chance for Chibisu. He can't win it. Advantage still remains with Fearax, and Akali Force rushing up top red. Can't find anything to work as Fearax now have got themselves into match and series point possession on Clubhouse. Oh, it just feels like that kind of game for CAG where how much wrong have they necessarily done? It's just these tiny little moments. It's not full-blown, oh, they're cagging.
No.
Fearax are a really good team, and right now certainly the #1 team in this region, and they've just been better in the clutches.
Third quarter time, and it's Mirror and Thermite off the board. In addition to the third bans, we have a tactical timeout. CAG under pressure.
Oh!
The bank is back up. When are we getting the dancing Xenox kid? Get like a club on the green screen.
I'll tell you what, CAG not dancing though right now. They're not vibing to the music at all.
They are not.
They know that if they lose this, it's a lower bracket run over the next 2 weekends that awaits them. In fact, who actually awaits them directly right now would be PSG Talon. That is a banging matchup to kickstart a lower bracket run. Not there just yet though, but 3 attacking rounds consecutively for CAG, attacking club. I don't know. I don't think that's going to be very likely, but we'll see what they can do.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by
Gym Bedroom, the potential final battleground here between these two giants. Round number 10. CAG need 3 in a row. Odds stacked against them. Fearax looking solid on defense, and CAG kind of stuck in the mud a little bit at the moment on these attacks. Need to find that extra 5, 10, 15% really at this point. Trailing by a pretty significant margin from round to round. Outmatched by their opposition. Vulcan play for this particular round. IQ actually switched off, interestingly enough, by CAG. They prio the Deimos. Seems like they'll stick that. Other key pieces of utility on board include the Frost. Popular on this side against the Voltins. It's a horizontal extension to Cash. We'll see how fiercely Fearax look to hold on to this.
Feels like an opening kill for Fearax could be the straw that breaks the camel's back if they can get an early advantage. Whether away this attack before it even can really develop. They've got players everywhere right now. Good boy over towards Strip. Valk with impacts.
Setting breach charge.
Chibisu lurking below, or will eventually lurk below, draining for himself for a stock, you would presume. That will aid in the Cash clear. But it looks as if the defense has already actually peeled quite far back. So no defense top red. Nobody playing in Cash. Con, of course, evacuated because that's hard to play. A concentrated defense then on site from Fearax and 1 roam below. Good boy. 11 kills in this series. Has info bar. He knows that's clear. Drone can be dealt with. And there's another Vault Cam inside of Cash. Also opens up the opportunity here for Good Boy to go for some kind of impact play if that presents itself, although a little bit more unlikely. Oh, there was a drone down in basement. I think I saw that flick if I'm not going crazy. So maybe there's a world in which CAG have a read. trade-off then.
Yeah,
Red
I mean,
ping.
they're both close to each other. The Deimos should always win that one with the slightly better ping tracking. Good boy losing out on the oil pit drop straight into the trap of the Deimos. Good start for CAG. Yet another opening kill for them. 60 seconds remains. Can they extend this series a little longer?
5 versus 4. Woogie up close, Con contesting. Has to get out of that. Too high risk to play that particular position, and he'll be vital in the late round. It has been actually on multiple occasions for Firax. Akali to play Repel, Jim. CC not to be too worried about. No summons left, keep that in mind. Rin to progress forward, continues to block this line of sight. And this entry point. Upside down Repel and dismissed.
Disgusting shot, and continuing to be such a nuisance as well to this duo out on Jacuzzi, pushing up to the Blackbeard, who does get the vault in. Anaton, gun up, gets the kill onto Rin, shuts down the Azami, but he starts to lose some teammates. Sharif on the floor, he too is going to burn, and that's it, it's all done. CAG will fall to the Foxes. VRX take this series 2-0 and advance forward to the upper bracket final next week. For CAG, it is the gauntlet that awaits them in that lower bracket.
A very clean second half there from Firax, setting themselves up for a run at top spot here in APAC North.
And I'm going to set you up as well, Michael. You are going to throw to what many would consider the only host in the region.
Yep.
What have you got for him?
Are we ready for the throw? Is that?
Well, I mean, you could do it. What you would do is typically just start doing a long-winded one, and then as you're midway through, the producer would say something like ready, and then you would just kind of wrap it up and then throw it.
Let's throw it to Rob on the desk. 3, 2, 1, and throw.
Really working for his money today.
Yeah, wow, that was
really working.
Look, usually Jake fakes it till he makes it. I don't care how hard he faked it there. I'm afraid it did not quite make it in my books.
No, I don't think either of them really knew what they were doing. I don't know how they continue to have a job. That's all I'm going to say. And you know what? I am the only host in the region, so I'm going to take that.
Some would say they would be the correct people.
Look, I am the best, the best looking, the overall most charismatic host in this region, okay? There we go. It's been said. Pengu, a very interesting matchup for CAG Osaka. You said going into this one, you were actually worried for CAG when you saw the map picks. I mean, can you explain a little as to what we've seen and why that comment led to, I guess, the pre-show discussion?
Well, the first and simplest reason was simply that CAG just played these games against Kinotrope earlier today, and Firax are known to be a very counter-strat heavy team. Dark, the supportive coach of the team, always says, guys, I see a weakness here. If you do this attack, you're going to get a free round victory.
Yep.
And if you fast forward to Clubhouse, they're not looking too hot on their attacks to begin. They called a tactical timeout, and they go for a gym attack with Mephi and Armor rush into the main source window, gets the 2-piece, get a very clean round, I think 4 versus 1 in the end, and from there on, they go into defense, and they just lock things down. CAG can't break it apart, and it's lights out.
Yeah.
I think it was a very dominant Firax showcase, but the round score isn't the full story. There are a lot of clutch moments for Firax. The Wookman clutch inside of gym, just waiting down the timer, takes down the first planter, takes around for a bit, kills the second guy planting, wins the round.
Yeah.
So this could have been much closer in the second map, but it wasn't.
No, unfortunately, that ends CAG's run in the upper bracket. A little bit devastating, Dev, considering what we've just seen them do.
We spent a lot of time hyping them up, but this is Firax in their current form. They've had a little bit longer now to deal with these roster changes. They've been adjusting, and no doubt a little bit of a fire underneath them. I could hear that, Pengu. That was genuinely impressive. There's been a little bit of time to work on this roster, and the Koreans are finally feeling a little bit more confident. So we saw a bit of that. I mean, they went near flawless in the regular stage. Now they're here. It was a great end to the game. It was actually 6 rounds in a row, by the way. They closed off their attack half with 2 and then went flawless on defense. A few red flags for CAG, obviously. First map, they very close to getting across the line, and by the end of the game, it was very much just a one-sided affair. Good boy, by the way, 11-6 on that second map.
He's nuts.
best player in the region right now, and he's continuing that form into playoffs.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to kind of like, as we get to the end of this weekend, have a look back at the playoffs and see like which players have been performing to their group standards, right?
Yeah,
You've got each of them in each of their respective regions. And
to
it feels
expose
like,
the BO1 Andes.
Correct. We're going to see who's on par and who's got the stamina for it. Speaking of stamina, a coach that certainly has that in bundles, Dark, joins us for the very first time on the broadcast. Dark, my friend, I feel like it was only yesterday I saw you last. A very good, convincing win against what is the best team from Japan at the moment. How are you and the team feeling?
Yeah, we're feeling really good, of course. Like I was, you can listen to me, right?
I can hear
guys,
everything.
Okay. Now they're not gonna say nothing. Yeah. So of course, it's a very good game for us. I think what the main thing is like one more time we showed to ourselves we preparation really well for this match. So and this is the type of match we love. It's a hard match. I think for now, like we can see, let's thinking about the reload results is the best thing in APAC, right? So of course it's the one big match. So we love that.
Yeah, I want to dial back the clock a little bit for a minute, Dark. Obviously, we saw you guys in Rio at Reload, obviously in Brazil, hooray. But how great was your performance there? Top 8, almost top 4, losing to CAG. This was your opportunity to get revenge in a BO3. What happened between Rio and now to get FearX to where you've achieved here in July?
In my opinion, I think is no one wants this spot more than us. I think if you have one team in the world who is working for qualify for Saudi, is us. So when over here, of course, like we rest some days is necessary too. But was the perfect thing we needed here was we boot camp before the tournament, and also we played the tournament really well. So we learned too much about how this thing can work. Right, it was the first tournament this thing together. We did double changing the players, right? So it was very good boot camping all the things for us, and we don't stop, right? The losing hurts too much for us that game against Cyclops. We playing this stage was insane, but for me too much because it was in my home, right? So losing my home and losing the chance to go for the semifinal and the final to fight for one more title, it's one thing hurt too much. So no one wants this spot more than us.
Pengu?
Well, first of all, you guys are looking phenomenal. You guys have been growing so much as a team, so congratulations and great job. I think all the hard work is definitely going noticed and recognized. What are you guys' expectations and realistic goals that you set for yourself in the short-term future? You're speaking about, of course, making EWC, but let's say for the rest of the year, what's the goal there? And secondly, what do you think is the biggest strength that you guys have as a team in the current form that you're in?
Yeah, I think now the big goal for us is just one. We're champion. We work for that, and we feel we reload, we can, and we're gonna do that. Maybe cannot be in WC, maybe not in the major, but not gonna be a so long time. It's less than 1 year. That's gonna happen. I know that. So that of course is the goal. Like we feel we can win anyone. Reload, we prove that, and for sure, like maybe something can happen. Also, we don't qualify, but the work is for one thing. It should be champion, right? And sorry, what was the second question you made?
Biggest current strength. What do you think is the number one reason why you guys are so strong right now? Is it communication, teamwork, stratting? What's like the general thing that you think defines you guys as a team?
Flexibility. You know, we can play too many different styles, and players don't have a problem to play different roles. And also, if, for example, if we're gonna play a match tomorrow, and I have one attack idea, and we never screen that, we never test that. They just do, and they don't need to test nothing. It's really simple to adapt things and create counters and the different threats. That happens too much.
God damn. Dark.
That's impressive.
You have given
especially.
Sorry, Pengu, go.
I was going to say, that's so impressive coming out of Korea specifically because it's been a region that's been known for a long time to be very inflexible. So, massive props to you as a supporting staff, as a coach.
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
Yeah, all the teams deserve that too. We work insane hard every day, so... And this surprised me a lot too, because of course the region is not good in this moment when you look about in a world's place, but you have like a Brazilian teams and the Europe teams. I think don't have that flexibility like we have, to do strats we never test and just work well,
Dark, all I can say is thank you so much for that insight. We never really get this kind of insight on a team, especially in APAC North. It's really difficult to get this kind of insight.
I actually want to ask you something, because you're from Brazil and you've been working in Korea for a while. We're about to see D+ play. What do you think of them?
I think it's a situation I never want to be in that place because it's a hard person. They work well. They work too much. Of course, it's a good team. No one they can say they are bad. For the rule, they can play here, right? So we cannot say, what this guy is doing here. Is that the rule, right? So they're gonna play for the rule, and for sure, it's a team gonna make a hard work for us. Gonna be hard match like the first in the group stage was.
Yeah.
But I think it's too much pressure for their place because honestly, it's a shame in Brazil. So you come to here and not qualify. What happened to you? You don't have a team next split if you want to go back to Brazil. So I don't want to be that place. It's a hard for them. I know. I have friends there too. But the sad thing, like we just have one spot now, right? That's gonna be mine. So maybe in second split we have we can share the spots, right? for spots for Asia.
You don't need to say that. You don't need to be humble. I know that you want it all year long.
Yeah, no, want this morning.
Yeah, you're not sharing that limelight. Look, mate, a huge congratulations on the start of your playoffs run. This is a great way to kickstart what will be a long campaign over the next 3 weeks. Is there anything you would like to say before we let you go for anyone watching at home, friends, fans, family even?
Yeah, just thank you for everyone for supporting us. I think we have a beautiful support in all game days, and say thank you too much for my team. They trusted me a lot, so I know I can choose too much the things to do, and they're gonna do well in the game. I trust they trust me, and congratulations for Good Boy too. This play is insane, right?
He's unbelievable, man. He's doing a ridiculous job. Anyway, Doug, thank you very much for joining us, mate. We'll speak to you next week.
Thank you.
Oh, God. Like, I wish all interviews were like that. It's like the insight, the honesty. Again, he's still holding so much back from us, but like what we've just been able to take away from that interview is it's gold dust for us. Well, it's not even gold dust. They're nuggets. They're full-on nuggets that are coming out from Doug. He's unbelievable. Again, a coach that has really shown a lot of promise over the last couple of years. And Pengu, it feels like finally the roster, the environment, the atmosphere, the coach, it's all coming together at the same time for FearX.
Yeah, I think he said it himself so perfectly. Like, the players trust him, he trusts the players, the org brings all the support that they could possibly want and need, and everything's coming together right now. And he said they want this more than anybody else, and they're putting the work to show that.
Yeah, and I will actually say, I try not to do this as much as I can, but last chance qualifiers earlier this year, they lost to CAG. But you could never take away from them how hard they were working at that event. Obviously, all the pre-work, they're killing it. At that event, Dev,
taking it really dead serious.
Crap you not. They were in that prac room 14 hours a day.
Yeah, and how often was CAG?
You know what? CAG, the way I would put this, and everyone will understand this at home, CAG were the Xenox of the group. Some people just have the gift, and CAG, they do, but not anymore. FearX have absolutely stolen the limelight there. We're going to go to a short break. On the other side, our final game for tonight.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
이제 PX로 오면서 예전에 같이 했던 선수들이랑 같이 뛰게 되잖아요.
네.
거기에 대해서 어떤 느낌인지.
일단 코티드는 워낙 오래 해가지고 별 감흥은 없고 린님은 확실히 오랜만에 해서 좀 확실히 반가웠어요. 인게임 외적으로도 막 티키타카 돼서 재밌고 레피는 진짜 솔직히 총을 한국에서 제일 한국 아니더라도 한 탑3 안에는 드는 것처럼 잘 쏘고 진짜 불가능한 걸 좀 가능하게끔 하는 그런 선수인 것 같아요. 옛날에는 저도 그렇고 보이도 그렇고 완전 총 그냥 건어 쪽인 줄 알았는데 워낙 보이는 총을 잘 쏘고 건어 쪽보다는 확실히 생각이 깊은 선수인 거를 깨달았어요. 린님이 적극적으로 뭘 했는지는 잘 모르겠는데 일단 린님은 뭐라 해야 되지? 포텐 터지면 제 상대 잘 못 막는 그런 느낌? 그냥 삘 타면 진짜 엄청 잘해요. 그때 당시에는 1승 워낙 해외 애들이 지금도 그렇지만 해외 애들이 막 엄청 잘하는 이미지다 보니까 그때는 1승 하는 것도 상상도 못했고 근데 거기서 NIP 이기고 하다 보니까 기분이 엄청 좋았어. 시즈도 대서버 있는 걸 그때 처음 알아가지고 쓰는 방법도 좀 그때 당시엔 좀 어려웠고 이것저것 세팅하는 그런 재미도 좀 있었던 것 같아요. 일단 엄청 기뻤고 SNS에도 막 저희 얘기 올라오고 뭐 최강의 팀이라고 막 올라오는 거 보니까 저 실감이 안 났어요. 확실히 막 한국을 대표하고 뭐 그렇다 보니까 더 열심히 해야겠고 막 그런 감정이 계속 올라왔었어요. 매번 이제는 좀 성적 좀 내자 하면서 가는데 좀 쉽지는 않았어요.
Some great insight with Woogie Man. Just fix the hair, I guess. I don't have to worry about that.
I was just making sure he was awake. I was just making sure he was awake.
Okay. That's all right. Some of us have to. You guys literally look like twins. I just need you to know that. This is actually, you know what? I just figured it out. Before and after.
That's what I look like in, 5 years, 7 years?
Oh, my days. Yeah, well, then you're the before and he's the after. That's just how
At least
it
I'm not
works.
balding, so that's pretty good.
That is, well, he's doing a phenomenal job. I'll tell you that much.
Have you gotten a hair transplant?
Job.
No, I haven't been to Turkey.
No? Interesting. Well, we'll know when he books his flights. It's time to go. But
do you reckon if you end up going to Turkey, you'll meet Pengu at the airport?
I think there's a good chance. We might rub heads, you know what I mean? We'll connect for the cosmic powers of the energy of the universe.
Oh, bold cam.
Do you want to touch it? Come
It's
on.
very shiny on the camera, by the way. It's far more shinier than it is in real life. I can attest to that.
Yeah? It's not, there's no glare?
No glare.
Shame.
Yeah.
That's a real damn shame. But we have another matchup to go. We're all in high spirits, as tired as you two might be. It's the final one of the night. How exciting.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit bittersweet because I've been really enjoying this weekend. I wish we could go a little bit longer, so I'm hoping D+ Scars get us to 3 maps at least, just to get us into tomorrow morning.
We're almost there. We're an hour off.
We're going to go there regardless.
We're getting there no matter what happens. We're actually 40 minutes off, but it is time for us to turn our attention to our final match of the night. Technically kind of like a semi-final in the upper bracket. It's not exactly how that works, but yeah, it's close enough. We'll have a look at, I don't know which team we want to go to first here, so I'll let production just guide the shop here. Obviously, earlier today we had a close enough matchup between PSG Talent and Scars, to which PSG Talent fell short.
What was with the cough?
I'm sorry, am I not allowed to breathe? My God.
Let's have a look at D+ Kia.
Yeah.
What do you think, Jake?
Well, to be honest, it's the team, of course, of Brazilians in the APAC region. We know what's been kind of said all about the imports coming in, but what I will say for this team, they've got a really high amount of potential.
You do not get to cough, Mike, and then do that. You do not get to do that at all. Yes, a high potential. There's no doubt about it. Kind of like we used to say about you guys until you washed up. This roster could do wonders for this region, but it also might take away from some of the APAC North magic.
Yeah, I mean, D+ continue to sort of chip away at the region. They've done a pretty good job so far here in their intro stage, top 2 seed, not to be...
Not to scoff at?
Yeah, scoff at. That.
There you go.
Mate, finishing my sentence.
Right,
love
mate.
you. Of course, they did just sneak through technically on round diff, the +1 against PSG, so
Yeah,
the margin was very marginal like that. How much does it really matter in the grand scheme of things? Not a ton.
Yep.
But the data does suggest, as you kind of mentioned, right, that the top 2 seeded teams across all of the sub-regions of APN continue to perform quite well. There's only been the one that's lost, right?
Which was awkward. Yeah, and also for, well, we got the graphic up as well. Falls and Levy are 2 and 3. In terms of EPS as well throughout the group stage.
I mean,
so you've got some high baller players there. It does drop off actually quite a bit in terms of D+. Then the next one is Nears at 16, but that might be just a symptom of having, of course, 2 players that are 2nd and 3rd.
It's kind of the natural, it's almost like natural selection there. The best are at the top, and well, after that, I mean, you really don't have much else to do. Again, like if you're talking about Good Boy coming in with a 79 kill record for the region, 69 is not far off, I'll tell you that much. It's, you know, considering you're playing 7 matches, you're almost hitting 10 a game. That's a very high amount, especially for the consistency. And I feel as though like a team like D+ at the moment, Guz, if they can find their footing, if they can get comfortable in APAC North, this could be a very dangerous prospect.
Yeah, they're the kind of project that may take a little bit of time. I'm still not completely convinced that Stage 1's going to be theirs for the taking in terms of a top 1 finish, but it's certainly possible, don't get me wrong, but I can say with more certainty that come like a December, for instance, when the major qual rolls around, when regional finals roll around, they are going to be a pretty serious threat by that point.
They only had one loss going into the final play day, and then they ended up making it 2 with their loss against PSG Talent, that one on Skyscraper, where they just failed to attack. They just couldn't break down the defense, and that was really the only major blip on their campaign. They did lose to FearX all the way back on the very first play day, but that was a 7-5 on Bank. That's quite respectable. That was also their first official in the region, so I think you can give them a bit of slack there. Everything does point to them being the favourites over Scars, and like we've kind of been talking about, the teams that have finished 1 and 2 have largely been able to then go on and win their respective games. And obviously for Scars, they did play PSG earlier today. They lost that first map 7-5 in Clubhouse, then it's an 8-6, 7-4. So quite a grueling best of 3.
It was tough.
And then you got to go kind of AFK for 2 hours while the previous match ended up playing out. But yeah, for me, D+ Kia, having not played a best of 3 today, already beaten Scars in the group stage, and honestly looking like the kind of team that, as they've spent more time in the region, they're looking to understand it a little bit more. I know they did lose to Talent in last play day, but overall a successful group stage. So I've got to give them the head-to-head, despite what the head-to-head suggests.
Yeah, well, I guess the head-to-head kind of leans a little towards Scars. I think you
because they've
KD
also played their best of 3.
But let's wipe KD off, right? Entry.
Plus
23. Well, no, but still, plus 23, it's plus 50%. Whereas for D+ Kia, the stats really don't it's much of a muchness. The cost as well, consistency over what will have been 10 maps now for Scars. I don't know. I think that this is, it's a fair enough assessment, but I do feel as though D+ coming into this, especially given the fact that they've been able to have kind of the whole afternoon off watching and preparing for this match. They should be going into this favourites, and as well, it puts even more pressure onto the D+ camp if there wasn't enough already being a team full of imports. Dark said it in the interview at the very end then. A Brazilian familiar said, well, everyone at home right now is watching them going, if you don't make top spot, you're not reaching enough. You're not at a good enough level.
I said before the Scars game, if you recall, they're the best entry team in the region, and they absolutely dominated that. And again, I'm not taking away from the stats we see here. That is very much relevant, and that's going to be their strength in this matchup. But they padded stats like crazy in that best of 3, which are apparent there. In the very last map, they had 11 of 12 opening kills.
Yeah, that's mental. And considering how close that was as well, that doesn't bode too favourably in the conversation.
So
but
they padded up greatly.
Let's have a look at the VODs, so that way we can get this baby on the road and kickstart yet another fantastical series here in the APAC North playoffs. So kickstarting this one, Cafe and Clubhouse band out. I can't figure out which one of you boys should take this, so I'm going to throw it up in the air and just let it sit in the stratosphere.
Yeah, top preference maps for D+, Lair, Border, Chalet, Scars in response is Cafe, Chalet, Bank. So those are the 3 maps in commonality. For each team that we're likely to see. I mean, let's just roll through the video. I just kind of want to see what gets played. Skyscraper Band also making sense. Very low preference map for Scars, and one that we're not going to see them play throughout the day as they roll through a lair.
Wow. Oh, hello.
Hello, indeed.
Is that the number one? Is that the
That's the first one?
First one.
Yeah. There was one that was a decider map that we didn't get to, but this will be the first time we actively see it in APAC North.
Yeah, the very first, I think in the very first series it got banned out last, and then I think it did float toward the end as well.
D+ had a ban against them 7 times, so every single play day of group stage did not ban it themselves once.
We get the Bank as well, which we saw Scars win that 8-6 over PSG Talent earlier today, so they get to go back there. Consulate as the decider.
Cons was banned 6 times by D+, by the way.
Yeah.
By or for against? Wow.
It is the lowest preference map for D+.
It's almost like, I wonder if it's a case of they got the lair that they wanted.
Yep.
But then they've kind of given up the bank and the consulate, which is quite risky. I guess they could look to sort of back themselves in on the bank, you know, again, using what was all the way back against FearX on that very map. They actually picked up 4 attacking rounds against FearX on bank. It was where they struggled on defense.
7-5 most recently, so D+, a 2-0 route looks most likely for me.
I think it's kind of D+ 2-0 or Scars 2-1 territory.
Oh, okay. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. I think, unfortunately, as much as I love kind of going along the wagon of the domestic talent, I will say there's, I have to see one of these teams full of imports do something. I need to see them come alive.
I've always said from the get-go, though, in Korea, there's less players.
Yes, it's a significantly different conversation and something we can talk about at a much later date.
He's always said it.
At large. He has always said it. What's always been said by Jake Xenox Diddy is something special. It is time for us to get underway here with our final best of 3 of the night. It's Pengu and Dev Mata.
No, guys. Let's get into it. It's the last BO3 of the night. And yeah, Pengu, this one could go either direction. I have a feeling it might be a bit of a one-sided affair, though. We heard what they said on the desk. D+ have looked phenomenal. Of course, this roster was put together just in February, so it's only been about 5 months that this team has existed in its current form. It's been a real cocktail, a concoction of various Brazilian imports. You know, Bullet playing for MIBR, FaZe, Liquid in the past, quite an esteemed player. Falls and Nears, who previously played on 6 Karma, Levy from W7M Academy, and Midi, who's been around the block a few times, but Raza Company was where he last had his home. Now they're all here playing in Korea for D+ Kia. Quite a change of scenery for them, but a big chance to get a spot against the regional rivals of FearX in the upper final. All they got to do is knock down Scars, who were pushed the distance earlier today against PSG.
Very well put, but I have a point to make here. I did not listen to the cast, or the desk rather, because they mentioned Turkey very early on, and my name included. Maybe you and Ping go to Turkey together. Listen up. I'm okay for now, okay? In a year or two, however, if it keeps going in this direction, I will join Rob to Turkey. That's fine. But I don't want to... These, like, side jabs that keeps poking me here and with the Aussies, man. It's like they want to get rid of me. Is that the case, James?
Yeah, absolutely.
Am I the odd one out?
No, actually, I think... I'm not sure if you guys have this in Denmark, but in Australia, we sometimes do this thing called humour.
Wow.
No,
nice one.
Not familiar?
I'm not gonna, no,
not familiar.
Not familiar. No,
understandable.
No, it's sarcasm either. No, because we're very honest in Denmark, right? Very honest and blunt people. So if I say, "Hey, you look kind of bald today," I mean it. I'm being completely sincere when I say it. And Rob, you look very bald today. Sorry, it's been a long weekend. It's been a long day.
Look, we love to be larrikins in Australia, Pengu. We love to have a little bit of fun. We love to mess with people a little bit. But I can assure you that when I tell you that you are looking beautiful today, I mean that with my whole heart.
Thank you very much. Now, that makes me feel better. Scars, they were pushed earlier on. That is completely true. Now they've had a bit of time to relax, to chill, to prepare for this match to come. But with that being said, D+ earlier today, they were probably watching, they definitely were watching that Scars matchup going, what can we do against them to abuse them and exploit some weaknesses? Near is taking a bunch of damage onto 1 HP now on the smoke. He's going to be a very important operator, seeing as there's a Munty from Fishlike on the board. Double shield ban, the Blitz, and the Blackbeard, of course, at D+. So, of course, what will you bring out? You will bring out the Munty. We saw Fishlike having excellent performance on that operator just a couple of hours ago. Exterior wall opened up by the first Selma charge, but nobody's there to really knock on that wall. They're going to be attacking elsewhere.
I personally love Lair. I know that we've talked about this before. There are only a couple of ways that you can defend it. And so it really does come down to the attacker's choice, which does make the map a little bit static. But the teams that have really seen those patterns form and the astute viewers will notice this bomb site often comes down to vertical play. And in this particular round, that's going to be Ayagator. And as if conjured by me saying his name, he finds that kill through the floor from below with that Deimos. Great usage of this incredibly deadly operator.
Yeah, most Toxic Babes already spent, thankfully at least, but again, you don't want to start this off with a numbers disadvantage. How about 2 as Rek just walks on in and gets 1, and a second as well on an injured.
This is not looking too hot here for D+. Rek might be able to confirm that shortly. He just doesn't want to overextend, which is smart. Oh, this is a little bit late, but Midi is going downstairs to try and take the fight to Ayagator. He eventually gets it. It's a 3k on the round, but of course that means that the site has been vacated and Scars have rolled on inside. Plant down, Monty up, Fishlight can hold firm. There's actually a laser sight we can see Tran in his position. That tells Midi that someone is watching his angle. It's Washo who doesn't miss it, and pretty convincing opening for Scars.
It was. I'm not sure if this is D+ kind of underestimating Scars in the very first round, not playing below to stop at Deimos of verticality, but they certainly did get punished. They're mostly just playing upstairs by the bomb site, holding control of the usual areas, right? The museum window, the bathroom windows, ops room, and Scars with a very linear upstairs attack with the Deimos downstairs makes very quick work of that very first one. Now I want to see D+ kind of turn it up just a notch, right? If you are going to be expecting Deimos going, forward, as well as the Monty, we gotta see some counterplay. Of course, for the Monty, we can take traps, we can take crossfires, you can take C4s, whichever. For the Deimos, it comes down to player positioning and those mute jammers. The jammers themselves will stop the gadget from activating in the first place, and by not standing in an area where you are exposed by the soft floor beneath you, or having a roamer protecting you from that area, will be the way forward. You're going to see Goyo canisters on the bomb side, enabling the room to be even more aggressive. In case of bomb site rush, you pop the Goyo fires, that's going to stall for 20 seconds, then those roamers can fall back towards the site. And then, of course, I was mentioning just send more bodies upstairs because you gotta, a way to stall things out. Plus, Scopus can just TP back immediately.
Yes, both Scopus and Goyo are great for doing the kind of half-half, hedge your bets, play heavy anchor and heavy roam game, but it is being targeted here by the Twitch repick here from Choppy. He was previously on the Rayora, but he's switched on over, and those switch drones should be able to get inside and around those mute jammers. They will burst these Vulcan canisters early. He's already found one here. Actually, perhaps that was the nade from Ayagator that found it. I think it might have been. In fact, he's looking to sneak on inside a little bit early. Meanwhile, Fishlike is coming in from the other side. It actually is a semblance of a rush here. Washoy, though, he's about to meet a Vulcan canister, and that's going to be a huge amount of damage dealt to these attackers as they try to fire one inside. Ayagator falls, 2 falls, and Bullet finds his one as well. An impact, a stray aimed at the Montaigne, ends up downing Washoy, leaving just Fishlike all alone. And this rush has been absolutely obliterated. Fire behind the Brazilians as they get their first round on there.
I respect the full commitment from Scars, just like sending it straight to the Goyo fire, and not caring too much about their health bars, recognizing our goal is to get to the bomb site, take down the Goyo as fast as humanly possible, and then go for a plant. But D+ had an immediate response, plus Falls, who was the Goyo player, got the opening pick, popped 2 separate fire canisters so that he knew kind of what was supposed to be clear, and of course the backup arrived. The Scopus TP, they flanked down the staircase, and the goo mine on the window in the very beginning slowed Monty by about 2 seconds or so. All those things combined gets D+ a comfortable round victory on the base and bomb side. It's a hard one to attack. I don't think there's anything bad about Scars going really quick and just getting it over with. Rather a fast, quick approach that can work than a very slow, dreadful round that keeps just kind of lingering until you eventually meet your demise by the bomb site. So a quick one, onto the next one. Tertiary bomb site now chosen for D+. They're not gonna go back upstairs just yet.
No need to just yet. This bomb site's actually really good as well. We've seen a lot of teams play this. The crux of this bomb site is how much control you can have of the bomb site by playing above it in R6 room. And it's actually quite easy to fortify R6 room with just 2 or 3 players. So that's why we see a very heavy presence upstairs. Falls actually with the Clash, no less. I really like this operator lineup. I think it's going to be very deadly on the defensive side. However, the things that haven't accounted for, the Capitao, the Ying, and the Sens, all of which are really good for getting that plant down. We don't even have any bulletproof cameras on the defensive side. So my concern is what happens if Scars sneak in for a plant.
That was going to be my only critique of the lineup. I would love a Warden instead, just to kind of make sure there are no symbol counters. Of course, Warden can see through the sense wall, but that's a separate problem entirely. Levy, who has those impact grenades, has spent them in the prep phase, so in fact they have 0 counterplay for the sense. Aerocep's going out, Cadelas, Toxic Baby in response to slow things down. Ball's taking a bunch of damage though. He's dead.
Yeah.
What?
Wow. So you just one fire,
I guess?
from Rek. That's all it took. He still has another Capital available. Ayageta confirms that kill. And this is a good look here for Scars. D+ already down a player. Plenty of time for Scars to say, all right, well, perhaps we do hard clear the top floor. We have 90 seconds to get it done. Levy's also taken a hell of a lot of damage on the bomb site. He's just trying to look for a safe place to stand, but the breach outside and this open wall with an exterior door does leave him very vulnerable.
It does. There's a spare reinforcement, but I'm not sure that's going to do you any good right now. Verticality is the name of the game on the side, but we haven't seen much effectiveness coming from it just yet. If Levy falls, that means side is free for Scars to try and plant on. Morcantilla is following through. Is there a gunfight? Is there a push?
Oh.
Perhaps there is.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what Ayageta's plan was there. Look at this attempted aggression, though, from DK. They're extending past their positions. Midi, as well, rotating back towards the site to try and support after Levi fell. Levi, Levy, I'm going to keep getting that one both ways, aren't I? Scars still have a lot.
It's not easy when it's hard.
Yeah, it's not easy when it's hard. Washoe, though, is preparing to throw out the ROU projectors, and that means Execute's coming.
Oh, nice.
Choppy as well with the Candelas, and the plant will begin to go down. Midi doesn't have any form of plant denial utility. He's just going to try and have to hip fire through the wall. He does find it. Meanwhile, Rek will trade him on back. 20 seconds, still time. The Scars to look to reattempt this plant, especially as they are in the numbers advantage. It's going to be a desperate moment now as Choppy falls, dies in the barbed wire upstairs. Rek tried to go for a plant. It's fish-like to try and steal his way back into it, but Niers upstairs is going to get that shot through the floor and put an end to this attempt from Scars to get that diffuser down.
3 separate people across both teams died either through a smoke grenade or through those sense projector walls. It's kind of ridiculous. Really good hero play from Mitty to say, guys, I'm an Ella. I can't deny the planter. I gotta just full send it, vault the half wall, and hope I find the right location. That buys enough team for D+, by denying the planter, to really stabilize things in the server. And then we're seeing Scars having some, I would say, impactless positions. The Ying upstairs holding a blind angle on the door, has to punch the barbed wire and walk through it. As that happens, gets swung by the smoke upstairs, and then he just kind of dies. It was a great execute right until it wasn't, but again, Mitzi single-handedly saved that. The benefit and the downside of the sense protective wall is that no one can see through it.
Yep.
So Mitzi was as protected as the planter, and it comes down to a 50-50 guess of where the guy is planting at.
Yeah, and the hip fire as well. You want a very high rate of fire gun if you're going through a blind spray like that. Ella was perfect for it. Yeah, no, a lot of different things.
They buffed the weapon.
They did. Well, okay, I was actually going to ask about
shadow buff.
This the other day, because you tweeted last week or something about Ella.
I did.
A lot of people said that that gun was an absolute pea shooter and you couldn't hit heads with it anymore because of the recoil, but not to be?
10 seconds left.
Yeah, so I tweeted a clip, and funny enough, 2 playdays later, I see it played in EML and NAL. Am I the finder of the shadow buff? I'm not entirely sure.
You
but what I do know
ego,
is that I have to try and win where I can. No, I'm just saying, it's no coincidence that I make a tweet and then people finally pick it. But the thing is, Ella has been unplayable in professional level of Siege for years. I mean, you can play her, but usually it's the shotgun because the primary Scorpion is just terrible. The gun damage is very low, the recoil is extremely high, and no zoom scope. But genuinely, with the Siege X release, you can play the Scorpion with a suppressor on it, and it's still like probably one of the top 7 easiest defending weapons. Like, it's really that easy.
Wow.
Yeah, no, I'm genuinely not even kidding. It is completely playable. I mean, it's not far from Vector levels good. It's less fire rate, of course, but it's up there. Like, you can take long-range gunfights very comfortably. You can generally just take fights and not feel like you're at a disadvantage. It still has a high magazine count. You got the Griswold mines, which people have forgotten how strong they are because Ella was non-existent for so long. And she gets a deployable shield and or impact grenade, so you get good value in secondary gadgets.
Yeah.
My point is, Ella is completely back in the meta, and she's finally seeing play across various regions.
And she's actually a counter to a lot of operators as well, whether it's shields, even planting, of course. You can chuck those Grismots down, it will deny the plant. And even impact grenades in this current meta, when you've got things like the Brava hacking Evil Eyes, when you've got the Ryura, or even in that round, for example, you've got the Sense. Those impact grenades are more powerful than ever.
It's a very good point. Once upon a time, impact tricks were only used to deny heart breaching, but they reduced the explosive radius, and now you can't really do it anymore as effectively. Now you gotta find other value. Nearest walks forward into the Grim Mines. Toxic Babe goes out in response. Scars spending a lot of utility here and not really doing anything with it as of yet. Nearest will just fall on back. I mean, he's safe, he's fine.
Yeah, well, he can even just stand in the Grim if he wants. Vulnerable to a nade or something. At the moment, Scars have been pretty slow. They've expended a decent amount of utility. I assume the next plan would be to breach some of the wall into sight. But look at how aggressive these DK players are. There's actually 3 of them near the top of the stairs. Oh, sorry, there's 2 of them. One of those is actually from Scars. And he's inside of the bathroom, keen to go for something. It's a bit of an exchange back and forth. Choppy finds one, the trade's back. And again, Washoy confirms it, makes it a 2v2. Levy can't hit his shot. Washoy puts Scars back in black. It's up to Bullet now. 1 versus 2. With his phone ringing, I don't think that Scars will have had the audio to be able to hear his position. And now 25 seconds left. They try and figure out, can we go for a plant? Rek with that diffuser in tow, opening up a spot on site for him to get that on the ground. Meanwhile, Washoy is the one to cover. And you're right, the C4 is available. The mirror window is here as well. Washoy needs to dodge this Nitro Cell. He falls. Rek didn't stick the plan. He has to go for the kill. He's surely going to lose it. Bullet can clutch the 1v2.
A C4 that most people would aim at the person planting in safety goes towards the person protecting the planter instead, and it's genius because the guy protecting is not going to be expecting it. The Dokkaebi barely ran away, dies to the C4, and unfortunately, the plant wasn't stuck. And when you have those like 6-7 seconds left in a 1v1, you can't go for a replant. So you gotta go for a push. Rek forced to make the aggressive play. He could have absolutely stuck it, but he came off at the sound of the rip. Oh man, it's so unfortunate for Scars, but it's just not enough in that round.
It's such a shame because, like, in a way, getting off the diffuser was the right play there because he had no idea where that Nitro Cell was aiming. Neither of those players did. If the Nitro Cell was going for the planter, then that round is over, right? Like, it ends up being just the guy covering in a 1v1. So, I mean, yeah, wow. That was so well played from Bullet. I don't even have that many things that I would say Scars need to do instead. Obviously, the fact that that mirror window is still up and the fact that the C4 was still there completely changed the landscape for Scars. They gave it their all, and it did look like a fumble, but mostly you just got to sit back and applaud. Bullet played that to perfection.
Oh, he did. I think the only way to play differently is if you rewind the clock about 15 seconds or so before the Dokkaebi call came out. If they could have been a bit closer to Bullet when the call came through, or if they had a drone in pocket, I'm not sure if they did, I honestly didn't check, then they could use the call to then take the gunfight with the sound cue. Instead, the Dokkaebi phone call came out, Bullet instantly responds, and they have no clue where he actually is in the map. That's the only thing I can think of, and that's, again, tiny margins.
Or just, you know, destroy that mirror earlier in the round. But again, like, there's 100 different things going on in the round. It's crazy where we've gotten to in Siege. Like, back in your heyday, Siege, there was so much fewer things going on. It was all about perfecting the few ingredients that were in meta. And now, like, we're retaking mirror windows late into the round. There's just so many different things that could happen in any given moment. And it's about versatility. That's what the name of the game is. Dynamism. That's what you need. And you certainly don't need Bullet to be doing that. I mean, after a clutch like that, we expect a lot more than him than having the unawareness to blunder a kill like that. Early advantage for Scars. C4 misses as well. So, yeah, not a good look for the Brazilians in this round.
Speaking of differences of the old style, new style, back in the day, you would not take these risky gunfights. Asami last round, and now D+, again, most of the players are looking for gunfights, but they could just fall back towards that bomb site. If this was 5 years ago, you're not taking these aggressive fights because you play numbers advantage or number equalization. But now they gotta get desperate. But a good crossfire is there, established by Scars, 2 versus 1. Rek finds another. It's a 1v5 of falls, and he finds the first kill. but that's not going to be enough. There is many, many more to go in a full minute and 10 seconds. And Scars, they can wait for Deimos, track him, find him, and take him down.
Yeah, no, this is the perfect way to play it. Scars just need to play slow and steady. They've got the util to do this. Ayagator knows exactly where this last player is. 2 smokes left to work with. There's only 1 impact here from Falls. Blindly just thrown through the explosion. After the can opener opens a rotate on the side. He's playing very passively, very patiently, and he's being taunted here by the Twitch drone as well. He will shoot it. Scars, again, just waiting for the Deimos track to come through. That was a little bit of a throw from Rek. I don't know why, but it's a 1v3. Very winnable here. If he can find 1 more kill. However, the diffuser going down means that's very unlikely. No more tracks left for Ayagator, however. And even though Fishlike and Washoy are low, I just don't see this happening. Ayagator takes him on down, and Scars confirm what was through and through their round.
To go back to my previous point, I do feel like D+ are fighting a little bit too willingly in some of these instances. They're almost like running into Scars' face saying, oh, I hear a guy on the staircase, I'm gonna white swing that guy. Oh, there's a guy on the door, I'm gonna swing that guy too. And you're kind of losing track of the bigger picture. Because what happened is Scars are closing the net from 2 different directions, and we see people ending up in a 2v1 right here, 2v1. You could fall back and go down the staircase right next to you, or you can lash out for the guy behind that corner, but Scars are not being stupid. They're playing smart. They understand that this is a roam clear, and they're gonna send as many people as they need to get the job done. They're not gonna wanna fight you 1 versus 1 if they can send 2 versus 1. And I think D+ recognize that they have made a tiny mistake in that previous round. They will send it straight back to that basement bomb side, slightly different operators, and I'm sure a very different approach to this round in where they will be playing and how aggressively they will be swinging. Recognizing that Scars, we need to make them work for these rounds, make them work for the roam clear. Let's not give them the kills easily. Let's peel back the layers step by step and not get too crazy with it.
And keep in mind as well, 2 of these rounds have been 1v2 clutches from Nears and then Bullet.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for those, it would be 4-1 in favor of Scars. So while D+ are in the lead right now, it's by very narrow margins. And as Scars start to read into that aggressive playstyle, as they start to fix up some of these issues that are causing the clutches to be possible, then I think it will actually favor the Japanese as the game goes on. So yeah, D+ really need to adapt to that now. They can't keep hammering away with that same aggressive play style because they will start throwing rounds.
See what the response is going to be from Scars. Of course, if D+ is going to slow things down, then Scars technically need to speed things up. They cannot take the same amount of time to roam clear a map where there is actually nobody really roaming. So they gotta do good drone work here. We see Fishlike, support player of Scars, doing that very job. Just droning upstairs, going down the staircase, saying, hey guys, this is clear, walk in, take the ground, kill the default cam. And this is more likely for D+. They're playing by the staircases. That means when they get a confrontation and they want to take a fight, they are right by the bomb site. That's good for 2 reasons. The first reason why it's good is because if they need backup, a teammate will be much close by and they will be in a safe position to walk from the bomb site to that staircase to help them. That's where Nears is right now. The second reason is, if it's too much for Nears to handle, he can run down that same staircase and get safely back to the bomb site. Much better than taking those 50-50 gambles of the previous round. Bullet, together with Falls, looking for a flank. Nears goes down early again though. Overstaying is welcome, and Scars once more gets the opening kill and the early advantage.
Now, unfortunately, that's the Warden as well. We have 4 smokes and 2 flashes on the table for Scars. I like the way they're using the Rayora actually as flank watch rather than for execute. Most of the time it's used to block off lines of sight on the bomb site. Instead, it has been used to block off passages for D+ to go for flanks. Despite that, Bullet has found himself a flank opportunity. I sure hope there's a drone here for Scars as well. You can't just put down one of those Rayora barricades, gates, whatever you want to call them, and then hope that that's it, because you can still move forward. I don't see a single drone on this at the moment. However, Scars finding that pick on site might make this a little bit harder. Oh, no, he's completely unaccounted for. He's surely good for 1, at least, maybe a second. Meanwhile, Midi finds Ayagator, and this push has been completely picked apart. The numbers are back even again, and Scars have to execute.
Yeah, and the big issue here is that the players with Diffuser and the guys that are on the bomb side, they're the ones that fell. A re-flank attempt now here from Chopi, looking for that sneaky player earlier.
Oh, that's it.
Where is he? They have no idea.
Well, they did get him in the end, and now they just have to execute onto the site with 4 seconds left. Levy finds his pick. Choppy is going to start planting that diffuser. Here's cover from Washoy. All up to Levy now, and Washoy finds him as well. A valiant effort from Bullet on that flank, but credit to Scars. They sprung right back.
Those early duels really paying off. I mean, Scars always having numbers advantage is doing them a lot of work in these rounds. They can afford to lose bodies and still re-stabilize and have a second attempt at the round. Side swap on a very even half on layer, very interesting. I haven't seen a whole lot of games from D+. I think I've seen 2 or 3 of their stage matches, and I don't have any real recollection of how they are on the attacking side, and I haven't seen them play layer. So I frankly have no real expectations, but what we saw from them from defense, I will say didn't really meet the bar. Because, you said it perfectly, 2 of the 3 round victories came down to clutches, and you can almost argue that a 3rd round, when Mitty denies the planter in the smoke, also kind of counts as one. So it wasn't really all that convincing on the first half, but it's a best of 3. It's a long series, they can scale up. We saw teams earlier today looking a bit wobbly on the first map, Scars, and then show up big in the second and the third.
Yeah, that's right. Well, they lost to PSG 7-5, if I'm not wrong, and then they won 8-7 on the second map, and then won the third map very convincing. 8-6. So from a reasonably close but not overtime loss on the first map, where they clearly looked like the worst team, to then an overtime win on the second map, where they were definitely the better team, and then running over their opponent on the third. Yeah, Scars know how to run it back. That's for damn sure. And D+ are the favorites in this match, and guess what? This is their map pick. Bank. Our next map up, that's where Scars has already won today. D+ really need to show everything that they've got here. They've got 3 defenses across the line. And, I mean, if you're a Brazilian fan, you've got to hope that their attacks are pretty damn good. And that they won't need that Monty or the Deimos for them.
The damn shields and the damn wall-denying operators keep being target banned by all these damn teams, so they make sense. They're very high in value. They are... I don't want to say easy to play. I actually think there's a lot of skill to playing a good Bandit and a good Deimos and a good Monty. But I think from the outside looking in, it's a very... You pick the operator and you get immediate value. The sheer act of having a Deimos, Monty, or Bandit, just the fact that you pick the operator is massive. Whether you use them to its perfection is a different story. Your opponents have to respect the fact that they exist in the server. D+, just like Scars, the first step, breach these exterior walls. Should be easy, given the fact that we banned the Bandit and the Kaid. But impact tricking is possible here against the Selmas. And you can also just stick your face in the wall and just get the kill. I mean, why not go for it?
Yeah, and guess what? That's also the only hard breaching operator available. So Falls has fallen.
Oh, they both stuck their head in.
And that's only a line of sight. That's not even an entry. So this other mirror window in the default plant spot is also not going to be an entry hole for D+ Kia. I do like the Kaid and Bandit ban. I think it's a great way that you can just focus up on not worrying about the wall denial and just focusing on things like, okay, how are we going to execute with our Grim, with our Lion, with our Gridlock and Noma? But no, never mind that. You've just lost the hard breach game despite all your bans being targeting hard breach. This is not a great position to be in if you're a D+ fan.
And there's no backup hard breacher, there's no respect for the swing. It's not even worth for Ace to take that risky attempt, I think, in my mind, because if you die, it's disastrous, and if you get a kill, it's only okay.
Oh, good nade.
Air jab, nade, go to the staircase. Will this
work?
Oh,
yes! Go for it! Go for the swing! It's a big double! That's massive from Bullet! So well played! A nade over the top, and then Nears to throw the air jab down. Bullet can swing for 2. It's a big opener for D+, despite being 1 man down early, despite not having the hard breach they were looking for, they are in the numbers advantage. The next step is deal with Washoy. He's been on fire, +6 at the moment, and he's deep in the site. He's got this phenomenal weapon in his hands in the Vector, but he's being jiggle peeked by Bullet, who has one straight between his eyes. Everyone from Scars is falling. Up to Fishlike now. The first of 4 required. He will find a quick headshot. As his dread mines start to go off, he needs 3 more. Round of the corner, a quick swing, but he loses his. And wow, D+, despite everything, make that round work.
Absolute disaster of a round for Scars. They get such a huge pick on the ace early, no heart destruction left spare, the main breach only a peek hole, and they lose the entire round arguably to a damn air jab. With a Warden smart glasses on, can't get flash, can't get smoked, sees the air jab, doesn't shoot it, and both players get knocked on their butts and they will both die on that rocket staircase that, you know, pulls the whole bomb site together. Once attackers get that hallway control, especially when they don't have a heart breacher, that's their only way into the bomb site. If Scars had won out on the staircase, they deny any entry path for D+, and the round would completely be over. Small things, small things. That's a classic round of Rainbow Six Siege, and you're thinking, how will they fix this one? Well, how about a single air jab? How about a frag grenade just kind of getting the job done?
It's so clever, isn't it? I mean, not often do you see air jabs used aggressively. Do you remember when Nomad came out?
Oh my god.
You know, when she was announced, but before she went live, she went to the TS servers, and that was insane. Like, literally the most broken operator concept you could ever have. The whole idea of her operator was to flush people out from behind cover, you would shoot it and it would detonate mid-air. It wouldn't have to stick to anything. So you would just shoot at someone behind cover.
Stuns.
They would, yeah, exactly. And it would just like be in their proximity and they would go flying out of cover, be completely stunned, and you just shoot them while they're on the ground. Literally the most broken operator of all time.
Yeah, that got fixed very quickly, and I'm very, 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 very thankful for that.
So hilarious, though.
If I recall correctly, I don't believe air jabs made any sound either in the beginning on the rework when you're flank watching. So you'd be watching flanking, no sound, just get knocked on your butt, no counterplay.
Yeah, knocked on your butt into a claymore.
Like, shing, shing.
Usually, people would put
the claymore,
yeah, people would put the claymores next to them so you get knocked into one. Also, her Magnum, her 44 Magnum secondary was like the best gun in the game.
Strong.
It had 0 recoil. It was 2-hit kill. It was like better than DMR. Well, this round has been a bit of a funny one, hasn't it, Pengu? D+ are in the building and hunting down these Scars defenders who are roaming. Both of them fall. It's Rek and Choppy. Not a great look for them.
No, and kind of surprising when you have the Goyo, the Valkyrie, the Smoke, that they're not committing more players to the roam game. It was 2 separate defenders in somewhat isolated position that couldn't help each other. And then, Gracie 4. When you have the Smoke and Goyo canisters downstairs, you can more or less solo hold the bomb site. I mean, we saw Falls rather, do that literal thing when D+ were defending. Different Brazilian, dude, I'm sorry. One guy's like barely of legal age, other guy's like 40 in a CS legend, but yeah.
Dude, imagine Fallen suddenly just appeared in the server.
I mean, that guy is very invested in the Brazilian esports scene. Like, I respect that. You know, an OG paving the road forward for the younger youth. It's good.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of Brazilian esports players and aspiring young esports players look up to players like that. Ooh, I like that. Fallen gets another kill. How about this impact? Oh, doesn't actually land to get the kill. The second one, no, never mind. Agata really does need to confirm this kill, though. Play around in the corner. Uh-oh. Okay, so it's the Kiba. He's going to abandon that position. Falls will likely be picked back up again. It's going to be a 4v2 with this last second execute.
He might actually help the attackers. The might have been broken. Now replaced again. I'm going to say thank you. This is, let's just go for the revive. 15 seconds though. Final toxic bait going out. There's not going to be time for this. Got to go for a big push and go for kills.
Yeah, Midi needs to find this frag though. Ayageta doesn't hear him behind. He comes to the backstab all up the fish like 1v3. He's being watched from above. It's Midi on the long angle. The Brazilians are firing up. They've taken a 2-round lead here on Lair.
It goes all the way back to the start of that round. Scars not really playing close enough together on the roam. Unironically, it's the exact way that D+ lost that second basement defense. Then they changed it up, played passively by the bomb side. Then they came out, well, they lost again actually, but it looked better at least. I want to see Scars doing the duo system, a body system. It has different names. When you're roaming, you take someone with you and say, hello, my name is Rek. What's your name? Oh, Choppy, nice to meet you. I'm going to play in this position. You're going to play in this position. And if you need help, you call for me. And if I need help, I call for you. And you play very close together. We call it the one room rule. basically you cannot be more than 1 room apart because that'll take more than 3 seconds to sprint to your teammate, and that's too much time to help.
Yeah.
And if you do that with 2 separate people, you have 2 people or 2 groups of 2 working together, and 1 guy holding the bomb site. Now you got a roam going. But Scars were completely on their own. The first guy dies. Now the second guy is stuck with no way back to the bomb site. He's also going to die eventually.
5 seconds left.
And while the first half was very close, obviously, in the results 3-3, we felt like Scars were arguably the better team in that first half, and it was just a couple of clutches that got D+ ahead. Now in the second half, D+, they're taking no prisoners on their attacking side. This is clearly where they feel a lot more comfortable. And the stacks do back that up. Like, if you look at D+, they're a 58% attacker win rate and 53% defensive win rate. So 53, yeah, still pretty good. But, like, they are much better on their attack than their defense. And you look at... oh my God, Scars. Where's Scars? There we go. Scars at 56% attack win rate and 46% defensive win rate. So both teams actually more comfortable on their attacking side than their defense, which is the opposite to what we'd usually expect.
That is very interesting. I mean, I always knew or thought Scars would be better on the attacking side. I think watching their gameplay, it's also very evident. It's just the nature of Lair, it really leans into defense. You don't have to do all that much work to get a ton of value. But if you're not really good at the fundamentals of defense, then of course you're not going to play into the right elements that easily. So hopefully for Scars, it's about getting better round by round, recognizing your weaknesses, your mistakes, and making up for them in the future. And they're going to go back upstairs. Mirror window, frost traps, deployable shield, playing a fair bit of utility. And it's a much slower entry as well for D+. The Buck downstairs, Mitty getting good kind of soft destruction. The floor is bullet, clearing out that rocket staircase where we saw the whole round conclude previously. And there's been a fair bit of flexibility over D+. They got a blitz this time, they got the Grim as well, flashbang vertically. They're attacking and applying pressure from everywhere at the same time.
And they're also aware of these frost mats as well. Ooh. Gas is good to slow down the push, but that's a lot of damage onto Fish. Yeah, I do feel like D+ are the ones driving this round. Scars have a few obstacles that need to be dealt with, whether it's the mirror windows, the warden, the frost mats, but for everything, it does feel like D+ is prepared to deal with it, and we still have Mitty down below, who's making it very uncomfortable to play on the bomb site. At a moment's notice, he could shoot underneath one of these key player positions and find a kill. Ayugator gets a little bit aggressive while trying to toss a C4. Levy finds him. Fish like, will trade. Oh, this is big from Washoy though. He's going for a flank downstairs, looking for Mitty on that Buck, but it might be too late because the rest of D+ is executing onto the site. We need Washoy to find this kill right now because it's only Choppy holding the objective. Washoy finds his. He's got a Nitro cell as well. Both these players do. Choppy needs to stay alive.
Ooh.
This C4 somewhat blind. He doesn't know that the player in the blitz is actually coming up behind him. ADSs and finds the kill. You're right, D+ are indeed going for the kills. Does he have the information on this plant position? I don't think he does. No, he doesn't. No. He's going to blind fire it. No clue where the diffuser's going down. As a result, D+ secure it, and Washoy forced into an impossible retake scenario.
Up the staircase, position known, shut down by D+ because they come hunting, and they were indeed in the driver's seat the entire time. I was in my mind screaming, flank the Buck, because when you're that smoke and mirror on the bomb site, you're seeing 2-3 different attackers staring at you from the breach and from the bomb site door. There's likely not gonna be anybody actively holding the Buck with a flank watch, maybe a drone, but not a player, surely. And the Buck is running around, bucking over here, bucking over there. You need to close in on that gap and just be ready to lash out at the right time. And the flank was simply too late in that moment. Operator bans are coming out. The blitz, I think there's a completely justified ban from Scars. Blackbeard is still open, so is the Fuse Shield. I will always say that. Banning one shield leaves many others to go. And then the Clash, despite only being played in, I believe, that single round, and it was unsuccessful, it is annoying to deal with. I fully get where they're coming from. And it's an easy defender to clutch on, just to kind of be like, oh, you know, let's be annoying. Let's simplify things. So I think both teams are doing a good job here in the operator ban phase.
Yeah, in the operator bans, sure, but we also haven't seen a single defense round from Scars. So 3 rounds in a row from from D+, puts them on map point here on their map pick, which is a far cry from the first half, Pengu. It was very much a close first half, 3-3. And like we said, on the whole, Scars were probably the better team in that first half. D+ made it even because they had a couple of clutches. If it wasn't for 2-1 versus 2s, this would have been a 5-1 first half, and we'd be only looking at 5-4 in favor of Scars right now. So it goes to show the power of those clutches for D+, the power of the hero plays, the power of the confidence and the passion that these Brazilians have.
Yeah.
I've seen them celebrating after like basically every round, and it's genuine like excitement, the thrill of victory.
You get that clutch and go, boa, boa, fist bump, and you go next round. It's the benefit of also being in a team house environment and being close together. You can live that experience so much more organically than being from home online. And I love it. One of my favorite things as a player myself was when you meet the boys at a boot camp, at a LAN event, because you know now it's game time. Like now we're getting serious. We're not at home anymore.
We heard that comment from Arcully earlier today after CAG played their match as well. He said that it was just such a the thing he misses most about Rio and is playing with all the boys, with all of his team.
Yeah.
Actually meeting them in person. D+ have that advantage being in the team house environment. And Scars, they're going to have to get their passion from somewhere else.
Life making his approach, castle barricades, not opting for the gadget use because it could be risky if a player is close by. Nate goes out instead, means he'll be very safe. He's going to be breaking 3 separate castle doors here in the hallway.
Ooh, that's good damage.
Shot in his toes. Does the Nate miss now is the question. It did actually, yep. He slightly flinched when he got shot, and he kind of dislodged the nade in the wrong location.
It's a good.
He still gadgeted open though.
It's a good amount of damage as well, Don. I mean, that was what, 2 bullets from the UMP here of Washoy, and it's taken almost half of Falls' HP away from him. As we know, the scariest thing about being a shield is when your HP starts to get low, because that's when you can get shot in the legs, and even one bullet will put you down and out. Scars have done a pretty decent job, despite D+ having a really solid attack here. I think Scars have just held on for long enough. Unfortunately, though, Rek flanking a little bit too early. He was being watched by Midi. That is going to convert to a numbers advantage, and the camera is being hacked.
1 round flank too late, 1 round flank too early, and the punishment is true in both situations. Yings are going out, and D+ making their approach. Gooey fire canisters popped in response to slow things down further. There are also Grismot mines from the Ela and Banshee Melusis from the... Oh my god, Banshees from the Melusi rather. Falls has to somehow find a plant spot, unless he can just kill them all first.
Yeah, it seems like Nears is going to kill them all. Fishlike will put an end to it, but then he goes down to Levy. All up to Washoy. The damage he did to Falls earlier has not paid off as of yet. He's being watched. Bullet puts him down, and that is the map in the bag for D+. Scars, they started all right, but it all slipped away. Not a single round of defense, one for the Japanese, and the Brazilian imports are off to a solid start. 7-3 on the docket, with Bank up next.
Yeah, bit of an awkward one as well for D+, starting the way that they did. It wasn't the most confidence-inspiring situation there in the first couple of rounds, but they really showed up on the attacks. Their aggression turned into a coordinated attack, whereas their aggression and defense felt very much like they were individually just trying to get kills. The clutches kept them in the lead, and of course on side swap, they just closed it out.
Well, we've seen Scars bounce back from a map down earlier today. Can they do it again? It's Bank up next.
It's not the destination, it's the journey.
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's about to kick some serious ass? Remember, I'll be watching. Now you see me, now you don't.
Get ready! I'm taking them out!
Changing mags. I got this. Got my eyes on you. Located enemy.
Welcome back, everybody, to the APL. That's right. It could be the last map of the night if D+ can do what could not be done earlier tonight against Scars, and that is finish it off 2-0. Now, Scars bounced back earlier tonight in their previous match. That's what earned them their spot here in the upper bracket semis, but they're a map down. They lost at 7-3, Pengu. It wasn't pretty, especially not in that second half. They could not defend to save their lives. They lost 4 in a row, and now they kick it off on defense on Bank.
Oh yeah, and that means D+ on the attacking side, where they are the strongest, where Bank usually tends to favor teams, can get a even bigger momentum lead. Because what happened before was those 4 straight attacker rounds, and now they're gonna keep that same pace, hopefully for D+ here on Bank. Gonna start downstairs, double shield band, the Monty and the Blackbeard from Scars, responded by Mira and Castle from D+. Bank is one of the maps where I think there's a lot of different operators they can really target. Whether it's the Goyo, the Smoke, the Castle, the Asami, the Mira, the Echo, the Valkyrie. There's so many things to pick from, and it's all about how you envision your attacks are going to go. D+ have opted for less comfortability for the attackers with the, or the defenders rather, with that castle ban on the bomb sets that's not basement, because castles never played on basement, and mirror, which you can really use in a lot of different ways, especially if Scars were going to go for some of those heart-reaching operators, which they haven't. So curious to see what they want to do in this first round. We got a Maverick being brought for the simple reason that Kaid and Tubrau are both open, and you gotta respect that. And then just roam clearing operators in like the Grim, the Twitch, and the Deimos, and execution on the bomb side with Mitty on the sets. They can kind of do it all.
Yeah. We've seen it. We've seen it. We've believed it. And I continue to believe it. D+ are, look, they're the real deal.
There's the first card claw.
Yeah, speaking of Kaid, an operator we haven't seen a lot of recently. Oh, hello.
There's a defender right here.
Straight on into the building for Nears. Right nearby, Rek is running for the hills. And he is going to die. Good spot there.
Okay.
That was a nice one. Nice quick entry. Must have been some info there for him. I mean, destroying these Kaid claws, finding the early pick on the roam. It is a pretty gnarly start here for D+.
Mitty was flicking cams, both first floor and second floor, so I think you're right, there were some sort of joint information. And it's funny, Rek dying that way because he does the exact same thing all of last year when he was playing on Bank, so he should know a thing or two about getting fast in the building. And I mean, when you lose an Aroma earlier in Bank, the problem is you kind of force the other people who did survive the roam to just kind of simply fall back. And to make this even worse, Scars are doing the exact same setup they did against PSG Talon earlier, with the Jaeger playing on the staircase. So D+, having watched that game, they know what to expect right now. Yeah, sure, there's a Kite in the mix, but that has been impactless because Twitch Drone found at least one of the Kite claws and they got the Maverick. So the only real challenge right now for D+ is how easily can they get rid of a shot on the Jaeger on server stairs?
I mean, the dude is absolutely heckin' loaded. He's got 3 ADSs and 2 Vulcan canisters. Can we have a look, Observer, at the ADSs? I'm pretty sure 1 or 2 just got destroyed. I'm not sure if I am wrong about that. Oh, speaking of getting destroyed, the fire is starting to dissipate. Oh, here we go. Nears has also dropped down into server. So they know Washoy is still trapped.
This is awkward.
Yeah. And he doesn't have the ability to really do a lot except take close-range gunfights because he's got that shotgun. Getting peeked by Falls, that was a bit of a mistake. He does end up falling himself into his own Vulcan fire. Bit of a weird exchange there. It does leave D+ in a better position, but they do have to get that diffuser back.
Yeah, and break open that soft wall. Deimos' secondary can kind of break the remains of it. There we go. Toxic Babe going out. 2 more in pocket, and the Goyo Fire burning away. That's the final canister, I believe. The problem is, D+ are not really going to have time for a default plant right now. It's going to be very much the last 4 seconds of the round. They swing the heads to go down. 3 versus 3. Garage flying to very late pays off.
Yeah, and it will find the first kill. Plant starts to come down. Where is the plant denial?
C4.
It doesn't exist. There's no nitro cell. What a long shot from Choppy. But it's going to be a real long shot to land this clutch, and he's not going to get it done. A great spray down with the AK. And Nears, he finds that first round for D+. The first of 7 they will need to get this done. 2-0.
A bullet, the hero once more, kills the first player inside of Garrett, gets the numbers advantage, and he killed the Kaid right when he ripped the C4 that was about to take down the planter. So taking Garrett's control literally was the whole win condition at the end of the round, and it came so late, I think it surprised Scars in particular. They were just swinging down that ramp. They were not prepared for the gunfight, and of course, when you're playing Twitch DMR, I mean, it's like the best gun for those long-range engagements. Good start for D+. Scars, they get a 1-for-1 trade on the server stairs with the Jaeger, and I think that is completely acceptable, like that's fine. But then we gotta go back to wreck dying super early in the round. All of a sudden, that 1-for-1 trade still leaves you in a man disadvantage. And that's why it's so important to hold on to your life as long as possible in these rounds when you're roaming, because the simple act of staying alive is a very valuable resource in Rainbow Six Siege. So, again, similar criticism as to when you saw Scars on Lair. On defense, I want to see them playing more together. The Reg solo roam didn't work against PSG on Bank, and it's not going to work against D+ either on Bank.
Yeah, I don't mind seeing Rek roaming. I like seeing Rek on operators like Goyo and Valkyrie, where he can go for aggressive gunfights. You know, give him the license to get aggressive, but he's got to play either with the team or a bit more passively. Like, I'm happy if he's just shooting drones and falling back, if that's all it is. Because every now and then he will get more aggressive and he'll find success. But yeah, too often recently it does feel like he's dying early without a lot of impact. He's now actually hiding. It feels like there's just a little bit of disrespect. And D+ deserve the respect because they are pretty damn good and they will hunt him down methodically. Midi's actually in the building already with the Nook. Walks straight through that barbed wire.
Oh,
he's about to find Rek. Takes his head off. And that's an early advantage. No refrag ability here as well from Scars on the top floor. It's going to leave Choppy all alone as he retreats.
He's good for one, but I mean, no one else is really here. They just vacated the area completely now, falling back the hatches, walked down the staircases. Again, Rek, yeah, unlucky. At least now he can sit on the Valkyrie cameras and get a bit of information. But I mean, the pace right now, full control for D+. Literally just continuing where Lair ended. Scars unable to find the counterplay. They're playing Tubro Bandit in this round. I don't know what Tubro and Bandit's gonna achieve though. I mean, especially when the timer is this high, 1 minute 30 seconds with full map control for the attackers, you can stall the hard breaching, but there's enough time to keep going. A trade between Nears and Fishlight. Now Tubro is dead. And of course, the stalling is not even gonna be happening in the first place.
Oh. I just noticed that Aiga has actually managed to sneak up onto the stairs. I don't want him to aggress just yet, though. I don't think that drone has seen him. It might have heard him, however. Okay, a smoke. This is a very weird decision. He's going back down the stairs. I think that DK must have been aware because they did send the blitz upstairs to look for him. He goes down. That's a lot of waste here for Scars, losing that smoke so early. 50 seconds to play for D+. With a player up, and that player is the blitz. He's so close to entering. He wants to move in. The Dreadmine's got to be taken down. Eventually it is. And so the blitz goes on inside. Midi finds Choppy, and we know exactly where Washoy is. He's a dead man. Falls, takes him down. Too easy for DK. It's 6 rounds in a row between last map and this, and it feels like only a matter of time before they get themselves up with a date with FearX in the upper bracket final.
I would love a tactical timeout from Scars at this point, but the thing is, you might as well play the third round, see the operator bans, and then talk strategy. They need to start showing up. Sure, they are an attacker favorite team overall. Sure, Bang is an attacker favorite map as well, but you need to get at least 2 defense rounds here. I don't see it otherwise. You need to have a little bit of wiggle room when the side swap comes through, and I just don't think Scars right now they have the right temperature check on what they need to change to actually counter D+. And honestly, watching these rounds, it's not going to be easy to make that adjustment. Sure, dying early, that's a problem. Sure, leaving gaps, that's a problem. But this is D+ having extremely good intel game on the drones from Mitzi specifically, that is just enabling these mini plays. First round, Deimos quickly in, who's droning? Mitzi. Second round, Nuke up the staircase in lobby, who's watching drones? Mitzi. They just have this, okay, you go over here, this is free, take the gunfight, okay, they get it, Rek is dead 2 rounds in a row, that's it. Rek is being put on Clash now, okay? There is surely No way he dies in the first 60 seconds when he has a literal full body shield protecting him, and that's a good thing. But they need to now work around Rek together to try and fortify the right positions to take comfortable gunfights against D+.
Looking back at last map, Rek died in 2 of those defensive rounds that Scars lost right at the end. Rek's also struggling here, obviously, as you've just said, on Bank, both of the opening rounds. So 4 of the last 6 rounds, he has been the opening death. And Rek is usually the star fragger of this roster as well, so need to see a bit more from him. Obviously, the Clash is a very different role. Probably not going to be in early engagements, probably going to be more getting information, enabling his teammates, but I mean, you never know. Best case scenario, we might be lucky and get another Clash jump out like we saw in OCE on Friday.
I could see that happening. At this point, we might as well go for broke and try and make a hero play happen. The Grim Beast going out. It's going to spot a player. Scar strikes first, rather, as News gets taken out.
Ooh, what is going on?
That was the Packful operator.
Bro.
And a second follow.
I mean,
DMR is so good on those long-range fights.
Yeah, and Midi, by the way, is playing a holo side on Nomad. Like, of course he's going to die there, wide swinging. This is the perfect position to play if you're Gator with that ACOG and the DMR. Long-range sight. 3v5 for poor D+. This is an unlosable round for Scars if they just cool their jets.
Yeah, if... okay, no. Just let this guy ace, dude. He's just a DMR god right now, getting 3 kills in the round. Rek has put down the shield.
He's going to get another one. Watch it. Nope, never mind. I jinxed him.
Oh, Fallen's too good.
Yeah, Rek's in a good spot, though. He's put his shield down. He's going to move it again. Spots out Falls. Oh, he's in the plant spot, dude. Just plant. No, not happening. No nitro cells available, but we got the yokais. Literally, he is going to literally just plant. Come on, get on your yokais. Dude, you can't let this guy plant. Dude!
What?
Hello? Scars? Is anybody home,
okay,
for goodness sake? You can't let this one go by. It's a 4 versus 1. There's 100,000 different ways you could play it. 100,000 different ways you could play it. You could have people jump out. It's risky. You can have someone go lobby. That's the play. Yes, you have to have people moving at the same time. Why are they not moving at the same time?
No.
It's now a 1v2. It's become a 1v1. What the hell am I watching? There's no way they pull the kick clutch this. What the actual fuck did I just watch?
We called it. Going lobby is the right play. It happened. The player died. Jumping out the window, the right play. They tried. That guy died as well. Meanwhile, the defuse is happening from a Clash that has a shield. And despite the fact they had no idea the guy was defusing for about 5 of those 7 seconds, he still gets all 4. It was unlosable. It's a 2v4. One guy's outside the building, for God's sake. You have Echo, you have Clash. I mean, you have tactical timeout, obviously. Oh my
You saw the player cams there, by the way? D+ won that? Or Falls won that, I should say. Bullet won that, rather. And the entire team just, like, gets up out of their chairs as if they've just won the final round of the 6 Invitational. Like, but seriously, like, okay, incredibly well played there from Bullet, but also, like, one of the biggest throws I've seen in my life. Dude, there's 100 ways you can play that. 100 different ways. You could send the Clash lobby so that he can look through the shield and then only peek with cover. You could have multiple players going lobby to make sure that you're trading. You could put the Clash shield in front to make sure that the Clash can be protected while going for the defuse. You could have people jump out and hit fire. I'd rather that. We literally just had everyone standing there doing something isolated. Nothing was timed. And he was somehow allowed to not only kill the player defusing, but literally every single one of them, one by one. He didn't have to take a 1v2 gunfight at any point. Every single one was isolated.
Nope.
Oh, mate, Scars, I've been gunning for you this whole time, but it's so hard to believe that they're going to win this game if they can make astronomical fumbles like that.
Yeah. This is mental boom. I mean, you call it tactical timeout, but what are you even gonna say? You can say, guys, what the F, that's not good enough, do better, but telling someone to do better isn't gonna magically make them play better, and making those kinds of mistakes in a round, that's a fundamental flaw. I will say this, in terms of educational content of what not to do in a round, you can use this round and study it if you're a tier 3, tier 2, tier 1 team and say, guys, this is what not to do if we ever find ourselves in that situation.
Yeah. I mean, a good way to test out, like, are we playing well in numbers advantage position?
Yeah.
Is, okay, assume that you lose every single 1v1. How do you win the round? Because it is possible to win the round without with losing every 1v1, right? You have to make them not 1v1s. And every single one of those engagements is a 1v1. Yeah. You can't lose a fight against someone that's looking the other direction. And if you have two people from different directions swinging the same guy, one of them is getting a free kill.
That's it. That's exactly that.
It's not rocket. I know we lost Mandy to go and be an actual rocket scientist, but it's really not rocket science.
No, it really is not. Another quick retreat from Scars. D+, by the way, they banned the Clash. I'm not surprised, but the Clash wasn't all that impactful either. I thought Scars might ban the Deimos or the Maverick, or the Blitz, sorry, rather in this case. Went for the Grim, actually, which, to be fair, is very playable on all of the 4 playable bomb sites. But it does leave still many other strong operators that D+ has shown so far. As I said, the Sense, the Deimos, and the Blitz, all of which are played in this round on basement attack. Maverick right now doing a great job of opening up the first hatch. C4 ripped. He's going to take a small breather and continue. With the electricity change, if you C4 a hatch that is electrified, you will sap your own C4, so it's not as easy as before. You would have to shoot the Kite Claw, then toss it on up to get the actual damage. Or you can freeze the hatch as well, that also works. Just gonna stall for some time here.
Tracker on hostile.
I'm still recovering from last round, so I hope that
the
Scars
clutch just happened, by the way, on mainstream.
On
just
mainstream?
right now.
Okay, well. Yeah, can't wait for the fallout from that. Here comes the drop down from Nears. He's going to flash, but it is the Warden after all.
Warden glasses!
If Washoy had already activated his glasses, that would have been a free kill, but no, not to be. Another critical mistake. Scars, you call it mental boom. I think that they are completely checked out now. Even though that Sen's light wall is actually missed, this is going to be a free plant with no contest. 2 gases in pocket, a C4 in pocket as well for Fishlike. It's not like there was a Thatcher EMPing to deny that. They were just never tossed out. Scars, they vacated the server. They have so checked out right now. And now all 3 start to make their way up the main stairs. It's going to be a fumble for Scars here. The Japanese being completely picked apart. 1v2 for Choppy now on the retake with less than 20 seconds to go, and one of those players is the Blitz. He has 1 gas to work with, but he doesn't have the time to get this one done. A flash goes out. It's a done deal. ADS for Nears, and I think at this point it is so Jova. The game has already been won, and we're only 4 rounds in.
Okay, listen. I am not in support of surrendering matches as they're still being played, but to save face, a surrender might actually be needed. I mean, this is embarrassing now. We've been talking up Scars. They've been good in the past. I generally thought they were going to be good going into this as well. Against PSG, it was a slow start, then they solved their problems, and they won. Now they're here against D+. And I want to praise D+. They've been playing good Rainbow Six Siege, problem solving, etc. Whatever. I don't really care about that right now. Scars are not meeting expectations. They are falling short on the fundamentals, and mentally, they do seem completely clocked out. They had C4s in pocket, Toxic Babe in pocket, 1 was tossed out. It completely misses the default plant spot, and the Goy Fire was already there covering default, which means they couldn't even plant in the first place. They had to plant deep. And the Blitz just does it full health, doesn't get contested. Post plant, I mean, you run up a staircase, you kind of have to. Nothing wrong about that. It's not a matter of the 0-4 scoreline. It's a matter of, 1, they've lost 8 rounds straight now, going back from the previous map, and 2, in the ways of which they are losing these rounds. Either they die super early, and that's a blunder, or they will meet the enemy by the bomb site, and then just, their hands stop working. And they just don't do the play. They don't fight back. You need to fight back, Scars.
8 rounds in a row, like you said, Pengu. That's basically like being down 0-6 and then reverse sweeping, or getting reverse swept. That's what it must feel like for Scars right now. 7-3 on the first map. I mean, it was a very close first half. We can't forget that. D+ only barely won on their defensive half thanks to clutches. And, well, we've seen now a clutch on their attack as well. Attack has been the name of the game for both teams. Both teams have looked far better on their attack than their defense. But D+, if they get a 5th or even a 6th here, There's just no way that Scars can come back from it. There's a nice shot from Rek. Little one-tap jiggle peek from all the way onto the east rappel. Oh, I don't know what compass direction that is, actually. The parking rappel.
West.
West, damn it.
It's north to south, so it's compass oriented.
Ah.
Actually, the beams go north to south in the map, so maybe it's actually not. Maybe it's honestly, I don't care anymore. I'm over it. It's somewhere,
right? Aren't you? I don't know. Some beams go different directions, don't they?
Yeah, some beams do go different.
Yeah.
Piano and Cafe goes west to east, for example. I don't know why.
Yeah, weird.
Regardless, it's somewhere in the map. Rek dies after the little Buddha trades back for a 1-for-1, back to a 4-before even man count. A good start for Scars, and dare I say it, the best they've looked so far on Bank. If they can maintain this look, they'll be okay in this round. But Falls is approaching with that blitz, and that's going to be scary.
I just realized it's Archive Tellers, by the way. We don't see this very often. We saw it once earlier today. Used to be a very in-meta bomb site. Plant's going down, by the way. What's going on up here? Choppy upstairs. Nears covers one. Choppy eventually does trade back. The diffuser has been dropped. Plant denied. Bullet and Midi try and pick up the pieces. It might be the first time in the last 9 rounds that Scars will finally find their own. Woo! They're on the scoreboard, ladies and gentlemen. Thank God. Not a moment too soon.
They finally get there in the end, and not much cause for celebration because they know too that it's going to be a long road ahead of them. They do need a second defense as well. I don't think a 1-5 half is going to be enough, so they can't rest just yet. Gotta keep on fighting. Now, surprisingly enough, they win the 4th bomb set priority of Tellers Archives, which almost nobody plays, like you mentioned. But they do. They're victorious. They're gonna go open area. I do like this bomb set for Scars from a kind of like a playstyle approach. You can play the full map, top floor, fall back a layer, play basement stairs. You can lash out, go for flanks. It gives you a lot of freedom. The issue is that's kind of been the weakness against D+. When the roamers are getting too much freedom, like Rek getting very offensive on the roam, or getting very, you know, far away from the bomb site, he tends to get isolated and killed off alone. So play the map, sure, if you're Scars, but again, duo system. Rek, find a friend, take him with you, and make that play together. If that Deimos or Blitz comes running, if they keep playing every single round, at least you now have a friend to help you in the crossfire. And worst case, you trade 1-for-1, your teammate survives, and you're gonna play 4 versus 4. That's ideal. Dying alone, never ideal.
Everybody dies alone.
Yep, there it is.
Sorry to get all dark for a second. That's a quote from a TV show I like. If you know, you know. Good stuff.
If you know, you know.
Scars.
What about you wouldn't get this. No mind. I'm not gonna say it.
No, come on.
Future. No, it's a future. No. You don't know the game because I asked about you about it yesterday. But in the future,
sorry,
this code will beat you.
All right. Okay. Well, Scars finally have a round. They've stopped this absolute onslaught from D+, at least for a brief moment. Here comes an entry from Nears. He's going to get used up, though. Entire magazine goes out. He doesn't find the shots needed. And the crossfire from Choppy comes in to save Washoy. All right, maybe the story has flipped. All it took was just winning 1 round, and Scars finally remember how to play Rainbow Six Siege. It was 8 rounds lost in a row, and now they're looking like they might be able to find their second here on Bank. And there's no doubt that as they swap onto the attacking side after this, they will be feeling a lot more confident.
It's not always shit though, James. Yes, Levy is low, Mitty is half HP, but I've seen these rounds play out the wrong way before, and it can still occur now. Recon Doc is gonna top himself, has 1 spare Doc in pocket if he needs to stim somebody else. I'm sure Levi would like a word with Rek right now and say, please, just this one time, heal me to full and let me clutch it up. Scars are playing disciplined, they're playing smart. They're playing their corners, waiting for D-Bus to approach the bomb site. They're not gonna give them anything for free here.
Oh, but this explosion, I was going to say could help, but no. Not going to happen when Rek comes up from the blue stairs. Yeah, big find from Rek, by the way. Must have gone all the way down to the basement after being discovered on the top floor. Bullet now. We saw some serious heroics from him in the 1v4 before, but Scars have turned a new leaf since then. Levy is on such low HP. He's actually coming all the way down from the basement to flank the blue stairs.
Oh boy.
Rek seemingly aware of it. Bullet needs to help distract. He has a call available as well. The timing is not there for Rek. So Levy finds it. It's still a 2v3 and Levy is still very low on HP. SMG-12 comes out for Bullet. There's no hard breach. Keep that in mind to dislodge the position here of Choppy on site. And there's no nades or anything either. So there's not much use of that vertical just there. Down with the Legion Mine, EMPing on the bulletproof camera. This is still walking into a crossfire though. Fish-like, he watches as Levy falls. Bullet trying to find this last shot, but yeah, there's a Dread Mine on the door here. This is not happening. Scars, an impressive comeback, I guess you could say, after the utter devastation that was the first 4 rounds. They find themselves back into it and hit par for the course on defensive bank.
Yeah, they have a fighting chance, but again, it's gonna be fighting every single round. But the benefit is D+ on defense layer. They were very evenly matched on a 3-3 half, and D+ did not look all that impressive. They will have a lot of confidence here, and that could work against them. If D+ get overzealous and they keep swinging, taking aggressive gunfights, they too could die early in the round, and Scars can play from a man advantage position, and that could just be the deal breaker here. D+ have to realize what kind of style they want to go for. Is it going to be very respectful siege, where they're going to respect Scars and, you know, fall back when they should? Or is it going to be the more disrespectful flavor, where they will just keep pushing forward even when they shouldn't be doing it? Because if Scars can hit their shots, that could just be their way back into it if they can take advantage of that fact. Triple shield band, 1 on defense, the Clash, 2 on attack, the Blind Butte and the Monty, and Kaid as well. So very similar to the first rotation. Yeah, nothing too crazy.
Yeah.
Kind of similar to Lair, actually.
Yeah. No one loves to play this Kaid, hey? No one wants to play against it. Don't have to deal with that.
It's not fun, man.
Back in the day, you know, every round we're like, oh, we're gonna bring the Thatcher, or we're gonna bring the IQ with the little baby EMPs. We're gonna find the thing. You're gonna put your Hibana pellets on that. We're gonna trick that. Yeah, Kaid's gonna stand underneath it and juggle those little thingies. No, let's just get rid of that. No one wants to play against that. We want to save our operators for fun stuff, like Nook sneaking in garage, or Ying to drop down and kill everybody. That's what people want to be playing these days.
What was the first operator you said? Like the
New feed active.
Yeah, that's better. That's better.
What did I say?
So
did I say
when you
Nook?
try and put some, you said Nook, yeah, Nook. Like a N-U-C-K. Nook. When you try, you do it so perfectly, and when you don't try, it's so off the mark. That's a great.
At least I'm not saying knock. All right, I hear some people say knock.
Knock knock. Who's there?
Who's there?
Yeah.
You certainly wouldn't hear her knock. That's for sure. Still one of my favorite operator aesthetics. I think probably my favorite of all time.
Yeah. Oh, it's super sick. The new, I think it's BDS pilot program skin is super sick because the eyes kind of glow underneath the mesh of the helmet. And it's that like purpley, pinky color. I don't know, I think it's a super sexy skin actually.
Yeah.
Not tactically correct for the stealthiness of the operator, but it looks really cool.
I think my favorite realistic skin would be Fenrir, where he's a werewolf. That just screams tactical to me.
How the hell died to the Flores drone? What?
Yeah, maybe
was he
Levy
actually sleeping at the wheel?
Yeah, maybe Levy doesn't realize, but you can actually move. Like, you know, when that thing jumps
He's got
on
legs.
Yeah. Bro's
well, he
got
had
legs. That's my favorite call out when you're like, oh, there's one in stock, and then he's like, he's not, he's totally stands like, dude has legs, bro.
He's got legs, dude. He can move.
He can move. That call was 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, I love that as well. And the thing is, if I say that and somebody gives me that call out back that he's got legs, I get so pissed. I'm not gonna lie.
It's the most passive-aggressive bullshit you've ever heard. All right. Right on into this one, isn't it? D+ actually do have a little bit of hands. And more hands here from Niz. Just him and Falls. This is how D+ like to play these rounds out, right? You whittle it down, let them play off the individual skill, let them go for swings like that. All on Washoy now, but guess what? He's the Ying, perfect operator. And yeah, a bit of a Phantom Candela there for a brief moment. Ooh, he's a bit worried because Niz is spraying him down. That Candela doesn't work at all, gets shot out of midair. Completely unaddressed, D+, find it. And with that, Scars are not quite as in control as they would have liked us to think they were.
I like the aggression, the confidence, the full send commitment, and honestly, it probably should have worked. But then you have one guy stepping up, Nears and Janitors getting 3 kills very quickly together, shutting down that execute. I'm still curious what happened to Levy early on. I'm actually gonna be waiting for the main stream on my other monitor to see exactly what happened. Maybe he got injured first and tried to crawl away. Maybe he was AFK on cameras. I will update us in about 3 minutes time of that. But good first look for Scars. Despite not winning the round, they did bring the right approach and confidence, and that's good to see. They haven't fully given up. And of course, a team would never actually give up. But I know myself as a former player, sometimes you're playing a Pro League match and you are dreading the situation that you are in. Either individually, you're not playing well, it seems like your team can't problem solve together at all, the communication isn't there, people aren't mentally really there. So you're not literally giving up, but you're also not 100% trying because you're just not in it.
Mentally checking out, right? Like, you're kind of, you've already accepted defeat. Even if you don't admit it, you know, sometimes you even see people being like, come on guys, we still got this, but like you can hear in their voice that they don't believe it, and it's a rough position to be in. I'm not sure if Scars are there yet. I certainly thought they were, but then they came back and won 2 rounds, so I don't know. Attack is easier than defense on Bank. From what we've seen from Scars and D+ so far, both of them prefer the attacking side. So if there's any copium to huff, that's what I'm huffing up right now.
Yeah. I think that's the only copium there is, period. And there's not many other real, like, winning moments right now. Again, the lineup, I like this from Scars. It's explosive. The Glass, the Blitz, the Dokubi, the Lion, the Grim. It can do a lot of damage very quickly, but the most important thing of all is no one can afford to die early on. You need every single gadget to work together to get the value that you need to overcome D+ on defense. So all eyes on Fishlight to lead his team into battle on the Blitz. He will surely lead the way.
The Lion roars, and Scars start to make their way forward. Of course, Bombsite is downstairs. This is just a roam clear. Nitro goes out. Hasn't been detonated, though. Bullet's baiting. He's waiting. He has a teammate to support him. That's Levy. He takes out Rek. No more Glaz. Goodbye. And maybe a little bit of an aggressive play as well from D+. Look at this, Pengu. They're still pushing for it. I think Scars have read it, though, and they look to try and recompose. Here comes the Blitz. That should be a kill. No, not yet. Ooh. Somehow, Levy manages to escape, go halfway up the stairs as well. Fishlike, meanwhile, is taking a hell of a lot of damage. Bullet is still at large as well in Tellers. Levy's now back up the top again. Holy moly, this is a ring around the rosy. Washoy really needs to find this kill on Levy. He's on that rappel. Levy knows it, or at least is suspicious somewhat. And unfortunately for Fishlike, he's fallen. No more Blitz. Say goodbye to that. Ayagator will find Bullet, the player who's been on a real tear. And it comes down to just the bottom fraggers of D+ to try and hold on.
How is he still here? What?
What am I watching? It's back and forth again, 2v2. But still, this is where D+ want to be. Late round 2v2s, where it just becomes a little bit more of a TDM. It comes down to the fundamentals of your gunplay and how you play off of each other. They don't want to get into an execute scenario. They want that.
Levy dying there with a big smile. Falls finds Choppy as well. Washoy in a 1v2. Grenades going out. Banshee getting destroyed. 20 seconds. I mean, this staircase, they're going to have info. They're going to have those default cameras and L-cams. They're going to know.
Well, Washoy, all he does need to do is win 2 1v1s. So capable. He's already low HP. He knows where Falls is. If Falls peeks it, he's going to throw it. And Scars, well, they've staved off match point for at least another round.
As I was saying earlier, is D+ gonna give Scars the respect that they should be giving them, or will they be disrespectful? When you have a 2 versus 1 with a guy walking down a staircase and you know he's walking down that staircase, I expect to see a damn crossfire being established. One guy wide swings and falls solo, then it's the 1v1. They could have played time. Again, they have the cameras, they have the intel, but to go for the second Eagle challenge. This is D+ having too much fun in the server, likely because of the very fun rounds that they were having earlier on, but if you give Scars enough chances, they might just start really waking up, and all Scars needs now is 2 more rounds to even it to 5-5, and then it's a tied series, at least for this particular map. So D+, don't throw this away yourselves now. You gotta stay there till the end.
While I want to agree with you and be an optimist, I actually quite like the way that D+ played most of that round. I think they could have played the 2v1 better.
Yeah, most of it.
But I think that was actually a good read. Play that really aggressive, disrespectful roam. We've got bulletproof cameras in the elevator hallway. It's not like okay, we have like a hard roam of open area, we're going to shoot drones, maybe find a kill and then fall back, trade down. No, they're literally like, okay, let's just run around the map like headless chickens. Let's keep Scars on their toes. Let's not let it become about the execute. Let's leave Scars in a 2 versus 2 where they have to desperately try and make something work in the late round, because that's where D+ are better. I think the only criticism I would say is don't have isolated 1v1s in that 2v1 at the end there.
I'm with you.
Yeah. Oh well. The round is done. D+, they can go back to the same bomb site and retry it with a different interpretation now.
I do like when teams do this and go, guys, we should have won that round. Let's try it one more time. And Scars, of course, because of that, very offensive roam last time, they will drone every single corner of the map. You see even here, deep inside of copy, double checking the cubicles, because there's probably going to be a guy ratting around somewhere. I think it's a very good assumption to make. We all know there isn't. They're all downstairs in the basement or by a basement staircase, like falls on server stairs. But Scars don't know that until they check the corners. Now for Heart Destruction, they have brought can openers that we see right here, the secondary Heart Breach on both the Grim and the Ying. This is where I see Heart Breaching operator bans being kind of pointless, right? Let's say that both Hibana and Therma were banned. You can bring Grim and Ying and breach 4 hatches with 4 can openers and get incredibly strong primary gadgets for the bomb site execute later on. This is where I love when teams they start bringing the more flexible operators with the secondary utility. They get the hatches open. Falls has now fallen back from server stairs because he'll be plant denier instead of lockers. And Scars, they still have plenty of utility for the bomb site. 4 Grims, 4 Candelas, 4 Sense Projector Walls. It comes down to execution in what will probably be an incredibly chaotic 5v5 with 20 seconds left, because Scars, they're still going to be setting up for the next at least half minute.
Oh. Haha, Levy actually accidentally protected his mirror window by body blocking that canister.
Nice.
And as a result, Fishlike not only hasn't destroyed the mirror, but hasn't destroyed either of these ADSs. That's a big pick, a big swing for Levy. Washoy taken out. Guess what? That's your Ying! That's the one operator that we really need on the board for Scars to make this attack work. Here comes the Sense. Out rolls the ROU. And it's an IOU for Scars to say it's time to get in. It's time to make something happen. Ooh. It's a deep and aggressive plant. The C4 somehow, it's a nuke. It lands, it kills Choppy. Fishlike desperately tries to make something work down the main stairs. He dies. 5v2 for D+. The diffuser still cold on the ground. The last ROU chewed up by an ADS. You may as well lay down arms, Ayagator. The game is done, or near about. It's a flawless round. One more, and D+. Well, they'll be in the upper bracket final. Scars, you're on your last legs. This is your time to shine. It's now or never.
Yeah, and that's where you see the quote-unquote real D+ show up, right? When they don't give any respect towards Scars in the sense of not making the silly play, not getting overly aggressive. They're saying, you know what, we're going to play our best round of Siege and not give you anything for free. They were AFK in the basement for the 1 minute 50 seconds in the round, and they stayed in those same exact positions until the round ended because they had everything unlocked. The pre-fire on the half stats gets the first kill, the C4 denies the planter, the round is effectively over from that point forward. Had they not gotten a little bit too funky in the last basement defense, I mean, that would have been it. That would have been a 7-2. That's a done deal. Obviously, they couldn't have gone back to basement if they had won the bomb site, so that's a bit of a relevant point. But D+ can play this top 4. They can lose. They can play open area after. They can lose. Then they can go basement, and then they can win. And it's still going to be a 7-5 regulation victory. So Scars need to be flawless. Like, there's no more parachutes, no more second chances. Next mistake, next round you lose, you're done. That's a 0-2 in the upper bracket for them.
Yeah. And what a disappointing exit that would be from the upper bracket for Scars, especially after such a hard-fought match earlier today over PSG. Especially with how bloody tight this game has been in specific rounds. Like, holistically, like 7-3, 6-3, like, it's not been close. But you look at a lot of these individual rounds, you know, we've got 4v1 throws from Scars, we've got 1v2 clutches from both teams. It's been a game of clutches. I think, if I'm counting off the top of my head, about 5 clutches in the 19 rounds we've seen so far, which is a hell of a lot.
Certainly is a high conversion rate.
They clutch every 4 rounds on average.
That's either very good or very bad, depending on how you look at it.
Bit of both, I think, in this case.
Yeah, it's a bit of both. I mean, the beautiful thing about clutches is that vast majority of clutches in every video game is it because somebody on the opponent's team makes a mistake, leaves a gap, and it gets exploited. Where then some clutches are just played perfectly, where they couldn't do much differently, they would still lose the round. In this particular instance, it has been the team losing, making some silly mistakes, and the team winning, of course, taking advantage. The 4 versus 1, or 1v4 rather, Booted Repel, Scars, they're playing silly. 2 rounds ago, when D+ has 2 versus 1 in basement on the staircase, was Shoy, Scars, playing that to the best of their ability, but D+ not having a crossfire. So again, small mistakes going punished. Deimos downstairs now in this particular round in the CEO defense, doing a bit of self-destruction downstairs. Might use the tracker later for some damage or looking for a kill. And Scars on the repels, 3 people, while Aura sends Capita. We saw this from them earlier as well.
As the Deimos goes out, Alligator is going to get to work. I like the usage of the Keepers though. Going to protect a little bit of the vert inside of Janitors, which is that key position. I'm a bit scared here of Alligator. The way his magnified scope housing is actually kind of blocking off a potential area that he could get swung from. Always scary when you see people aiming in angles like that. He's just desperately looking for someone, hoping that in combination with his players on the windows, he might find something. Fish-like repels in through the gas. He's going to be choked out, but he will actually find a safe haven to look for a plan. Unfortunately for him, it's not safe from the Warden's glasses, and Midi will find the long shot. Plant denied. 3v4 now for Scars. D+ edging us closer. And Alligator is also still low HP. He goes back on the hunt, this time for Levy on the smoke.
That's all their util. The fire, the smoke, the coverage. I mean, now it's plan C time. Up the staircase they go. Washoy is good for 1, down to a 3v3, even numbers. 20 seconds, Scars. It's time to give it everything you got. You have to win this round.
It's do or die for the Japanese. The last Deimos track comes out. Alligator needs to go hunting, but Bullet lands a shot. Finally, Levy is put down. Choppy has to get inside. It's just him and Alligator. Low HP. Falls has got his position, but there's no time on the clock. And it's a GG call in the chat for D+ Kia. And a rocket forward for them in the upper bracket. They have broken their way into APAC, and they are taking names. The next name on that list is Fearex.
And this sets up that future match so well. Fearex looking dominant today. D+ looking dominant as well. I'm very excited for that matchup, but for this one, Scars, I don't know if it's because it was a long matchup, the second best of 3, but they were finding themselves running out of strats. We've seen these executes from them before, only a couple of hours earlier. D+, they saw them. They're so ready. They had Warden just standing there, shooting the plants into the smoke. End of round. That's it. GG. Good luck next time in lower bracket, Scars, because the way you play today is not good enough for playoffs.
Not quite, but of course they have a second life down in lower bracket. The focus for us now, though, is of course D+. Another big win for the Brazilian roster, and we'll break it all down on the couch.
As many would have expected, D+ Kia have come into this stage finishing top 2, and then obviously a very convincing performance against Scars, who notoriously over the last 2 years have been the most consistent team in Japan. There's been no question about it, but this year, this stage, they have faltered, and faltered at a critical junction. D+ Kia win this 2-0, Michael, and it was like it was never in doubt.
Yeah, man, I think that's a really good way to put it. May well go down as the most dominant series we see throughout the entirety of APN through this bracket, especially as we move across towards Double Elim. Are you shaking your head at my comment?
No, I wanted more replays, especially the last 2 rounds
what
in particular.
What did you want in specific?
The establishing shots. I actually got on
there was one where you showed absolutely zero players.
Oh, wait. Oh my God, Jake Xenox Venditti.
Actually, that links into a good...
I hit the wall there.
Wow.
You could see the vision.
There's a bit of, you know what? There's a bit of easy about this.
I hit the wall. I had no idea. That's actually quite difficult. You know, I got on the sticks there at the last 2 rounds just doing...
And that moment in particular actually links into a point that I can extend on from
Perfect.
Nick.
There you go.
They were jamming strats in this match. Like, their depth was not there.
Yep.
When you got Rob J. Monday criticising a strat, you know something's gone astray.
Something's gone horribly
Jamming
wrong.
the smokes into the water, and we saw it so many times, and it proved to be a big difference maker. And we also saw a couple of gigantic throws that I think just completely melted their mental. So it was a really, really rough day at the office for Scars, and D+ were sharp.
Which clutch in particular were you talking about, Michael? Was there a particular instance?
Probably the 1v4 where they could have, done a double jump out and maybe an ATM swing and did absolutely none of that.
I think it was the one that woke
also
up
had
the
the
rest of Chapel Street. I think that might have been the one that you're talking about there. Obviously, these are the pitfalls for Scars that if they do not fix immediately, they have 1 week, Jake, they're done.
Yeah, I'm not going to be too harsh because the narrative that I've been following regarding the 1-2 seeds across now the entire weekend, so 6 matches to look at, 5 out of 6 won by the 1-2 seed teams. Team Walker, the only loss. So it really does sort of highlight there is quite a significant gap there.
I don't think we should be too harsh on... I mean, they deserve some level of harshness.
Oh, absolutely.
But it's not even about being harsh. It's like, are they a realistic shot at finishing first in this region?
No, but
they should. But they should be.
Like that.
The thing is, historically,
by,
they should be. The last 2 years,
teams have gone past them.
Yeah, well, absolutely. There's no doubt about that. I think the merging of this super team for Fear X, I think, just skyrocketed, just shot over every competition in APAC North, and then Brazil's Brazil.
Yeah, so it was Elevate in Asia, the only team to beat a 1-2 seed. The irony for all the hate watchers out there, of course, beating Team
the Brazilian takeover.
But I would also probably clarify: is Orchid maybe the weakest top 2 seeded team out of the all?
Yeah, you go through the names, and probably.
So maybe there's a little bit in that as well. But I mean, I think for D+, what's interesting about this win is it's Niers who had the highest EPS, plus 11 KD. Not great on the entry stats, but that's fine. Coming into the game, it was all about Levy and Falls being the top 3 with Good Boy in terms of EPS, and Falls actually had the lowest EPS for the team. So they got sources of power elsewhere, which obviously then amplifies the team overall. Levy had a average game, and Bullet stepped up. So it's almost a little bit akin to the other matches that we saw today, where the differences came from the teams that performed well. Did it where you had players in the group stage who weren't playing as well rise to the occasion. And on the flip side, for the teams that didn't do as well, maybe over-reliant on those star players on the group stage who had a lower day.
There's one thing that I noticed throughout the matches. We're just waiting on the interview if you're wondering why we're kind of just going around in circles with the conversation. I think that there's a lot merited for both of these teams, but one thing that was very clearly defining, if you look at the player cams and you look at what happens when Scars wins a round versus what happens when D+ Kia win a round.
They were popping off.
Midi was screaming every time they won a round. And I think that there's an element to this that for all of us in APAC, we need to understand the pressure that would be put on these imports coming over here. It's not even comparable. You are coming from the #1 region. It is unanimous now. Brazil is the best region in Siege in this current era, right? You're bringing 2 different teams to APAC now, and they have to perform. Because not only do they have to perform for being imports, but everyone back home is watching them. The pressure is on. You can't come over here and not perform. So to see D+ Kia, I guess, get into their strive so early in playoffs, is it now a little bit scary for Fear X? Do Fear X look at this game and go, well, we got a game on our hands?
I don't think they would necessarily have that reaction just purely based on this result. I mean, Dark especially would have respected D+ enormously heading into the stage. They knew going in that they would have a target on their backs from multiple rosters, including D+. And so I don't think the narrative really shifts too much. Yeah, sure, it was a dominant match against Scars, but let's be honest, Scars haven't been playing at full level. So I think Fear X would have been prepared regardless heading into this playoff series. They knew it was a strong potential of having that matchup, and that'll be the entire focus for their prep for next week, right? And it's going to lead to what should be a very entertaining 3-map.
It'd be very concerning if we get to either major finals, regional finals, and it's D+ versus Elevate.
Ooh, wouldn't want to catch Shaky on a bad day. Might blow up on the podcast.
Yeah, it could well do. Do you guys have a podcast?
Yeah, we do.
That's why you're such naturals when you talk crap. That makes a lot of sense. I just went back very quickly while I was just sitting there because I was like, geez, I do wonder whether I'm just blowing smoke up Scars at all. First place for the last, from what I can see, 3, maybe even 4 Japan leagues in a row. Significant. Actually, sorry, no. It's guaranteed. It's guaranteed 4. Is it 5? That's the question, because this is the roster that really has caused so much ruckus. To see them fall from grace, I know that it probably seems like we might be beating that a little bit, but the fact of the matter is there is just such a discrepancy between the top 2 teams right now and the rest. And I'm not even including CAG in the top 2 teams because we've just seen.
I mean, this was something that we could kind of see coming to an extent. Scars, their decline slowly began before the merge of Korea and Japan, and that was the big storyline heading into APN. That combination, plus you throw in the FearX super team, it's like, are we now going to enter the era of Korean dominance?
Yep.
And whilst we can't label that yet, we're still a distance away from that. I'm not going to jump ahead of things, but there is that potential now.
Yeah, certainly is. We'll come back to you in a second because we actually have Falls ready for an interview. Let's welcome him in for the first time on the APN broadcast. Falls, congratulations. A very clean 2-0. The question that I guess is on my mind most of all is, were you expecting it to be that easy?
Hello guys, good night. Yes, actually we kind of prepare like very well for this match.
Yeah.
So we kind of know everything they could try to do against us, and everything worked pretty good.
Yeah, I'll just very quickly back onto that question. These boys will ask one in a second, but were you watching quite closely their game earlier today?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Yep, cool. Want to leave it there. Cool. Jake, on you.
Yeah, Falls, obviously you've now got an upper bracket final against FearX. It's quite well renowned in the Asia region or the APAC region that FearX at the moment is maybe the best looking performing team. Do you guys rate them in that regard as well?
Yes, definitely. Like I think they are the top 3, definitely the top 3 of the region. I think APAC in general. And would be a hard game against them.
What's been probably the biggest difference between playing, obviously, in Brazil, moving across to APAC that you've noticed inside of the server?
The biggest difference, like I think the aggressiveness, like playing against APAC players, they are most of the times really, really aggressive. So it's kind of hard time to scream in tournaments, in scrims, because they are every single time picking windows and like extremely aggressiveness. And I think this is a big difference, It's kind of too unpredictable. It's hard.
How have you enjoyed the transitional period? Because you've had about a month now pretty much playing all the officials possible. Have you found it, I guess, easy in that respect to kind of blend into APAC North?
Definitely. We got a plan against FearX. Koreans gotta play a different style of Rainbow Six Siege, so we gotta get them.
I did want to ask, of course, it's not as much pertaining to right now as everything stays within their sub-regions, but are you looking forward to sort of mingling with both Asia and Oceania later in the year when it comes to things like major finals and regional finals?
Sorry, mingling. Well, I don't know.
Mingling. Coming together.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, actually, I'm excited. It's kind of a great opportunity to play the different regions. I already had this opportunity in my career before.
Yep.
So yes, I'm looking forward.
Beautiful. Nothing else from you, I could imagine.
I'm chilling.
Yeah, Michael at the end there. Don't ever expect too much.
I'm ready to go to bed.
He's pretty useless. It is getting late here for us. So we'll give you the floor here. Do you have anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
Actually, just thank you every single person that's is like helping us, is giving support to us, like fans and every person. And a special thing for D+. Ever since we arrived here, they take care of everything perfectly. So I'm really thankful for them. And that's it.
Perfect. Levy, thank you very much. Congratulations on the victory. Looking forward to your match next week against FearX.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
Very interesting.
Confident.
I think, yeah,
like
you know what? The way that I would put what he was saying, he was trying not to be disrespectful. I think there were elements to that where he's like...
Which I think is actually the right approach to have, right? Like, if you come into this region with the ego and the expectation that you're just going to smash everyone and it's easy, you are going to get bit in the ass at one point or another. So you can come in and be confident and think that the region's trash or however you want to frame it, but you still need to respect it to an extent.
Yes.
And I think they've shown that in this kind of match where they didn't just, hands off, not watch the match and expect to win. They studied it. They directly counted the strats that were on offer. And he's already talking about FearX. So they have done their preparation expecting that matchup. But FearX likely would have done the same. Like with Dark at the helm,
correct.
The Brazilian influence, like they're going to be 110% focused in and locked in. So that's why it should be a really, really good game.
I mean, the real thing now comes down to between Elevate, D+, especially in terms of that Brazilian dominance, which I think Elevate are getting better and better. And it's time to really put that in for Asia. And we'll talk more about that next weekend. But does it help the region? Because like realistically, while they're playing and while the main leagues are on, they're probably scrimming in and around that. But from the general consensus that I'm aware of, once the leagues are done, they basically go back home. And so it's not like you'll have that kind of scrimming potential continue.
Yeah,
does it raise
we're
the
just
level
turning this
of
into a
APAC?
very quick podcast. I would say yes. I would say no matter what happens when the raising tides raise all ships. I genuinely think that the higher level of competition that can come into the region, the better.
But where do you draw the line then?
If the other teams don't sink, if it turns into Brazilian dominance and the other teams drop their heads and
Elevate,
give up.
D+,
but where do you also then draw the line in future? And this is not to have a dig D+ or Elevate or whatever in this instance, but what's to stop other Brazilian teams from coming in, getting picked up by these organizations, and eventually APAC just turns into the Brazilian League 2.0?
Well, GG getting spanked, Elevate getting spanked, or D+ Kia getting spanked. That's the only thing I can see that stops it. Let's have a look at the bracket while we talk about this, because this is a conversation that will be ongoing over the next 3 weeks. Well, only 2 weekends left now that we're at the tail end of our first weekend. Blink and you miss it. A great Ian Chambers once said, you look down at the end of the weekend, and what is there? There's confetti everywhere, mate. It's gold. Unfortunately, we're nowhere near that point for any of these leagues at the moment. Of course, Playday 1 competing across all region this weekend. They are done. They are dusted. They are locked in. Michael, looking ahead at next week, the games that we've got panning out, B&K FearX, D+ Kia. That is by far, I reckon that could potentially be game of the stage across all of the competition that we'll have. However, on the bottom side of the bracket, do or die for all of these teams.
Yeah, some really exciting matchups, and of course transitioning into that second week across all the subs, we'll have those elimination matches where the stakes are quite high. There's a lot of pressure on my eyes, especially on Scars, to perform and live up to their name. Kinotrope will play with freedom, and I actually honestly may even tip Kinotrope as favourites heading into that particular matchup. Narrow favourites at that.
Yep.
PSG, CAG, again, two massive organisations battling for their spot in the league to make that gauntlet run. You need to win 1, 2, 3, 4 games in a row, plus take down either D+ or FearX to make the to make the first spot. So it's going to be a hell of a run. If one of those 4 teams can do it, it will be absolutely amazing.
But to think that obviously this weekend has been so exciting and playoffs and to be back in the studio, but next weekend is where things really begin.
We knuckle down.
Like, we really do knuckle down. I mean, for FearX D+, right, you might think upper bracket, loser gets a second opportunity, but the winner guarantees a minimum 150 SI points because you make the grand final.
Very true.
Plus stage points, regional finals, storylines, etc.
Exactly. Yeah. And then obviously all the other games end up being elimination games and progression games. So across the board next weekend for APL playoffs, every single match is going to severely matter. This weekend was almost like playoff seedings.
Yeah, it's the
internally.
introductory.
It's the introductory.
Yeah.
You get your mistakes out of the way for those that lost, and for those that won, you get the reward, which is that upper bracket final. But now the real games begin.
I guess that's kind of a good way to cap it off, but I'll give you, Michael, as I know how much you love this, I'll give you the floor here. Long weekend. I think we've had over 40 hours of broadcast between all of them. What are your thoughts?
I'm ready to go to bed.
I'm ready for Friday. Those playoffs.
I'm ready to rejuvenate and revive myself for Friday.
You know what I'm ready for? To know if I can throw. So just keep it going, boys.
Well, I was going to say, like, a little preview here, because obviously the next broadcast that we're going to have for APL is Oceania on the Friday. Yeah. Enterprise GG. Upper bracket final, winner into a grand final. How big is that? Chiefs, can they run the lower bracket? How far do they go?
Yep.
TSG, do they show up?
do they actually turn up in the server? Because it's also a Friday, and they might be one of the first matches, Jake. It might not happen. But I have had confirmation. So, gentlemen, thank you very much for joining me here on the desk for the APL. Once again, we're back in studio. It's exciting, but guess what? It only heats up from next week onwards. We'll be back next Friday with more APL action. Take care.
I love it when you couscous. Aphrodite, Ventus, Dionysus, Hera, Hermes, Icarus, Narcissus, Medusa, Ephesus, Ashalalala, Sisters, Minerva, Ecobus. I love it when you couscous. I love it when you couscous. Love it when you couscous. Love it when you couscous. 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 Love it. Love it. Love it.